The god of martial world, where Frost Sword Hero and Strongman VI was once at the peak, ended up being betrayed by those he trusted. He used to be a martial sage, holding life and death over all. But in that moment of life or death, his brother stabbed him in the back and killed him. Facing the abyss of despair, he could only coldly laugh. He mastered the ultimate essence of water, body cultivation into Tao. Each punch could shatter mountains and split lightning. After rebirth, his personality changed dramatically, becoming a lazy bum who never stops training. His strength is like an old gym owner's pride. A futile attempt at alchemy only produced a few potatoes. Using the horned beast as a hardener, he ended up having to sneak around with a chicken to steal something. As a result, he was chased and had to wear women's clothes. Happy times involved making cows do all sorts of things, while sad times meant roasting chickens, threatening anyone who didn't obey. In the primordial world before heaven and earth were formed, this is the world of geniuses, the martial continent, where the scariest martial emperor could even leave rivers and seas in shock. A young man was fully focused on his cultivation technique. Martial practitioners have 9 stages: martial artist, martial expert, martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial sage, martial deity, martial saint. The remaining opponents were all thrown down, with the final stage being called martial emperor. Everyone in the audience had to adapt. That's why on the martial continent, both men and women consider becoming a martial artist as their greatest dream in life. Wine Village stood proudly under the sun. Wine Village, the strongest genius at 39 years old, reached the realm of martial sage, the youngest martial sage ever on Holy Mountain. It's said that the Holy Mountain Secret Art Library is an incredibly large tower. At this moment, a young man was sitting amidst a pile of books. Since he entered the Holy Mountain Secret Art Library, he has read over 3,000 cultivation techniques. Lang Feng looked at the books with a bored expression. I've already read all these books here. Nothing interesting. Is there anything new and exciting around here? Suddenly, he discovered an unsealed bottle of wine. The golden liquid inside shimmered. Lang Feng was enchanted by the wine in front of him. The old man didn't expect to seal such a fine vintage for so long. He couldn't resist drinking it all at once. Lucky me. After tasting the wine, he continued to marvel. Good wine, it felt like a spark of inspiration passed through him. The sin of meeting anything and getting drunk was the apple that came too quickly. Lang Feng's body heated up. What's happening? At this moment, his entire body was burning with flames. Could I have accidentally drunk some hemlock potion from hunters? The flames gradually enveloped his body. In the dark space, a faint smoke appeared. Pain. Who would have thought that Lang Feng, the martial sage, would burn himself to death over a cup of wine? But it seems I didn't die after all. At this moment, a ragged young man woke up. He had come back to life. Looking at his body, he wondered what kind of experiences his body had gone through. In the cold winter, a girl picked up a boy in her bare feet. I'm Ni. You're also Ni. Poor little guy. Let's rely on each other to survive from now on. The red-faced baby kept crying, and the father was named Domo. Lang Sheng smiled as he looked at the child. I'm Lang Sheng. Feng will be Lang Feng. Put together, it's Sheng Feng. After traveling the world for many years, now they are holding hands. An elder asks to see why this child can't cultivate martial arts. The elder kept examining the child. This Lang Feng's body is weak, with strange meridians. When he activates his cultivation technique, a martial artist's chi will break through his flesh and meridians. He dies instantly. In other words, he has glass meridians. His entire life cannot become a martial artist. The elder then gave him a raw spirit pill. Here, Lang Feng, swallowing this spirit-nourishing pill will cure your glass meridians. But Lang Feng turned away. The Spirit Martial Academy only gives out 1 spirit-nourishing pill per month. Use it in the future. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. The elder said so. Your glass meridians can't be cured. Don't waste your efforts, sister. She sees her brother like this and feels heartache too. Lang Feng, suddenly 3 little kids appear, laughing non-stop at him. Quickly look, Lang Feng is clearly extremely angry. You can call me, but no one is allowed to humiliate my precious Lan King. Seeing her younger brother struggling to cultivate, she immediately stops him. Lang Feng, no! Lang Feng's eyes suddenly widen. His bones seem to be breaking all over his body. Lang Feng coughs up blood and falls down. Lang Feng, he's coughing up blood, truly from head to toe. The sisters look at each other with tears welling up. Sniffle, sorry, now I have to live alone. Lan King looks at her younger brother crying silently. Lang Feng, don't die. But he just closes his eyes and listens to her cry. Lang Feng, wake up, Lang Feng. When Lang Feng is sleeping with his sister, he cries into his hands. Lang Feng, I am a martial saint, the greatest martial genius of the divine martial world. Never thought I would live in A's body with water veins. Seeing Lang Feng wake up easily, Lan King is overjoyed. The two sisters cry together in happiness. Little Feng, I know you won't abandon TT. Then Lan King helps Lang Feng sit up. TT, she's extremely happy right now. Little Feng, everyone said you wouldn't survive anymore. But TT believes that you always remember her. You will definitely continue to live on. He also hugs TT tightly. Yes, you finally came back to life. But he's still very angry inside. Lan King is a good sister but often bullied. She doesn't deserve so much suffering. If heaven gave me another chance, I will protect her from any more harm. Those three little bastards, I won't spare them. The scene changes to a small house in the middle of the forest. Divine martial world, Lang Feng is hungry now. Sister is making porridge for you. Lan King holds the bowl of porridge and wants to feed him. Come on, eat slowly. But Lang Feng feels heartache too. Sniffle TT, eat too. Don't feed me anymore. Lan King smiles kindly. TT isn't hungry. Little Feng, eat more. But Lang Feng firmly refuses. My body just recovered. I shouldn't eat too much. If TT doesn't eat, it's a waste. She can only follow him. Alright. Seeing TT eating the porridge, he can't help but smile. This little girl clearly is very hungry yet pretending not to be. Then Lan King takes out a pill. He looks at the pill in surprise. Spirit nourishing pill? Sister, how did you get such precious medicine? Lan King scratches her head and smiles bashfully. I'm a student of the Spirit Martial Academy. Every month we get one spirit nourishing pill. The academy just issued early this morning. The more he thinks about it, the more heartache he feels. How can the Spirit Martial Academy issue medicine before its due date? For this spirit pill, I begged many people and endured a lot of suffering. Now he can't hold back his tears anymore. After finally getting the pill into his mouth with the help of Cuckoo, the Lich's fate began to change. Then he gulped it down without hesitation. The Lich was full of determination, reviving in this body, and his destiny would be different now. I will change it. 2 days later, as the sun rose high, he stepped out of the house. First, he needed to restore his mobility. He walked under the scorching sun like a burning sensation. Alright, my body is stable now. To transform from trash to treasure, I must undergo extraordinary training. Now, my only path is to train my body. After physical training, I will enter the Tao. Lang Feng continued his determination without stopping. I have to persevere. Walk 10 paces. The more he walked, the heavier his breathing became. 20 paces. Lang Feng kept walking through the vast forest. The sun was beginning to set in the mountains now. He wiped sweat from his face tiredly. When he returned home, it was already dark outside. Walking around the mountain path left him exhausted. Lang Fan saw his younger brother and was worried. Xiaofeng, you just recovered. Why are you running out again? He was drenched in sweat. I went out to train a bit. Shivering all over, hurry up and change your clothes. Lang Fan held to fish up. You're not cold, we'll have grilled fish tonight. Seeing the food, his eyes lit up. Amazing! Under the twinkling night sky, they happily enjoyed the grilled fish. A month later, Lang Feng had tied a large stone to his back. Canada. He kept pulling the stone with all his strength. Only now did he rest after 50 rounds. He joyfully looked at his body as he carried the stone on his back while walking. 40 rounds was already a limit, but I persisted to do 50. Finally, I broke through this physical limit. Suddenly, his body started changing. The sky seemed to be piercing down on him. Lang Feng fell to the ground in a heap of smoke and rain. His eyes half closed in the misty air. What's happening? Am I about to die again? At this moment, his entire body was immersed in a golden substance. The more he touched it, the stranger it felt. He sat up and looked at what was in his hands. This is... He stood up and gazed into the vast space around him. This is indeed. Lang Feng was extremely surprised. A drink that would burn me to death. Why am I here? He shook his head to regain his composure. No, this isn't the real world. After some thought, he finally had an answer. Where exactly is this place? This must be my mind. This is the Soul Sea of Warriors. Lang Feng looked back at the yellow liquid. That yellow liquid. What could it be? His shadow was reflected in the water. Why did it appear here? I won't die a second time from a fatal illness, right? He started to recall the book he read among 3,000 ancient books. The record of heaven and earth mentions a golden elixir liquid that is colorless and tasteless, but can tear apart heaven and earth. A small cup of this liquid could burn even a martial saint alive. Even martial sages would frown at it. He looked back at the glowing text on the wine glass, which was sealed. Could this be it? Lang Feng looked around at the water surrounding him. The supreme pure water. Did I drink the supreme pure water? Waves were surging high up. Lang Feng stared up in surprise. What is this? It's not that it returned to his house at this moment. Lang San has opened his eyes again. He looked back at his body, now dry. I'm still alive. You can see the meridians in my body clearly now. Not only am I alive, but my meridians are healed too. Could this be? It's a bone-cleansing punishment. Lang Feng happily looked at his arm. The supreme pure water has such effects. My body might even be stronger than before. But I feel like my body hasn't been washed for a long time. It smells too much. I should take a bath. Action speaks louder than words. Lang Feng sat by the stream to wash his face. Lang Feng's face shone under the sun after washing with supreme pure water. No one has done this on the martial god continent before. He looked at the large stone beside the stream, wondering where the limit of his body is. Lang Feng trembled while carrying a 2,500-pound stone. His whole body bent under the weight of several large stones. Sweat dripped down his face. This is the true limit of my body. He then used all his strength to break the ropes. Stone by stone, they flew. With one strike, a stone shattered. Lang Feng happily looked at his hand. The path of physical cultivation has become easier due to Supreme Pure Water's purification. It has completely transformed into a bronze-protected body. It seems that white, silver, and golden elixir-protected bodies won't be an issue now. His spirit was extremely excited right now. If we meet those who bullied us again, with this bronze-protected body, I will defeat them all. When he returned to the house, it was already dusk. Sister hasn't come back yet? He looked at the house in puzzlement. A weak voice came from inside. Little Feng, Lang Feng, you must be worried. It was his sister's voice. He quickly broke into the room and shouted, Sister, what happened to you? Seeing Lang King lying on a rock, Lang Feng anxiously called out, Sister. Lang Feng anxiously hugged his sister in his arms and asked urgently, Sister, what's wrong with you? Lang King, exhausted and teary-eyed, looked at her nephew. Little Feng, you've grown up. If I'm no longer here, you must live on. Lang Feng gently placed her down, his small hand pressing against her chest, his face increasingly worried. Why is this happening? Sister's body was cold as ice, but her chest was burning hot. Suddenly, little Lang Feng realized these were the symptoms of a cold and heat syndrome, where cold chi enters the body causing a dangerous mix that could be fatal. Looking at his sister who was barely breathing, her eyelids drooping, Lang King suffered from this illness since childhood. Accumulating over time, she fell ill several times each year. Her internal organs finally completely failed. Lang King weakly looked at him and comforted, Little Feng, you must try to stay strong. Tears streamed down her face as her eyes closed in the painful cries of little Lang Feng, "Sister." Little Lang Feng took out a piece of cloth and firmly said, "Sister, I will find a way to save you." It was a bright night when this happened. All three of them were beaten up by Lang Feng. Weak Lang Sheng looked at him with confusion, wondering what had happened. "Little Feng has been so strong since when?" Lang Feng approached and whispered a warning to the group. "If you dare provoke us again, I'll beat each of you to death." Now Feng trembled as he knelt on the ground begging for mercy. "Lang Feng, don't." Lang Feng threw those two down. Lang Feng's expression turned serious, his eyes determined. "Little Lang Feng from this life, rest in peace. I swear to take good care of Sister Yi." Then he went to search for Long-Du people. In just a few seconds, he found several small bottles. There were quite a few things here. Lang Feng opened the bottle and took out a blood-nourishing pill. He approached Lang Sheng and placed the pill in his mouth. "Here, Sister Yi, take it." A few minutes later, Lang Sheng slowly opened her eyes to look at her little brother. Her face gradually regained some color as she softly replied, "Little Feng, I feel much better now." Seeing her ask again, Lang Feng secretly thought that with just one blood-nourishing pill, he couldn't cure Sister Yi's cold phlegm condition. He would have to go to the wilderness to find hot grass and red leaf fruit. Immediately after, Lang Feng turned around and shouted at the group, "Get lost! Don't let me see you again." Hearing this, they carefully helped Lang Sheng up, reminding him gently, "Titi, let's go home." The scene changed to a wilderness, the training ground for Linvi Academy students. Xiao Lang Feng shouted at the sight before him, "This is the wilderness. It isn't as harsh as I imagined." He walked up to a large tree and pulled out some small branches. "These are hot grass." "Great!" Suddenly, Lang Feng's expression changed. His eyes grew tense with a hint of danger. A fierce creature suddenly rushed towards him from the other side. Seeing it, Lang Feng smiled smugly. It was a silver fox, only at the third-rank martial art level. He still pumped his energy and leaped towards the silver fox to nourish Sister Yi's body with its flesh. A powerful punch was thrown, and Lang Feng delivered a devastating blow to the silver fox. Both of them clashed fiercely. The silver fox let out painful cries, but in an instant, he knocked it down, causing it to cry out in pain. Lang Feng didn't stop there and grabbed its tail. Then, quickly covering Nobita's eyes, Lang Feng spun the silver fox several hundred times in midair. Lang Feng leaped into the air with great momentum. The silver fox, weighing hundreds of pounds, was thrown up high by him. He then gently landed it back on the ground. The silver fox lay motionless on the ground. Under the bright light, Lang Feng carried his trophy home. "Next, find red leaf fruit." The entire forest fell silent. Lang Feng carried the silver fox and continued walking deeper into the forest. Suddenly, his eyes caught something. In front of him was a large tree with numerous bright red fruits. Lang Feng quickly recognized what they were: red leaf fruit. He then threw the silver fox down. Excitedly picking the red leaf fruit, he shouted happily, "Here it is! This time we're in luck. Sister Yi will be saved now." But just then, a loud roar echoed from the forest. Lang Feng became extremely alert. A huge golden lion stepped out of the forest. Lang Feng stared at it in amazement. This is a golden lion, a tiered beast warrior. The golden lion opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. A single roar was enough to make the wind stop and the clouds part. He couldn't help but admire it silently. The golden lion was very intelligent. With a little more training, it could become a powerful guardian beast. Thinking this, he couldn't help smiling excitedly. His hand clenched tightly as the spirit energy gathered. Lang Feng's body flared with fire. His strong foot moved forward, heading straight for the golden lion. He spoke just in time. "Today's song will bring someone back to be our house guardian beast." The golden lion leaped towards him, claws outstretched and mouth agape. Lang Feng fearlessly swung his fist at it. Instantly, the golden lion was hit with a powerful blow. Lang Feng's punch sent the golden lion crashing to the ground. Lang Feng continued to land on the ground to fight. He looked at the golden lion, which still waved its paw provocatively. "No, you're not strong enough yet." Hearing this, the golden lion angrily stamped its foot on the ground. Then it leaped forward with a loud roar. Lang Feng didn't have time to block. Rocks and earth under his feet shattered. A moment later, an explosion shook the entire forest. The golden lion lay on the ground in pain, crying out loudly. Lang Feng boldly approached the golden lion. Before it could run away, he continuously punched its face. Soon, all that was left of the forest were the golden lion's cries. After a while, Lang Feng stood over it and asked, "What's your choice? 1. Die, or 2. Submit." Seeing the golden lion not respond, Lang Feng looked slightly dissatisfied at it, unwilling to submit. Then he loudly reminded, "Do you want to be cooked or submit?" The golden lion couldn't help looking at him with wide eyes like to marbles. Immediately, the golden lion obediently submitted like a little cat. Seeing it finally obeying, Lang Feng sternly patted its head and praised, "You're smart. If you resist again, I'll cook you." Fearing being cooked into 7 courses, the golden lion obediently followed Lang Feng. "From now on, you are our house beast. Be careful in the house. See who dares to bully my sister." The golden lion confidently patted its chest. Lang Feng carried the dead fox and left, not forgetting to remind, "That fox is for my sister's nourishment. Don't eat it secretly, or I'll eat you." The pitiful golden lion followed behind him, whimpering softly. Xiao Feng shouted loudly, "Follow me closely. Let's go home." Lang Feng, with a dirty face, was inside the house when Lang King woke up from the sunlight through the window. She sat up and rubbed her eyes, sighing deeply. The smell of food outside wafted into the room. I never expected to get sick." Lang King was enjoying herself when she was startled awake. A large lion with a happy face sat by her bed. Lang King screamed in fear, startling Lang Feng outside as well. Hearing his voice, he rushed in to check on her. "TD Tiding." Lang King pushed herself into the corner and said, "You, lion, Xiao Feng, run away quickly." Lang Feng tried to comfort her, saying, "TD, don't be scared." Lang Feng patted the lion and introduced, "This is our house beast. I picked it up." The lion nodded contentedly. Lang King looked at the lion and smiled, reminding him, "Do you want to eat or fight? Quickly retract your spiritual energy." Instantly, the lion transformed, turning into a cute little golden lion. Lang Feng picked it up and said, "TD, this little golden lion." Lang King no longer feared touching it, petting it and naming it, saying from now on, "Call me little golden lion." The smell of food outside caught Lang King's attention again. "What a nice smell, but it seems to be burning." "What's that good smell, but it seems to be burning?" Lang Feng paused when he heard this, remembering something. He immediately rushed outside and shouted loudly, "Our soup! Look at the steaming bowl." Lang Fen introduced it as a new clear soup just made, inviting her to try some. Lang Fen asked unexpectedly, "Is this really the first batch of clear soup?" She happily said, "Today has brought many unexpected events." Then she took a bite and tasted it. The house was filled with voices. Lang Fen couldn't help praising how delicious it was. Lang Feng replied, "Eat slowly. Be careful not to burn your tongue. There's still some in the pot." Suddenly, someone shouted from outside, "Trash and coarse spirit, get out of here." Lang Feng opened the door and scolded, "Where are you, stray dog? What are you doing here?" Someone from the crowd said, "Boss, it's that little brat." It seemed a group had come to seek revenge for the one who was bandaged up. Lang Feng mocked, "How so? Did we not hit you hard enough last time?" The arrogant Feng stood and said, "Lang Feng, trash of your family, wait for my boss, and Gaosen to beat you into a pulp. The others will help too." He continued, "Soon you'll see how we deal with those who offend us. Our big brothers are the Outer Academy's young prodigies. At such a young age, they're already at 6th martial realm." Lang Feng said disdainfully, "What kind of Gaosen? I've never heard of him before." Lang Fen came out and asked, "Gaosen and Gao Feng, What do you want? A sword was drawn, and Ngaosen declared, "You dared to hurt my sister. I think you're tired of living now." Ngaosen prepared for an attack, his sword rushing towards Lang Fong as he said, "Core spirit." Lang Fong's eyes lit up, saying, "Just a sixth martial realm fighter daring to provoke me?" He pointed outside, and Xiao Huangjin transformed and leaped out, attacking. Ngaosen was surprised when he saw Xiao Huangjin. A single slap from Xiao Huangjin tore apart Ngaosen's clothes and made his weapon fall. The others were shocked, wondering why a fifth martial realm lion spirit warrior was here. Lang Fong with one word broke all of them. They cried out in fear, "No, don't kill us!" Xiao Huangjin chased and beat them away. Ngaosen continued to shout, "Stop! Stop provoking me!" Hearing this, Xiao Huangjin turned around and lightly tapped him, making him tremble with fear. He immediately put down his weapon in defeat. "Sister, I'm sorry." The battle between Xiao Huangjin and Ngaosen was intense. It was a close fight. Just one punch from Ngaosen made him lose. Lang Fan, who was originally kind, stopped them in time. "Enough now! Come back here quickly," Xiao Huangjin said. Lang Fong warned again, "Go away! You dared to provoke us." It's not just that simple. The Ngao group ran off in fear. Lang Fong patted his head and praised, "Xiao Huangjin did a good job. Tonight we'll have some meat bones for dinner." Thinking of the delicious meat bones made Xiao Huangjin salivate. Night fell, and Lang Fong thought about his body cultivation. With such a powerful foundation, he could finally start refining his body towards Tao. He opened his mouth to inhale air, condensing heavenly qi into true energy. Lang Fong sat in the night practicing. Suddenly, he widened his eyes as he felt the true energy gathering. "I'm already a first martial realm fighter. The speed is really fast." Lang Fan continued her practice until dawn. Finally, she felt the new strength and marveled at it. Unexpectedly, Lang Fong immediately checked his new level. He shouted excitedly, "I've leveled up to third martial realm in just one night." His voice woke Lang Fan up. She opened the door and asked Han, "Little Feng, are you awake?" Lang Fong Hearn said happily to Lang Fan, "Today is the test day for Lin VE Academy students. We're all ready." It's test day at the Lin VE Academy. Every year, the Lin VE Academy holds an admission test. The content of the test is simple. The towering stone steps that the students must climb are actually Mount Lang VE. Mount Lang VE has a total of 99 stone steps. A teenager who can climb 5 steps could become an outer gate disciple of the Spirit Martial Academy. One who can climb 30 steps has enough qualifications to enter the inner gate for cultivation. Climbing 50 steps might make one a Spirit Martial Academy disciple, gaining the attention of senior elders and intensive training. The highest reward is a precious technique scroll that would be given if the teenager climbs all 99 steps. Early on, many people were already present. A few were boasting to each other in the crowd. Arrogant Cloud Song, "You're a 4th rank martial artist. This year, he's sure he can climb 30 steps and enter the inner gate for cultivation." Although Arrogant Cloud Song was very excited, he still responded, "No way!" He pretended to praise him again. "I may be strong, but you two aren't far behind." The others reluctantly agreed after hearing that. Arrogant Cloud Song is overestimating himself. "Compared to you, we're much weaker." Another group started criticizing. "It's just a 4th rank martial artist. Compared to our small geography master, they are far behind." Arrogant Cloud Song glanced and declared war. "Limo, let's meet at the peak of Langvi Mountain. Let's see who is better." Limo didn't fall short either and warned, "Arrogant Cloud, when climbing mountains, stay away from me, otherwise, I'll kick you down with one foot." His words made Arrogant Cloud grit his teeth in anger. Suddenly, a voice caught Arrogant Cloud's attention. The others also pointed at the same direction and said, "Look over there, that cripple is coming again." Lang Feng came with Lang King and Little Golden Yellow to the trial. Lang Feng stretched his arms and thought, "I've memorized 3,000 secret techniques from Sacred Mountain 3.0, so my technique discussion beats Spirit Martial Academy's teachings by far. There's no need for me to participate in this trial." but I must quickly return to the realm of martial sages. Absorbing natural energy alone isn't enough. I need the training resources from the Spirit Martial Academy. Leng King observed his surroundings and sighed. There are so many powerful experts this year. Lang Feng noticed Leng King's thoughts. The most important thing is that Leng King's condition can't be delayed any longer. Leng Feng fell into thought. Her ice phlegm only temporarily suppressed. I must enter the Spirit Martial Academy to get medicinal herbs. Lang Feng turned and confidently said, Sister, don't worry. Now I'm different from before. I'll definitely enter the Spirit Martial Academy. Leng King sighed in relief and replied, Sister believes you. Arrogant Cloud laughed loudly to start trouble. Why is this cripple here again? He always comes for the trials every year. But he couldn't even climb the second step. Leng Feng frowned and asked, Who are you? Arrogant Cloud called himself by his surname, responding, The little genius of Arrogant is here. Arrogant Cloud is the little one. Then Leng Feng said, You were laughing very happily just now. Little Golden Yellow, come over for me. Bite and don't compensate. Little Golden Yellow obeyed and growled in preparation. It leaped up with a terrifying expression and attacked Arrogant Cloud. Hi, he shouted for help. Don't save my life. Suddenly, a man appeared to shield him. Nasty, get out quickly. He used his internal energy to successfully block Little Golden Yellow's attack. Little Golden Yellow turned around but still roared, Fool, do you want to die? Lang Feng just stroked Little Golden Yellow's head, then declared war. Jia Wan appeared and shouted, Stop. 9th rank martial sage of the Spirit Martial Academy Jia Wan began to announce. Today is the day we recruit disciples at the Spirit Martial Academy. Please don't cause trouble and disrupt order here. Lang Feng immediately showed a smug expression as if he wanted to provoke others. Alright, director's face. Let this matter be settled then. The elder ignored the boy's attitude and continued speaking. The iron test rules are the same as before, within 2 hours. Any teenager who can climb 5 steps will become an external student of our academy. Those who can climb 30 steps may enter our inner academy. Just shout from atop the tall mountain, and the iron test begins. Boys, give it your best shot. The young men there were full of energy. Alright, Li Mai was encouraging his brothers. Brothers, let's go up. Now Yuan couldn't help mocking them back. Waste, meet me at Mount Wu. See if I crush you. Lang Feng yawned loudly. I'll just sit and watch their show then. A young man looked back at the group. I'm the first one, but something stopped him. That young man rolled down each step. Lang Fan Ban explained everything. Mount Wu has a natural pressure that affects everyone. Even 4th level martial artists can't last long. This teenager is naturally very weak. He couldn't even reach the first step. Everyone was trembling with exhaustion. It's too tiring. Just climbing the first step and they can barely move anymore. Li Meng was also struggling to climb each step. Now Yuan won't lose to me. The blonde guy isn't much better either. Li Mai, I'm definitely stronger than you. A foot stepped hard on each step. Now Yuan has reached the 4th level steps already. Now Yuan turned with a very satisfied expression. Step 5. That mountain man was also very satisfied. Good job. Now Yuan is the first to become an earthbound student of Ling Wuxi Academy. He has a good chance of becoming one. An external disciple shouted that Li Mai had already reached the 5th step. Master Tang immediately mocked him, calling himself a 5th level martial artist. Seems like just a fake reputation. Li Zi was furious upon hearing this. This is just the beginning. Li Mai will surpass now Yuan. Lang Fan looked puzzled and pointed ahead. Who is that girl? Big sister, her appearance is very unfamiliar. I've never seen her before. When Meng also seemed exhausted, she might not be from one of our major families. Lang Feng had already made a move. The time was right. Lang Fan tried to encourage his sister. Climbing a mountain isn't easy. Little Feng, you have to try harder. Lang Feng stretched and prepared to climb the mountain. It's my turn now. He spoke loudly in front of everyone. Gentlemen, it seems some of you are dissatisfied with those children on Mount Wu. From your perspective, you really have ambitions. If you think they're climbing too fast, we can pull them down. Of course, that's not free. Lang Feng with a very cunning look. The first one needs to have a gold coin. Lang Feng glanced back at his wife. Xiao Feng, what are you up to? Lang Feng turned and smiled at her. TD, you're making money, and I feel we'll make a big profit this time. Reason finds it very amusing. This kid has some serious energy. He immediately produced a gold coin. Here's the gold coin for you. Go pull down that arrogant Xiao now. Lang Feng tossed the gold coin and laughed. Don't worry, I'll pull Xiao Now down right now. The arrogant man was very uncomfortable inside. Reason is definitely intentional. How can Lang Feng pull Xiao Now down? He's taking this opportunity to humiliate Xiao Now. Lang then worriedly advised him, Xiao Feng, don't play around. The of Mount Lang VE is very strong. But he was still very confident and patted her shoulder. Auntie, be assured. Lang Feng was full of confidence. Mount Lang VE, here I come. He unleashed all his strength forward. Having reached the place needed, he stopped. A heavy pressure weighed on him. This is the of Mount Lang VE? Like 300 pounds pressing down on me. For ordinary martial artists, it's indeed very strong. Thanson immediately sneered and mocked. If he could pull Xiao Now down, he probably can't even climb the first step. His young companion laughed too. That cripple is so heavily suppressed by Mount Lang VE that his skin is itching. Lang Feng appeared very confident, but 300 pounds are still too light. My silver coin can bear a weight of 1,250 pounds. He used all his strength to leap forward. They and their companions were very angry. How could it be? It's already on the second step. So what if it reaches the third? Zhang Fan and Xiao Huangjing's eyes sparkled. Xiao Feng, you must try harder. Thanson became angrier. How can that be possible? A cripple could run on Mount Lang VE. Hao Yan couldn't help praising as he watched him fly forward. This young man is very special. Meng Van was also surprised in her heart. Who is this little guy? He can leap to the fifth step all at once. So powerful. Xiao Now saw him and was startled. Xiao Now, hello. We meet again. Your expression looks more terrifying now. Someone put a gold coin for me to pull you down. Now Xiao Now is very scared. This is the 10th step. I didn't expect you could climb up here. Lang Feng kept pulling that young man down. Xiao Now, shall we go down the mountain? Thanson was furious at this. 4th level martial artist Xiao Now, unexpectedly pulled down by a cripple. This humiliation is huge. Xiao Now kept shouting and struggling. Cripple, let me go. He pointed directly at the youth in front. Lang Feng, release Now Wen. Now Wen, we're willing to pay double. But Lang Feng also has a conscience and is reluctant, truly embarrassed. Lang Feng never bullshits anyone. I'll never say one thing and do another. Smoke rose before him. Lang Feng pushed the youth with foam at the mouth down onto the ground. Done, over. Now Wen's people immediately rushed over. Now Wen, are you okay? He couldn't hold back and started cursing. Lang Feng, Now Wen barely made it to the 10th step. There was still hope of reaching the 30th step. But in the end, he was ruined by someone. But your attitude seems to want to provoke him. Why blame me? It would have been better if someone paid for it. Of course, I must be paid for my work. Fan Shan was sweating and suggested. Very good, very good. Lang Feng, I spent 1 gold coin. Someone dragged Li Ma down, but he stuck out his 2 fingers instead. Truly embarrassed. The price has changed now. Second person, 10 gold coins needed. Fan Shan heard it as if a slap across the face. It was 1 gold coin just now. Now it's 10 gold coins. This Lang Feng kid really has a big mouth and asks for all he can. Li Ma immediately took out a bag of money and smiled. Young friend, now one is willing to pay 10 gold coins. The young friend pulled the young genius Lang Feng into his pocket, like a small rabbit's matter. He got angry and wanted to fight. Grandpa Lizzie, Lang Feng was now ready for action. I'll go right away. Immediately smoke appeared in thick clouds. Another youth became the victim of his actions. Done, over, finished. Now Ming, wake up. The price keeps increasing more and more. Third person, 100 gold coins are needed. Fanshan took out his own gold coin. Young friend Lang Feng, I'll pay 100 gold coins. Please drag Li Ma down. Lizzie pushed the opponent away. Young friend, I'll pay 150 gold coins. He couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. Lizzie, today we fight until the end. I'll pay 200 gold coins. The man wasn't poor either. 250 gold coins. They argued bit by bit. 300 gold coins. 350 gold coins. Fanshan took out a large bag of money and handed it directly to him. I don't need anything else. Lang Feng, I want someone to drag Li Ma down. Lang Feng tightly held the bag of money like a small rabbit's matter. He just shot out but missed his target. Li Ma was now standing on the steps, holding a sword pointing directly at him. Lang Feng, do you want to die? But he only gently broke the sword and grabbed his collar. Punk, did you dare attack me? You can't fight without a match. He hit him straight in the face. Hao Yun couldn't hold back and said, Temptation, this can't be a waste material. This is a genius. Li Mo was also sent to the ground by you. Task completed. Chuckle Uncle raised for fingers. The fourth one, 300 gold coins. Those two men were already scared enough. Where are we going if we keep fighting like this? That's it. Lang Feng felt disappointed again. What a pity. I thought you guys were rich people. The result is all cheap fellows. Your expression looks really cunning. Alright, let's change the method. There are still about 40 teenagers on Mount Lang. Each person costs 10 gold coins. If no one wants to pay, we can only drag them down. Those two men must also feel terrified. This little Lang Feng is making money like crazy. If not for the vice president's face, we would have beaten them into submission already. That laugh is simply unforgivable. Starting from arrogance, Nuo Yun seems to be climbing a mountain again. No way! Nuo Tong Mountain offered a jade bead as compensation. These things are valuable, take it. Reasonable and not inferior. Young friend, I'll accept this. Lang Feng happily took the money bag and thanked everyone for their business support. He then looked around, calculating, realizing one person was missing. Wu Ming is in your sights. She hasn't paid yet. Lang Feng ran over with a grin. Which family is that girl from? Dare not pay me. The other two are very happy now. This little guy is about to get into big trouble. Lang King stopped him. Little Feng, no. But he didn't listen and charged forward. He was questioning the opponent right in front of them. You are from which family? Why is there no one to pay for your protection fee? Wu Ming felt uncomfortable and asked back. Who are you from? Daring to be disrespectful to me. Lang Feng was very upset. Girl, still questioning me. She immediately launched an attack. Do you want to take a hit? Well, she wanted to attack him. He remained calm. Wu Ming bumped into his barrier and fell down. She clutched her painful wrist, not expecting this little guy to stare so intensely. Seeing this, Lang Feng laughed mockingly. At your age, you're still a 7th level martial artist. No wonder you move so slowly. Wu Ming felt a bit embarrassed. I'm old, my face is wrinkled. First plump, then firm. Where's the aging? But he pursed his lips in disdain. Still just a young girl. She angrily kicked him, but he dodged. I have to make this flower bloom. Shengren immediately grabbed her wrist. Wu Ming was extremely angry now. At this moment, Lang Feng had picked up Wu Ming and carried her on his shoulder. The girl's strength isn't that impressive. Jia Yun looked pale with fear in her eyes. Is Lang Feng planning a rebellion? Not only did she hit Van Meng, but she also dared to hit her butt. You keep hitting her hips nonstop. Don't move around so much. Let's get started then. Van Meng has completely lost face now. That little brat is really annoying. You're going to die for sure. The two men are still very happy. Just carry Van Meng down the mountain. Lang Feng is about to have some bad luck. This is asking for death, isn't it? I really look forward to what happens next. You just coldly threw her to the ground like that. He's still very excited. Whose property is this? Now let's take it back. Jia Yun was too high-pitched and screamed at him. Little brat, are you really proud of bullying the teachers from Lingwu Academy like that? He seemed to be struck dumb by her words. What? She's a teacher. Who would have thought that a 7th rank martial artist could also be a teacher? Jia Yun still had no change in expression. Van Meng is the new alchemist we invited. At only 21 years old, her strength isn't ordinary. It's just that her cultivation of the 5th stage martial way is average. She's still a 7th rank martial artist for now. That's why she wanted to test herself by climbing Mount Lingwu and see her natural talent. But this doesn't mean we should kick him out just because he brought her down the mountain. Lang King quickly pleaded on behalf of his disciple. Director, sir. Little Feng isn't very familiar with Lingwu Academy. Please, Director, sir, consider that she's young and forgive her. Her face was filled with worry. Little Feng quickly apologized to Teacher Van Meng. Please, Director, sir, consider that she's young and forgive her. He looked very nervous, bowing his head down. Teacher, hello! Then he quickly ran away for thousands of miles. Teacher, goodbye! Van Meng was furious after the surprise. What? That little brat actually ran off. Lang Feng was blaming himself. Why did I bring back a teacher? Can't I just climb Mount Lingwu to the top? Just making them quiet down for now. If Lingwu Academy revokes his eligibility, it's too late. His expression then changed to determination. They've been beaten and money has been earned. It's time to conquer Mount Lingwu. Jia Yun had calmed down a bit now. I'm going to die from anger. If not for his natural talent, I would have already wanted to revoke the eligibility of Lang King and Xiao Huangjin right now with their pleading eyes looking at Director Sir. Van Meng suddenly spoke up and her attitude changed. We've already forgiven him. Let him take the test first. After all, he's a kid with potential. The elder doesn't have any other objections. Since Master Yun Meng said so, let it be as is. But he's very worried inside. Yun Meng is absolutely not easy to deal with. Offend her. That could have serious consequences. Young man, Lang King was extremely delighted by this. Director Dalter, Master Yun Meng, despite her smiling outwardly, she's actually plotting in her heart. Lang Pavilion, once you enter the Spirit Martial Academy, that will be my territory. If I don't torment you to death, how could I calm this anger? Young Lang Pavilion is full of enthusiasm. Mount Lang Martial, I also want to see what the highest point of your place is like. You just keep zooming up each step. While running, you're mocking those two young men. Only reached the 10th step. Can't you go faster? The others look on with envy. You're still mocking the two guys who are struggling. You should be careful, they're all prodigies. Pay a little more attention to your image. You don't feel tired yet. This is step 29. Feng Feng is extremely happy. Just one more step and I can enter the Lang Martial Academy. Now you can easily conquer step 30. Below, Lang King is constantly rejoicing. Little Feng, great job. Reason now dares not underestimate you anymore. Step 30. This is the first inner door disciple of this year. I didn't expect that he's not a prodigy from Now family or Li family, but rather this useless brat. Yun Meng also feels quite surprised. Lang Feng has quietly ascended to step 30. I wonder how many steps he'll reach in the end. Jia Yun is very confident about his assessment. Based on his current state, I think he can go all the way up to step 60. She hears this and feels a bit worried. Is that so? The principal's evaluation of Lang Feng turns out to be very high. In the history of Spirit Martial Academy, only a few people have climbed to step 60. Principal Jia Yun, who ranked first in history, only made it to step 65. Lang Feng is deliberately showing off his strength. He's still advancing steadily. The weight here is about 600 caddies. For me, it's never enough. Step 40. You just keep zooming up to step 50. Nothing can stop you now. Add another 60 steps. Weight is 1,100 caddies. Below, Lang King jumps up excitedly. Impressive. Principal Jia Yun is also very eager to see this young man. Good job. Step 60 now. The Spirit Martial Academy must focus on cultivating Lang Feng. But Wan Ming looked displeased. Truly a little brat. Lang Feng felt some pressure too at this moment. The restraint was only 1,100 pounds. Indeed, not light, but we can definitely handle it. You've already been tired from the earache and sweat all over. 2,250 pounds. That's your body's limit now. Jiu-1 appeared in everyone's surprised eyes. Lang Feng had reached step 65 on the stone stairs. Our record was being caught up too. He stood before the tall mountain, Mount Langwu. His heart brimmed with great determination today. I must conquer this person today. Finally, Lang Feng reached the peak. To resist this pressure, he kept shouting loudly. Lang Feng was so tired that he could barely breathe through his ear, but his resolve remained strong. Lang King hugged little Gold Kim joyfully. Xiaofeng did great, top of Lingwu Academy's history. Jiu-1 shouted with excitement. Lang Feng broke the record and it's the fastest ever. The angry man showed his face. A hateful strong one was born. Lizzie couldn't help but sigh sadly. Compared to Lang Feng, NVWAN and Li Mo were much weaker. Wan Meng admired his journey. This little guy has some guts. Lang Feng was under the pressure of step 67. His body could barely withstand it anymore. Step 68. Forget about over 1,000 pounds. Even 1,500 or 2,000 pounds wouldn't stop me. Lang Feng used his last breath to regain his spirit. Today, I'm relying on Mount Langwu's pressure to break my body's limits. Lang King cried and encouraged her younger brother, Xiaofeng, keep going. She looked at him with such concern that tears fell. Lang Feng collapsed at step 98, bloodstains on each step. Xiaofeng, the elders kept praising him. This is terrifying. Mount Langwu's challenge tests willpower, talent, and perseverance. But compared to our imagination, Lang Feng shone even more brightly, but still showed his disdain. Lang Feng seemed unable to get up anymore. It hurts so much. This is already for 1,000 pounds of pressure. Lang King shouted in pain. Xiaofeng, you can do it. Everyone below was also waiting with anticipation. 15 minutes have passed. Why isn't Lang Feng moving? It seemed like he heard her and encouraged himself. I can do this. His hands were trembling slightly. Step 99. He used all his strength to climb the step. The cuts on his body suddenly bled. 5,000 pounds. The pressure of grade 99 stone steps is definitely 5,000. Lang Feng gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain. Even 5,000 pounds. I'll go all in. His hands were placed on the step. He shouted in agony. He couldn't take it anymore and vomited blood. Lang Feng screamed in pain. A golden light enveloped him. His clothes were torn into pieces. A beam of bright light came from the top of the mountain. Everyone below was amazed, looking up. Lang King still cried non-stop. Xiaofeng. Lang Feng stood on the peak, looking at his past self. Bright sun, who is Lang Feng. Success! Lang King was so happy she burst into tears. Am I dreaming? Little Feng really made it to the highest point. Wan Ming spoke with some dissatisfaction. Today, there are no Inner Gate disciples, but the first ever Vigilant Temple disciple has appeared in history. Truly unexpected. Jia Yan happily strokes his beard while praising him. Lang Feng reaches the peak of the mountain. That's right, he is an ever-vigilant temple disciple. With such talent, we must fully nurture him. As for the protagonist, after reaching the pinnacle, he comfortably stretches his hand out. This is the highest point of Langwu Mountain. I did it! Suddenly, his eyes stop on something. Below, a large printed book with a single earth character catches his attention. Lang Feng's eyes light up like stars as he gently lifts the book. Ancient books from Langwu Mountain are finally in my hands. Thinking this, he can't help but smirk. But it's just because there are still many other ancient books in the martial arts world. On the great martial continent, common martial arts are divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mystic, and imperial. Above the heavenly grade, there are rare divine, saint, holy, and deity grade techniques. Lang Feng's smile is so wide it hurts his ears. His eyes still fixed on the ancient book in his hand. In a past life, he was a martial saint and found even deity grade techniques impressive. Such earth grade techniques are useless to me, but for them, it's hard to come by. Looks like I have money coming in again. After a while, Lang Feng returns with everyone's admiring gaze. Xiao Feng sees him. Lang King can't help hugging him tightly out of happiness. Xiao Feng, are you okay? Lang Feng softly comforts her. Big sister, don't worry. I'm fine. Jia Yun suddenly laughs loudly. Lang Feng is very weak. He has the qualifications to become an ever-vigilant temple disciple. Anyone willing? Hearing this, Lang Feng immediately agrees. Of course I agree, but I want to learn Guqin playing. Hearing his answer, Jia Yun is a bit puzzled. Lang Feng, are you sure? The top talents in the Spirit Martial Academy are all first-rate. If someone focuses on cultivation, their achievements can't be measured. He looks a bit uncomfortable and continues speaking with a frown. But Guqin playing is different from cultivation. A talent like you, if you were to play the Guqin, it would truly be a waste of heaven's resources. Lang King worries as she looks at Xiao Di. Xiao Feng, didn't you always love martial arts? Why do you want to learn Guqin playing now? Lang Feng hears this and wants to punch himself in the face. In his heart, he thinks, Xiao Feng, didn't you always love martial arts? Why do you want to play the Guqin now? The Spirit Martial Academy techniques are worthless to me. What I need is resources, and alchemy is the fastest way to get resources. But how should I explain this to them? While everyone was still discussing, Wen Ming steps out from the crowd. I support Lang Feng. What's wrong with alchemy? On the great martial continent, alchemists have a bright future. Saying this, Wen Ming winks at him playfully. Lang Feng, my little brother. Didn't I say right? Right. I really want to be an alchemist. This woman doesn't remember old grudges. Speak for me then. Turns out she's a good person. Jia Yun sees him quickly decide and anxiously tries to persuade him. Calm down, Lang Feng. This is a lifetime matter. Lang Feng puffed out his chest with confidence after hearing this. I've thought it through. Your uncle is so resolute. H.A. Van could only sigh helplessly. What a pity. Such a good kindergarten experience. Why be so stubborn? On the other side, Lang Feng approached Van Meng. Right. This old teacher. What do you teach? Hearing those words, Van Meng couldn't help laughing happily. Apprentice Lang, don't be polite. She then put on a beautiful and confident expression to respond. Miss BBN is the of Lingwu Academy. Of course, she's the only one. The other 8 heard his decision and couldn't help mocking him. Only Lang Fan and H.A. Van sighed helplessly. Is Little Feng running a fever today? Why must we learn? This stubborn Lang Feng kid. Suddenly, Lang Feng's expression changed, the only of Lingwu Academy. Inside, he shouted, as the youngest martial saint on Holy Mountain, I've been tricked by a little moneylender. Realizing he was tricked, Lang Feng roared out loud. What should I do now? As Van Meng laughed, she still couldn't forget to remind him. Good apprentice, see you at Lingwu Academy tomorrow. Lang Feng looked gloomy and silently cursed himself. This Van Meng really has a sharp tongue. From tomorrow on, my days will be hard. Behind him, H.A. Van greeted with a smile. Student Lang, if you're unfamiliar with the branch of the academy, feel free to come and find me anytime. Seeing her, Lang Feng took out the ancient book he had just retrieved. Thank principal for your concern. Director, is this technique mine now? H.A. Van pointed at the ancient book and calmly replied, of course, it's a regional grade technique that will greatly benefit you. Hearing this, Lang Feng shook his book, his voice heavy with doubt. If so, I could lend it to someone else or sell it to someone, right? On the other side, H.A. Van's face gradually turned unpleasant. The old man stammered, of course, naturally. After confirming with the old man, Lang Feng smiled mischievously. That works then. Hearing he wanted to sell the ancient book, an elder rushed over. Lang Feng, this technique is very precious for us. Do you think we could buy it from you? Lang Feng immediately shook his head in refusal. No way! His rational side joined the fray. Lang Feng was a bit confused. We have genuine intentions. Willing to offer 1,000 gold coins for this technique. Lang Feng turned away decisively. Not selling, not selling. The rational side urgently grabbed his hand and pleaded. Don't go, little Lang. Just take a look if you want. Our old teacher is sincere too. Lang Fong didn't disappoint him. Alright then. 100 gold coins to just take a look. Hearing that price, H.A. Van couldn't help spitting out the water he was drinking. This is a rare regional grade technique from Lingwu Academy. He never thought this brat would sell it. I'm so frustrated right now. Lizzie took out a large silver bag and handed it to him. Young Master Lang Feng. 100 gold coins for the buyer. After getting paid, Lang Feng opened an old book in his hand. Take a look. But he couldn't read much before long. Lang Feng closed the book again. Lizzie was so surprised that he stammered. The local sword decision. 3 sword decisions. In this way, Lang Feng put on a pitiful expression with bright and innocent eyes. 100 gold coins only allows you to look once, but 1,000 gold coins can be paid in installments for the time. The father of brought him along, his hand also taking out a large silver bag. Give you 1,000 gold coins. Hurry and let our take a look. After receiving the money, Lang Feng immediately opened the book and invited to read it. But he closed the book after only a short while, before could finish reading. He was so unsatisfied that his legs were stuck in place. Alright, we're done here. I've only read to pages. Can't even remember it yet. Lang Feng's face gradually became cunning. In his heart, he thought this 3-sword decision must have more than a dozen pages. Forget about 1 cup of tea, let alone 10 cups. There's no way to memorize everything. I need tens of thousands of gold coins this time. The father of then waved and shouted at the crowd, people, come here quickly, go home and get more silver. The local sword decision absolutely cannot be missed. He turned around and shouted in another direction, hurry up and go home to get money. We must outpace by a step. Seeing everyone rush away, Lang Feng happily reminded them not to hurry. Take your time, everyone will have their share. Time passed until late afternoon of that day. Lang Feng yawned tiredly and said, alright, it's getting late. I should head home now. After receiving a large bag of silver, he didn't hesitate to wave his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have free time, come see me again. The father of approached and asked anxiously, Mag Yun, did you memorize the technique? Helplessly shook his head. No, I can't even remember half of it. Hearing his son's answer, he puffed out smoke in anger, tricked. Without enough techniques, they are useless. If practiced incorrectly, they could harm the meridians. Lizzie was also furious at this point. We wasted so much silver, and in the end, it turns out that Brad fooled us. How detestable. I won't let him get away with this. Stood behind and could only helplessly watch as the two continued to curse each other. Such a deep-seated brat has offended too many people already. Hope his future days will be better. When night fell, Lang Feng returned home. Both of them stared at the pile of silver with round eyes. Lang Feng's bright eyes looked at the silver in his hand. Lang Feng was about to take a look. So much money! I've never seen so much money before. Lang Feng calmly pointed at himself and affirmed, Sister, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let you suffer anymore. But his face quickly returned to a serious expression, thinking in his heart, although I can enter the Spirit Martial Academy for alchemy training, but I offended the beautiful teacher. She might give me a lesson tomorrow to lower my status. At least I was once a martial saint. How could I encounter a little girl like this? Thinking of this, Lang Feng took the bag of silver. Before leaving, he still couldn't forget to explain. Titi, I need to buy some teaching tools. I have to go into town for one trip. The next morning at the academy gate, Long yawned tiredly, suddenly, pointed and shouted loudly, Awful, who are you? Following his finger direction, 2 familiar figures appeared. Nam Chin Ve Zuthian, Engao Ngai Kochet Hong Lon, Ko La Lang Than Vasay Ti Hong Kim. Vaith Wingui Ne La Lang Fong, Long Du Ban Kayon H Kong Chong Kahen. Tin Hinji Kive? Lang Fong Mik Kim Jiap Lan Nui, Hon Trang Now? Tranning Gui Lang Fong Luk Nachin La Mat Be Juk Bien Ji Vang Dong First 9. Ba Ngui Kier Tron M Tin Hin and Tin Vao Huk Vian. Ban Trong Huk Vian Lin Ve, Ngui man hai ngui non chang tribe than tio heim qsa kiming gui. Vet and zudhian. Keming man lian thi no exec jiao ban tan. Hem qualang fong kim ggc nielming vang vei. KDT kwale lam rom at be kim jiap thne. Bei chin la ko tian twi chang sao. DG ki kung ggcg la thine time in huk vine kt kwele lin ve. Chan hap huk kasi or si tai vijai lao se trinkri. That mun zem van mung lao se day dhtn now. Lang than ko chut lung tung. Hai madi gn ing hing. Tai sao fong catch qsa aj lai k eln ve. Lang fong sao ko chu tavi a fia tiu hong kim ri dan du. Ta fi I line wan manri. Tiu hong kim bo va t cho tt. Ve ing tilwi n. Tiu hong kim leon ggm g vi ting that oi. Kimingui kier ing zong leptc run kxe. Ko con say ti hong kim nari. Sao na I dam ming ann lang thanya. Tai si siang huk vine lang ve. Lion one man. Van mung ban trong thui my ncm trang gg. Lang fong bct thinl t and goi siak a tin thou. Fan kich vei te chow hai. Chow bubi sang. Cbe. King gung. Lao say. Van mung chine mteen han thou k roy tran tamen rin gignatin. Tut. Kai roy na chuyen dung di han ngui ko. Con cha kpp hiwu ra chuyen jiki. K roy bct ngurki zhang dot. Van mung kin hai chu tavi a fia lang fong mahal an. Lang fong. Ngui hang lam kai jiki vei. Lang fong ve chi len ve gg thich. Baya late chin jiab qsa ta ko. Koda jup ta to lion. Van mung lao ann mun si sai babe jiap ra. Kang ggc mousy sai ra. Trong long seatman. Tan tiu ti na ma kim jiapri. Salmon day di ggc si su tane. Lang fong leptc val vi gay nalan. In gai gong any tran. Lao say, ngui mun lam ji kive. Van mung lung tung lian ho con vi ting renoitip. Eta la, nsibe la lion wan man. Ngui ddm hang cck hoa la qsa tatha fi lam sao bay. Lang fong nin the a thea si kapli. Yen tam, ta say cnn then ma. Hanya hem na ta truma kim jiap. Kang mcgk ban trong si. Van mung ti kang da chong at penning hein rang chip thun. Coining guiji. Noiri van mung lai let mat non let ban trutn. DDTT. BCC du tian QSA line 1 say. Chinele fi konang LCC and the MBT GGC lo 1. Hem nabi ti du ti tenang lo 1 I. Lam quan vijay si su tau QSA lo 1. Lang fong shp te drinking gak, ti tin kabli. GGC tai, nang lo 1 th now kong kang than than ka. Follow where Van Ming is pointing. Look closely, that's it. Over there is a huge alchemy furnace. Main character carefully looks at the enormous furnace, his expression gradually turning curious as he wonders if this is really an alchemy furnace. Clearly, this is just a large cauldron. I didn't expect you to lift it up so easily. You lifted that huge cauldron so effortlessly. Good. This black cauldron weighs about 2,500 caddies, perfect for strengthening my body. Seeing this, Van Ming is terrified and starts sweating. What the heck? Are you still human? This black cauldron is as heavy as a mountain. Lang Feng carries the large cauldron on his shoulder and runs around the courtyard. The actions of others in the academy were also shaken by what he did. Hey, which annoying person is disturbing my cultivation? Which one made our flowers sway and break? What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Run quickly. Let's just buy a house in Vietnam. Van Ming then loudly warns with her hands. Stop! Quickly stop! The alchemy sect is about to be destroyed. Lang Feng pretends not to hear, waving his hand as if he didn't understand and blaming me for it. Van Ming helplessly pulls out a red scripture and suggests, try reading this instead. This is the heart of the issue. Put down that large cauldron quickly. Hearing there's something good, he immediately flings the cauldron away. Van Ming was also shaken by his actions. Lang Feng rushes forward like a dog to snatch the scripture from her hand. Master, sit carefully. Go read your book now. He still can't help looking at Van Ming with disdain. "Master, your handwriting is really bad." Van Ming fumes. "Lang Feng, you're going to regret that." On the other side, Lang Feng leisurely reads the scripture in his hand. Van Ming's handwriting is indeed terrible, but she has some unique insights on alchemy. "But I read a lot about alchemy and lack practical experience. This book is just what I need most." As he reads, his expression becomes more serious. On the great martial continent, alchemists are ranked as, and each rank has corresponding elixirs. For example, is a, while is a. After some time, Lang Feng folds the scripture in his hand. "That girl is a rare. No wonder the headmaster treats her so respectfully." Van Ming speaks from the other side. "Have you finished reading the advanced alchemy techniques?" Lang Feng chuckles and replies, "I've read it all." She looks surprised, sits up straight, and looks at him. "So answer me, what's different when refining and what about the fire temperature requirements?" Lang Feng confidently answers, "They're similar, both are hot-natured elixirs. The fire must be steady to make the qi and medicine mix together." After answering, he folds his arms and smirks. "Girl, you want to test me? There's no such thing as a test here. I was born with exceptional memory." Hearing his clear response, Van Ming nods in approval. "Not bad, faster than expected. Tomorrow, start alchemy. See how far you can go based on your luck." Lang Feng confirms immediately, "Don't worry, there's nothing to be concerned about." Outside the academy gate, Lang Feng excitedly waves and shouts, "Big sister." Lang Fan hugged Xiao Huangjin and smiled back. "Xiao Feng, I'm here, let's go home." Not far away, the three of them dared only to whisper as they cooked. "Oh my!" Lang Feng was not harmed at all. Seems like Master Cloud Dream isn't working out either. The golden armor fits really well. Having money is great. Go back there, Lang Feng will train alone. Lang Feng's posture was strict, his face calm. He silently resolved to refine the essence of true qi during training. Just relying on a level 3 martial arts skill isn't enough. Luckily, I can combine my recent body refinement achievements now. Tonight, I must reach level 5 in martial arts. By the next nightfall, Langan woke up feeling fully invigorated and tested the power of this mountain stone. He then combined his strength to create a powerful surge. As soon as the force struck, the wall shattered into many pieces. Satisfied, Lang Feng tightly clenched his hand and shouted, "The first phase of Earth-Water technique is really powerful. Although I'm only level 5, I'm not weaker than a level 6 martial artist." Then he happily raised his hands to declare, "This life, I must be stronger than the last one." The next day at Langwu Academy's Spirit Martial Mountain, Lang Feng practiced diligently to refine Yang spirit pills. He needed firegrass, essence fluid, and beast blood. He also had fire cloud nest pill jars. Yunming yawned loudly and reminded him to get started. Hearing this, Lang Feng immediately returned to a serious state. Looking at the aura around him, Yunmeng was extremely surprised, noting the flow of true qi. He's level 5 in martial arts. Yunmeng secretly realized that Lang Feng wasn't a waste in martial arts after all. He has every chance to become an actual alchemist. That's interesting. On the other side, Lang Feng continued his efforts in refining pills. But after some time, Lian sighed, refining pills is incredibly meticulous and precise with true qi control. A slight mistake ruined all the fiery essence pills. He had to start over from scratch. Despite failures, Lang Feng refused to give up. Damn it, this is my 6th attempt. Inside the pill refining furnace, there was gradually some activity. Yunmeng was surprised and stared at him with wide eyes. Did he refine so successfully that fast? Could I really bring back a treasure like this? Lang Feng emerged from the pill refining furnace, for spirit pills gradually gathered. The refinement process involved 4 major steps: purification, fusion, initial form, and condensation. I've refined the essence now. It's time to consolidate them. Blend them together, successful blending. They slowly merge into one solid mass. Lang Feng immediately shouted upon seeing this. The initial form was a success. That inner pill gradually perfected itself. Outside, Lang Feng kept pushing his limits. It's about to stop fusing now. Stop! In the next moment, He took out a glowing red pill from the alchemy furnace. Success! The fusion is successful. Across the room, Yunmeng couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Just 3 hours. He managed to forge the first medicinal pill. Could this brat be a genius? Lang Fong proudly handed over the pill towards her. Yunmeng drew out her whip, showing authority. For the first time, you did pretty well. I thought it would take you 10 days at least. Lang Fong still seemed unsatisfied and grumbled as he shook his head. It took 3 hours to make one Yangling pill. Too slow. He then looked mockingly towards Yunmeng. Right, master, how much Yunmeng did you have to suppress in the beginning? What a hateful brat. If you've read my alchemy techniques, you know I had to use up. 3 days later, she came over and pinched his face hard before reminding him. Brat, don't get too cocky. Lang Fong's face turned red from the pinch and immediately explained. Little master, I'll definitely improve my skills to surpass you in the future. Yunmeng smiled as she turned away and left, her words bold. Give him 3 months, he should be able to complete all 7. After receiving the task, Lang Fong confidently said it would take half a month. Half a month later, looking at the pills on the table, Yunmeng exclaimed in surprise. How is this possible? Lang Fong proudly asked as he entered the room. Little Master Yunmeng held the pill tightly and stared at it. In just half a month, you managed to forge 7. Lang Fong showed his expertise and analyzed. Indeed, not only are the colors perfect, but each type has more than 5 pills. The success rate is over 50%. Hearing this, Yunmeng couldn't help but exclaim. So you're in now? Lang Fong laughed and waved his hand in response. That's right. Thank you for praising me, little master. At this point, Yunmeng had a different attitude towards him. Back then, it took me half a year to become causing quite a stir, but Lang Fong has much more talent than I do. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but chuckle. The Spirit Martial Academy is producing a little devil alchemist now. Suddenly, an ominous growl came from outside. Yunmeng turned her head to look out. There seems to be some noise outside. 2 seconds later, Lang Fong shouted loudly. It's the voice of Little Golden Horn. Outside, Lan King and Little Golden Horn were being stared down by a Mac Lan. She shouted at Lan King from above. I grabbed my whip and called out too. But the Golden Horn Lioness gave me her attention. I'll give you 2 nourishing spirit pills. Lan King slowly stood up from the ground. Little Golden Horn is part of our family. I won't sell my own family member. Seeing she wouldn't budge, Mac Lan whipped her whip hard on the ground. I'll give you one last chance. If not, don't even think about leaving today. Will you sell or not? Fan Lang tightly hugged Xiao Huangjin and shouted loudly. We're not selling. The people behind started quietly planning their move. McLan is really overstepping her bounds. Who among us hasn't been made to eat bitter pills by McLan? She's just deliberately causing trouble. McLan actually has the strength of a level to martial artist. There you go. Spray. Speak softly. Don't let her hear us. Her grandfather is an outer sect elder. Mekshan. After hearing those words, McLan immediately whipped out the whip. I immediately swung the whip. Xiao Huangjin struggled free from Fan Lang's grip to fight back. The angry noise behind grew louder. McLan is really overstepping her bounds. Who among us hasn't been made to eat bitter pills by McLan? As she whipped, McLan cursed and scolded. Just a lowly creature of a level 1 martial artist screaming at me. Xiao Huangjin fell off the pole after being hit hard. I clenched my hand tightly, looking triumphantly at them. Lowly creature, if you don't follow me, I'll cook your stew. Despite severe injuries, Xiao Huangjin still roared fiercely. Fan Lang held Xiao Huangjin close and cried bitterly. Xiao Huangjin. Seeing the 2 weak ones, McLan looked at them with pity before continuing. Traveling with a woman like you is a disgrace to us. Today, I'll make him expel you from the Spirit Martial Academy. Fan Lang cried loudly and begged. McLan, please don't. Lang Fong and I worked hard to get into the Spirit Martial Academy. How dare a lowly person like you call me by my name? Then she whipped up high, dark energy instantly spreading everywhere. The arrogant people behind started whispering nervously as their chi began to fluctuate. This is an imperial-grade cultivation technique that can combine multiple streams of chi into one stream. McLan is really ruthless, using a cultivation technique against Than Lang. It's clearly meant to kill. Both the Imperial Golden Lion and Than Lang must die now. Seeing the whip coming down, Than Lang weakly cried out, "Xiao Feng, I'm sorry, but I can't take care of you anymore." But before she could touch her, a strong hand grabbed the whip. Seeing Lang Fong suddenly appear, Than Lang exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Feng." McLan immediately got angry when stopped by Lang Fong. "Who are you? Dressed strangely like that, acting like a deliberate troublemaker." Lang Fong tightly held the whip and fiercely pointed at her, asking, "Aren't you McLan?" Feeling his presence was too intimidating, McLan started to fear. "What are you? You're worthy of being called that name." After she said this, a cold gaze immediately appeared as McLan swung the whip with a powerful chi strike and shouted, "Die." The whip was blocked by Lang Fong effortlessly. As a level 5 martial artist with a bronze core body, defeating a level 2 martial artist like you is as easy as lifting a hand. Next moment, McLan was gently pushed out by Lang Fong. The terrifying strength made her fly out like a frog. She fell to the ground in pain and coughing blood. She never expected to be repelled by my chi strike. Lang Fong stepped forward, raising his foot to stomp on her. "Those who hurt our sister must die." McLan was terrified and immediately cried and begged, "Don't, I'm Mixon's external elder's granddaughter. They can't kill me." Lang Fan on the other side also rushed over. "Xiao Feng, you absolutely can't kill her." But he was one step slower than Lang Fong. Only space left McLan's screams. McLan foamed at the mouth and collapsed there, leaving a dent in the ground. Lang Fong gritted his teeth angrily, silently cursing under his breath. "Ugh, I still have to take care of Lang Fan. Can't kill McLan. Strength, everything depends on strength. I must quickly improve my cultivation and return to the realm of martial sage." Seeing him spare her, Lang Fan let out a sigh of relief from behind. Luckily didn't kill her, just now scared Annie to death. "Xiao Feng, are you okay?" Lang Fong took out the spirit pills and instructed. "I'm fine, the two of them got seriously injured instead. This is a young spirit pill, hurry up and take it." Lang Fong pushed the pill to Xiao Huangjin's mouth. "Xiao Huangjin, because you protected Auntie, you got seriously injured, hurry up and take it." On the other side, the three Proud Fangs continued their assault. "Who goes there?" McLan, a level 2 martial artist, actually lost. Definitely must be due to Xiao Huangjin's thick armor. Lang Fong had the equipment advantage. Lang Fong even dared to defeat McLan. He's about to have bad luck. From the crowd, a middle-aged man rushed out noisily. "It's you, little brat, daring to injure McLan severely." "That old man is Birch Diu," Birch Diu declared firmly. "Little brat, you won't need to come tomorrow anymore. Our Spirit Martial Academy can't accept disciples like you." Lang Fong crossed his arms and looked at him challengingly. "What if I don't?" Birch Diu angrily pointed at him and cursed nonstop. "Who are you, huh? A small disciple injuring the granddaughter of an elder. Even crippling you is a light punishment." Just as he finished speaking, a large surge of spiritual energy surrounded Lang Fong. "Don't push me too far. If I have to run away with Lang Fan, none of you will live." Seeing that aura, Birch Diu gradually became fearful. "What's going on? This little brat's temper is really scary." From behind him, Van Meng suddenly spoke up. Birch Diu fumbled and turned to look at her. "Master Van Meng, why are you here?" The three Proud Fangs continued their assault on the target. How dare a regular teacher challenge an alchemist? Master Van Mekong is a spirit alchemy sage, extremely respected. This should be good entertainment. Master Van Mekong calmly questioned him. "What happened today? Have you clarified the matter?" Birch Diu fumbled and avoided looking in another direction. "Not yet." Just as he finished speaking, Master Van Mekong seemed to transform into a demon. Her voice also turned colder. "You haven't clarified the matter. You've already accused my disciple. May I ask, Are you dissatisfied with me? Which Daiu's sweat poured down. As he wiped his sweat, he explained, I had no such intention. Before he could finish speaking, Master Van Macong pointed at him sternly. Master Van Macong pointed at him seriously. Alright, let's tell you how this went down. Maclan was being defiant and unruly. She first injured my disciple and a lion, then killed 2 of my students. She felt a bit embarrassed after saying that, so my disciples were just acting in self-defense. On the other side, the 3 arrogant ones were gaping in surprise, while Baiju turned to stone upon hearing this. Everyone is shifting all the blame onto Maclan. She's the one who's being biased, Master Yun Meng. Lang Feng leaned close to Lang King and whispered, Sister, are you sure about that? Master Yun Meng was actually speaking up for her disciple. She softly replied, Little Feng, make sure you heard correctly. Then she pointed and declared plainly, Lang Feng fought fairly and justly. Maclan's punishment is well-deserved. By Dao hurried to explain, Master Yun Meng said it like that. How should I explain this to Elder Mac Shan? Master Yun Meng calmly waved her hand at him. If Mac Shan wants to investigate this matter, he can come find A. By the way, you don't need to attend the Spirit Martial Academy tomorrow. Hearing that, Bai Dao stood there stunned. Master Yun Meng, you're too cruel. I'm just sending your student away. You want to send me, an old teacher, away? At this moment, Mac Shan stepped out from the crowd. Master Yun Meng, are you going to cover for that cripple? The old man approached and accused. Lang Feng didn't reason with Mac Lan. He severely injured her. Please, headmaster, make a decision. Master Yun Meng casually patted Lang Feng on the shoulder. Elder Mac Shan, hasn't Mac Lan been trampling outside for years now? Moreover, are my disciples so easily bullied? Then she leaned close to Jia Wan and announced, Headmaster, Lang Feng has become a... Hearing that, Jia Wan's face couldn't help but light up. What? Master Yun Meng, are you serious? Master Yun Meng smiled confidently and confirmed it was absolutely correct. Jia Wan then happily declared, let this matter be settled for today. Seeing this, Mac Shan hurriedly reminded, Headmaster, that's not quite right. He chuckled as he continued, it's the young one's business. We old folks shouldn't interfere anymore, but Mac Lan has been a bit arrogant lately. You should discipline her when Elder Mac Shan returns. Behind him, that figure smiled slyly. In just half a month, Lang Feng had become a... What kind of talent is this? This isn't something even little Mac Lan could match. Even if we lose Mac Shan over this, we can't afford to lose Lang Feng. And Mac Shan was left with no choice but to bow his head. Yes, that's good. If you want the kids to settle their own issues, I'll send a few disciples tomorrow to beat Lang Feng into a cripple. Seeing everything resolved, Master Yun Meng looked at Lang Feng. You little brat always causing trouble every day. Don't think that because I helped you today, I won't settle this with you later. Lang Feng shouted arrogantly in another direction. But before he could finish his arrogant rant, Lang King suddenly rushed over. Master Yun Meng thanked him. Master Yun Meng smiled and reminded, Lang Feng, you don't need to go out of the outer gate anymore. From now on, come to the alchemy hall. I'll find a teacher for you. Lang King's expression turned sour upon hearing this. Huh? On the other side, 2 girls blushed as they looked away. Master Yun Meng awkwardly glanced elsewhere. Although today's matter is settled, who knows what will happen in the future? After all, it's a matter for the younger generation. I won't interfere too much. Lang Feng bowed and said loudly, let this be left to a then. My strength isn't enough yet compared to 5th grade martial arts. Tonight we have to train again for sure. Time is flying quickly. Day 2. Everyone starts getting restless. And Gao Yun, do you think Lan Feng can defeat Ma Lan, who's a martial artist? Why has he become so strong? And Gao Yun speaks seriously about his thoughts. It's because of the armor's power. If Lan Feng takes off the armor, Ma Lan would kill him for sure. Someone suddenly points in another direction. Look over there. Isn't that Lan Feng? He seems to be fighting someone. Everyone looks at the 2 of them in surprise. Is it really him? Lan Feng wants to fight in Gaoshen. And Gaoshen firmly holds his hand. praising all around. And Gao Shen is one of the 5 outer gate experts. Moreover, he has abundant combat experience. And Gao Shen points at En with a smirk. Lan Feng not only bullied the disciples of Engao, but also injured Ma Elder's granddaughter. Today you won't be going anywhere. I'll teach you a lesson for sure. Lan Feng twirls his wrist and gives him a look. I said it was blocking my way. Turns out it's that old Ma's dog. Just so happens I learned some moves last night. Let me test them on you. And Gao Shen angrily swings his sword at him. Lan Feng, you're too unruly. Today I must cripple you and Gao Shen. And Gao Yun and the others start cheering. And Gao Shen, let's go. Kill Lan Feng. Avenge our brothers. Lan King is a bit worried. Xiao Feng, be careful. But Lan Feng acts opposite. He taunts him with his hand. A well-behaved dog doesn't block the way. Come on, come on. Let me provoke Gao Shen and get him angry. He'll offend Ma Elder and he must pay for it. As soon as he finishes talking, a sword is thrown out. Lan Feng calmly looks at him. Heaven-grade cultivation method, pursuit of wind. When the sword approaches his foot, Lan Feng lightly jumps away. My teacher can dodge it. And Gao Shen clenches his teeth in anger. How come Lan Feng is so fast? Could he be holding a speed cultivation method? He suddenly appears behind Lan Feng and says, even if you are like that, you're no match for me. Before he can react, another sword comes at him. His moves keep coming out. Lan Feng keeps dodging non-stop. After a few actions, he leaps away. Lan Feng wipes sweat from his face, slightly tired. Seeing him struggling, Gao Shen smirks. He clutches his sword tightly and shouts fiercely. That's all Lan Feng can do, I said so. Take off the armor and you're a cripple. Just relying on this strength to dare touch Miss Ma Lan, die. Then Gao Shen raises his sword high in the sky and shouts, Imperial grade martial skill, full body enveloping chi. Only now does Lan Feng start his moves, just an Imperial grade cultivation method. After gathering energy, he throws a punch at him, Heaven grade cultivation method, dominant power. The two powers clash and Gao Yun is shocked to the core. Isn't it true that Lan Feng dared to challenge Gao Shen? But after just a few seconds, Gao Shen's sword technique shatters into many pieces, and Gao Shen is severely injured and spits out blood. He wonders in horror, did Lan Feng break my full body enveloping chi? How could that be? But before he could react, Lan Feng lunged forward with his sword again. The next move was a beautiful pond-breaking technique. Lan Feng lightly pushed away Gao Then. Seeing this, Lang Than and Little Huang Jing were amazed. Little Feng won, he can still beat Gao Then. Lang Feng looked helpless and shouted, this Gao Then is no good. I have one left and he's already down. Seeing that, Ngayun and the other nearby person trembled uncontrollably, it was terrifying. Lang Feng wasn't injured at all. Gao Then is a second-level martial artist. Just 3 punches and he's defeated. Lang Feng looked at them with a mischievous smile. Hey, you two from Ngao. They were shouting so enthusiastically. Let's have a fight here. Hearing this, Ngayun immediately ran away like his life depended on it. Run fast, run fast. Lang Feng is as strong as a monster now. This guy is so powerful. He can't handle it. Lang Feng helplessly watched them run away. Don't run away. I promise not to kill you. Nangzi will pass through the leaves. 3 days later, we'll have a session on refining 1,000 herbs at Mingwu Academy. Inside Wu Ming, who was lying down resting, asked when both entered. Such loud noises outside. Did someone cause trouble? Lang Feng scratched his head and explained, just rubbing against the little brat's body. Wu Ming didn't press further and waved her hand away. From today, you'll start refining mid-grade elixirs. Lang Feng confidently affirmed, I can do it in 3 days. 3 days later, at the agreed time in the elixir refining hall, Wu Ming's voice boomed. 3 days passed, but no elixir was refined. Wu Ming was extremely angry and pointed to the battlefield Lang Feng created. The furnace has been destroyed several times. Lang Feng, with a messy face, said, Teacher Little Nub, I want to take leave. Wu Ming turned into an evil demon and continued scolding. What, you haven't refined any elixirs yet? Do you still want to take leave? Give me a reason. Lang Feng acted out, looking pale and trembling as he hugged his stomach. There are always a few days like this every month. Teacher, you understand. Wu Meng destroyed the elixir refining hall in anger. What kind of reason is that? Tell me honestly. Finally, Lang Feng told the truth. Actually, I'm about to break through to level 5 martial artist. I need to seclude for a few days. Lang Fan's eyes lit up and turned to ask, Little Feng, your meridians have recovered. Lang Feng immediately came up with an excuse. His nose almost grew long. That day when I climbed the Mount Lang shell, the pressure from the mountain boosted my meridian recovery ability. Lang Feng looked at his hand and continued happily. Then I started training. Now I'm a level for martial artist. Wu Ming beside her noticed Lang Feng's lie. She considered the clever speech. This little guy doesn't even blush when lying. He really has a long face, but true essence energy is crucial for refining elixirs. Give you a few days off. Lang Fen heard this and was overjoyed, taking Lang Feng by the arm. Great. Little Feng, great. Lang Fen beside her continued happily. Actually, with my brother's help, sister has also reached level for martial artist, but I never expected you to surpass me. Lang Feng smiled gently at her, as if he had his own plans. Silly sister, I will become stronger. I promise to refine high-grade elixirs and cure your cold phlegm disease. Unexpectedly, Lang Feng refined the elixir and hid it. So, I made the first condensation foundation pill. I drank it myself first. In the wilderness, under the sparkling Milky Way, Lang Feng's shadow appeared behind a special boot. Lang Feng was training, his clothes were already tattered. The speed of refining in the Void Realm is really fast. I only came to the wilderness for 3 days and have reached level 9 martial artist. Lang Feng took out some medicinal pills to examine them, thinking, usually a martial artist of grade 9 would advance to grade 1. But this time I want to break through to a higher realm, the spirit realm. Then Lang Feng drank the medicinal pill. While the pill can help, success or failure depends entirely on one's natural talent. These thoughts kept running through Lang Feng's mind. In my previous life, I didn't reach this realm either. Only a few people in Sacred Mountain history have achieved it. I must break the 9 pots of true qi and then merge them. Luckily, I have the bronze body to endure the pain of the true qi being torn apart. The effects of the pill began to take place. After that, from the Kai Realm martial tools for grade 1 martial artists, their strength would far exceed ordinary martial tools. In the pain of breaking through the realm, Lang Feng continuously calmed himself. I must break the 9 pots of true qi and then merge them. Luckily, I have the bronze body to endure the pain of the true qi being torn apart. A large vortex appeared, Lang Feng's body emitting blinding light from his abdomen and eyes. Finally, a bright area was illuminated in the wilderness. Afterward, Lang Feng tested his strength. Just one move could shatter the distant mountain. With just one hand, he could split the mountain. Lang Feng excitedly felt the power. The realm of martial tools is so terrifying. A drooling wolf appeared, its growl catching Lang Feng's attention. What? A pack of wolves appeared in the wilderness, but Lang Feng was not afraid. Instead, he found it interesting to say, turns out they are grade 3 martial tools. Lang Ling with one eye. Just right for training. The wolf rushed to attack, immediately getting close and biting Lang Feng's arm. He struggled a bit too fast. But Lang Feng continued the move, sweeping palm. Then he delivered a powerful punch that knocked down the wolf. The others saw this and rushed to attack in one go. Lang Feng's single move pierced through their bodies. The rest met the same fate. After just a few moves, half of the wolves were defeated. Lang Feng was even more excited. He immediately said with fire that had just upgraded, "You're really cunning, trying to surround and attack me. Just in time, I have one move left unused. Let you try it out." Then Lang Feng leaped high and performed the move. His 2 arms formed a spinning fan, heaven-grade technique, heart inflammation excavation. He swept away the savage wolves, finally standing still in the victorious smoke. After trying everything, Lang Feng was extremely satisfied. Perfect. Martial tools of the realm are truly powerful. But he noticed his injured arm drooping down. The flesh strengthening wasn't enough yet. The bronze body must be trained further. Then Lang Feng picked up a wolf and said, "Your Lang Ling with one eye is getting heavier now. Use it for training." After that, Lang Feng carried not just one but a pack of wolves in the wilderness. As he carried them, he hurriedly ran back while worrying. "I've been in the wilderness for 9 days. My aunt might be worried if I don't return soon." Lang Feng calculated that these wild beasts weighed about 3,000 catties, enough to feed him and his aunt for a long time. Previously at Langwu Peak, he could barely withstand the pressure of 2,500 catties. Now he can carry 3,000 catties of wild beasts while running with Chui Feng technique. Suddenly, a larger and stronger wolf appeared. It attacked Lang Feng without warning. Unfortunately, it bit his skin but broke its teeth. The Lang King with one eye will retaliate for his subordinate's sake. Then Lang Feng immediately started the move. He delivered a powerful punch and said, "See the power of my bronze body, die for me." One punch made the Lang King unconscious. This punch is 1,500 catties. Even if you're grade for martial tool, the Lang King with one eye must die. Lang Feng confidently laughed. "Now facing a grade 5 or 6 martial artist, I'm not afraid at all." Leaving the wilderness, night fell over the small house. Lang Feng shouted as he brought back a pack of wild wolves. "TD, little brother is back now." Lang King opened the door. "Little Feng, you're finally back. I was worried sick these few days without you." Lang Feng put down the pack of wild wolves and smiled as he replied, "TD, don't worry. I just trained in the wilderness for a few days." Then Lang Feng introduced his spoils. These are monster beasts at the warrior level, but Lang Than was still very worried. "Little Peak, in the future don't go anymore. Too dangerous." Lang Feng clearly knew her and boasted about his muscles, saying he wouldn't play with his life. His strength now is enough to deal with monster beasts. Lang Fan suddenly remembered Van Meng's terrifying image. "Little Peak, Master Van Meng was very angry because you didn't return for so long. I heard the grinding sound of that day." Lang Feng heard this news and felt dizzy. "Old teacher Little Nuts is really vicious. I'm going to die tomorrow." The next day, many people gathered outside in front of the outer court of Langwu Academy. Lang Feng asked in surprise, "Why so noisy? What happened?" Lang Fan remembered and replied, "Right, you've been in the wilderness lately so you didn't know. Today, there's a friendly match between Langwu Academy students and Mukwan Sect Outer Court." Lang Feng frowned and said, "I heard of Mukwan Sect. It's one of the martial spirit continent sects." But Lang Fan also explained, every 3 years, Mukwan Sect and Spirit Martial Academy will organize a competition between participants from both sides. A strength battle called McLin Great Ratio. Lang Fan detailed each phase. Before that, there would be a friendly match for outer court students of both sides to test their strength. Lang Feng understood and crossed his arms with slight contempt. Turns out it's just a low-level competition between outer court disciples. It has nothing to do with a noble student like me. I can stay here to watch the commotion without having to meet old teacher Little Nuts. Lang Fan noticed someone she knew and pointed them out. "Aren't those McLan and?" Lang Feng saw them in the crowd. Lang Feng sighed. Her injuries healed so quickly, right? No wonder she's the grandson of the elder. She can get a lot of resources. There was already discussion about the prizes among the crowd. They say the prize for Spirit Martial Academy winners is Royal Grade Weapons. Mukwan Sect's reward is a mysterious grade cultivation technique. People couldn't help but be amazed. It's really Royal Grade Weapons and mysterious grade techniques. Lang Fan added some more details. Even inner court geniuses would be eyeing it. Lang Feng thought seriously. Royal Grade Weapons? Powerful. I've never seen them before. Some Spirit Martial Academy students didn't believe they could win. You're too naive. For recent outer court friendly matches, we only won once. It seems Mukwan Sect is treating the prize as within their reach now. Someone rebutted, "This year isn't certain. Our outer court has 3 geniuses, McLan, and they definitely won't lose to Mukwan Sect." When McLan appeared, He confirmed it. This year we'll surely win. The mysterious grade technique from McVan sect is ours for sure. Nearby also spoke up. Just a small McVan sect facing 3 warrior-level experts of ours. They will definitely lose. The elder gave detailed instructions. McVan sect disciples are coming soon. We must win for the outer court. We need to show off our Spirit Martial Academy's might. Bowed and declared, Elder rest assured. All of our outer court students have prepared thoroughly. We will definitely not lose to McVan sect. Someone pointed and shouted in the crowd. Look over there. They arrived. Lang Fong and Lang Fan turned around curiously. At the academy entrance, a group of people wearing robes appeared, looking harmonious and cheerful. The elder called Mick said with a smile, Elderly personally brought them here. We welcome you warmly. Elderly raised his fists in greeting, cheerfully saying, No, it's not us who came late making Mick Elder wait long. A beautiful blonde girl spoke up disdainfully. Those are our McVan sect disciples. They don't look like anything special. Wan Shan said with a normal face, We don't need the 4 great experts of ours to fight. Just Wan Shan alone is enough to sweep away all opponents. Wan Shan barked one woman named Sung Shui on the shoulder and said, Sung Shui, did I say right? Line 60 to 60, 60 Sung Shui, did I say right? Sung Tai spoke softly, It doesn't matter who goes up as long as we can win. One of Mac Van Tang's 4 great experts, Jingmi, said, Let them show off all they want, but without them, there would be no fun opponents to play with. One of Master Mac's disciples shouted, Disgusting, don't stop me, I have to beat him up. An old man advised not to rush in. The match starts this afternoon and Mac La will definitely defeat them. It was already afternoon. Master Mac called out for the competition to begin. The time is here. Let's start. Of course, it was Ning Zanfeng, Spring Mountain's disciple, who said, Does anyone from Spring Mountain's disciples dare come up and take the hit? A Lingsu student named Nao Shenhin Wang stood on the stage and shouted, The Lingsu Nao Shen disciple will defeat him. Below, Mac Van Tang's students cheered like they were watching a pop idol. Go Nao Shan, beat him up. Spring Mountain's disciple pointed at Nao Shan with disdain. Nao Shan was furious and ready to die. Spring Mountain's disciple swung his sword, creating a bright circle, saying it was just a weak 7th level martial artist. Get down from there. Nao Shan stepped off the stage. With injuries all over him, he still gritted his teeth. On the other side of the stage, Spring Mountain's disciple laughed and mocked the Lingsu student. Can't they take a hit like that? Looks like I'll sweep them all away then. Below the stage, students angrily said, Hateful, just an 8th level martial artist. What's so great about it? I'm going to beat him up and make him suffer later. Suddenly, a young man with his hair tied high stepped forward and said, Don't be arrogant. Let's see the true power of Lingsu Academy. Come on and challenge me. No argument. Spring Mountain's disciple laughed and challenged again. Regardless of what family you're from, we all end up the same way. Nao Shan's fate will be the same as his. Let's see the 8th level martial artist's imperial grade technique. Nao Shan flew into the air, wielding a saber with one hand, saying, The decisive saber technique. Then Spring Mountain's disciple calmly swung his sword, creating a loud sound. 6 laminae of indigo and purple appeared in the sky. Of course, Nao Shan fell off the stage. The students' mouths dropped open in shock. No way, even Nao Shan lost. After 2 more rounds, another disciple stepped up, continuing to win with a confident demeanor. By the 4th round, it was clear that Spring Mountain's disciple would dominate. The students sighed in disappointment. We've lost 8 matches in a row. Is there no one here who can defeat Spring Mountain? A Lingsu female disciple said nervously, What should we do? We're about to lose. Another female disciple added, With Nao Shan's strength, he might not have any opponents in the martial artist realm. Spring Mountain's disciple stepped on a Lingsu student and laughed. Are you here to fight too? The person who came was none other than the beautiful blonde girl who made Lan's sister. I'm here to defeat him. Below, 2 elders were casually talking about Master Mac's daughter. Elderly said with a smile, Brother Mac, your niece is already at the martial artist level. She has defeated all of Naoshan's martial artists so far. Those words made Master Mac laugh and say, this year's Linksu Academy disciples mostly broke through to the martial artist realm, which is why they didn't face Mac Van Tang. Elder Lee's voice grew serious as he said, in that case, your martial artists are very powerful. So we're just a bunch of enthusiastic idols. The students cheered. Lan's sister, defeat Nao Shan. Give us this satisfaction. Lan's sister, do it. Master Mac's disciple held the whip provocatively and said, come on, you go first. Spring Mountain's disciple swung his sword. A red flame shot out as he shouted, defeat her and I'll have 9 consecutive wins. Kill! Master Mac's disciple flicked the whip and it touched Spring Mountain's disciple. Spring Mountain's disciple's eyes widened in shock. Deep thought. Damn it! Being an 8th level martial artist is not easy. He was shaken but still shouted, even if you're a martial artist, what can you do? Even if you're a martial artist, what can you do? We will still defeat you. Of course, Maclan Shushi didn't hesitate to sweep Van Shan's face. Unfortunately, you're not qualified yet. Sweep them with a fatal blow. No more arguing, Van Shan falls off the stage. Maclan Shushi pulls the whip and looks down at Van Shan with disdainful laughter. From now on, if you meet me, it's best to take a detour. Maclan Shushi's fan idols won't disappoint others. Steel screams from under the stage. Great, Maclan Shushi is amazing. We will definitely keep winning. Haha. Of course, I saw the for great experts of Mac Cloud sect also fight against her. Elder Mac on the stage happily says, look at that, with just 2 moves she won, my granddaughter is really impressive. Reason Elder's face remains calm as he speaks to someone beside him. Long CSU, come up. The person named Long CSU only nods and greets Reason Elder, then smiles softly saying, yes, I will definitely win the victory. Just now, Long CSU removed his stage costume and stood confidently on the stage, saying, Long CSU of Mac Cloud sect comes to fight you here. A woman stops her angry look and says, turns out these for great experts are only level to martial artists. The other woman then wraps her arm around her wrist, agreeing, right, it seems Maclan is about to get hit now. Maclan Shushi raises her eyes, gritting her teeth as she says, remember this, I am Maclan from the Spirit Martial Academy. Long CSU only nods and says, I will only remember you as a defeated general under my hands. Then Maclan swings the whip at Long CSU and shouts, hush you, I'm going to kill someone. Long CSU blocks the rope with his forearm. Maclan is surprised, her eyes widen in thought, that despicable name. Maclan exclaims, the light shines on the whip, a level 10 attack, energy surging. Long CSU calmly faces the battle, clenching his hands outstretched and says, level 10 attack, Tiger's Roar Fist. They fight each other. Maclan thinks in her head, my chi decapitation technique was broken. His techniques are no different from Leng Feng's, both fast and powerful. Long CSU pulls the whip from Maclan and says, you used 2 moves to defeat Van Shan, so I'll use 2 moves to defeat you. Come on over here. Maclan is surprised by Long CSU's strength as she thinks, it's over now. Long CSU exclaims, die already. Maclan Shushi blows a kiss and says with a panicked face, I lost. Maclan lies on the stage pole, her eyes slowly opening. Maclan sits up on the stage pole, holding her stomach wound as she shouts loudly, Outer Gate Battle. How's the Outer Gate Battle going? Maclan looks at Van Shan lying on the stage pole, who groans, look. Suddenly a man is hit against the wall, causing Maclan to be startled. On the stage, Long CSU shouts, these are the young geniuses of Spirit Martial Academy. Just like Maclan grits her teeth and tightly clenches her hand in anger saying, I never expected Long CSU to be a level for martial artist. No wonder he could defeat us level 2. Martial artists. The disciples sigh as they say, just with 2 people, you defeated our entire outer gate. The strength of Mac Cloud sect is truly formidable. Long CSU challenges and raises his hand saying, who else wants to come up for battle? I see everyone scared now. Reason Elder smirks and says mockingly, Mac Shen Elder, If Spirit Martial Academy has no one willing to fight anymore, then this year's Outer Gate exchange ends here. As he ponders, Reason Elder starts sweating. Damn it. Are we going to keep losing like this? Suddenly, a voice rings out on the stage. Hold on, that's an outstanding young man saying, I haven't fought yet. How can you end things here? The woman pulls back the youth, worriedly says, Xiao Feng, don't make trouble anymore. Young man named Xiao Feng excitedly says, don't worry for me, believe in me. Grandfather and grandson Xiao Feng stand up saying, you're all trash, only relying on that trash of Mac Cloud sect to defeat you guys. The disciples think deeply. Lang Feng waves his finger, disappointedly says, the three of you are even more shameful. As an Outer Gate disciple like me, I'm also embarrassed by you. Maclan wipes her tears weakly saying, you. Suddenly, Lang Feng points at Mac Elder and shouts, and you, old Mac Head. Clearly, in a battle like this, why aren't they calling me the top Outer Gate expert with my might? Mac Elder is furious thinking, what's that brat up to, daring to speak to me like that? Without any concern under Mac Elder's authority, Lang Feng says slowly, alright, don't waste your words, this battle will be mine. Mac Elder hides his anger and gently says, if so, please invite the top Outer Gate expert of Spirit Martial Academy to come fight. Then he thinks in his head, that brat wants to challenge a disciple of Mac Cloud's sect. I'll let you have your wish, wait until you lose, then see how I deal with you. Lang Feng raises both hands in salute. Ren Zhong laughs and says, thank you, Mac Elder, for the courtesy. The disciples scratch their heads on the stage saying that Lang Feng is crazy, he's too naive, thinking that just his physical body can defeat Mac Cloud's sect. At this moment, Lang Feng holds a stick, laughs naturally and says, dealing with those trash from Mac Cloud's sect, I only need this stick. One stick per person, beat them to death. On the stage, Long Siesu points at the grandfather and grandson and shouts loudly, brat, do you think being a top expert means anything? You can still leave now. If you dare come up, I'll break your leg. Xiaofeng and his grandson jump up and spin around. A beautiful spin that makes their opponent panic. Just as you wished, isn't it? Then land softly and say, I'm here now. Long Shui raises both hands to defend and says, alright, if you dare come up, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Lang Feng waves his hand nonchalantly and says, you're not worthy of fighting me yet. Long Shui shouts, what did you say? Lang Feng's eyes shine brightly as he points at one of Mac Yuan's sect's disciples and loudly declares, among all of you, only he can fight the top expert. He is the top expert of Mac Yuan's sect. Maclan mockingly expresses discomfort towards the main character. I thought Lang Feng would challenge Long Shui, but he's scared and chose an unremarkable disciple instead. A senior from Mac Yuan's sect is surprised by Lang Feng's abilities. He thinks this youth can actually see Sung Shui's true strength. This is our secret. Sung Shui covers her mouth and yawns. Wait until you defeat the 4 great experts before challenging me. Seeing her so confident, Maclan considers it. What? Could this youth be the strongest? Makshan also ponders deeply. I never expected Lang Feng to actually see through that young man's true strength. But seeing is one thing, defeating him is another. Lang Feng finds the challenge exciting and says, I have to beat 4 of them at once. Let's do it then, he confidently declares. Let all 4 of them come up together. These words make Maclan's mouth drop. Lang Feng, you're too bold. I want to see how you handle this. Sung Shui is pleased with Lang Feng's demeanor and accepts the challenge. You really have courage. Alright, if you can defeat them all, we'll fight a match. Long Shui then boldly challenges the main character. Hey, brat, your name is Lang Feng, right? I'm a 4th-tier martial artist. Don't hold back. Don't blame me if you die. Lang Feng pays no mind to his boasting and mocks him instead. Let's start with you then. Just warm up. Lang Feng's challenge angers Long Shui. He angrily shouts, do you want to die? Watch my royal rank technique. You asked for it, here it comes. With his powerful move, Long Shui lunges at Lang Feng. But with his high skill level, Lang Feng dodges and turns to look for the main character. What's going on? Where are they? Lang Feng sarcastically answers from behind him. Brat, your speed is too slow. Long Shui turns his head to observe. He's very worried. He can't see anything but a shadow. But he quickly regains composure and attacks Lang Feng again. Watch my most powerful technique now. Royal rank skill. A huge hand rushes towards Lang Feng. Great hand strike. But once more, Lang Feng easily jumps to dodge it. And behind him are the spectators who shout in alarm. Oh no, Long Kui's great hand strike is coming this way. Sung Shui stands up and points towards the great hand strike with a calm gesture. Fix. Sung Shui's swift cut quickly slices through the great hand strike, creating sizzling sounds. Long Ku's powerful strike exploded in Sung Shui's hands. Lang King saw this, feeling both surprised and worried about Lang Feng. Just a few hits broke through Long Ku's technique. Long Ku was already formidable. Who would have thought that this youth is even more powerful? Little Feng will get into trouble now. For Long Ku, he was very angry and hateful. My big move didn't hit those little guys at all. Where did the Han guy go? Suddenly, Lang Feng's voice sounded. Alright, this game is over here. Lang Feng was above Long Ku, preparing to dive down and finish him off. Long Ku heard the main male's voice and turned his head. Everything was too late. Lang Feng had already delivered a fatal blow to Long Ku, shaking the heavens and earth. Lang Feng fainted and lay motionless on the ground with blood coming out of his mouth, where Lang Feng's technique had left marks. After defeating the opponent, Lang Feng was very proud. He was the first one to do it. The four great experts were amazed by Lang Feng's strength. Long Ku was defeated by a blow from him. This kid not only has incredible speed, but also possesses such divine power. Li Meng and his brother friend happily hugged each other, shouting great job. Xian saw Lang Feng win and secretly rejoiced. Little Feng is really powerful. He's no longer a cripple like before. Lang Feng confidently pointed at the group of Mak Vong sect people. Mak Vong sect seems to have 3 more cripples left. Let's go together. Sung Feng immediately stepped forward to accept the challenge, introducing himself as Sung Feng, a 4th-rank martial artist from Mak Vong sect. If you're that confident, I won't hold back anymore. Following his words, he began to display his technique, a royal rank skill, heavenly chasing sword dance, attacking Lang Feng. Lang Feng was not afraid but rather very excited. You 3 go up together. Maybe there's still a chance. But if it's just relying on people. He easily knocked away Sung Feng's swords with his staff. He emphasized, you can't defeat me at all. The swords were pushed back and hit him in the face. Sung Feng was thrown backward by the impact. Sung Feng was furious. This kid actually broke my technique. Saying this, he fell to the ground, creating a cloud of dust around him. The 4 great experts were shocked again. He could actually defeat the high-ranking experts in succession. Li Meng and his friends' excitement for Lang Feng increased further. Lang Feng is so talented. The Mak Vong sect experts are just like this. Lang Feng, keep going. You must win. At this moment, Dong Da Thu and Dong Xiao Thu nodded at each other. The 2 of them stripped off their cloaks and challenged the main male. Little kid, don't be arrogant. Look at our brothers Dong Da Thu and Dong Xiao Thu teaching you a lesson. Lang Feng just raised his fingers and replied, you're only 4th-rank martial artists too. Do you want to find death? Dong Da Thu was furious, charging forward first, showing off the royal rank skill, Golden Thread Strike. Although it looked powerful, Lang Feng easily blocked his attack with his staff. Lang Feng taunted further, is that all your strength? It's really disappointing. Dong Da Thu was very angry, but could do nothing more. Even in front of Lang Feng's power, he started to waver. His right leg sank into the ground under Lang Feng's small staff. At this moment, Dong Xiaothu began his battle. Big brother, I'll help you out here. Royal rank skill, feather leaf down method. Although it looked impressive, he couldn't hit Lang Feng either. Meanwhile, when did Lang Feng circle behind Dong Xiaothu? He smiled and whispered, if you want to attack us, you still need to keep training. Following his words, he used his staff to knock down Dong Xiaothu, causing him to fall into his brother's arms. The 2 who were hit fell unconscious on the ground. Wan Shen saw his teammates lose so miserably that he could only cover his face and sigh. Lang Feng hasn't even used his chi yet. With just a staff, Lang Feng defeated our four great experts. Line 60 is repeated. We're really embarrassed. Li Mu and his friend keep challenging us. Lang Feng is truly ruthless. Lang Feng is amazing. I've made up my mind. Lang Feng is our top outer gate expert. Ma Lan's face has turned dark with anger. Is this really Lang Feng's true strength? If he had used all his strength from the start, maybe I would have died. How annoying! I can't bear it. Lang Feng stands in front of Ma Wan's sect and declares, "Are there any of you who still come up if you don't agree? Don't waste my time. Let's fight, Lang Feng." Everyone is trembling with fear, not daring to speak a word. They cover their faces, unable to look at Lang Feng directly, mumbling nervously. Suddenly, Sung Tui stands up and says, "Let me challenge him." Seeing Sung Tui's confidence, the Mawan sect members are excitedly cheering for her. Sung Tui, quickly deal with him. Help us vent our anger. Li Meng and his friend start to worry about their situation. That Sung Tui seems very confident. Do you think Lang Feng can win? Lang Feng is stronger than we thought. Maybe he can win. Lang Feng remains confident, waving at the opponent. Here, let's see how much power the top expert of Ma Wan's sect has. Sung Shui calmly responds, "Bring out your strongest fighting spirit, otherwise you won't have any chance." Lang Feng replies with a smirk, "When I'm needed, my strength will burst forth." Sung Shui smiles and starts the fight. No more tricks then. She begins to perform her techniques, Imperial Grade Skill, Great Hand Seal. Lang Feng raises his staff ready for battle. He's not as confident as before. Sung Shui is indeed not simple. She's a 4th-tier martial artist. Sung Shui casually uses the Great Hand Seal, larger than long cavities, but he easily breaks it with one strike. Sung Shui smiles and says, "That was just warming up. Try this." She shouts and performs another technique, Great Hand Seal, Leaf Flower Skill. Lang Feng is delighted to face a worthy opponent. He can now use two skills simultaneously. Calmly, he swings his staff into the middle of her technique, but she doesn't give him time to breathe. Sung Shui continues with Tiger's Roar Fist. Lang Feng quickly raises his staff to block. He thinks, the speed is too fast. I might not be able to block it. We're fighting in midair. Below, everyone starts to scatter as Sung Shui can grasp multiple skills. Such high talent. No wonder the four great experts are willing to let him lead. Wan Shen observes and feels surprised that Lang Feng could fight Sung Shui for over a dozen moves. Sung Shui is pushed back, using her foot to stabilize herself. She wipes her hands on her clothes and praises the protagonist. "I didn't expect an outer gate student of Lingsu Academy could compete with me for so long. Alright, let's make it a regular match. Let you broaden your horizons." Sung Shui performs another technique, Imperial Grade Skill, Chaos Mountain Decision. Li Meng and his friend hug tightly in fear. Sung Shui is too powerful. There's this high-level skill again. The small mountain keeps growing. It's terrifying. Huge rocks are flying up into the sky with Sung Shui's shouts. She then yells to attack Lang Feng with these rocks. Lang Feng looks disappointed. "I thought he was formidable, but turns out it's just Chaos Mountain Decision. In my past life, I couldn't even afford that." He remains calm and thinks, "Let me show you the power of a heaven grade skill." He shouts, "Power," and rushes towards the falling rock. He forcefully thrusts his staff into the stone, causing it to shatter. Everyone watching is covering their faces from the dust and wind. The fight is intense. They can't open their eyes anymore. These two are terrifying. Even the Mawan sect members don't know what's happening. It's been going on like this. Who will win or lose? Sung Shui kneels with a dazed expression. She never expected that her heaven grade skill couldn't defeat him. She's now in an unfavorable position. But Lang Feng remains confident and challenges her. "What now? Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve?" Sung Shui suddenly gathers strength and stands up. She puffs out her chest, affirming to the protagonist, "My true power is actually a 5th-tier martial artist." Seeing this scene, Wan Shen is very happy. This is truly Sung Tu's real realm. Lang Feng will definitely lose. Lang Feng's fans are worried and anxious. The opponent is a 5th-tier martial artist using a legendary technique. Can Lang Feng withstand it? But Lang Feng seems to be enjoying Sung Tu's new state, finally showing off his full potential. He thinks this is an opportunity to experience a 5th-tier martial artist combined with a legendary technique equivalent to a 6th-tier one, perfect for some training. Sung Tu's rock suddenly rushes up and starts attacking Lang Feng. She emphasizes, Lang Feng, you're lucky because I'll use all my strength to defeat you. As she speaks, she deploys the legendary technique, Lianshan Decision. Seeing the dangerous situation, Lang King shouts at Lang Feng to charge forward and retaliate. He swings his staff, thinking, let's see if 3,000 pounds of strength can cut through this rock. Grinding his teeth, he deploys a heavenly technique, Heart Inflammation Technique. A half-giant peak is created. It immediately surrounds the giant rock created by Shun Shui. In an instant, it breaks through the giant rock, revealing Shun Shui's position. Lang Feng smiles and says, I found you. As he speaks, he delivers a fatal blow to Sung Tu, making her scream in pain. With that scream, the giant rocks fall onto the ground. Everyone sees this and quickly runs away, except for Lang King, who stands there trembling in fear. Later, only see Sung Tu lying unconscious amidst the chaos. Now, Lang Feng approaches her and speaks. Sung Tu, you're very strong. But unfortunately, you've lost. Master Lang Feng wins. Everyone cheers. Great, we won. In contrast, the Mac Wooten group is sad and sighing. What a pity, we didn't expect even Sung Tu to lose. Mala looks at the main character with envy. This Lang Feng, he will eventually be our most terrifying enemy. At this moment, Mac Shan laughs loudly, declaring, the match ends now. It seems the disciples of Mac Wooten are stronger than before. The Mac Wooten seniors pretend to cough and avoid it. Your Academy of Spirit Martial Arts truly has hidden dragons and sleeping tigers. Lang King is very excited, rushing over to comfort the main character. Xiao Feng, amazing. Lang Feng blushes, shyly patting him. Sister, don't worry, I'm fine. The senior happily hands out a treasure to the main character. Lang Feng, this is your reward. Our Mac Wooten legendary technique. You must cherish it well. Mac Shan reluctantly hands over the treasures to Lang Feng. This is our Academy of Spirit Martial Arts Imperial Grade weapon. Take it. Lang Feng happily accepts both treasures with joy. Thank you, elders. He cheerfully passes them back to Lang King. TD, my body has become much stronger. Not used to using weapons. This sword goes to you. Hearing this, Lang King is overjoyed. This was Xiao Feng's hard-earned reward. I'll cherish it well. Lang Feng unfolds the legendary technique and reads it. He admires, saying, so this is Lianshan Decision used by Shun Shui. It's really powerful. Suddenly, he shouts in the crowd, alright, still follow the old rule. Our Mac Wooten's legendary precious technique can be bought for just 10. The seniors are very surprised upon hearing this. He thinks to himself, this kid is not stupid after all. With a legendary technique, if it's not treated as a treasure, then forget about it. But he still sells it. Now he has an idea. Well, there's a chance to recover our unique sex secret technique. After all, we can't let the Academy of Spirit Martial Arts learn it. Thinking this, he raises his hand and says in the crowd, I'll buy 10. Mac Shan has his own thoughts as well. Lang Feng, you're really foolish. We only need to take advantage of the opportunity to buy it back. Then Lianshan Decision will be our sex ultimate technique. He also raises his hand to join the bidding. 15. Seeing Mark Sun competing with him, Senior Practitioner raised his bid to 20 pills. Neither of them gave in. They kept raising the price 25, then 30, and finally 35 pills. Lang Feng was very pleased to see this scene. He secretly rejoiced. Let's compete. The more you bid against each other, the more I earn. At this moment, Wu Ming suddenly spoke up, offering 100. Ma Sun heard this and became very angry. He clenched his fists and thought, Van Ming is really generous. She offered such a high price for my pills, even if I have more. It can't be as many as an alchemist's supply. Senior practitioner was worried about Van Ming's offer and tried to negotiate with Lang Feng, saying he would give 10, no, 20. Little fellow, you're satisfied now. 20 are enough to buy any rare-grade technique manual. Van Ming smiled and raised her hand, offering 40 pills. Senior practitioner reluctantly increased the bid to 50 pills. We can't offer more, we don't have it. He was very frustrated inside, feeling annoyed, knowing she's raising the price but still having to buy from her. Lang Feng finalized the deal at 50 and said the transaction was successful. Senior practitioner took the rare-grade technique manual and told everyone, "Let's go." Lang Feng politely saw them off, thanking Maven sect members. He said, "Call me next time if you have such a chance to make money again." Sungta turned around and challenged the main character for another fight. Lang Feng agreed immediately, saying, "I'll wait for your challenge." Inside, he was still a bit worried. This loyalty isn't simple. Although I defeated him, my body is still injured. How long has Dov Ming been behind me? Her greeting startled him. "Master Beautiful, it's been a while since we last met." She drew her sword close to his shoulder and asked, "You've trained well outside." Lang Feng gently pushed the sword away and replied, "Master Beautiful, I'll go practice my Gukin now." Van Ming pressed the sword against his neck and asked again, "What else are you alchemizing? You still have a lot of condensed essence pills on you." Lang Feng hesitated to answer, "Master Beautiful, I've handed over everything. Please accept my disciple's respect." Inside, he was cursing Van Ming. "She's even more cunning than me. I can't even recover my losses." Van Ming approached and whispered in his ear, "You trained well outside, didn't you? But how many strikes from a rare-grade weapon could you endure?" Lang Feng gently pushed the sword away and replied, "Master Beautiful, I'll go practice my Gukin now." Van Ming pressed her sword to his neck again and asked, "What else are you alchemizing, Master Lang? You still have a lot of condensed essence pills on you." Lang Feng hesitated, "Master Beautiful, I've handed over everything. Please accept my disciple's respect." Inside, he was cursing Van Ming. "She's even more cunning than me. I can't even recover my losses." Van Ming accepted the condensed essence pills and seemed satisfied. She then gave Lang Feng another task. "Go alchemize, you have 10 days. If you can't make a condensation pill, wait for me." Lang Feng tried to negotiate, "Master Beautiful, only 10 days. Do you want me to die so quickly?" Van Ming was pleased with the main character's compliance and said, "Very good. You have two choices. Alchemize or die now." Lang Feng shook his mouth and kept saying, "No, no, no. I'll alchemize, I'll alchemize." Inside, he was still cursing, "Van Ming is really cunning. If not for my condensation pill, I would be in big trouble now." Suddenly, Haven laughed loudly and said, "I didn't make a mistake." Lang Feng made the Academy of Spirit Martial very proud. He came closer, patted his shoulder, and clicked his tongue approvingly. Line 53 is repeated from line 49. Line 54 is repeated from line 50. Line 55 is repeated from line 51. Van Ming, this girl is really too cunning. Luckily, I've already mastered the condensation pill. Otherwise, she would have forced me to die. Suddenly, Haven laughed loudly and said, "I didn't make a mistake." Lang Feng made the Academy of Spirit Martial very proud. He came closer, patted his shoulder, and clicked his tongue approvingly. "Lang Feng, you can now defeat martial artists now. You're definitely a martial arts prodigy. I think you should leave the alchemy sect. I'll personally teach you to cultivate martial Dao." "How so?" Hearing this, Van Meng reminded him, This, Director, why are you stealing my people like this?" Meanwhile, Lang Fengthovit nodded in agreement with H. Van. What the director said isn't without merit. In H. Van's mind, Van Meng wasn't highly regarded. Van Meng, acting tough like this will only scare the disciples away. Lang Feng is a true genius. Cultivating martial Dao is where he should be. Suddenly, Lang Feng spoke up, "Director H. I'm sorry, but I still prefer alchemy." As soon as he finished talking, he was already far away. Leaving old man H. Van behind, he just wondered about fate. Meanwhile, Van Mung sighed in self-blame. It seems my charm is too strong. There's no way out now. 10 days later, a loud noise caught everyone's attention. Everyone covered their mouths and rushed to see what happened. Lang Fan still cared about the main character. Xiao Feng, how are you doing? At this moment, Lang Feng stepped out from the smoke wearing tattered clothes. Van Mung immediately questioned him. Little boy, for these 10 days, you've been hiding things from me. What do you have to show me now? Lang Feng laughed and pointed at his achievements. How could that be possible? What I want everyone to see are these. After 10 days of effort, 10 intermediate-grade elixirs were successfully refined, their brilliance illuminating the space around them. Seeing these elixirs, Lang Fan couldn't help but admire. Xiao Feng is really impressive. Van Mun also checked with a magnifying glass and praised him. Lang Feng, you're truly an alchemy prodigy. You've advanced to intermediate-level alchemist now. Taking advantage of her good mood, Lang Feng quickly made a request. Beautiful teacher, I want to take some leave. Van Mung agreed, no problem. But suddenly she realized something and turned back to ask loudly. Hold on, you said that again. You want to take leave? Caught off guard, Lang Feng gave a reason. Beautiful teacher, I've temporarily reached my limit. I need some time to think. Otherwise, it might end up like just now, too risky. Van Mung closed her eyes in thought. Alchemists are different from martial artists. More about natural talent and temperament than effort, freeing the mind appropriately. Indeed necessary, Lang then quickly praised Van Meng to help Lang Feng. Right, beautiful teacher, you truly understand. After some thought, Van Meng agreed, but she scolded Lang Fan and threatened Lang Feng. Alright, I'll give you 10 days off. If you don't return in 10 days, I won't be lenient with the rogue voice. Lang Feng shakily agreed to her request. I will definitely come back on time. The rogue voice warned Lang Feng anxiously. Go home early and safely. Xiao Feng, don't make your aunt worry. With determined eyes, Lang Feng replied, don't worry, I'll be fine. However, in the wilderness, Lang Feng was beaten up and suffering while hugging a tree. He struggled on the tree, lamenting, I'm Lang Feng, martial saint, reincarnated into a martial Dao cultivator. The Inmin from Two Lifetimes didn't expect to die here. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he shouted, who would have thought that a group of wild boars chased me up a tree? That's the equipment for crushing martial Dao level 5. Imagining Lang Feng facing overwhelming force, unable to resist, Lang Feng cried bitterly, still recovering from fighting against the flood. I shouldn't have provoked them just now. These wild boars are thick-skinned and surprisingly resistant to my attacks. I was too careless. Looking down at the wild boar struggling with the tree, he continued, unable to fight or run away. It seems I only have one choice left. He could only take 2 elixirs and thought, now I need to advance to martial artist level. His entire body emitted a dazzling light. A mysterious green aura surrounded his body. Then he gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength. The true essence chi of my realm, swirl up. The intertwining air currents made him struggle to maintain balance, push on. Seeing this, even the equipment was impressed and watched intently. Lang Feng could feel it clearly at this very moment. He sensed it. It was right now as the forest spirits gradually fled in fear. But just for a moment, those dark energy streams pushed away the wild boar, and he turned around a few times to make them spin. Lang Feng felt his strength and said with satisfaction, I couldn't defeat the wild boar even at level 1 martial artist. Now 1 strike is enough. This is the power of a martial artist. Then he happily raised his hand towards the sky and shouted loudly, I've leveled up to a martial artist. Looking at the exhausted wild boars, he continued, without their harassment, I'm not sure if I could have advanced so quickly. I must thank them deeply. By that evening, over the large fire, the wild boar was cooked and crispy. He took a big bite out of the thigh and sighed in appreciation. Thank you, forest pigs. It's delicious. At this moment, a deafening shout echoed, calling to a group running towards them while panting. Great, there are people ahead. We're saved. Lang Feng immediately raised his vigilance and asked, Who are you two? What brings you here? One of them weakly explained they were disciples from Macean Monastery, not bad guys. Just as they trained, they discovered a waterfall. The water was rushing fast, actually capable of drowning people. As he savored the large thigh, he listened to their continued description about the flow of the waterfall being even larger. It shouldn't scare you this much. Hearing that, Lang Feng thought in his heart, there's a waterfall here. This is just my luck to train my body. But before he could finish, they continued their story. The problem was the pool of water below the waterfall. They found a golden light spot, thinking it might be some medicinal herbs or powerful weapons, but instead, the remaining person, trembling in fear, continued instead, that light could devour souls and others. Just looking at it caused pain. We ran away quickly, but over 10 of our fellow disciples died there. Lang Feng asked with surprise, can the golden light devour souls? In this desolate place, the scenery looked peaceful, with waterfalls cascading down. He climbed up high and observed, this is it. The waterfall's power is abundant. It's definitely a good place to train my body. Then he covered his eyes from the sun and carefully speculated. Last night, the two disciples of Macean Monastery mentioned that golden light might be here. The golden light flickered below. He shouted, there, immediately, without hesitation. He dived into the water to confirm it was indeed there. Lang Feng swam deeper until he got close to the light spot. He saw clearly in the water and realized, indeed, not wrong, the closer he got, the more painful his pressure points felt. But at the bottom of the river, there were countless human skeletons scattered everywhere. In the middle of a golden lily that shimmered brightly, Lang Feng knew for sure, it's indeed the soul flower. Martial artists and body cultivators, as well as an extremely rare type of cultivator. Imagining those who came here all being killed, he thought they might have condensed their consciousness into mental force to kill people invisibly. That was a spirit mentalist. Lang Feng became even more determined to swim faster towards it, thinking, but to become a spirit mentalist, first, one needs to awaken the mental energy object, and the golden lily is an extremely high-grade soul object. As he touched the golden lotus, his blood dropped out. At this moment, Lang Feng realized that his consciousness was terrified by the soul flower. He couldn't move anymore. Lang Feng suddenly gasped for breath and tried to comfort himself. I didn't easily get reborn. I can't die like this. A talisman immediately attached itself to him. From his forehead, it ascended to the golden lotus. Lang Feng suddenly regained consciousness and wondered, what just happened? It seemed a piece of yellow paper suppressed the soul flower and brought it into his soul sea. What's going on here? Drenched in sweat, Lang Feng sat under the blazing sun next to the glowing sword. He recognized that the soul flower had condensed into a small golden sword. His eyes lit up as he thought, I have mental energy now. I'm a spirit mentalist. He still used his eye to control the sword. The sword plunged straight into a large wooden tree. The healthy tree instantly withered and dried out. Lang Feng was extremely satisfied by this scene, sighing in admiration. So strong! Mental energy is indeed the natural enemy of living beings on Earth. Looking at the powerful water flow below, he muttered, cultivating mental energy can't be rushed. It needs to be done gradually. Now, the most important thing is training with the waterfall. I should increase my strength to 6,000 pounds now. But Lang Feng dived straight down and said to himself, sorry sister, I won't be back on time. I know Master Yunmeng won't make things difficult for me. Inside the Lang Pavilion, there were also worried voices shouting. 10 days have passed and Lang Feng still hasn't returned. Yunmeng, holding a sword, was furious and continued, I'm going to die from anger. This brat thinks he can intimidate me? Lan Than beside him spoke hesitantly in a low voice. How could this be? Xiaofeng had assured himself he would return after 10 days. She could only silently pray, hoping Xiaofeng was all right. Now, Lan Feng has been in the wilderness for 10 days. After enduring the pressure from the waterfall, Lan Feng's physical strength reached 8,000 pounds and he began to lose consciousness. In the wilderness, a figure lay motionless on the thick snow. A group led by Jia Yun had entered the wilderness to search for him. Jia Yun pointed at the mountain in front and shouted loudly. With Lan Fang's physique, beasts of martial artifacts couldn't harm him. So maybe he has reached this level of mountain range for martial artists. Beside, Vong Meng still spoke with a teasing tone, saying that this kid had been missing for a full month, and she thought it was 9 out of 10 chances he was eaten by dogs. Inside Lan Than's heart, he secretly rejoiced, thinking that Master Vong Meng, though sharp-tongued, showed concern for Xiao Feng, especially inviting the dean to bring people to search this time. At this moment, 2 loud drum beats urged them on, and Jia Yun immediately stepped forward to warn them. Stop, something has changed. Ahead, it seemed like a large beast was there. A strange figure emerged from the snowstorm. Another person wearing only a thin coat carried an enigmatic object on their back. Lan Than couldn't believe his eyes and covered his mouth in shock. That's Xiao Feng. Beside him, Vong Ming continued, it seems like it really is him. Xiao Feng happily called out to them from afar, Auntie, beautiful teacher, Dean, why are you all here? Jia Yun laughed joyfully and replied, Xiao Feng, your strength seems to be growing stronger. You're truly a remarkable talent. Lan Than was so happy he shed tears of appreciation. Xiao Feng, it's good that you're alright. I finally found you. Xiao Feng waved and laughed loudly in response. I'm fine. It made Annie worry about me. Thank you for coming to find me. But Vong Meng still roared with a fearsome expression. You're not hurt now, but I think you're going to have trouble soon. I gave you 10 days off. You extended it to a month on your own. Do you want to die, brat? Xiao Feng quickly hid behind Lan Than and weakly said, Teacher, I was wrong. Next time, I'll definitely not break my promise. Lan Than turned around with bright eyes and asked Xiao Feng, why is your skin so white? Didn't it used to be dark? Xiao Feng looked at his hands and confidently replied, this, right? Then he explained that on the 12th day in the wilderness, Lan Feng sat under a large waterfall, and his skin turned white. Lang Feng shivered under the strong water flow. I think I passed out before, but right now I realize my copper mirror's light is getting stronger. It seems that during my unconsciousness, I gradually adapted to this for 1,000 kilograms pressure. Looks like the waterfall training really works. He clenched his fist firmly. The waterfall training does indeed have its effects. I must continue to persevere. For 25 days in the wilderness, he still sat under the water enduring it. He could only silently marvel. In recent days, the water flow has become more violent. The water pressure is now at 10,000 kilograms. He didn't give up and kept thinking to himself, 10,000 kilograms is a milestone. If I can endure it, I might reach the new phase of transformation. His whole body glowed as he roared out loud. Risking it, the water from the waterfall began to surge and flow. Lang Feng boasted happily about this achievement, but in reality, nothing much changed. This is how I soak myself. Lang Feng broke through the 10,000 kilograms barrier. Berchengan praised his success in cultivation. Van Meng angrily drew his sword and pressed it against his neck. Soaking yourself, you little brat, you really are just sightseeing. After a moment, H.A. Van Leon appeared behind him to rescue him. Oh, Master Van Meng is too violent. This can't be allowed. The effect was counterproductive. As he talked, H.A. Van tried to pull his hand away from the sword's edge. So, Lang Feng, do you want to consider leaving the alchemy hall? I will personally teach you martial arts. You can definitely become a new martial arts genius. Master Van Meng frowned and cleared his throat before replying. As the dean, I must remind you of something. 2 months later, when Makvung Academy entered the Spirit Martial College, there was an alchemist grand trial. Lang Feng was the only disciple from our alchemy hall. So Haven helplessly slapped himself hard. He suddenly remembered and interrupted. Well, that's right. This concerns the face of the Spirit Martial College. We should prioritize competition over trials. It seems we can only try to lure them next time. Lang Feng pointed to fingers at Van Meng. 2 months is too short a time. How many people are participating in total? Master Van Meng crossed his arms and answered lazily. Makvung Academy will have 9 participants. Add you. That makes 10. He looked at Van Ming pitifully with pleading eyes. Can I get a position in the bottom 10? Master Van Ming couldn't help getting angry. She drew her sword and said, I'll kill that little brat of yours. There are only 10 participants in the alchemist competition. You want a position in the bottom 10. Lang Feng was scared. He raised his hands high to show his determination and confidently declared, All right, I agree. Lang Feng was determined. Master Van Ming was determined. Spirit Martial College was determined. Seeing this, Van Ming's anger subsided a bit. She sighed in satisfaction. Then she retracted her sword back into its scabbard. Don't underestimate it. With Makvon Academy's strength, your opponent won't just be a high-level alchemist. So Lang Feng's eyes suddenly became unusually determined. He said, I understand. Then he looked at the trembling Link then under the cold snow and thought to himself first, it will be the high-grade medicinal herb Dong Hyat Dan. I must use it to help my sister get rid of her cold phlegm. A while later, in the alchemy furnace of the sect, white smoke billowed out. At this moment, Lang Feng was covered in steam. He despondently held a plate and looked far away with a dull expression on his face and his playful head. Lang Feng combed his hair. His pitiful appearance couldn't help but evoke admiration. High-grade medicinal herbs are hard to come by. I failed for 10 days now. Master Van Ming heard him sighing from outside the door. Did you fail again? He gestured with his hand and said just a little more and it's done. I feel like I'm close to the key point, but still missing something. Van Ming sees him as pitiful and comforts him by patting his shoulder. Progress is fast enough. Rushing won't help. Lang Feng sheds happy tears of gratitude, thanking the teacher for being so kind. In less than a moment, the teacher waves goodbye and leaves. Work hard, just keep trying your best to catch up. Touched, Lang Feng waves back. I'll try my best. Goodbye, teacher. After Van Ming's teacher departs, his face gradually turns sinister. Luckily, I hid it well. The teacher hasn't noticed yet. He pulls out a glowing medicinal pill from his body. Lang Feng looks at the treasure in his hand with bright eyes. Quickly, he puts the medicinal pill into his lower belt pouch, and his face turns sly. The higher the grade of the medicinal pill, the higher the fire requirement. To reach the cultivation stage, one must train for several years like that. Lang Feng extends both hands to channel a new flow of energy. But I'm a genius alchemist. Surprisingly, I found this method to refine medicinal pills. He stands in a lunge and channels internal energy with his hands. Lang Feng focuses his hands on the sides of his temples, emitting a white-yellow ray from between them. Just one thread of spiritual force can deeply immerse your consciousness into the pill refinement process. Success rates are extremely high. He channels internal energy towards the medicinal pill. The spiritual master's mental power can precisely materialize specific consciousness. Controlling this pill refinement is absolutely not something a regular alchemist can match with just true qi. After a moment, he admires the glowing medicinal pill that has reached perfection. His face involuntarily licks his lips. Success rate seems to be almost 100%. Am I now the best? Lang Feng happily rummages through his inventory, counting how many high-grade glowing pills he secretly refined after Van Ming. Meanwhile, Van Ming's teacher walks leisurely, thinking about her good student. Even if he doesn't excel in respect for teachers, it's progress. Despite that, he can't even refine a single high-grade medicinal pill. He is still a good disciple of mine. Back to Lang Feng, he chuckles at the pile of refined high-grade pills. All these high-grade pills are mine. I won't give any to Van Ming. Van Ming happily lies back on the long chair. Although this brat has failed for 10 consecutive days, his bad temper is gone. He's becoming more obedient. Being a teacher seems easy, but 20 days have passed, and Van Ming gradually doubts himself. A month has passed, and he keeps trying every day. But why hasn't he succeeded even once? Should I come up with some new sayings for that brat? Being a teacher is too hard. On the other side, Lang Feng sneaks around like a thief. Today, the teacher isn't in the alchemy room, but as soon as he enters, Lang Feng is startled by what he sees. Hey, why are you here? Van Ming looks at him with a guilty face and greets, Good morning, my good disciple. The teacher says she noticed you haven't refined any medicinal pills in a month. Today, she came to check on your alchemy. Lang Feng nervously scratches his head. Teacher, look inside this alchemy room. It's not suitable for men and women. But as soon as he finishes talking, Van Ming draws her sword and swings it at him. What? Don't you want to refine anymore? Lang Feng trembles in fear, stammering, refine, refine, refine. Van Ming turns into a devil, red-eyed with anger, holding her sword before him. Could you have refined anything after failing for a month? Lang Feng is so scared he chokes up. His soul almost leaves his body. He cries out in fear, yes, yes, yes. Under Van Ming's supervision, he reluctantly starts refining pills. Van Ming impatiently swings her sword at him. Kid, are you done? Lang Feng helplessly pulls out a glowing red pill. I'm done. While people were sleeping, I finished it. Look, here it is, still hot. Upon seeing the pill, Van Ming takes out a magnifying glass to inspect it. This is the highest grade Hyatt Dan blood nourishing pill. Van Ming quickly turns her face and pats Lang Feng's shoulder. Bad kid, you finally refined a high-grade glowing pill. Good job, keep trying. But that pat made another high-grade pill fall from his pants. Seeing it, Lang Feng curses in fear. Fate, this is the end for me. Van Ming quickly picks up the pill. This is a high-grade medicinal pill too. Again, you're still hiding something. She flips her face and yells, bad kid. Actually, you could have refined high-grade pills earlier, right? Quickly, how many did you secretly refine? He's covered in chicken and duck feathers from sweating, trembling with fear. That's all, just these two left. But he secretly thought to himself. He had secretly refined every type of high-grade elixir. He had over 100 inside him. If Veming confiscated them all, he'd cry his eyes out. Veming drew her sword and gave him a few slashes. Veming angrily grabbed his bottles and questioned him. You rotten brat! He said there were none. This place is full of high-grade elixirs. Lang Feng, in tattered clothes, painfully ran out. That's all that's left. There really aren't any more. Veming chased after with her sword. I believe your head. You rotten brat. It goes deep. Don't even think about swallowing it all. Stop right there. Lang Feng ran while singing loudly. This is bad now. The old teacher wants to snatch something. Veming tiredly stopped, wiping sweat from her face. I wasted my patience encouraging him like that. Turns out this brat acted like he was performing for me. Encouraging such a person is useless. Violence works better. But then she smiled happily, thinking Lang Feng had successfully refined various herbs in a month. He's considered a genius now, but I never thought he would directly refine high-grade elixirs. Her eyes fixed on the glowing pill in her hand. This brat's alchemy talent is truly outstanding. Another month passed, and the grand alchemy trial was here. Ling King worriedly looked at Xiao Di and reminded him, Xiao Feng, today's the big alchemy trial. Make sure nothing goes wrong. I heard some disciples of Macean Monastery are high-level alchemists. Veming happily pointed to her cabinet full of elixirs. Look, these are all high-grade elixirs made by Lang Feng. A master produces a disciple. Under my guidance, Lang Feng is also a high-level alchemist now. Seeing this, Lang King was wide-eyed in amazement. Seeing her so happy, Lang Feng patted his chest confidently, telling Ti Tai to relax, but inside, he wept. That's what they call a master producing a disciple. It means I had to force myself to make hundreds of elixirs and then have them confiscated completely. Too bad the old teacher doesn't know I'm not an ordinary high-level alchemist anymore. Lang Feng tightly gripped his hand, eyes full of confidence. The Grand Alchemy Trial, I'll definitely win. For this competition, I've prepared to powerful moves. Time passed until the day of the Grand Alchemy Trial. Heiyuan warned him a little worriedly. Lang Feng, they say the other side isn't weak. Are you sure about your chances? Lang Feng confidently patted his chest and affirmed, I'm definitely in the top 10. Veming suddenly lunged from behind to pinch both cheeks, a total of 10 people. What good does being in the top 10 do you? If you can't get first place, don't even think about asking for leave again. Lang Feng regained his confidence and affirmed again, alchemy is small stuff, asking for leave is big business. Beautiful teacher, please rest assured, it's not just 9 useless guys. Watch me trample them under my feet. Hearing this, Heya once spat out the water she had just drunk. This Lang Feng has changed so much for better or worse. Outside, people began to whisper. They say the 9 disciples of Macean Monastery have extraordinary alchemy talent. Several are already high-level alchemists. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise. This is going to be tough. Lang Feng fights very well. Like in alchemy battles, can he beat a high-level alchemist? He then looked at the group of purple-robed people advancing. Look, the disciples from Manhua Temple are here. The senior elder smiled and clasped his hands in a fist as he greeted. I didn't expect Deputy Senior Elder Dijin to be here. Truly an honor. Heya responded politely. This year is the first competition between our alchemy sects. Of course, we must take it seriously. The Manhua Temple alchemy sect's cold wine disciple approached and mockingly asked, who was the only student from the Spirit Star Martial Arts Academy Alchemy Department. Chairman of the Manhua Temple Alchemy sect also arrived, laughing with a mocking expression. Such a young kid, maybe he spent all his time fighting, wouldn't even know what alchemy is. That's right, Lang Feng and Little Golden Yellow confidently replied. Just laugh now, when you lose, everyone will cry. After some time, Heya stood on the high platform and announced, with both parties gathered here, I declare the alchemy grand competition officially begins. Everyone stood in front of their own alchemy furnaces. Heya continued to explain that there would be 3 rounds in total. The first round was for testing the quality of the elixirs. Elixirs are not graded, those with superior quality win. 2 hours later, 10 people were reduced to 5. Changmin reminded Lang Feng to look at him. Did you hear that, little brother? The first round was between 10 and 5. I see you can only come here. Are you so nervous you want to cry? Lang Songshan, the Manhua Temple Alchemy sect disciple, casually continued. Changmin, let him be. Let's start then. Lang Feng surprisingly pulled out a chair in front of everyone and sat down to deal with them. I'll keep my cool. He stretched and leaned back on the chair. Pretty teacher, let me lie on your cloud chair for a while. I'm going to take a nap now. On the other side, Van Meng was so angry, he almost blew smoke out his nose, but couldn't do anything about it. What's this kid doing? In situations like this, naturally falling asleep is the best option. The senior elder laughed and said to Heya, director of the Dizzy Academy, your precious disciple has a unique personality. That's what we call not fighting. Using this method to avoid embarrassment in defeat. Our teacher is trying to provoke me. Heya awkwardly replied, that's one of our disciples. He really has a unique way of thinking. But he secretly panicked inside. What is this guy doing? I said we should take first place. Where is the trust between people? The crowd behind started to stir. Lang Feng, did he really fall asleep during the competition? He did. Really? He's still dozing off. Changmin looked at him with disapproval. I thought he was a hidden master. Turns out, just a complete waste of space. Han Shao continued to mock as he put the spirit medicine into the alchemy furnace. He's nothing but a nobody. He doesn't have any real skills at all. On the other side, Van Meng angrily shouted towards Lang Feng, who was still sleeping. Lang Feng, if you don't want to take a break anymore, I'll give you half a month off if you win. Suddenly awake, Lang Feng raised his hand in negotiation. A whole month? Van Meng regained confidence and happily agreed. Alright, I agree with you. If you can't defeat me, I'll make sure you remember what cruelty is. Feng Lang wakes up. His face and demeanor show 10 points of confidence. I'm definitely going to win. I'll make them remember how cruel I am. Kwang Man complains loudly while refining pills. Did you hear that? This little brat is really overstepping his bounds. Han Shao continues what the lady said. That punk also has some guts. Clearly, he doesn't take us seriously. Only Ling Songtian remains calm to advise Kwang Man and Han Shao to focus on refining pills. Don't let him bother you. Fang Lang tightly grips his hand, eyes filled with pride. It seems my true strength can no longer be hidden. Saying that, he sends a massive internal force towards the pill refinement area. Seeing this, Yunmeng is surprised and thinks to himself, it's a martial artist with full energy control. This little brat is hiding his skills more and more. Sitting in the stands, Jia Yan is so amazed she can't sit still. Fang Lang is truly extraordinary. I thought he was just a body cultivator and alchemist, but now he's no longer a martial arts cripple. He's even reached the level of a martial artist. Looking at Feng King, who smiles contentedly, Little Phoenix has made such rapid progress. He's stronger than me, suddenly promoted to a martial artist. The #1 fan group is clapping loudly. Oh my! I didn't expect Fang Lang to be a martial artist. I thought he only had that rough strength. The second fan group agrees. Fang Lang's martial arts cultivation has progressed. Does this mean he doesn't have time for refining pills? #1 responds, yes, exactly. On the other side, Fang Lang gradually senses it out. The heat is just right now. That's it. His eyes shine brightly. A beam of light emanates from between his eyebrows. Spiritual force. At Mochu sect, Kwang Man proudly displays his pill. Alright, the nourishing spirit pill is done. Han Xiao happily shows his own pill and congratulates Sister Kwang. This nourishing spirit pill of sisters looks so high grade, it's much better than mine. He points towards Ling Songtian again but says the best still goes to Brother Ling. Not only is the quality perfect, but it's a mid-level medicinal pill, condensation foundation pill. Old Ling seems pleased and glances at Han Yan. These young ones are boosting their own spirits, even though they're just. Han Yan smiles. The 9 children of Mo Yun sect have all finished. Why is Fang Lang still not done? On the other side, Fang Lang's body is drenched in sweat. He silently reminds himself that time is running out. His eyes are tightly shut, his brow furrowed as more sweat pours down. He inwardly grumbles, damn it, this heat is harder to control than I thought. Kwang Man and Han Xiao mock him for the effort he's putting in. Nearly 2 hours have passed. That little brat still hasn't refined anything. I think we should end the pill refinement teaching. Let's see what he comes up with. Otherwise, our skills won't be shown off. Yunmeng looks worriedly at him. Fang Lang should have been the first to complete it based on his strength. Why is it taking so long? Could he be facing unexpected difficulties? Before anyone could understand, a loud sound echoes with shock. Fang Lang struggles and coughs. I failed. Kwang Man and Han Xiao can't help laughing loudly. I knew you wouldn't make it. Next moment, Fang Lang pulls out a large potato. Roasting potatoes is really hard. Hearing that, Kwang Man and Han Xiao's mouths drop in shock. Roasting potatoes. Yunmeng is immediately tickled right where it hurts. She shouts loudly, Fang Lang, are you trying to die? Do you still want to ask for a break? Lang Feng calmly threw a potato behind him and replied, beautiful teacher, don't get too impatient. I've already finished making the elixirs early. They're just too slow. I was bored, so I roasted the potato for fun. From the alchemy furnace, Lang Feng took out a beautifully crafted elixir. This is the one I made. King Man was so shocked he almost lost his soul. That's a high-grade elixir, blood-sustaining elixir. Leading Elder held the blood-sustaining elixir and examined it closely. Impressive, not only is it a high-grade elixir, but its quality is perfect too. The crowd started whistling and clapping their hands. Lang Feng did great. I didn't expect him to make a high-grade elixir. He's really impressive. Look over there, those who were eliminated are all from MC Van Tang disciples. Han Tiu and his group returned from Van Tang in dissatisfaction. Disgusting. Lang Feng waved his hand at Han, not bothering to see them off. Kang Man angrily pointed at him. Brat, this is our first battle. We'll turn you into a dog in the afternoon. Lang then slumped and said with lack of enthusiasm, don't rush it. We'll turn all 4 of you into dogs this afternoon. Leading Elder looked puzzled at him. This boy's talent is quite terrifying. It won't be easy to get rid of him. We need a plan. Leading Elder tried to hide his dissatisfaction and said happily to Han Long, the Spirit Martial Academy, has indeed recruited an excellent disciple. I admire you. I admire you. Han Van immediately clapped his hands and politely replied, "Leading elder, it's an honor. We'll have our second round of competition this afternoon. Please wait a moment, time is up." H.A. Van stood on the stage and announced the rules for the second battle. The second battle will be about the quantity of elixirs. Elixirs won't be graded by quality. Whoever has more wins. This round ends after 4 hours. Among 5, 3 are eliminated at the bottom. Kangman proudly pointed at himself and taunted, "Brat, aren't you a bit arrogant? Anyone who can make high-grade elixirs like me. Let's see who has more quantity." Lang Feng excitedly waved his hand at her. "Just as I thought, only by making high-grade elixirs is it fun." Kangman confidently gripped her hands and looked determined at him. "If I lose, I'll beat you into a pulp." H.A. Van was also slightly worried. Lang Feng shouldn't fall for the trap. He should make lower-grade elixirs to have more quantity. Van Meng approached and calmly said, "Director, sir, don't worry, Lang Feng is so smart. If he dared to compete, he must have his own strength." The second competition of the alchemy contest began. Kangman concentrated and proudly looked at Lang Feng, waiting for her turn. Lang Feng was in a middle position now. Only 2 can enter the third round. I didn't have much hope to begin with. Just getting some people down is enough now. The more she looked, the more arrogant she became. Lang Feng, who made high-grade elixirs with me. Then he was eliminated due to low quantity. Seeing her stare at him without breaking away, Lang Feng sighed helplessly and thought, "MC Van Tang people are really foolish. Thinking I can't see through your plan? I confidently put the ingredients in the alchemy furnace, showing off my first evil move." After 4 hours passed, the Van Tang group withdrew their elixirs they made. "I'm done." Made 10 lower-grade elixirs and completed 7 of them. Not bad. Out of my 10 lower-grade elixirs, only 6 were completed. The 8 people kept looking at leading elder Song Tian and praised him non-stop. Still, leading elder is the best. Lower-grade elixirs made 10 in total, all completed. He seemed modest and replied that actually, completing 10 intermediate elixirs wasn't a problem. It was just more stable this way. Above, Han Yun clenched his fists tightly as he finished the 10 elixirs with a 100% success rate. Like being hit on the side of the head, Cloud Dream Scholar looked at the headmaster. The situation is too dangerous now. Lang Feng wanted to enter the next round, but only needed to make 8 instead. He chose to refine high-grade elixirs. At this moment, Kwang Man was also done. She looked regretfully at the elixirs in her hands. Unfortunately, it couldn't be a complete success. He refined 5 high-grade elixirs, but only for succeeded. But secretly, she felt pleased. As long as she could fool Lang Feng, that was enough. This brat hasn't finished yet. Looks like he's going to fail. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, startling her. "Oh my!" Kwang Man rubbed her bottom and looked around nervously. "I'm dead. Who did it?" From the smoke inside, Lang Feng scratched his head dazedly. "I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself at the moment." The alchemy furnace exploded. Kwang Man pointed at him mockingly, covered in soot. "Lang Feng, the alchemy furnace of that person exploded. That guy is definitely done for." She angrily cursed. Someone must have intentionally sabotaged it. Lang Feng threw a high-grade elixir at her. "Don't be angry. If you can't, I'll give you a high-grade glowing elixir as a reward." Kwang Man took the elixir, but still poked back. Looks like you managed to make some after all. But if you only made 1, it's not enough." Before she could finish, she shouted loudly, "What, you, Lang Feng, just produced 9 high-grade elixirs. 1 isn't enough. I still have 9 left." She was definitely trying to provoke him. "Ha, looks like you managed to make some after all. But if you only made 1, it's not enough." Before she could finish, she shouted, "What, you, Lang Feng, just produced 9 high-grade elixirs. 1 isn't enough. I still have 9 left." "What?" Lang Feng took out 9 high-grade elixirs and said, "1 isn't enough. I still have 9 left. Look at that." Cloud Dream Scholar was delighted as she praised. producing 10 high-grade glowing elixirs in one go. This brat secretly hid this talent from me. Even I didn't know about it. Jia Yun observed and thought to himself, originally thinking Lang Feng's martial artist was terrifying enough, but his alchemy is even more frightening. Senior Elder Ling was displeased, but dared not look at the scene in front of him. We planned to make the Spirit Martial Academy lose face. Who knew we would end up losing face instead? The crowd cheered loudly. Lang Feng stood out. He's truly a prodigy. Look, Lang Feng just humiliated Mao Yun Temple's disciple again. Kuang Man clenched her fists and looked at him resentfully. How hateful! We were all eliminated. We got beaten by that brat. Lang Feng waved his hand and reminded, "Hey, don't go. I forgot our door too. I still haven't kicked Kuang Man's ass to the point where she can't speak." The crowd enjoyed watching this spectacle. Lang Feng truly devoured people and spat out bones. Senior Elder Ling waved his hand awkwardly, trying to defuse the situation. This is just an alchemy competition. Even if we keep our promise, don't use martial artists with full energy. Lang Feng made a fist and bowed his head happily, of course. This was just an alchemy contest. As I see it, even if you fulfill your promise, don't use martial artists with full energy. Lang Feng clasped his hands into fists. He bowed his head cheerfully, of course. That's of course. The crowd continued to discuss. Previously, Lang Feng relied on his physical strength to crush all of Mac Yunsek's outsiders. What is martial artist chi? Done. It seems Elder Leader doesn't know about Lang Feng's glorious achievements. King Man, who isn't afraid, boldly points at Lang Feng. Lang Feng, don't get too cocky. Elder Brother Hein is a true genius alchemist. But before she could finish speaking, she was hit on the butt by a force. He's definitely going to win in the third round. She then shot up like a rocket and shouted, "Die," as she flew high into the sky. Seeing this, Elder Leader worriedly stood up. Kang Man, he thought, such a young man can deal such heavy blows without using fake martial arts equipment. The crowd couldn't help laughing loudly. This is the result of underestimating Lang Feng. After all, he's our top outsider expert. Yun Meng and Ya Yun arrived. She asked, Lang Feng, are you sure about tomorrow's third round? Elder Twin Sky's strength is really formidable. I heard he was already a high-level alchemist several years ago. Lang King isn't afraid. She gives them a thumbs up. So what if he's a high-level alchemist? The beautiful teacher only cares about one thing. Is it true that you can take a month off, sir? Hearing her words, Ya Yun and Yun Meng couldn't say anything. The next day's alchemy competition attracted many more spectators. Seeing King Man, Lang Feng immediately taunted her. Hey, Miss King is still alive. Unhappy, King Man hid behind Elder Twin Sky and confidently declared, Lang Feng, I will defeat you today. Lang Feng waved his hand with a provocative gesture. Looks like you're strong. Come on then. Seeing the situation was unstable, Ya Yun immediately announced, Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare that the third round of alchemy competition at Mac Yun Sect Academy will now begin. The two of them exchanged intense gazes as Lang Feng faced Elder Twin Sky. Their duel officially began. Yawen stroked his beard while announcing the rules. In this round, they would compete in the grade of medicinal ingredients. Whoever has a higher grade ingredient wins. The time limit is 6 hours. Elder Twin Sky started selecting materials for himself. Lang Feng silently evaluated his choice. He might want to make high-grade medicine, so he chose the mysterious pill. Thinking of this, he couldn't help smiling widely. If that's the case, I'll win for sure because my second secret move is selling a set of mysterious pills. He couldn't stop thinking about his bright future. With half a set of mysterious pills, a genius alchemist might surpass its grade limit. Selling a set of mysterious pills would be more powerful than other high-grade medicines. This kind of medicine can almost reach the level of a mysterious pill with just one step left. Saying this, he excitedly started the competition. Let's begin. Elder Leader smiled and pretended to praise them. The students of the Spirit Martial Academy are so enthusiastic. But in his heart, he was secretly relieved. It seems this kid doesn't fully understand the situation. Yun Meng politely replied, Elder Leader is too kind. In her heart, she worried. Elder leader looks very composed today. I have a bad feeling about this. On the other side, Elder Twin Sky was putting in all his effort. He thought to himself, great. Persist. I can't lose. Lang Feng relaxed and calmly mixed the medicine. The medicinal fluid had successfully merged. Everything was going smoothly. Suddenly, he felt a wave of doubt. No, something seems wrong. Elder Twin Sky knows that I can make high-grade medicines. A thought suddenly popped into his head, making Lang Feng even more determined. Why is he so confident today? It shows he has a way to beat me. After all, he's the strongest disciple of Mak Yun sect. He could definitely make half a set of mysterious pills. Even his strength level was gradually changing, becoming more serious. If I continue making half a set of mysterious pills, it won't be interesting anymore. Even without trying, I have to take the risk. We need pure qi. We have to integrate the storm of void into the medicinal pill. He immediately struck the furnace with a heavy blow. The crowd looked at him doubtfully. What is Lang Feng doing? Is he crazy? Elder Lang stroked his beard, smiling proudly. This little brat came up with too many ideas. I think he's about to blow the furnace. Jia Yun looked worriedly at Wan Meng. The furnace was lifted. Could this pill-making technique work? Wan Meng replied doubtfully, not knowing what happened. I've never seen him do this before. Turning back to Lang Feng, he was still pouring his qi into the furnace with all his might. The integration of Storm of Void could control the fiery essence. His eyes suddenly lit up as a beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows. The immense power caused the pill-making furnace to explode. Fragments and qi scattered everywhere. Elder Lang Tian on the other side shouted loudly, pulled out the pill, and stopped making pills. He looked excitedly at the pill in his hand as he panted. We succeeded. Elder Lang ran towards him happily. We succeeded. We succeeded. Wan Meng stood up, puzzled. It's not a high-grade dragon fruit pill. It must be. Elder Lang raised the pill high and shouted excitedly. Although it's a refined pill, it has reached the level of half-transcendent pills. Moreover, its color is perfect. He suddenly sneered inwardly. In fact, last night, Elder Lang secretly played dirty tricks. From Lang Feng's technique, I can be sure he hasn't made a transcendent pill. At most, it's only half-transcendent pills. Moreover, Lang Songtian, who has been refining half-transcendent pills for years, if both of them refine simultaneously, even with his talent, he might not surpass the other in rank. Now they looked at each other and understood our plan worked. Quang Han smiled viciously from the crowd. What's Lang Feng's deal? Dare to compete with senior brother Lang. The competition is over. Wan Meng's expression changed. She spoke slightly discontentedly. We won too easily yesterday. We underestimated our opponent. We undervalued Lang Songtian's capabilities. Jia Yun beside her calmly reminded. Teacher Wan Meng, don't worry. Lang Feng hasn't given up yet. As for Lang Feng, he's still very confident and secretly affirmed that I must refine a more powerful pill than half-transcendent pills. Wan Meng couldn't hide her concern as she looked at him. What is Lang Feng doing? In the last 3 rounds, we always struggled until the end. Can we succeed once for real? The crowd of spectators started to look gloomy. Lang Songtian has already refined half-transcendent pills. It seems Lang Feng can't win now. Suddenly, there was a huge commotion from Lang Feng's side. A black pill flew out of the furnace. Lang Feng quickly caught it. He sighed tiredly. Finally, I made it. But I wonder how effective it is. Just seeing Lang Feng's pill, Lang Songtian changed his expression. I didn't expect him to make one. Quang Men approached to comfort him. Brother, don't worry. I see, even if he made it, the quality isn't that great. Wu Ming approached anxiously and asked Feng Lang, what kind of medicinal pill did you finally refine? Feng Lang looked gloomily at his hand. It's this, he said as he opened his palm to reveal a smelly black pill. Qiang Man laughed loudly while holding her stomach. Brother, what is this? It looks so dark and smelly. Isn't it some kind of impurity? The crowd looked pale. If they really refined something like that, the Spirit Martial Academy would lose face. Wu Ming held up the black pill in her hand to examine it closely. Something seems off here. On the other side, Qiang Man and Han Xiao continued to mock with satisfaction. I knew Feng Lang was just pretending. Brother, take a look. His teacher couldn't recognize what it is either. Students of the Spirit Martial Academy can really refine impurities into medicinal pills, as if he has real skills. Below the stands, Lang King was crying and shaking his head in disbelief. Did Xiao Feng do this on purpose? Senior Ling approached solemnly to suggest. Teacher Wuming, can you show me that medicinal pill? Wuming hesitated as she clutched her sleeves tightly. Senior Ling, maybe we should just admit defeat in the competition. Feng Lang pouted and grumbled unhappily. Sure enough, I failed again. Feng Lang clenched his hand, with blue veins popping out. Jia Yun pointed at him and reminded, this matter can't be taken lightly. Wuming's teacher continued to mock. This is a refining competition. If your student has refined a medicinal pill, why not show everyone? Han Xiao agreed. That way, if Master Feng fails, we admit defeat. Jia Yun's teacher suddenly shouted loudly and then calmed down, saying, Teacher Wuming, if I'm not mistaken, this is indeed a divine pill. Wuming turned to look at Jia Yun with disbelief. Is it really one level higher than half-grade divine pills? Han Xiao added, that's right. If Master Feng fails, we admit defeat. Keep hiding like this. The outsiders would say that we are bullying your sect. Senior Ling suddenly roared to silence them. Calm down and continue. He regained his composure and continued, Teacher Wuming, if I'm not mistaken, this is indeed a divine pill. Jia Yun looked at Wuming in disbelief. Is it really one level higher than half-grade divine pills? Wuming sighed helplessly. Yes, although the quality of this medicinal pill is poor, it doesn't look shiny. It's indeed a divine pill. Hearing that, Feng Lang's eyes widened in surprise. Jia, did I succeed? Wuming looked worriedly at Feng Lang, who was standing dumbfounded. This kid really has extraordinary talent. At such a young age to refine a divine pill, but I'm afraid he will be a thorn in the side of our sect later on, so I had to admit defeat. The outcome still couldn't be overlooked. Below the stands, Lang King was wide-eyed and incredulous. Did Xiao Feng really succeed? Senior Ling sighed helplessly. Feng's talent surpasses mine. I have to admit defeat. Even Senior Ling wasn't obstinate anymore. Our sect of Mac Vong has lost. Jia Yun smiled politely and said, let it be, let it be. Then Jia Yun raised his hand loudly for everyone to hear. I declare that the final winner of this medicinal pill competition is Spirit Martial Academy. Amidst Jia Yun's worry and Mac Vong's dissatisfaction, Feng Lang's name was announced. Feng Lang triumphantly raised his hands up high. Feng Lang. Senior Ling could only suppress his anger at the moment. The crowd quickly regained their composure and cheered loudly. Feng Lang won. I knew he would win for sure. Mac Vong's level of skill wants to challenge anyone in front of Spirit Martial Academy. One divine pill can wipe out everything instantly. Han Xiao clenched his fists tightly. I'm so angry, I could die. I wanted to teach a lesson to the Spirit Martial Academy. The result is that we lost. Qiang Man was also unwilling. She frowned and muttered unhappily. Winning once isn't a big deal. Wait a few more years, Brother Hein will definitely be better than Xiao from then on. Lan Songchan shook his head and denied it. It's impossible. This young fellow broke through in the competition. He cultivated rare single ingredients. He has a very high natural talent that could keep me from catching up for my whole life. Qiang Man didn't want to. She rubbed her nose with her hand. So I'll wait until McLin battle and tell the disciples to settle accounts with him. I'll repay Brother Hein's vengeance. Han Xiao stepped out from among the people and replied, we still need a few months for that. Today, we must ask Inner Gate Masters to teach the Spirit Martial Academy disciples about Elder Lang in the wilderness. He led his group of informers away. And young Lang already has innate alchemy talent. We greatly admire him. Jia Yu replied, corpse, Vice Dean Jier. Then he pointed helplessly towards the door. Elder Lang, please come in. I gradually understood. That's how it is. No wonder Cloud Dream didn't dare to bring medicinal herbs out. Watching their retreating figures, he secretly worried. Lang Feng excelled at alchemy, but also posed a threat. Judging by Elder Lang's attitude, McVantern definitely doesn't hope for Lang Feng to continue developing. Jia Yu sternly turned and looked at Cloud Dream. Cloud Dream, the news about Lang Feng's alchemy talent has been exposed. It seems McVantern will be disadvantageous for him. Spirit Martial Academy can't do without Lang Feng. According to me, we should arrange for Lang Feng to strengthen his martial way cultivation. He must have enough ability to protect himself. Jia Yu reluctantly agreed. The dean has a point, but if he focuses on alchemy, even geniuses might not reach the peak in both paths. Jia Yu had no choice but to leave the decision to Lang Feng, who would decide his fate. At this point, Lang Feng still thought of that matter. Actually, I want a leave of absence. The two people fell into complete silence upon hearing this. Cloud Dream angrily shouted at him, "You must come back to see me in a month and not let anything happen." Jia Yu approached and patted his shoulder as a reminder, "If you ever have any martial issues later on, you can find me." Lang Feng awkwardly smiled. "Thank the dean for your kindness, but my background is Martial Saint, higher than his current Martial Emperor by 1 rank. The battle ended and Lang Feng returned to his small house. He happily took out a high-grade pill and gave it to Little Yellow Gold, Xiao Hongjin. "For these few days, you've worked hard. This bright high-grade pill is for your efforts." Little Yellow Gold happily accepted the pill. After eating it, Little Yellow Gold's whole body changed. It hesitated and called out twice in a low voice. Lang Feng smiled and said, "You've broken through. Now you're a level 2 martial beast. From tomorrow on, I won't be at home, so you must protect the baby." Little Yellow Gold agreed with 2 calls. Lang then approached and said, "Right, Xiao Feng, there are medicinal herbs to bring. I've reached level 1 martial artist now." Lang Feng was pleased and proudly praised his little one, congratulating him. "Now our whole family is martial artists. It turns out alchemy really works, allowing quick promotions." Lang Feng regained composure and said, "Alchemy is great. Unfortunately, Master Cloud Dream still only stopped at level 7 martial artifact." Lang Feng worriedly looked at him. "Master Cloud Dream's pill sack can only accommodate 7 true chi streams. Even if the medicine helps in condensing more true chi, it will automatically dissipate." Lang Feng shrugged and shook his head. "That's how it is. This kind of pill sack is a waste. Really regrettable." Lang Feng happily waved and shouted, "Let's not talk about this. Tomorrow you leave, so I'll cook plenty for you tonight." Lang Feng silently watched as Lang Feng and Little Yellow Gold were happy together, his hand clenched tighter, his face more determined. "Master, I will definitely cure him." Then Lang Feng sat down to practice in the heavy snowstorm. In his heart, Lang Feng was extremely firm and resolute. He silently thought. Mental power turned into an arrow, soul ocean as a bow. One arrow pierced through the frosty stone, killing all enemies. Immediately after that, Lang Feng unleashed his own strength in a burst, the imprint of the legendary soul technique. Haiyan Tin Tranchan opened up. A loud explosion echoed in the snowy sky. The stone in front of the house was shattered into smoke by Lang Feng's power. Hearing the noise, Lang Feng looked out from his house and asked in surprise, "Did I hear an explosion? Why such a big boom? What is Xiao Feng doing?" Xiao Feng quickly smiled and made up a reason to hide his inner strength. "Actually, I trained through the night. I was so tired that I hit a big rock." Xiao Huangjin covered his nose and acted like he was really uncomfortable behind him. After saying that, Lan Feng bid farewell to his sister and left. "We need to head out now." "Sister," Lan King also waved goodbye and warned Lan Feng to be safe. Only after leaving the house did Lan Feng take a deep breath, glad he managed to hide it well. But in his heart, he was secretly overjoyed thinking that the courtesan's skills were indeed impressive. This covert manipulation technique had little power but could kill someone without leaving any track. On the path down the mountain, Lan Feng encountered 2 people with injuries supporting each other as they struggled to climb up. Seeing their attire, Lan Feng guessed and asked, "Are you also students of Lingwu Academy? What happened?" One of them replied, "Ma Wentong bullied someone too much. We had to chase the rest out of the wilderness last night." The other, who was more injured, struggled to say, yes, they lost in a competition and are taking it out on us low-level students. Hearing Lan Feng's heroic spirit rising, he clenched his fist and said, that happened, Ma Wentong disciples won't dare start trouble with me, so they're picking on others. I need to go talk to them. But Lan Feng wasn't easily riled up. He quietly assessed the situation, only focusing on practicing his Guqin lately. He hadn't moved much but had leveled up for ranks last night. Look at how well I've taught you all, he said sarcastically to the unworthy sect members. 3 days later, Lan Feng arrived at the entrance of Ma Wentong's sect down the mountain. Many people were already gathered there. Everyone was visibly angry and shouting, Ma Wentong bullied someone too much. We have no choice but to fight back. A person with injuries sat silently on the cold ground, saying, for 3 days now, intersect students from both factions have been fully mobilized. The result is that our academy's 2nd through 10th ranked intersect disciples lost in succession. One red-haired person clenched his fist and shouted angrily, we've suffered such a heavy oppression. Some of us were even seriously injured. A brown-haired person tried to calm everyone down, saying, calm down, this is just an intersect conflict between students. The powerful elders won't interfere. Ma Wentong's disciples are indeed stronger than ours, that's a fact. Suddenly, a girl said loudly, ladies and gentlemen, good news, our top intersect candidate, Liu Yan, has ended his seclusion and arrived in the wilderness. Hearing this, the red-haired man excitedly clenched his fist again. Great, I couldn't hold back anymore. Liu Yan is a powerful disciple. He'll definitely sweep through Ma Wentong's intersect students. But before they could celebrate for long, someone shouted that things weren't going well. Just now, Liu Yan fought with Long Yu from Ma Wentong and lost badly. The boy recounted how Liu Yan was defeated, his chest bruised. The girl who heard this started crying in fear. What if even Liu Yan is downed? A black-haired person fell to the ground in disbelief. No hope left. We're really going to be chased out of the wilderness. Suddenly, someone ran up and shouted loudly, good news, good news. The red-haired man enthusiastically recounted how he alone defeated 3 squads from Ma Wentong at Mingyu Lai. Then in Manglong Cavern, he fought a 6th-ranked intersect disciple of Ma Wentong. Hearing this, everyone was amazed and asked, really, what's the masked high-ranking student's name? The black-haired man replied, he introduced himself as a student from Lingwu Academy. His name is. The sentence was cut off by Lan Feng stepping forward with strength in his steps. His determined eyes swept over the crowd. He was Fong Langtian, who had defeated Ma Wentong's 6th-ranked intersect disciple, Lu Liu. Lan Feng even drew a big turtle on Lu Liu's face and said, the 6th-ranked high-ranking student isn't that impressive. Let me draw a big turtle for you. Lu Liu's face was bruised with injuries. He had been drawn a large turtle on his face. At this moment, Lan Feng was in Manglong Cavern when 2 other intersect disciples ran up and called out wordly. Apprentice brother, Lan Feng looked at the 2 and said, more here to die. The 4th-ranked Ma Wentong intersect disciple, Kuang Shen, angrily said, you dared injure my apprentice brother. You're not even strong enough for one. The 5th-ranked Ma Wentong disciple, Yuan, glared at Lan Feng menacingly. Even the academy's top candidate had been defeated. Someone else was poking their head out, clearly wanting to die. Lan Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, let that Long Yu come find me. You're too weak. Kuang Shen and Yuan were enraged, but couldn't do anything as they fell like the other disciples under Lan Feng's power. From afar, a figure appeared. He carried Lu Liu, furious at Fong Langtian for bullying people so much. Then Ma Wentong's 2nd-ranked intersect disciple, Lucian, appeared. The 3 apprentices were all 6th-rank martial artists. It seems we can't underestimate the strength of this Fong Langtian. But the 3rd-ranked intersect expert of Macian sect, Taiwan, didn't seem to take it lightly and said, what's the matter? Can he defeat us? The imperial scene has fallen into our hands. Spirit Martial Academy can't possibly turn the tide. But the top intersect disciple of Macian sect in legend, Long Yu Lali, angrily said, "Its Spirit Martial Academy sees him as their hope, then will destroy their hopes. We will split into 3 groups to chase them and must quickly deal with Phantom Wolf." The other 2 immediately followed the top disciple's orders and said yes. But after splitting into 3, Luxian encountered trouble. He went further and suddenly a figure appeared in front of him blocking the way, startling Luxian to scream, "Who is it?" But unexpectedly, it was his own third brother. Luxian worriedly screamed, "Typhon Jr. Disciple!" He frantically looked around and shouted, "Who caused this? Come out here!" The Phantom Wolf appeared. "You stand on the Imperial scene and challenge me," he asked provocatively. "Is my turtle drawing beautiful?" Luxian angrily said, "You are Phantom Wolf. Blasted, come down here for me." He then fiercely struck a tree root with his move, using a mystic grade technique, True Spirit Veil. Below the Phantom Wolf, Feng Lao shouted down, "Alright, go down." He doesn't show mercy and draws out his sword to slash a long venomous dragon path. Luxian immediately stopped in his tracks. He knelt on the ground, unbelievably saying, "This brat is too strong." He actually managed to defeat a 7th grade martial artist one-sidedly. Then Luxian fell to the ground unconscious. "Long Yu Lai, senior brother, you must be careful." Seeing him fall unconscious, Lang Feng laughed triumphantly. Another big turtle too. Upon hearing that his 2 junior disciples were injured, Long Yu Lai rushed over. "Junior disciple Long Yu Lai, Typhon Junior Disciple." But when he arrived, all he found was a note left by Lang Feng. Long Yu Lai greeted the person. "At noon tomorrow, please come to Mingnu Lai for a challenge match. If you don't come, then you're the big turtle." Long Yu Lai read it and went berserk. Phantom Wolf Heaven. I must kill this person. The scene switched to Mingnu Lai the next morning. At this point, all the Macian sect disciples who didn't like them had gathered here. Everyone was in a bad mood. All the top intersect experts of Macian sect were defeated by Phantom Wolf Heaven. Now only Long Yu Lai remains. One of them sympathetically said, "Right, Phantom Wolf Heaven is too scary. But who exactly is he? He's too mysterious." At this moment, a Macian sect disciple grumbled unhappily. "What Spirit Martial Academy so happy about? As long as Long Yu Lai senior brother defeats Phantom Wolf Heaven, they all have to leave." Of course, it said that Phantom Wolf Heaven is only a 5th grade martial artist. But Long Yu Lai senior brother has already reached the 9th grade. 1 foot in the master realm. He definitely won't lose. As he spoke, Feng Yu approached with an angry expression and asked, "Has Phantom Wolf Heaven arrived yet?" The black disciple quickly glanced away and teased, "Right? Phantom Wolf Heaven got scared and didn't dare to come anymore." But before he could finish his sentence, Lang Feng appeared. He sighed deeply and said, "Are you guys eager for a beating?" Senior brother, the Spirit Martial Academy disciples were overjoyed. "Great, Phantom Wolf Heaven has arrived." Lang Feng and Long Yu Lai quickly stepped up to the stage. Long Yu looks at the person in front and asks, "Are you Feng Lang Qian?" "Feng Lang Lang." Long Yu gets annoyed and says, "Rude, I'll break your head." He then rushes towards Feng Lang with incredible speed, the 5th level cultivation technique, Wu Xing Sect. Feng Lang raises his eyebrows and says, "Still want to compete in cultivation techniques?" Just as Long Yu is about to reach him, Feng Lang jumps up quickly and mocks, "You're too slow." "What are you?" On the other side, Feng Lang doesn't hold back either. He throws a powerful punch. Their attacks clash without a clear winner. Then both of them enter a state of mutual restraint. Feng Lang looks at Long Yu with sharp eyes and thinks to himself, "Long Yu is quite formidable. If I don't use all my strength, it won't be easy to deal with him." On the other side, Long Yu seems on the verge of losing his temper. He shouts, "You're only that level. I overestimated you." Long Yu immediately activates a 6th level cultivation technique, G Transfer. Feng Lang observes the powerful strength and says to himself, "Even using all my strength in this attack, White Silver Body is strong enough to withstand it." Suddenly, there's a loud explosion that shakes the entire Moonlight Coming area. The spectators are left speechless with surprise. Long Yu is knocked back towards the mountain behind him. Feng Lang stands firm on the platform and thinks to himself, Thankfully, my white-silver body is strong enough. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured. Long Yu shouts angrily at Feng Lang. Feng Lang Tian, you're a force of evil. Then he roars, unleashing all his power. Feng Lang looks surprised and thinks his strength has increased. He's now halfway to the martial artist realm. On the other side, Long Yu draws his sword with bloodshot eyes. He activates a 6th level cultivation technique, Ji Transfer. He points his sword at the sky, fully unleashing its power. Then Long Yu shouts loudly and combines his 5 punches. Feng Lang is completely surrounded by the powerful force. Seeing this strength, he becomes extremely tense. 8 disciples of Mount Mio and praise Long Yu's strength. The big battle can end now. In contrast, the students from Lingwu Academy are worried. Long Yu is already a half martial artist. This time, Feng Langtian is truly in danger. On the platform, Long Yu points his sword directly at Feng Lang and threatens, "Die, Feng Langtian." On the other side, Feng Lang grits his teeth and thinks, "This is forcing me into a corner." He looks up at the sky and thinks, "I can only fight back now." Immediately, Feng Lang shouts loudly, "Watch my BA Quan." But in an instant, Long Yu appears behind him. Me? Feng Lang is stunned by this unexpected move. What? 2 attacks are executed continuously. I'm scared now. Behind Long Yu, he immediately delivers a strike with a divine level cultivation technique, Ma Dao Shenzian. The blow to Feng Lang's back makes him fall down, ugh. But this fall puts Feng Lang into the trap race set by Long Yu. Feng Lang realizes it too late. Oh no! With a loud bang, there is another explosion on the platform. The smoke and dust are so thick that even people in front can't see anything. In the midst of the smoke, Feng Lang stands with torn clothes. Seeing this, Long Yu's veins pop out. "You little brat, you're lucky. You haven't killed me yet." Then he rushes forward and shouts, "Feng Lang Tian, die, Ma Dao Shen Xian." Feng Lang is caught off guard and can only use his bare hands to block the sword strike. He thinks the speed of this move is really fast. Without my white-silver body, I would have been seriously injured. He swings his sword away and punches back. "Don't be too arrogant. A half martial artist isn't much." Long Yu laughs and shouts loudly, "Jing Lu Lun, Bao Lun Sacred Healing." Looking at Feng Lang's 5 punches like burning needles, Long Yu laughs mockingly. His 5 punches are completely ineffective. Then he swings his sword to knock Feng Lang off the platform. Feng Lang is cut across his chest, leaving a long tear in his shirt. He then falls back, stunned. Feng Lang tries to suppress the pain. In his heart, he thinks his armor is really tough. I can only rely on BA Quan. It might not be enough to break through his armor. Long Yu yet on the other side is full of confidence. He tightly clenched his own hand. "Our holy robe is sturdy. It can't be broken. What else can your brat do? Be a good boy and accept your death." But Lang Feng still broke into a smile, finding it hilarious. "People thought I couldn't break his strange armor, huh?" Immediately, Lang Feng decided to use an all-out move. His eyes full of determination said, "This technique has countermeasures. I didn't want to use it, but they forced me." Long Yu yet naturally doesn't believe this. He fiercely charged forward, "Stop pretending and go die." Lang Feng secretly activated a Ling-grade cultivation method. The 3 words pulverized spirit instantly surrounded his body with immense power. After their confrontation, Long Yu yet was surprised by the strength of Lang Feng's armor. What? He was immediately overwhelmed by Lang Feng's pulverized spirit. Long Nuyet's proud armor gradually cracked. Without giving Long Nuyet time to react, Lang Feng added another move. "Can you not take it any more this time?" Long Nuyet has now shifted from pride to extreme fear. His face turned pale. "No!" But it's too late. Lang Feng gave him a devastating blow with the bamboo scroll. Long Nuyet immediately went down, unconscious, not knowing anything about what was happening. This made the people from Cloudy Sect unable to believe it. They were terrified and exclaimed, "A 5th-rank martial artist could defeat a half-teacher. Truly unexpected." "It's over. Brother Long Nuyet has been defeated." In contrast, Spiritual Martial Academy was elated. What about Long Nuyet? He is still the one who failed at our feet. Wind and Swallow Heaven is unpredictable. Wind and Swallow Heaven wins. Our spiritual martial academy has won, defeated by a small academy. One student. His entire body exuded murderous intent. Lang Feng noticed him from afar too. But he's just a nobody, not worth Lang Feng's attention. He raised his hand to the sky and called out for the power of heaven and earth to descend. In this area for 5th rank martial artists, no disciple from Cloudy Sect may step in without facing one-on-one combat. Immediately after, Lang Feng flew up into the air. The Spiritual Martial Academy students called out urgently, "Don't go, what a pity." They still couldn't see his face clearly. But for Cloudy Sect, everyone was in an uproar. How disgusting. From now on, we can only train in even more dangerous wilderness areas. But at this moment, the student looked at Lang Feng with cunning eyes. After leaving the arena, Lang Feng flew to a forest. He landed and sighed. Lang Feng also noticed that Lang Feng's heart harbored some suspicion. Among those watching just now, there seemed to be someone with high-level martial spirit cultivation and very heavy aura. Thankfully, they didn't follow here. Lang Feng hugged his wound from the counterattack of the Vengeful Spirit technique. The retaliation power of the Vengeful Spirit technique is truly too strong. Even with a white-silver protected body protecting him, he still suffered some internal injuries and almost exhausted Long Nuyet's strength. Now, his whole body hurts terribly. But suddenly, someone behind him called out, "We found the person!" The voice made Lang Feng jump. He turned around quickly and asked anxiously, "Who is it?" Lang Feng felt a bit of fear in his heart. "What's going on?" This person was right behind me and didn't notice. The other person tore off his mask and said, "Who cares who I am? It doesn't matter, just know that I'm here." He then removed the makeup but still had a mask covering his true face. Lang Feng hurriedly ran away. Dead already, run. He laughed at himself, trying to escape, but it was too late. He immediately chased after Lang Feng. Lang Feng looked back in fear. He's fast and powerful, 2 levels above me. Even if I give it my all, I wouldn't be his match, let alone in this injured state. At this moment, Dang Jin had another reason to make things worse for Lang Feng. This is bad. Dang Jin can't get through. Turns out the river ahead is the Dark River. Lang Feng stopped by the bank of the Whispering River. The river is filled with dark and deadly energy. If this energy invades your body, you'll either die or be severely injured. At that moment, he also started running after them. He laughed as he asked, "Why aren't you running anymore?" His cold eyes stared at Lang Feng. "You can still jump into the river." Lang Feng said to him, "Mavi Sect really values me. They sent a martial realm expert." He unleashed his strength and looked steadily at Lang Feng, not bad for someone's judgment of people. Just now, I only revealed a hint, but it was discovered, almost letting the other escape. Unfortunately, you still can't escape my grasp. Lang Feng. The man pointed directly at Lang Feng and said, "You defeated our Mavi Sect disciples in the Outer Gate exchange battle, causing us humiliation in the martial arts competition. This trial is aimed at you. You think covering your face can hide anything from anyone? That's laughable." Lang Feng was exposed and no longer tried to hide it. He pulled down his mask, realizing Mavi Sect had long had intentions towards him. The man didn't bother hiding. He said, "Correct, your sect values you greatly. They told me to wait for you to exhaust your strength before acting. Killing a chicken with a gourd still requires stealth. Mafe Sect, you're truly base and shameless villains." As soon as he finished speaking, the other rushed into attack. "Lang Feng, it's your time to die now." Although Lang Feng appeared confident on the surface, his heart was filled with worry. Behind is the Dark River. Jumping in means death. It seems I have no choice but to take a risk. Their attacks created small explosions in midair. Lang Feng's body began showing wounds from the blood. He had to commend him. "Your physical strength is stronger than I imagined. You do have some skill. Unfortunately, you still must die." Immediately after, Lang Feng was overwhelmed by his opponent's attack. Lang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell backward and straight into the Dark River. Lang Feng's body under the water seemed frozen. He silently thought, dark energy is corroding my bones. This time, I can't escape. The other didn't give up. He jumped in after him, thinking jumping into the water would allow him to hide. But as he descended, he also felt uncomfortable. The dark and deadly energy was truly terrifying. If too long, even a martial spirit like me might not survive. Act quickly, solve it fast. He immediately launched a powerful attack, kill, watching his strike approach him. Slowly, the energy corroded his body, sinking deeper into the water. In the cold water, Lang Feng thought of his master. TTTT. Sorry, I never expected to die here as a martial saint. This is how I'll end my life. On the other side, Lang King seemed to sense this too. Her heart skipped a beat and she silently called out, Little Feng. Wan Ming quickly noticed Lang King's daze. She asked, What's wrong? Lang King anxiously shouted, It seems I heard Feng Lang's distress call. Cloud Dream looked down to comfort Lan King. Lan King, I understand you're worried about, but now that we don't know where he is, there's nothing we can do. Feng Lang understood too. She could only look up to heaven and pray for safety. Little Feng, you must return safely. The scene shifts back to the dark river. Feng Lang realizes something's wrong. Such a strong current will surely tear us apart if we get caught in it. But ahead there are experts waiting. Feng Lang gritted her teeth. With no way to retreat, she had to take this chance. The powerful expert continued his assault. Little kid, you're done for now. Feng Lang charged forward without backing down. Old man, I'll take you to your death now. He replied disdainfully, You don't even deserve the right to fight me. Their battle created a large underwater explosion. He had to commend their strength. This guy's power is far beyond what I imagined. So much so that I won't let him live. Immediately, he launched an attack, a mysterious grade technique and a 100th grade spirit advancement. Feng Lang didn't back down either. He shouted, Catch my blows for me. Their attacks clashed again, but this time, Feng Lang's clothes were torn apart in shock. The other side added another mysterious grade technique and a 100th grade spirit advancement. Feng Lang gritted his teeth as he faced the continuous blows. So many attacks, there's no way to avoid them. I can only fight to my last breath. He immediately activated his spiritual essence, still having one final move left. It was a mysterious grade soul technique, a mystic arrow. His eyes lit up as he spoke the words. In an instant, his body seemed to emit water and he spat out blood. The pain was unbearable. He had to give in. Unfair. Is this really it? Black saw this and shouted angrily, Even if someone's talent is higher, they're still just a fake. You want to defeat me? But suddenly, something flashed past the expert. He was stunned by the light that appeared before him. What is this? His entire body convulsed in pain. He clutched his head in disbelief. How could it be possible? Then his whole body exploded. He couldn't take it anymore. No! His body burst apart in the dark river. The remnants of the expert were thrown away. He exclaimed in disbelief, I never expected that you'd be a mind reader with such terrifying talent. But his eyes glinted maliciously as he said, Too bad. You have to die here with me. Feng Lang remained still, but a smile appeared on his lips. I finally won. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and thought, a martial artist actually killed a spirit? This is truly a miracle. Is that all for this life? He was immediately sucked into the underwater vortex. Feng Lang's last regret was his aunt. He kept thinking to himself, I'm sorry, auntie. Then he was pulled into the vortex below. The strong current carried Feng Lang along. Finally, a gap appeared in the water flow. Feng Lang fell through it. He finally landed on the ground, still dazed. Painfully, Feng Lang slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? He slowly sat up and looked around. Could I not have died? In the dark cave, Feng Lang stood up and wondered. Didn't I get swept away by the current? How did I end up here? After observing his surroundings, he finally saw a mouth of an opening above. It seemed like he could escape from there. As Feng Lang tried to move, his wounds hurt the most. No, my injuries are too severe. And now that the Dark Assassin's poison has entered my body, there's no way to treat it. Feng under the cave entrance focused on sealing the wind. What are these lights? Looking at the glowing substance in the water puddle, the luminous crystal, Feng was skeptical when he saw it and sealed it carefully. Is this real or just a dream? Unable to resist, Feng picked them up and counted them. 1, 2, 3, 15 in total. Looking at the glowing object in his hand, Feng thought that luminous crystals are rare treasures of nature. Inside, it includes extremely pure yang-qi. It's stronger than the natural spiritual energy. Having one is a blessing for 3 generations. I actually got 15. With this, not only can I suppress yin pressure gas, but also cleanse my body, heal wounds, and improve cultivation level. Feng was so excited he laughed loudly. Indeed, great misfortune doesn't kill. He will have good fortune later on. Saying that, Feng became serious again, looking at the luminous crystal, thinking to save time and quickly suppress the yin pressure gas. Then Feng immediately crushed the luminous crystal. The yang-qi from the luminous crystal emitted. Feng inhaled deeply, feeling the strong pure yang-qi. He then fell into a meditative state. After a short time of meditation with the luminous crystal's energy, Feng stood up happily and said, "Great, fully recovered." Feng frowned in thought before suddenly shouting to release his qi. A bright golden aura surrounded him. Excited by the result, it was because of the luminous crystal. Not only did he recover, but his qi turned golden as well. Feng patted his pocket and praised the luminous crystal. It's a rare treasure indeed. I must bring it back to treat my sister's cold phlegm. Thinking about Ling King, Feng suddenly remembered Wan Meng. Right, her dungeon might have issues. Maybe the luminous crystal could help. Just thinking of this good thing made Feng happy. I can take advantage of this to get some from her. Feng thought back to Wan Ming offering him a tray full of gold. Slowly, he climbed up towards the cave entrance, curious about what was outside. As he climbed, he thought of the 2 important women as motivation. TT, I must wait for me to return. After some effort, Feng finally emerged on top of a high mountain. He enjoyed the air there. It was amazing. There was a large waterfall and many monkeys were playing around. Feng had already noticed the large waterfall and thought he could train his physique here. Looking around, Feng spotted something and wondered. It was a level to martial artist's Kugong target, a monkey sitting on a rock near the waterfall. It looked different from its troop. Suddenly, it turned its face, its eyes glowing. Suddenly, it clapped its belly and called out. Its troop also paid attention. Feng prepared for battle and said, "Little monkey, how alert they are. I couldn't have fought them before, but the luminous crystal has boosted my strength, making this easy." Saying that, Feng jumped down. With over 20 days left, he could train his physique in the wilderness for a while. The monkey was surprised by the scene. In the peaceful evening at the small house, little Golden Yellow was sleeping outside when she heard familiar sounds and woke up. Ling King quickly ran out and called, "Little Feng, is it you back?" Feng's shadow appeared. Carrying the unconscious Kugong target, he said, "TT, I'm back." Ling King said, "Little Feng, this group of beasts seems heavier than before." Feng puffed his chest and replied proudly, "Of course, I trained hard for a month in the wilderness. Let me update you on my strength. Now, my white-silver body can carry 20,000 caddies, and my fist can hit with 10,000 caddies of force." Saying that, Feng went inside to cook meat for his brother. Good, now I have some soup to eat. Later in the evening as it got dark, after a while, Feng ate many bowls of soup until he was full. Sister's cooking is the best. Then he remembered an important thing and took out the luminous crystal. "Sister, here you are." Thinking about its superpowers, Feng said, "I used for luminous crystals in the wilderness to advance 2 levels, reaching level 7 martial artist." Ling King held the luminous crystal and praised it. "Amazing stone, it can glow." "Little Feng, I don't need this. Keep it for yourself." Ling King took out the remaining ones and said, "Sister, this stone is for you. I still have 10 more, and not only does it boost cultivation, but also heals your cold phlegm." Ling King tried to explain her condition. "These days, with his fire essence nurturing me, my cold phlegm hasn't flared up. But Feng insisted, no, the cold phlegm must be cured completely, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Finally convinced, Lang King said, alright, this stone is beautiful. Outside on the porch under the night sky, Feng stood by the door to relax his legs. Using the luminous crystal would cause some pain, TT must endure it, but as long as you do, there will be no issues. Lang King replied, I understand, little Feng, you've been exhausted for a month, go rest now. Then Lang King squeezed the pill, inhaling its qi slowly. The qi gradually entered her body. It took immediate effect, surprising her. Lang King cried out in pain. She panted heavily, encouraging herself to hold on. She couldn't be a burden to Zhao Xiang tomorrow. Feng Lang woke up and called Tiji, wishing her a good morning. Feng Lang was still half asleep, stretching his eyes wide and asking curiously, where's Tiji? Why can't I see her? Where could Tiji be? Feng Lang called Xiao Huangjin. Xiao Huangjin led us to find Tiji. Xiao Huangjin happily pointed outside. Sitting by the river, Lang King wondered why this was happening. How could it be possible? She was surprised when she saw her own shadow reflected below. Is this really me? Lang King's eyes welled up with emotion as she thought, I've become beautiful now. Because of my ugly appearance, I almost killed Xiao Feng. Lang King couldn't hold back and started crying. Her tears fell below too. Lan Feng finally found her. He spoke up. TD is very beautiful. Lan King raised her head. With a tearful gaze, she asked, is it really? Lan Feng happily grabbed her hand and said, we have to go up the mountain now. Let them see how beautiful T has become. Then he pulled Lan King towards the academy. Lan King said, Xiao Feng can be my little brother, which would make me very happy. Lan Feng replied, little sister, I feel the same way. The image of Lan Feng appeared with a happy smile. Sister's ice fracture has healed and she became a great beauty. Xiao Lan Feng from this life can rest in peace now. Spirit Martial Academy is always bustling with people. Several academy disciples gathered to praise. Who is that beautiful nun? Could it not be an academy disciple? I've never seen her before. Oh my, she and Lan Feng are together. Isn't she Lan King? Ma Lan stood in a corner feeling envious as she wondered, why did her black heart suddenly change its appearance? So the academy disciples won't look at me anymore. Lan Feng led Lan King into view of many people. Lan King blushed and felt shy. Why are so many people looking at me like that? It's so embarrassing. Several infatuated disciples kept praising her. Lan King is adorable. Ma Lan was unwilling to take revenge. Black, don't be too smug. Big brother, I'm not going out of the gate soon. When that time comes, I'll find him and settle accounts with you. The scene shifts to Van Ming's residence. Van Ming sat on a chair and said, isn't this my good disciple? She has grown taller in just 1 month. Lan Feng couldn't resist replying, yes, right, in 1 month. It seems like the old teacher has gained some weight. Then Van Ming drew her sword to Lan Feng's neck and asked about the matter. I saw Lan King transform into a great beauty just now. Did you get something good? Lan Feng gently pushed the sword away as he said, actually, it was quite simple. Last night, a falling star passed by and landed on my sister. After that, Why did the ice fall? I believe your head. Show me your precious thing now. Lan Feng still stubbornly pretended. What are you talking about? Can ice also be taken out? Van Ming tried other methods to interrogate him. Now can I know what that is? Lan Feng immediately agreed. Okay, sure, alright. Lan Feng didn't say the name but described it gradually. It's actually a golden gemstone. After breaking it, yellow qi will emit. Just describing it made Van Ming immediately surprised. Van Ming immediately put down her sword and changed her attitude. Golden Mystic Stone. You got the mystic crystal I've always desired. Lang Feng said proudly. And you really want it? Yun Meng answered as if someone else. I do. Yun Meng looked forward eagerly. Do you have any more mystic crystals? I'll give you 10 spirit pills. Just pretend to be interested in money. Lang Feng, when I was refining the spirit pill, I already made a mystic one. It's just 1 step away from making a spirit pill. So you have to give me 30 spirit pills for the exchange. She reluctantly handed over 3 medicine jars and said, "Good disciple, consider this your performance, 30 spirit pills, that's all." He took the jar and examined it closely. It's just a low-grade spirit pill. He thought, you still need to work harder. Yun Meng was furious at this. Your brat stole 30 spirit pills from me and now dares to scold me. Lang Feng showed something valuable to her. This mystic crystal is yours. Yun Meng's eyes widened as she looked at the crystal in her hand. This is indeed a mystic crystal. She was secretly delighted inside. Her alchemy furnace had a water stain from birth. It prevented her from breaking through 2 level 7 martial artifacts and stopped her progress in refining pills. Now, her alchemy furnace can finally be repaired. Finally, she won't be limited to an alchemist anymore. After getting the item, she happily left. Good disciple, study alchemy on your own for now. I need to deal with something else. Lang Feng felt happy too. Even a few hundred spirit pills wouldn't have been exchanged if it was someone else. He looked at his teacher gently and wished her a quick recovery. And teacher. Then he turned around and went inside. She should officially advance to a mystic alchemist now. His eyes suddenly became unusually serious. It said that a teacher can make over 100 mystic pills in just a few years. How long will it take me? 10 days later, the sky outside the furnace was still clear. He used his hand's light to pierce through the furnace hole. He was extremely happy with the pill in his hand. This speed is too fast already. Someone immediately shouted from outside, Lang Feng, come out here. He looked at the person before him indifferently. Who do you think I am? Turns out it's someone who lost to me. Bai Lan brought many followers to intimidate him. Lang Feng, listen up. Your good days are over. Ma Hong spoke in the crowd. You're Lang Feng. Lang Feng waved his hand irritably. Yes, I am the famous Lang Feng. Who are you? The disciples immediately shouted loudly. Lang Feng, you really know nothing. This is Ma Lan's elder brother, Master Hong. Indeed, Master Hong is a legendary disciple of the Spirit Academy. He instantly cast a spell. You injured Ma Lan when she fought with you. Today, I'll give her double. She bullied my sister. I can't let that go. The onlookers continued to discuss, while Master Hong prepared to attack. This is the strength of a first-level martial artist. Lang Feng looks like only a 7th-level martial practitioner. For levels apart, he's done for. But he used all his strength and aimed at him. His chi was golden and Lang Feng didn't back down either. Whether you're an outer or inner disciple or a Spirit Academy student, dare to challenge me. I'll take it. They charged at each other, creating a cloud of dust. After some time, someone flew out, not even breaking the wall behind them. Ma Lan saw this and immediately ran to ask Han, Kaka, brother, what's happening? He kept praising him. That kid's golden chi isn't simple. His strength is definitely more than just a 7th-level martial practitioner. Don't worry, I'm fine. He must be unleashing his great power now, but it's all useless because my true strength is a 7th-level martial artist. The 2 young men continued to talk non-stop. Scary. Master Hong really got angry. I didn't expect this 7th-level martial artist. Lang Feng is doomed. Lang Feng Kung Hang Hen Jia CSC Min QSA Min. Thak LCC Hein Tai Kong Tin TMVE Say CCP 3. Gung La Kang Da Han Lai. Si Su Lian Ta Si Sui Engel Trong Du. Nu Thid Say Kang GGC Through Chu Ko The Say Dang Tin Nim LCC Tai. Nu Lam Vei Say Gay Raming Tin Lan. ANN Lu Ko I Ring Kang Di Thu DFN. In Geiki Si Su Chun Bi Ra Te. Ko Ting Noi Vang Lan. Keen Si Su Ding Lai. Van Mong Kung Zu Hein, Quad 2, Gung Hen La Trach Inc. Wee Qua Hen Lao, Dam Ming the Vijay D T Lion Wan Man QSA Ta. Si Tisi Gian Va Huk Troman BPC Hip. Luke Komik Lan PC Hip Lang Then Zing Hang Bi Day D. Mek Lan, Kang L Inc. Wee Kang Bit Triton Sao, I, MGA Ing E Banyer. Lang Fong TV Rect Vang. King Han Nia Sao. Si Ta Si Si GDN Kio Si Su Vao Trong. Mun Hanch Kai Du Kier. I, Meklan Nu King TC Qua. Van Mung Bay La Seng Kai Che Chen Ma. Then fen QSA si ta trong hak vian rect na CCM. Lion wan say kang fi the min ko the day vow GGC. Sao ko si taki raming mek kang con hang cow dun. Lang fong leon tip and bai and goi man the lion wan man QSA mek van tang. LEP sang lan cho huk vian. Nuing guijith wu CCN quet cow the mek van tang trong mek lin chin. Lam kan e bay. Mak keng chu GGC nya. Rashio thatch thug. Mek lin chin. GGC. Lang fong. Ngui dam so tai cow the vijay ta trong mek lin chin kang? Hythan 9 kier m to mt and gak 9. McLin chin la my chin ba ncm mat loun QSA McVan tangval huk vine lin ve. Ko lavu my QSA DT lin vian. DT nai manva and goi man chwai lam nan matai. Chulem noi ki ann DT line wan man. Gungve, ling fong lam sao ko thoth GGC DT lin vine QSA hifchul. Nuhan chin vijay mc keng lat lam khman. Sisu kang say. Conrai rang to yon bb. GGC Tai, Ta say HEP Ngui Trink Mat MGI Ngui Trong Miklin Chin. HTN Chi Kaki Ngui BAI. GGP Lai No Trong Miklin Chin. Trong Long Sisu to Rek T10. Hem Navy Avon Mung Ngun CNN. Kangda XL Lang Fong. For Thang Salmon Say Chin Thuk HEP HTN. I Kung Kang Ngun GGC. Langfen NDM Lai Taisi Su Lolton. Tiu Fong, Thit LAAJL Mang, Muk Fong Chin LACC AFM. Sao M Ko The Ming Echel, Van Mung TC Gien Tet I Tan DTL Lun, Lang Fong, Ngui Lam Ta TC Tree, Ngui LA Lion Wan Se Ma. Sao Lai Han HU Vijay HTN Chul, Lang Fong T Rorek T10, Tavamuk Ra Esekem Muin Jiki Kung Fi Ko He KT, Tho King Nai Bo. Henne ta con for thing di to lion near. Lo olten, Sisu chine che kavi jai ve mat tinning hutch. Gungri, BAC lao say. Wan hien QSA in Gui gig sari? Lang fi vien abo BBI QSA ta. In Gui hing fat raw and sang. Wan hien QSA vi say ka then sang he fag. Henne ka tat ANNVE gig CCP1. And sang tran in gep king jian. Lao say chuk ming in Gui. Ba chungta do la ve gig to vi. Hunya do la chinki stc kim. Si suvan chai a dovi jai say famine. Bac lao say, ngui fi cc gdn. To vi line 1 QSA ta SPP vin lan. Vin mung lai rekti tin cap loi. Tan hak na ngui ingle niauri. Them 100 NCM nu ngui kong king dovt qua vi say bo. 20 and gay so trong vien fi raw mat va ends lan. Lang Fong Bikai by Lam Ho, Wan Lalai Entry. Trong Ghi Bante Sisu La 5 Vien Wan Kagno, Mat Laun Line 10 Vien Hien Han Thetka, Shuthan Sing Ko 5 Vien. Sisu Kang Didi Nem Vien E Bante Triai, Nva Chung Loi Ma Noitha Bay La Loi Hien Wan the 20ri, Zem Ra Kang Lao Summon Ko Thal Thang CCP La Line Wan Hien Sari. I didn't expect the ones behind to choose them. He jumped and turned around to look back. Master, are you here too? What a coincidence! Yunming stretched out her hand eagerly. Here you go. Lang Feng pretended to be innocent and scratched his head. What's this for? Yunming immediately grabbed the back of his neck with her sword. Pretending, huh? I'll see how long you can keep pretending. Lang Feng felt a sharp pain in his heart. Violent beauty. This old lady is scary. Every time she gets the chance, it hurts. With no other choice, he had to offer a potion. I just made this one and you caught me. Yunming was very satisfied with the potion. That's useful. This is a top-grade magical pill. But of course, she wasn't done with him yet. Where are the rest? Hand them all over here. Lang Feng didn't want to give everything away and denied it. I don't have any more. I said I only made one. But she wouldn't listen to that. I saw everything just now. In total, 5 pills. Don't try to fool me. With no other choice, he had to cry and hand it over. Master, you're so careless. Yunming put away the potion as soon as she got it. Time flies. It's been half a year since passing the trial exam until joining the alchemy school. You rotten brat. Tell him the good news. She was very excited to share this with him, The next day is the martial spirit test. You're the senior brother of the alchemy school, representing the alchemy school to recruit disciples. Look me in the eye and talk, but he just has a blank expression. Hand it over to me, girl, you can't follow. The next morning, on top of the towering martial spirit mountain, many young men were gathered for the martial spirit test. Ziyun couldn't help rubbing his hands as he looked up at the mountain. The Lang Spirit Mountain is really tall. I wish I could have come here instead of traveling far to participate. Baojin had a very happy expression, saying that everyone who came was just right. In the past half year, the Martial Spirit Academy has become famous for its reputation. One reason is defeating the Ma Heaven sect in an external exchange match. Another is the Alchemy Elder defeating the Ma Heaven sect. The Martial Spirit Academy is much stronger than the Ma Heaven sect. Li Ming's eyes shone as he pointed ahead, mentioning that the Martial Spirit Academy's fame over the past half year couldn't be separated from senior brother Lang Feng of the Alchemy School. They heard that during the friendly match, he wielded his staff and swept away all the outer sect disciples. In the Alchemy Elder battle, he created legendary achievements. Ziyun pointed at himself happily. Right, members of our Fengchang family used to go to the Ma Heaven sect before, but this time I came specifically to the Martial Spirit Academy to learn alchemy. At this moment, Jiuwan appeared and said that children wanting to enter the alchemy school must pass the Lang Spirit Mountain test. Then they would be chosen by senior brother Lang Feng of the alchemy school. When she saw Lang Feng approaching, she became envious. This is senior brother Lang Feng, so handsome. Beside her were legendary figures like Lan King's sister and Xiao Huangjin, both in love. Li Zi and King Shan appeared with expressions of utmost discomfort. King Shan couldn't forget the half-year trial exam, the martial spirit test from before. Lang Feng once threw our top talents down the mountain and tricked us out of all our money. Li Zi reminded him of the current situation, but now Lang Feng is a top alchemist we can't afford to mess with. It's important to maintain good relations with him. If he gets angry, it might be like last time again. Jiuwan stood up and loudly announced to everyone that the rules remain unchanged. See how high you can climb. Let's start climbing. The people below were enthusiastic as they began their ascent. An hour later, everyone was struggling to climb the steps. King Shan kept encouraging from below. Our two top talents have reached the 30th step first and can enter the inner sect now. Li Zi was a bit more modest. We don't expect to reach Lang Feng's disgusting 99th level, just as long as nothing happens. Haven laughed so hard his mouth wouldn't close, very happy. Not bad for the achievements of the little prodigy from the two major families. The children who came just by hearing about it are also potential talents. In 5 years like this, the Spirit Martial Academy can comprehensively surpass Ma Wu Monastery. But then someone appeared and started criticizing. An hour has passed, yet they still haven't reached level 50. The Spirit Martial Academy only admits disciples of such caliber every year. Ngoet patted her baby's fur and laughed at it. And what about the little prodigy? They are all trash. Haven turned to see who was speaking. Ngoet, a few years ago, during the Spirit Martial Academy trial, he reached level 50 and became a low-rank spirit student, respected by everyone here. He still remembers that story, but his arrogant nature and bad behavior led him to harm Brother Hein out of spite. In the end, he was expelled from the Spirit Martial Academy. Someone couldn't help asking, why would a disciple expelled by the academy come here? Hearing this, he laughed loudly. Expelled disciples now are students of the concealed sect, not paying any attention to the small Spirit Martial Academy. Haven's expression turned serious. Concealed sect student, concealed sect. A prominent power in the martial world, the Spirit Martial Academy can't be underestimated. I never expected Ngoet to enter the concealed sect. Ngoet ignored everyone and set up her tent to watch, glad to have some free time to come here. But there's no prodigy either, truly a small sect. Ansheng couldn't take it anymore and started cursing. Ngoet, you're too arrogant. You injured me when you beat that proud disciple back then. The debt is still unpaid. But he only sneered in response. Just a low-level trash dares to speak to me here. Kill for me. The baby bear obeyed and rushed towards him. He was scared and covered his face. I'm just a third-rank martial artist. Never expected this bear to be a fourth-rank martial artist's beast. The saber struck the opponent with one kick, injuring them. Thanson held his painful arm. So vicious as its master. This hit was even heavier than Lang Feng's little golden saber hit me back then. Havan couldn't take it anymore and decided to act. Enough, Ngoyet. Even if you're a concealed sex student, don't dare misbehave here. But he showed no fear. Headmaster Ha, Lu Feng is too big. Ngoyet came to exchange with the Spirit Martial Academy students. Could it be that there are no more young talents in the Spirit Martial Academy? You must personally intervene, right? The more he said, the angrier he got. This brat is really annoying. I'm still an elder after all. Can't hit him. Otherwise, it would be bullying the weak. He's getting bolder and bolder. Baby bear, take care of this here. Who dares come over here? Kill without hesitation. Immediately, Ngoyet flew forward. I'm coming to Spirit Martial Mountain to test your skills. He stopped at the second level and kicked out a participant. You only reached the second floor. Trash. Then he hit another young man. Go down. The young man was knocked away. Ngoyet stood in midair laughing. Spirit Martial Academy students are also weak. Really disappointing. Havan could do nothing but watch as Ngoyet tried to ruin the Academy's trial and kick everyone down. Thanson still didn't stop and shouted at her, Ngoyet, if you dare bully Lang Feng, I won't spare anyone. Reason just sighed helplessly, kicking people off the mountain. This half-year incident is happening again. Lang Feng felt annoyed and kept going. This brat copied me. No originality at all. He immediately ordered his lion, Little Golden, see that bear, beat it up for me. Little Golden transformed into a large lion. The baby bear saw its opponent was ready to fight. It forgot about one thing and tried to hit the lion. But Little Golden only gave it a light slap. The baby bear's eyes widened as it held its cheek. The golden saber bear puffed up its fur, intimidating the opponent. But Little Golden remained calm, smoking a cigar. It hit the baby bear again and started a series of consecutive hits. The baby bear could only endure the beating. The saber bear's heart was dazed, hands and feet trembling. Little Golden trampled on the baby bear under its feet. Then it looked up to the sky, roaring several times. Havan saw this and was very satisfied. Turns out Little Golden is so powerful. Defeating a fourth-rank martial artist beast like dealing with a child. This saber bear has some luck. Following a medicinal alchemist. Truly, without wanting to be strong, it's hard. The other two cheered non-stop. Amazing. Lion defeated the bear and Ngoy got excited about it. He's 6th-tier lion martial artist. Huang Jin Lion. You messed up my bear. I have to tame you as a pet. Little Huang Jin is still very angry now. Lanking rushed over to comfort him. Little Huang Jin, don't get mad. Little Huang Jin immediately turned cute. Ngoy got a deer-like look when she saw her. Beautiful burning maiden. I'll take both of them down in one go. Both of them looked rational and excited about it. Ngoy really has guts. You dared to tease Lanking in front of Lang Feng. Back then, Maclan almost killed Lanking with a few whips. Ngoy is doomed. Lang Feng was extremely angry and walked forward. You dare not respect my sister. Red spots appeared in his eyes. I'll kill you. Ngoy mocked the young man again. Kid, don't be so bold. Want to show off for the Spirit Martial Academy? You're still too green. He immediately stepped up the stairs with strength. I'll wait here for you. If you don't submit, come up here. Lang Feng was starting to feel tired sitting there. This is the 66th step. He felt proud with all his strength right then. I'm done. The 66th step is the highest achievement in Spirit Martial Academy history. Mount Lingwu is just like that. Spirit Martial Academy is just like that. Lang Feng didn't wait any longer and stood up. What do you have to be proud of? He pointed at himself happily, very proud. The highest record has been surpassed by the young master for a long time. He felt like someone had slapped him in the face. What did you say? You climbed to a higher position than me. Then he resumed his climb up the mountain. No more talk about magic. The highest point of Mount Lingwu is right there. I admit I couldn't make it to the top. You're good, go ahead and do it. Those two old men laughed their heads off again. How annoying! Ingo really knows how to joke around. So stupid you can't stand it. Lang Feng had already reached the peak of Mount Lingwu earlier. What's he gloating about there? Now Jia Yun is also cheering for you, Lang Feng. It's time to show him your true skills. Lang Feng was in a preparation stance. Alright, I'll show you what speed climbing is all about. You immediately unleashed all your strength, then shot through the steps one after another. You're building up momentum to jump even farther, and then flew straight towards the opponent's position. And Gokyu sees Lang Feng in front of her and is scared. You actually didn't touch your own chi. You're not a normal person. Lang Feng can't help but boast about his achievements. I'll tell you, the highest step is 99. Half a year ago, my family already reached it. Then he grabs his leg and pulls him back. Just now you admitted it yourself. With just your own strength, you won't make it to the top. He leans close to his ear and whispers, "Now let me help you." Lang Feng then walks away far, making Ngakyu bump her head on the steps. Injured all over, he struggles to get up. I have to stand up too. But the mountain's pressure doesn't allow that. Trouble is, the mountain's pressure is too strong. Then he sighs and walks towards his opponent in surprise. You actually climbed to the top so easily. Who are you? Lang Feng punches directly without hesitation. You don't need to know who I am. Just remember, I came here to fight you. And Gakyu has lost all dignity now. You dare hit me, I'll remember you well. Lang Feng still isn't going easy on him. You dared to make a move on my sister. How could I forgive you? This young man only knows how to threaten with fear. Stop fighting. After all, I'm an undercover disciple. Keep hitting like that and the undercover sect won't spare you. But Lang Feng isn't scared anymore. He grabs his shirt, almost forgetting that he's representing the undercover sect for a friendly exchange. Then he leaves without looking back, showing full commitment. And Gakyu is practically foaming at the mouth from being hit. The two old men can't stop laughing. Foolish Ngakyu, don't tangle with someone you shouldn't. I bet Ngakyu's face looks like a butt now. Jia Yun is very pleased with this student. Lang Feng is a physical culture cultivator. Now he can finally unleash his true combat power. Ziyang looks at him with sparkling admiration. Is Lang Feng's senior so strong? The alchemy sect is amazing. I must join the alchemy sect. Dan King mischievously winks at him. Xiaofeng is terrifying. Little Golden Yellow is relaxing on his back. He calls out to his opponent while mocking him. Who knew an undercover disciple like you would be so heavy? Then he throws the opponent away without hesitation. At the foot of the mountain now, Dai Yu. And Gakyu falls right at Little Golden Yellow's feet. Struggling to get up, he threatens, "You guys wait, I'll come back." Lang Feng is very uncomfortable with that attitude. He dares to be so bold and say, "Little Golden Yellow, eat him." Little Golden Yellow looks at the opponent in disbelief. Then they both run for their lives. The two old men raise their fingers unfriendly. Undercover disciple, go away quickly. You're embarrassing yourself. Jia Yun clearly announces to everyone, all right, the obstacle has left. The Spirit Iron Academy of Spiritual Martial Arts will start over from scratch. 2 hours later, Lang Feng is still running. Grandma Teacher Master Old, come here fast, save me. Many girls are surrounding him. Lang Feng Sr. Lang Feng looks very confused. So many girls want to join the alchemy sect. Hurry up and think of a solution. But Wan Meng just sits there reading books. Good, people continue choosing their paths. The admissions advisor has full authority over this matter now. Those girls are filled with admiration. Lang Feng Sr. Lang Feng has nowhere to run anymore. I hate it. So many people. What should I choose? Then you brought up a book and ordered them to copy this alchemy script. That's good. Each of you copy this alchemy script on your own. 3 days later, refine iron cores with herbs. Those who have talent can stay. The women all followed your orders. Yes, sir. Brother Lang Fong. Van Meng was very excited by this scene. She never expected you to be so popular among the girls. Brother Lang Fong just groaned in exhaustion. I wish I didn't have to deal with all these girls. It's a nightmare. The delicate girl approached Brother Lang Fong and said, Brother Lang Fong, I want to ask you something. She pointed at the book and asked, Brother Lang Fong, can Lan and Yuyan Ho be tested together since their natures are similar? Brother Lang Fong responded enthusiastically. They can be tested together. Lan is different from the fruits here. They can be tested simultaneously. Of course, if you have strong control, it's possible too. She looked at him with sparkling eyes and asked, Brother Lang Fong, can we do this? He scratched his head in hesitation. It could work, but barely. This made her admire him even more. Brother Lang Fong is really powerful. The other girls saw this and immediately chimed in, Brother Lang Fong, I don't understand something here. How do we control the heat essence and cold essence? Can you teach me, Brother Lang Fong? I can't figure out this part. Brother Lang Fong, can you make a potion like this? He was gradually becoming a center of admiration. Brother Lang Fong, can you sign your name for me? Brother Lang Fong, can we shake hands? Oh, Brother Lang Fong, I want to have children with you in the future. Brother Lang Fong, the cutest academy of spirit arts, the cutest martial god continent. Brother Lang Fong couldn't take it anymore and ran away. Auntie, teacher, let me ask for leave here. I won't be back for at least 10 days or half a month. Van Meng laughed happily at the scene. Turns out Brother Lan Fong can't handle all these enthusiastic girls. Oh, he's just a boy after all. After Van Meng's examination, only those with alchemy talent passed and became new students in the alchemy class. In the wilderness, Lang Fong counted his fingers and thought about how to survive as an advanced martial artist for these few days. I went from a 7th rank martial practitioner to an intelligence realm martial artist. I managed to defeat some disciples of McVan's sect and gained much experience. Suddenly, a strong wind blew past. Lang Fong covered his face with his hand and gritted his teeth, asking where the strong wind came from. After that sentence, a bird flew down from the wilderness mountain. It cried out Lang Fong. He thought, this is a rare Yao beast, the green-feathered crow. The green-feathered crow cried again, and Lang Fong was surprised. Then the green-feathered Yao beast controlled its wings to fly towards him, causing him to get injured. Lang Fong looked at his bleeding arm in anger. Just a small 3rd-rank martial artist bird dares to attack me. He bent down and picked up a stick, fighting fiercely with the bird. Lang Fong spun the stick in his hand, emitting golden light that sent the Yao beast flying back towards him. He swung the stick at the green-feathered crow. Of course, it was hit by the green-feathered crow. Then he landed calmly on the ground. The bird looked down at him with red eyes and flicked its tongue. It seemed to be showing off its middle finger to him. He saw this and angrily shouted, What a hateful bird! You're bullying me, little guy who can't fly. If you dare, come down here. The green-feathered crow only gave him a glance before calling out. Then it quickly swooped down to attack him with its wings. Lang Fong was covered in dust as he pointed and said, You know the black wind technique. Good job. I need to subdue you. He used his 2 fingers to touch the green-feathered crow. A golden aura appeared, and he shouted, Honeysuckle arrow technique. A huge vortex appeared, hitting the bird, which flapped its wings loudly. Lang Fong was covered in dust as he pointed and said, You know the black wind technique. Good job. I need to subdue you. The bird fell to the ground, once mighty but now pathetic. This cowardly bird won't kill you if you don't die. The bird is sweating profusely, so it quickly transformed itself from a proud and majestic bird to this cute little bird. The white-feathered bird hurriedly acted cute, hugging his leg while crying loudly. He was surprised, then said, Sure enough, this cute little creature is adorable. I'll call you Little White from now on. He was delighted and widened his eyes, saying, This white-feathered bird has a very high natural talent if raised carefully. The future looks bright, especially with it. If we face an enemy we can't defeat, we can just fly away. To train, I need to explore. Little White spread its wings and pointed in one direction. Lang Feng pointed straight ahead, saying, "Even a powerful beast spirit like this is scared. It must be a very dangerous place indeed." He and Little White arrived at a forbidden area. Lang Feng and the cute bird Little White arrived at the forbidden zone. He stood there thinking, dark winds blowing in waves. This can't be a normal forbidden area. I'm training Little White again. Little White nodded fearfully. He said, "Little White, let's go explore inside the cave. Stay here. Don't move anywhere." Suddenly, someone appeared at the entrance of the cave, startling him. It was a beautiful white-haired maiden with two ponytails. The beautiful maiden was from the Spirit Martial Academy, an academy disciple named Wu Yu. The beautiful maiden slowly said, "Wait, are you also a disciple of the Spirit Martial Academy?" Lang Feng smiled and bowed, saying, "Thank you for reminding me. I remember meeting her at the academy. What was her name again? I can't recall." Wu Yu approached him, stroking his hair gently and said soothingly, "I heard that in the forbidden area of martial masters, there are sharp divine weapons and rare cultivation methods. Dangerous beasts are also more common here. Many old adventurers have died. Disciple, you're still young, don't do foolish things." He quickly bowed and said, "Thank goodness for your reminder. I would have died without you." Then he laughed, turned around to wave goodbye and said, "I'll be back. Goodbye, senior sister." Wu Yu sighed and quietly said, "That's right, if not, this disciple would have caused a lot of trouble." The senior sister turned away and said lightly, "I should go too. I wonder if Lang Feng is here." Inside, there were many dead bodies. He returned to the forbidden area and said softly, "The martial master's forbidden zone isn't simple. It seems senior sister was right. A lot of people have died here." As he went deeper, he felt a strong aura. The scary beasts must be nearby. Suddenly, his foot stepped on a red line, and he exclaimed, "Oh no, I think I triggered a spell." He quickly jumped down, angrily saying, "This is a realm suppression ray. I'm falling from the martial artist realm to the beastman realm." A sudden gust of wind nearly scared him to death. Lang Feng tried to regain his balance and was surprised by what he saw. He shouted, "Blood beast heart sickness." The scene before him was a dragon-like creature, but not quite. It was the strongest beast he had ever encountered. He prepared for battle and thought, a blood beast is a terrifying creature born in extremely bloody battles. It has no spirit, only extreme savagery. I can't escape. The blood beast Longsire roared, and Lang Feng quickly jumped away. They fought fiercely, colliding with each other. He shouted, "Come here, we're both beastman realm. Let's see who's stronger." He launched a long strike that split it in two. The blood beast Longsire fell to the ground, and Lang Feng landed to examine it. His perfect landing allowed him to breathe easily, but the blood beast had healed from its wounds. He exclaimed loudly, "Could this be the unique technique of a blood beast?" The blood beast Longsire spat out flames, and Lang Feng's eyes widened in fear. He shouted, "Blood fire." Lang Feng's hands burned with injuries, and more wounds formed in a circular pattern. He screamed. His entire body was on fire as he lay on the ground. He thought, while blood fire isn't powerful, it's relentless and hard to extinguish. Now my whole body is burning. This will be troublesome. The blood beast Longsire roared again. Lang Feng gritted his teeth, thinking, the blood beast's entire body is made of blood, so it naturally regenerates quickly. A long slash wouldn't work. He jumped to stand up. Now his clothes were in tatters. Suddenly, he sang, "White silver body, unleash all your power. Test the strength of this 10,000 Jin fist." He swung a punch at the blood beast Longsire, white silver palm. With one strike, he hit its eye, completely destroying its body. He calmly said, "Sure enough, dealing with blood beasts requires a decisive strike to destroy them completely." Then his arm suddenly flamed up, and he said in flames, "My arm used too much force, allowing blood fire to take advantage and enter my body." He slumped down, his face blackened, and said, "It seems blood fire is even more formidable than blood beasts. Refining blood fire will require a lot of time." Standing in the cave, Lang Feng examined his own body for a while. He quickly rushed deeper into the cave and said, "This place is too dangerous." Deep inside the cave, There are even more vicious monsters. I can't stay here long. I need to find treasures quickly and leave once I get them. He climbed up the stone ladder and said, I sense the aura now. The treasure protected by the blood dragon must be right above us. Then he saw a sword embedded in a skull and sang out, found it. He hurriedly took the sword and happily said, this ancient-looking scythe-shaped sword must be the ancient divine bell. Suddenly, the wind blew against his neck, and he was pushed back. The sword shattered into dust as well. He covered his face and sobbed silently in his heart, damn it, broken. I just wanted to look at it. Then a finger was cut, bleeding and tearing his hand open. A large hole appeared, and suddenly, a bright green metal shard pierced him, causing him to scream in surprise. What is this? He quickly covered the wound with his hand. Green shrapnel spewed out from his arm. He angrily said, damn it! What's going on here? All the shards were stuck in his arm. His arm couldn't move anymore. Lang Feng painfully knelt down on the ground. He opened his eyes and looked at the shards entering his arm. In horror, he shouted, I'm done for. These shards are following my blood flow and invading every part of my body. Panicked, he fell to the ground, his body covered in wounds. He said, I'm done for. My life force and protective aura can't stop these shards from entering my bones. Disappointed, he thought, these shards are indeed incredibly strong, like a huge stone. I could lift 200,000 caddies outside, but it's hard to handle the weight inside my body. He frowned and thought, I'm cornered now. The broken ring shards, weighing 10,500 caddies, were gradually entering his body. Lang Feng clenched his teeth. He endured the burning sensation in his body. He thought, these ring shard fragments are indeed magical weapons. My body feels like a monster has entered it. Closing his eyes tightly and gritting his teeth, he thought, no wonder they're from forbidden realms. Before it was blood fire. Now it's these shards, all deadly dangers. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and came up with an idea. Right, we can use life force to absorb the blood fire. Then, using the power of the blood fire, refine the ring shard fragments. It's a 2-for-1 deal. He tried to stand but couldn't, only managing to support himself on his hands. He said, I'm about to give up. This is my last limit. Gradually, Lang Feng was able to sit up a little. Sitting down, he concentrated his chi, and flames burst out of him, intense with anger. He said, I'll risk it. Let's see how tough my life force is. Inside, the shards were continuously causing chaos. He thought deeply, no matter what difficulties come. Suddenly, he shouted, Lang Feng won't fall down. The sky was sunny and hot, the air fresh. 5 days later, Xiao Yan was sleeping soundly, dreaming away. There was a piece of steaming meat, but suddenly a voice interrupted her dream. Xiao Yan's bird startled awake, turning its head around to look around loudly. To suddenly appeared from nowhere and grabbed Xiao Yan, making it jump in fear. Xiao Yan, you still haven't run away. Listen up, that deserves praise. He held Xiao Yan and said, bringing me here to the forbidden area is no easy feat. I've gotten many things. Look at this. In his palm appeared a small flame swirling around. He said, this is the blood essence I obtained by defeating the blood beast. Then he turned his hand over, revealing pale green shards in his palm, and more. I had to struggle to refine these ring shard fragments. Lang Feng showed Xiao Yan the shards. Don't be fooled by their small size. They have great power. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in amazement. He happily said, it seems like I scared you. These medicines are for your usual use. Xiao Yan blushed and accepted them. Sure enough, with a strong master comes everything. Lang Feng was preparing to discipline Xiao Yan again. If I bring you back now, it would be too obvious. Let's do this instead. Stay in the wilderness to cultivate first. When needed, I'll call for you. Xiao Yan held the medicine bottle and affirmed with Lang Feng. Lang Feng looked into the distance and said, I have to go back now. We don't know when he returned, but finally, Lathan's final Lang Feng has come back. Right now, Van Ming is lying on a chair, her face flushed, and she asks, when will that scoundrel return? Suddenly, a warm voice teases the woman. This young man has returned. Van Ming opens her eyes to see who it is. To her surprise, it's a handsome American named Zissou. He fans himself and says, "Van Meng, it's been a while since we last met." To Zissou provocatively grins. Brother knew nothing about Mizzy leaving suddenly, making Brother Hein miss you. With his hand touching Van Meng's cheek, he arrogantly says, "Brother Hein heard that Mizzy was at Lingwu Academy and rushed here. I didn't expect Mizzy to still be as beautiful as ever." Van Meng quickly pushes him away, treating him like a dirty thing. "Treat me with some respect." He looks down angrily and says, "Van Meng, get up." She stands facing him and shouts in anger, "Don't act so arrogant. This isn't DCC Tang's territory." It sounds like he's listening to a joke. Suddenly, he laughs loudly. Can this small Lingwu Academy compare with the 1,000 respected DCC Tang? Today, I will take you away and see who dares not submit. Van Meng turns red with anger. She clenches her fists and shouts in his face, "You're a shameless scoundrel." The disciples rush over to ask, "Van Meng, what happened?" A blonde girl points at him accusingly, the one who bullied Van Meng. He turns around with a spring breeze smile and says, "This is to Zissou of DCC Tang. May I know how you ladies address yourselves?" He looks at the two girls, imagining them as beautiful pairs, especially the blonde girl with her outstanding beauty. Van Meng quickly shields her disciples and shouts loudly, "Leave us alone, noble man. Don't have any intentions towards them." The angry man points his fan at Van Meng and says coldly, Van Meng, your courage has grown. You dare to insult me in front of others." Then he slaps her face, catching her off guard, showing how to discipline someone. Van Meng sits down on the ground, supported by a disciple. The disciple asks urgently, "How can you hit Van Meng?" He arrogantly looks down and says, "I'm Brother Hein of what's the problem? Women in DCC Tang are fair game." Two female disciples covered their faces behind her. One of them snobbishly says, "A waste of space from DCC Tang. As long as we're here, don't think about hitting Van Meng." Right, a waste of space from DCC Tang. He angrily throws his fan to the ground. Pointing at them, he says, "You dare insult me." After saying that, he rushes towards the blonde girl and slaps her hard in the face. Then he hits another green-haired girl. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, he laughs loudly. Jia Yun angrily pushes him, shouting into his face, "Who are you? Why attack a disciple from Lingwu Academy?" He smiles and turns his head to say loudly, "I am the grandson of DCC Tang's elder, to Zissou. They dared to insult me just now. I only disciplined them a bit." A disciple at the entrance says, "Surely he's from DCC Tang, a shameless scoundrel." He scoffs and says, "DCC Tang's grandson indeed, a shameless scoundrel." Jia Yun frowns silently, thinking about DCC Tang. Then he turns his face arrogantly like a proud rooster. Jia Yun looks at him and thinks, "The reputation of DCC Tang is too great. It's one of the major sects surpassing even the hidden sects. The situation now is hard to handle." Lang Sheng can't hold back anymore, suddenly shouting, "You're lying! Clearly, you were taunting Van Meng." Feeling ashamed and angry, he strikes someone. His words made him so embarrassed that he was ready to strike again. "How dare you insult me? I will not be looked down upon. Kill him quickly." The voice that spoke was definitely our main character, a shining star with imposing presence and disdainful attitude. Addressing the worthless member of the medicine sect who dared to cause trouble in the alchemy hall. In the midst of this drama at the alchemy hall, Lang Feng stood up calmly and said, "Let me handle this, Director Jia." Director Jia gently patted him on the shoulder and advised carefully, reminding him that he was still part of the medicine sect. He cheerfully replied, "Got it, I'll think about Spirit Dance Academy." The disciples below chuckled at his expense. "Lang Feng is here. This brat is doomed." Yang's eyes glared at him, unhappy, and said, "Who are you to look down on the medicine sect?" He just smiled and replied, "Isn't it great for a small sect like ours?" Lang Feng seriously pointed at himself with his thumb and said, "I am Lang Feng from Holy Mountain." The crowd of spectators had question marks above their heads. "Who are you? Where do you come from? What is Holy Mountain?" When did Lang Feng become a member of Holy Mountain? He pointed at him and asked in confusion, "What? You're a disciple of Holy Mountain?" He was still skeptical and continued to ask, "Really? Do you have any proof?" Lang Feng continued to exude danger, grinning mischievously and said, "Even just a medicine sect disciple dares to doubt my identity." He snapped back to reality, shook his head, and said, "No way, no way," then thought to himself, "This brat actually dared to look down on me. His arrogance is in his bones. He might really be a disciple of Holy Mountain." His eyes flared with anger as he pretended to be upset and said, "I'm from Spirit Mountain, and you dared to threaten my family." Lang Feng sternly pointed at him and said, "Little brother, you hit me." Lang Ting Lansheng quickly wiped away her tears. Then she said, "First, you hit me." She continued pointing at the water-spouting figure of death, saying, "Second, you dared to hit my nose." The figure of death sobbed and said, "Brother Lang, please protect my nose." Then she pointed at Master Yun Meng, who was sitting there, making her look confused and say, "Third, you dared to hit my fiance's brother." The disciples below laughed so hard that they fell on the ground in tears. Lang Feng's fiancé from Yunmeng. "Lang Feng, you dared to make fun of our master." He made Guo Zishui look like a drum with his laughter. Guo Zishui vaguely asked again, "Yunmeng is your brother-in-law." He thought, this is it. His big brother must also be from Spirit Mountain. If they kill me, my grandfather won't dare to do anything. Guo Zishui quickly said in a trembling voice, "This is just a misunderstanding. I'm only sorry for the wrong move." Lang Feng pretended to look down on him and said loudly, "Misunderstanding, wrong move." Guo Zishui trembled with fear and quickly wiped his face, weakly saying, "I'll take responsibility by offering 3 vials of spirit pills as compensation for the 3 ladies." He thought, this guy must definitely be a disciple of Holy Mountain. Lang Feng waved his hand and said, "Fine, we don't need any spirit pills. You hit my family member. You think just giving me some spirit pills will make it okay?" Guo Zishui was even more terrified and quickly defended himself. "I'm only sorry for the wrong move. I'm only sorry." Lang Feng waved his hand and said, "All right, let's give you a little face. Just take 3 moves from me today." Guo Zishui nodded frantically and said, "Absolutely, thank you very much." He thought 100% that this guy was definitely a disciple of Holy Mountain. Lang Feng smiled deeply and said, "Then I'm sorry for the trouble." Guo Zishui returned to normal and calmly said, "Come on, it's my fault. I'll make things right. No need to bother you anymore." Lang Feng made his first move and shouted, "First move, block me." Guo Zishui held the fan. A purple flame surrounded him. How much power he had just now. Now he can't even defend himself. With the first move, Guo Zishui sighed inwardly. This guy must definitely be from Holy Mountain. Lang Feng made his second move and said, "Second move, block me." Guo Zishui remained calm and said, "Come on, it was my mistake. I'll make things right. No need to bother you anymore." Lang Feng made his third move and shouted, "Third move, block me." Guo Zishui held the fan. A purple flame surrounded him. How much power he had just now. Now he can't even defend himself. This guy must definitely be from Holy Mountain. The disciples of Holy Mountain are as feared as rumors say. With an urgent shout, Lang Feng immediately launched an attack with his second technique, following a loud shout. Not exactly, but that guy managed to dodge quickly. Then Lang Feng continued with another move. The guy fell to the ground, clearly terrified and pale. He hurriedly stood up and ran away, ignoring the pursuing power. As expected, he was hit by a counterattack. The onlookers around were instantly alarmed, shouting in fear, "It's scary. It seems we can't offend anyone, especially Lang Fan and Elder Van Monk." On the ground, drenched in sweat, the guy pleaded for his life. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Lang Feng approached him cautiously, saying loudly, "Get away from here. Don't make me meet you again." The guy hurriedly stood up and fled, bowing and apologizing to everyone. "I offended you. I'm sorry. I'm begging for mercy." As he left, he secretly thought, the Spirit Martial Academy is not over with me yet. Although Lang Feng let him go, He knew in his heart that the guy's previous gaze was extremely venomous. He mustn't allow this guy to escape. Ha then watched and happily thought that Lang Feng handled this matter well. Lang Feng beside him was satisfied, patting him on the back and praising, "Little Feng, you did great. Little Feng, really impressive." Lang Feng blushed with pride as the praise continued. "Big brother Hein is too strong. You made that guy wet his pants." Lang Feng could only feign modesty. "I just used my normal strength." Van Meng calmly approached and thanked him. "Lang Feng, I must thank you for today's matter." Lang Feng smiled and politely replied. The beautiful elder Van Meng changed her attitude and pulled him to talk. "My good disciple, who is this big brother of yours?" He asked if he was his fiancé. In a hurry to escape, he shouted loudly, "Who are you asking about my big brother?" Then he continued in a mysterious tone, "My big brother's name is Lang Feng." The wind blew as he said the name. Feng means sharp and pointed in Chinese characters. Van Meng turned to Lang Fan and asked, "Is there really someone like that?" Lang Fan looked up mysteriously and replied, "I don't call him Big Brother Lang Feng. I call him Little Brother Lang Feng." Hearing this, Van Meng became furious and shouted, "Oh my, Lang Feng, you're so naughty, taking advantage of me. Lang Feng, can't you tell the difference?" Then she sighed helplessly and muttered, "That little brat is so talented. He showed himself off in front of everyone and offended a disciples of Holy Mountain." In the dark night, Titi Tai was exhausted and leaned against the cliff wall, complaining, "Don't think knowing someone from Holy Mountain makes you tough. I will never forgive that person. Lang Meng." But his eyes turned sly when he thought about it. "I need to mix some powder, trick her out of the Spirit Martial Academy. Do it secretly and no one will know. No one is watching me." He woke up from his thoughts and continued, "But now, I must return to the medicine sect. Treating my injuries is the most important thing." Lang Feng behind him covered his face and whispered, "Finally, I chased that guy away. This time, with a determined look, I must eliminate Titi Tai. In such a wild place, no one will see me." However, he was surprised to find 3 more people ahead. Seeing the group of people carrying weapons approach, he felt fear. Looking at the tense face of the leader, he inwardly cursed. What's wrong with him? Why did he appear here again? Injingite rushed like a gust of wind and decided this time he must deal with Lang Feng in the Spirit Martial Academy and then roast the Golden Lion. The followers encouraged him, saying, "Don't worry, brother Injingite. With us two brothers helping, nothing will go wrong." Still, his eyes turned sly as he said, "And that beautiful lady, I must take her with me." His mind kept imagining an incorrect scene, and so the 60 lines of translated subtitles are complete. But his eyes met with Lang Feng hiding behind the mountain and shouted loudly. Lang Feng, still Lang Feng, also exclaimed in surprise, "Hey old man, Injingite, I've been found out by you. You brought this upon yourself standing right before me." Immediately after that, Injingite swung his sword. The ones behind laughed maliciously and said, "This kid is doomed to die." Another one continued the mockery. "Senior Injingite, is it really this kid? He doesn't seem like much of a threat." Lang Feng didn't hesitate and faced them back. "Wretched scoundrel, you dared to ambush me with your lackeys." Then he shouted at Injingite, who was furious, "Don't let him escape. Let's chase after him." Holding his sword fiercely, Injingite charged forward. "Lang Feng, stop wasting time in the fields. No matter what, you can't run away." Lang Feng looked at the scene with a smug smile. "This woman is chasing me so closely, I wonder if she's already fallen into my trap." When Lang Feng saw Titi smiling, he finally spotted her. The cast is complete. Act 2 is about to begin. Lang Feng leaped up and shouted loudly, "Injingite, is it only you who knows tea?" As he was about to swing his sword at him, Titi suddenly seemed scared and took a few steps back. Lang Feng then hugged his shoulder happily and said, "Good brother, it's really a case of long-lost reunion. I've missed you so much." Titi asked fearfully, "Brother?" Lang Feng looked at him eagerly and replied, "Yes, big brother Lang Feng. I've also missed you so much." Seeing you makes me feel uncomfortable all over. Lang Feng gave him a big coat and said kindly, "It's cold at night. Put on my coat, brother. Don't catch a cold." T2 accepted it with trembling hands but still replied, "Thank you, big brother Lang Feng. No matter how much colder the weather gets, I'm not afraid. Because you've warmed my heart." Lang Feng quickly said goodbye. "Brother, I have urgent matters to attend to now. After you return to the academy, tell the dean for me." T2 happily replied, "Leave it to me. Big brother, go slowly." In his heart, he thought, "This guy is really strange. Forget about him, just leave him alone." The Moon King arrived late and muttered to himself, "I'm too late. Lang Feng has already escaped." T2 turned around and shouted loudly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" And Zhenghai pointed his sword directly at him and said loudly, "Are you a brother of Lang Feng's? I heard everything. He even told you to go to the Spirit Dance Academy and tell the dean about it." T2 quickly denied it, realizing he was trapped. "You must be mistaken. I'm not. I don't have any connection with him." He silently cursed his luck. "Oh, they're targeting Lang Feng. They think we're brothers of Lang Feng's." Just as he was about to run away, Zhenghai swung his sword and shouted loudly, "Explain yourself. Why are you wearing Lang Feng's clothes?" T2 didn't know what to say, stammering inside. "It turns out that just now, Lang Feng gave me the clothes on purpose for them to see. After all this," Zhenghai sneered and said, "You're really good," swinging his sword in the air. T2's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "You, after him." Blood splattered everywhere. Before he could finish acting script, below the cliff, painful cries echoed, piercing the ears. Zhenghai finished killing him and muttered to himself, "Lang Feng, we killed your comrade first, then killed you." Later, he wobbled and asked confusedly, "Where are you from?" Looking up at the sky that was obscured, he shouted loudly, "What kind of beast is this?" This beast is enormous, covering an entire area. Its green color shines brightly. After a while, Zhenghai cried out in disbelief, "This is the Hake Feng Wugongfer realm. We're doomed, I can't see anything." Lang Feng sneered from the shadows. The next morning at Lingwu Academy, someone shouted loudly, "Important news! Especially that Tzisu and Zhenghai both died." One of the students asked in shock after hearing this, "Is it true or false?" The messenger replied immediately, "It's true. Director Heian personally confirmed it." He continued, "Tzisu was killed by Zhenghai while Zhenghai and his followers were killed by the talons of some bird beast. Master Heian also witnessed this scene." The messenger gloated, "In my opinion, Tzisu and Zhenghai weren't worth much. Their deaths are justified." Other students agreed enthusiastically, "Right, who dares to cause trouble at the Lingwu Academy won't have a good outcome." Wuming asked worriedly, "Did you hear that Tzisu is dead?" Lanfeng Thorthy added, "According to what I heard on my way back, he was killed by Zhenghai. The sect disciples who killed Tzisu were then killed by some beast. Could this be a coincidence in the world?" Lanfeng continued with a casual tone, "It's not unusual for beasts to appear near the wilderness." Wuming comforted herself, "It seems they weren't humans after all. That's good. Let the sects settle their own disputes." Knowing he was free from suspicion, Lanfeng added, "Of course, it wasn't me. This has nothing to do with us." He secretly rejoiced in his heart, "No one suspects me. Everyone thinks it's a wild beast, but I actually have a large bird." Exiting the academy gates, he felt relieved that the bad guys were dead and no longer threatened sister or master. But then he became angry again. The mailing battle is coming up soon. With my current spirit realm martial artist's strength, it's still not enough. He had mentioned this in his memories. It's useless anyway, because my true strength is a 7th rank martial artist. He silently resolved to focus on training and become stronger. 3 months later at Lingwu Academy, Heian was furious. "Little Lanfeng, why haven't you returned yet?" Lanking just echoed with a laugh. Indeed, for the past 3 months, Little Feng often went to the wilderness to train. It's been a month since he hasn't come back. Ziyuan was slightly worried and added, "Today is Mailing Battle's departure ceremony. Brother Senior, don't miss it." Lanking comforted her. He said he won't forget. Wu Ming still grumbled unhappily. It's best if he forgets. Train alchemy with me. There are hundreds of elixirs. He has many creams. Ziyuan covered her mouth and mumbled. Master Wu Ming is concerned about him, worried he might get hurt in a fight. Wu Ming was touched by this, quickly denied. I don't have any. Right now in the wilderness. Lanfeng exuded challenge and power. Mailing battle, I'm here. At Lingwu Academy's guest field, many people were already gathered early. A group of Lingyan sect disciples had a powerful aura that oppressed everyone. Not to mention, the second-ranked disciple and the 4 strongest students at Lingwu Academy loudly said, "Why hasn't it started yet?" Reason Huan, the third-ranked disciple at Lingwu Academy, mockingly said. Both sides had their teachers and students present. Over 200 people were there. It was indeed a grand event held every 3 years. Li Ning, the 4th-ranked student in the 4 strongest students of Lingwu Academy, asked, "The 3 on the other side are the top 3 disciples of Lingyan sect, right?" They glared at each other intently, their cold-bloodedness making them unbutton their coats. He might not see my arrogant attitude, but he's furious and shouts, "Disrespectful." Li Huan sighs next to him and says, "I've lost to Macvan's sect in the last 10 years of competitions. No wonder they're so overbearing." Li Yu quickly follows up, "Though recently we've been winning external gate battles. In both martial arts contests and alchemy trials, all the credit goes to Lan Feng and the apprentice Feng Langtian." Mac doesn't listen and loudly puffs his chest out. Lan Feng's little brat only dares fight a few external gate battles. We still have to rely on us for Macling battle. Brother Li asks hesitantly, how does Sister Solo Moon think about the situation now that Macvan sect is in decline? Solo Wuyu answers calmly, the opponent is strong, but we're not weak either. She says she's the top student among the 4 strongest students of Lingwu Academy. Jia Qiu is stroking her chin while saying, this is tomorrow's Macling battle that we've been waiting for. Then he steps away and introduces to his companion, please allow me to introduce Master Vice President Mac Van Sect Ma Long. Ma Long finally speaks up. Macling battle has 2 preliminary rounds and finals. Each round is divided into 4 parts with a 7-day time limit. More than 200 apprentices will be divided into areas for one-on-one battles until the strongest is chosen. The guide then loudly announces, the first 10 from both sides draw lots in order, starting with the guests. Ling Shu becomes excited and says, finally, it's starting. He rushes forward quickly to attack. After standing before the lot drawer, he smiles. Then, facing the guide, he loudly reads out, Area 7, Match 5, pointing at himself proudly. He declares, this is Macvan Sect's speed. Champion, he's one of the 3 strongest in Macvan Sect. Still angry, Ling Shu says, it must be that guy who just pointed at me disrespectfully. Li Huan next to him worries softly, but his speed is really fast. We can't underestimate it. As the announcement ends, the next one speaks up. Longhouse steps forward and draws lots. He's also one of the 3 strongest in Macvan Sect. He drew Area 13, Match 4. Li Huan reminds again, he's too tall. We can't underestimate him. Among the top 3 strongest apprentices in Macvan Sect, Zongtian draws Area 3, Match 2. Brother Li speaks with confidence. This guy looks strange. He must be from a powerful sect. We can't underestimate him. Li Yu beside him thinks and says, I've heard that the top 3 in Macvan Sect are all 8th rank martial artists. Now they might have reached 9th rank. So Lo Wuyu calms him down. Don't worry, I'll just say one thing. She repeats her words, the opponent is strong, but we're not weak either. Outside the Lingwu Academy, police cars are parked calmly. The guide starts speaking, there's only one last contestant left. Is anyone else drawing lots? At this moment, someone shouts, wait a minute. The guide says, Lang Feng is flying down from above. Macvan Sect members ask, who is he? Does he need to make such a fuss? Lingwu Academy students cheer loudly. It's senior brother Lang Feng. He's so cool. Lan Feng steps down and says softly, teacher, what are you in such a hurry for? Amidst the cheers of everyone, He continues, the main character always appears last. The guy hesitantly reminds, so, please draw lots, main character. Then the guy loudly announces, last contestant, Area 16, Match 7, the drawing is over. Lan Feng approaches Vong Meng excitedly and says, hello, teacher. Vong Meng immediately gets angry and shouts, hello, do you know where to go back from here? Why didn't you die outside instead? He yells, teacher, spare me. Teacher, spare me. Lan King rushes up to stop him. Teacher Vong Meng, spare little Feng. Maybe he forgot the time while training. Vong Meng finally lets go and says, Lang Sheng's sister is still my sister who understands me. You've progressed so quickly in just a month. I haven't seen you like this before. Xian looks at him with wild eyes. Senior sister Lan King is now an inner gate apprentice of the Lingwu Academy. As a 9th rank martial artist and proficient in the Earth-level secret art sword technique, she's ranked among the top 10 strongest students. Lan Feng pretends to be a tycoon and says, so, both sides' contestants' sister's strength can rank her 23rd. That means if lucky, she could be in the top 16. Xian asks excitedly, Senior Brother Hein, what place am I now? Lan Feng replies happily, you can get as strong or big as you want. A voice from Macvin's sect calls out loudly, Lan Feng. He recognizes it's Zhang Shui. In his heart, he thinks, first external gate high water Zhang Shui lost to me in the external gate exchange battle. It seems his strength has increased significantly. Zhang Shui appears with positive energy and says, I'm here again. Lan Feng is here too. I've been looking forward to fighting you. Lan Feng replies, let's see who wins then. But at this moment, someone grabs his shoulder. The newcomer asks arrogantly, isn't it Feng Langqian? Lan Feng thinks to himself as he sees him, sweating profusely. Top Inner Gate Master Long Yu of Macvin's sect originally in the Wild Realm, I defeated him using the identity of Feng Langtian. He becomes more scared thinking, but my eyes are bad. If I take off the mask, I won't recognize him. Lan Feng can only feign ignorance and says, who's Feng Langtian? I don't know. Longingite adopted a haughty tone, speaking with pride and composure. Brothers, help us out. Trung Tai replied. Alright, let's check it out. At this moment, Ma Yuntong's Crystal Dragon disciple spoke up. I have a feeling that the powerful disciple like Wild Boar Heaven will definitely appear at Ma Ling battle. Lang Feng noticed immediately that the person looking at him wasn't just an ordinary individual. Ma Yuntong truly is the outer tiger concealing dragon. There are too many unpredictable close disciples. Trung Tai, Longingate, and the 3 strongest disciples of Yuntong. You also know that the 4 top disciples of Spirit Martial Academy are indeed a gathering of experts, meeting enemies head-on. And they're looking at you right now too. Han pointed his finger at him with an arrogant attitude. Lang Feng responded without hesitation. Just come over and I'll defeat all of you. Outside the Spirit Martial Academy courtyard, more people were gathering. All the students were full of spirit, shouting loudly, Spirit Martial Academy has never lost before. The disciples of Yuntong didn't back down either. The disciples of Yuntong continued to excel, so both sides kept challenging each other. Yuntong, Spirit Martial Academy, Spirit Martial Academy. Jirshu was powerless and could only try to stop them. I know everyone is very excited, but I hope everyone stays quiet. Then he loudly announced, now I declare that the Yuntong group sneered maliciously. The Linvi Academy people had a gleam in their eyes. Lang Feng wore a confident expression. Even the small branch was trying its best. Ma Ling battle officially began. Everyone below immediately cheered loudly. It's starting. Lang Feng clenched his fist with determination. I have to go to Area 16 now. Trust yourself. You will definitely win. Xiaoshang on the branch laughed and said that he won in the Outer 1000 battle for me at first. With it, I owe nothing anymore. Lang Feng reassured himself as he turned to leave. So I'll go now. They secretly hoped they would definitely win. Just when the referee raised his hand and shouted loudly, the first preliminary round, Area 1, match to begin, invite both contestants to the stage. Jiangming stepped forward with a fierce spirit and declared, "I will definitely win this time." Yun Tong's disciple, Jiangming, on the opposite side, his sister also responded. Spirit Martial Academy disciples, Lang Sheng, "No, I must defeat them." Just as the battle began, Jiangming charged forward to attack. He struck with great force and said, "Miss, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm a 5th rank martial artist." He swung his sword and shouted loudly, "Imperial rank technique, Lin Dao decision." Lang Sheng responded without hesitation. Jiangming was surprised as he exclaimed, "I never expected someone to be able to withstand my ultimate move. This sword isn't an ordinary one." His sister leaped up and declared, "It's my turn now." She swung her saber with a killing intent, Earth rank technique. Then the next move was 3 sword decisions. Jiangming encouraged himself as he saw the sword coming. "I have to block it too." But then his advantage gradually diminished along with everyone's cheers. Jiangming lost his fighting ability. They couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at Jiangming lying on the ground. Lang Sheng cheered loudly in excitement. It was so exciting. The crowd kept cheering. Lang Sheng won. Zivan gazes at this statue, lost in a dead end. Ling King's battle is a 7th rank martial artist plus Earth grade cultivation technique. A 5th rank martial artist and Imperial grade technique naturally isn't their match. The referee announces again. First round preliminary stage. Second competition area. Third one wins. Solo Moon Blade victory. More voices are heard. That's too weak. Next, first round preliminary. Competition area 14. Number 14 wins. Mono doesn't win. One of the Lingsu Academy disciples says, "We fought 300 rounds with a girl from Cloudy Peak sect. Finally compared strength, lost. I'm not boasting, it's true." The person next to him starts boasting too. What is that? I directly admitted defeat to senior sister Reason. The goddess praised me as a good person. Another person takes over and continues. A proud one is indeed strong. The 4 top disciples of Lingsu Academy all won. That person adds, the top 3 from Cloudy Peak sect have already won. Even Sungwater and Long Moon, who are weaker, didn't lose. Then they combined their efforts. So we came to watch your matches, the superstars of Lingsu Academy. Lang Feng enjoys the praise and replies, "Don't worry, experts like us won't fail in the preliminary round. I'm just here for some fun." Ling Meng encourages him proudly, "Good disciple, don't let down the alchemy hall. Advance straight to the finals for me." Lang Feng immediately responds, "What are the finals? I plan to bring back the championship title. After all, we're here." Seeing this, the hair-dyed person asks doubtfully, an alchemy hall disciple wanting to win the championship in the Muling battle. How will other disciples fall into a trap like that? Lang Feng arrogantly steps onto the stage and asks clearly, "I heard my first opponent is called what? Mingxi?" The boy with the cane continues, "No matter who you are, one hit to kill." Just then, behind Mingxi, he whispers, "I'm Mingxi, you're my opponent." Lang Feng, just as he turns around and sees him, is secretly startled. What a big, fierce guy. Mingxi looks at him and warns, "I'll kick your ass out." Only then does he realize his mistake. Lang Feng, you're too scared. As soon as you, in the first preliminary round, Area 16, Match 7, the fight began. The strong river spirit said, "Coming here to show respect. We'll do our best to defeat you." Just when he was speaking, "Take this hit from me," Yunming laughed even more arrogantly. Meanwhile, the referee announced that Wu Mingxi had lost fighting ability. Lan Feng won. To look surprised and asked, "Oh, has it ended already?" Wu Mingxi, disciple of Macian Monastery, 3rd level martial artist, handsome and fierce, was lying on the floor defeated. Even some disciples were so scared they cried and ran away. "I dare not fight Lan Feng, I surrender." Only Lan Feng was holding back. "Stay here, don't go!" Along with this came a loud cheer for the second preliminary round. Another contestant surrendered on the stage. "In our Spirit Martial Academy, everyone knows you. I dare not fight you. I surrender." Lan Feng reluctantly said, "The 4th preliminary round has already started for 3 days. and so far no tough opponent yet. Come on, have some fun with me. For the third preliminary round, Area 16, Match 2, Lan Feng won again. Yunming asked casually while munching, "Disciple, impressive. You've made it to the fourth preliminary round already. Why are you still not happy?" Wu Mingxi replied helplessly, "We're on day 3 of the fourth preliminary round, and I'm sweating like crazy so far. Still looking up at the sky shouting, 'Bring me a tough opponent to play with for once.'" At the Spirit Martial Academy, Lingshan battle in the afternoon, third day after introduction, fourth preliminary round, Area 1, final match. 10 opponents on each side entered the stage. Tang King went up and was still thinking his luck is good. He hasn't met a tough opponent yet. With the shout, "Disciple of Spirit Martial Academy, Lan King." Little Fortune cheered from below, "Lan King's sister, go for it." She rushed into the final round with one breath. Lan King waved back but secretly worried, too noticeable already. Across from her was a disciple of Spirit Martial Academy, Ma Lan. When the referee announced the start of the match, Lan King respectfully bowed and said, "Master Lan, please instruct me." Ma Lan decisively swung her sword in response. That master title is not to be taken lightly. In her heart, she was filled with resentment, thinking, Lan King not only looks beautiful, but also has improved in martial arts. She's famous throughout the academy. I've worked hard and consumed so many medicinal pills. I don't believe I can't defeat her. Ma Lan immediately launched an attack, a mysterious grade technique, full power assault. Lan King calmly said, "To break a mysterious grade technique is simple." She coldly waved her hand and continued, just like this, gently hitting Ma Lan, who couldn't believe it. What? Her moves were broken. She clenched her sword in surprise. What? My technique was broken. Then she tightly gripped her sword and sighed. Very good. I want to see too. How strong is this opponent? Earth grade technique, full wind destruction. She immediately launched a red vortex towards Master Lan. Little Fortune warned quietly, an earth grade technique from a 6th level martial artist. Sister Lan King must be careful. Ma Lan gloated, "Die already? Although I haven't fully mastered full wind destruction yet. It's enough to deal with you." Lan King only said, "Earth grade technique." Then she used 3 sword techniques and cut through the earth grade technique. Ma Lan couldn't believe it. What? My move was broken. Next, she was also injured by Lan King. Lying on the floor, she wondered why this happened. Lan King approached her and said affectionately, "Master Lan, you're injured now. Please surrender." Ma Lan's tears flowed as she thought, "Did I lose? The hacker girl who was ugly and weak back then is now prettier and stronger than me." Then the announcement came that Ma Lan had lost fighting ability. "You are the last winner of Area 16 in the 4th preliminary round, Lan King." She secretly rejoiced, "Great, I really did get promoted." For the final match of the 4th preliminary round, Area 16, please invite both contestants to the stage. Lan Feng muttered lazily, "The preliminaries are so boring. I wonder if the opponent for the final round will be interesting." The man sneered and said, "Lan Feng, don't be too arrogant. I'm here to end you. He's a disciple of McVantang, Ling Tianshu, because I am a hidden master, the 4th of the 3 great men of McVantang." Facing him, Lan Feng calmly said, "Go ahead and try." Lan Feng waved his hand to urge him on. "Hurry up. My iron cane is itching." Weaving a water cup, Van Meng asked curiously, "Itching? Does this brat want to make the other guy go crazy?" Ling Chanshu gritted his teeth and replied, "Lan Feng, you're too arrogant. You'll pay for that." The referee waved his hand and announced, "The match between Lan Feng from Lingshan Academy and Ling Chanshu of McVantang begins now." When reminded, he was a 9th rank martial artist, shocking with full force. He immediately unleashed his technique, a yellow rank art, earth and stone formation, sending rocks flying everywhere. He continued using techniques, a mystical rank art, slaughter gale sword. But just then, he hesitated. Wait, did you just use the cane to hit a big tree? Ling Chanshu fell to the ground and sighed, "That speed is terrifying." Meanwhile, Lan Feng smiled at Han and asked, "Does it hurt much?" Ling Chanshu shivered but replied firmly, "No pain, I can still fight." Honder Atlee used a major technique, the yellow rank art, Tiger Roar Fist. He continued, "Next, use another yellow rank art, Leaf Flower Excavation Technique. Then jump up and launch the third attack." That was it, a mystical rank art, Slaughter Gale Sword. Lang Feng calmly watched the three major techniques approach before deciding to block with his shield. He then swung a cane to counter that move. What's the point of all these unnecessary movements? They don't do anything. He swung the cane and said, "You'll be broken by one of my canes." Ling Chanshu lay on the ground crying out, "Ugh, this is how you kill me." Lang Feng sneered back, "3 layers of attacks are impressive. I know about layered attacks too." He raised his cane and spun it a few times before saying, "Lang Feng's specialized art, Scalding Storm Weaponry." The fear lay on the ground, realizing, "You're clearly just hitting randomly with this specialized technique." Then he swung down directly, causing intense pain. Lang Feng said, "Sorry, I slipped. With my skill level, I am indeed the fourth of Mek Van Tang's 3 great men." He lay on the ground groaning, "That was just me calling myself that," and Ling Chanshu lost his combat ability. His words echoed again in Arena 16. The final winner is Lang Feng. I sigh as the preliminary exam was too easy. Van Meng approached the training grounds. "Well done. Don't embarrass the Alchemy Hall." He smiled widely and replied, "Of course not. I didn't have a chance to use my full strength." The crowd cheered. That year's Outer Gate battle, Lang Feng used this iron cane to sweep Mek Van Tang clean. Now he uses it to open the path to the finals. Impressive. They all shouted in unison. Lang Feng is the Iron Cane Legend. Iron Cane Legend. He muttered unhappily, "I won't use this cane anymore." Iron Cane Legend. Hearing these praises, he broke his cane and thought to himself. In Arena 15, Long Yu lay on the ground laughing. "Being an Outer Gate disciple who defeated an Inner Gate disciple like me, your talent is really strong." The man replied, panting heavily, "Senior brother, I yield." Long Yu sat up and continued, "I didn't lose my focus, it was junior brother who surpassed me. Keep it up." Zheng stood up and pulled Long Yu up, saying, "But where is Feng Lang Tian? Let's continue searching for him." He agreed. The referee announced again, the final winner in Arena 15 is Zheng. The list of opponents for the finals was displayed below. The McLin final battle will start tomorrow. The crowd immediately began discussing excitedly. There's a huge gap in strength between the preliminary contestants, so let the stronger ones advance freely. This year, each faction has 8 newbies. We're finally not being pressured by Mek Van Tang anymore. The red-haired person shouted anxiously, "Disaster! Disaster! Disaster! Disaster!" The next clear battle will be against Solo Virtue's champion, Sister TT, and Zhang Shui and Lang Feng too. Outer sect opponents for sure. They still think Lang Feng and Lang King would clash so badly they can't even eat. While Lang Feng is eating happily, he says, "No matter who the opponent is, we don't need to be afraid. Keep eating, keep sleeping." Meanwhile, Lang King praises happily. "So fragrant." On Moxing's 4th battle day, when Mo Yun sects Hao Hao and Mo Yun disciples continued to shine, the opposite Spirit Martial students were all gone. No win, no return for Spirit Martial students. Lang Feng whistles in admiration. No wonder it's the Spirit Academy. The environment is better than the Alchemy Hall. Yun Meng directly reminds, "In vain, you'll break the furnace just by refining pills." Lang King, who is a bit worried, says softly, "Everyone has come to watch. The pressure is huge." Ziyun pats her shoulder and encourages, "Sister, don't be afraid. Do your best." Zhang Tai steps up and speaks. The first match of Moxing's finals, Spirit Martial Academy Lang King against Spirit Martial Academy Solo Virtue Wu Yu. Lang King greets with her sword, "Sister TT, please instruct me." Solo Virtue Wu Yu replies directly, "Lang King Master, show your hand." Sister TT again responds seriously. Lang King dares not go forward. The crowd below cheers as blood held. Solo Virtue Wu Yu's weapon appears, allowing Mo Yun Sect's young disciples to broaden their horizons. Cold-eyed, Solo Virtue Wu Yu strikes. Next move, truly a powerful technique. Ling King must exert great effort to resist. When the sword hits the ground, everyone shouts. Ling King's sister Tidaba's sword is trembling and falling. Yun Ming can only sigh in regret. Pity, the strength gap is too large. Outside, Lang Feng feels the immense power. Even under the arena, he senses it. Without using techniques, she could produce such a sound. She's too strong. Ling King on the stage loudly says, "I admit defeat." The referee announces. Ling King admits defeat. Solo Virtue Wu Yu wins. She modestly says, "It was me yielding." Yun Ming pats her shoulder and tells the others, "I'll take Ling King back to rest first. You two can continue watching." Yun Ming sighs quietly. Solo Virtue Sister TT is no wonder a top for disciple, winning with one move, beyond expectations. Lang Feng sniffs his nose and says, "But sister, originally just an outer sect disciple, becoming the 6th strongest is too advantageous." The referee calls again. The second match of Moxing's finals, Mo Yun Sect Zongtian against Spirit Martial Academy Jin Kao. Zongtian confidently advances with his sword. It's time to teach a lesson to Spirit Martial Academy. Jin Kao angrily replies, "Don't be too proud. Today, I'll trample Mo Yun's 3 great heads on the ground." Zi Yun cheers enthusiastically. Jin Kao brother is from our Spirit Academy. Looks like this match will last a long time. Lang Feng thinks differently. "No way. I think it will end quickly." A mouthful of blood spits out. The referee says, Jin Kao lost combat ability. Zongtian wins. Zongtian gloatingly says, "Spirit Martial Academy, really weak." Ziyun still looks surprised at Lang Feng and says, "I didn't expect it to be so fast." One move defeated a 5th level martial artist. "Brother, how did you see that?" Lang Feng calmly analyzes. Zongtian is the first Mo Yun Sect disciple to fight. Of course, he must fully exert his strength to destroy our morale. The referee calls again. The third match of Moxing's finals. Spirit Martial Academy Li Yuan against Mo Yun Sect Han Ran. Ziyun whispers in his ear, "Heard that Han Ran's strength is very strong. Looks like both sides will fight for a long time." However, Lang Feng says, "No way. I think it will end quickly." Li Yuan steps out and says, "My progress has come." Han Ran was immediately beaten to a terrible state. Next announcement, Han Ran lost combat ability. Li Yuan wins. Li Yuan laughs triumphantly and loudly says, "I won." Ziyun admires him and asks, "Really, brother, how did you predict so accurately?" Lang Feng answers with a smile. "Actually, ordinary contestants in front of powerful opponents can't withstand one hit." Ziyun adds, "The next match is an inter-sect battle between Mo Yun Sect. Lingzhu against Lingwu. Lingzhu is one of the 3 greats. Perhaps it could be finished in one move." At the same time, the referee's voice rings out. Han Wu surrenders. Blood extraction victory. Death struggled desperately, but didn't expect it to be faster than Milsat. "We haven't even started fighting and you're already surrendering. Can we at least guess their strength once?" Lang Feng said, "Mo Van Teng is smart. The blood extraction ability is still hiding its true power right now." Mo Ling's 5th battle of the day. Both sides were tense in combat and secretly judging each other. "This guy is troublesome. He clearly has less strength than me. Why are you avoiding me for so long?" The remaining opponent taunted. "Use a bit more force." Cloud Dream glanced with some concern. She glared at Lang Feng and scolded. "Lang Feng, why did you only arrive now? Today's first battle is over." "You're still drowsy," he replied. "I'm the last one to step onto the stage, so I slept a bit more." "How's the situation now?" Lang King spoke continuously from beside. "The 5th battle is over," Li Yuxi said easily after defeating death. "Now it's the 6th battle. This water spirit dragon isn't famous, but it can still fight evenly with Wang Shutui." Wang Shutui was exhausted and sat on the ground, saying, "Ugh, I'm the one who lost the most energy. No more fighting, no more. I admit defeat." Water Spirit laughed widely and replied, "Thank you for your victory," she loudly announced. Wang Shutui admits defeat. Water Spirit Dragon wins. Death exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to be like this. This is truly unexpected." Lang Feng snorted and said, "What's so surprising about that? The aura of the water spirit dragon is very mysterious, making me completely unable to see through it." A voice called out nearby, "Lang Feng, you're mocking now, but soon it will be your turn to receive blows on stage." He didn't laugh and replied, "Do you remember our initial agreement?" He continued facing him, "After I eliminate Long Hao, then it's your turn." The arena was silent. Lang Feng spoke with mockery. "Eliminate me," he said arrogantly. "Wait until you defeat Long Hao." Mo Kei and Jiang stepped onto the stage and turned to say, "Youngster, today I'll make everyone understand what a true master is." The referee announced loudly, "The final battle of Mo Ling's competition, Long Hao from Mo Vatong against Mo Kei and Jiang from Spirit Martial Academy." Death cheered enthusiastically. "The final intense battle has arrived. The three greats and for disciples will clash. Who will win, we don't know, nor do we dare to say." Lang King sipped his drink while watching. "I can't figure it out either. I feel they're all too strong." Cloud Dream said beside him, "What's so hard to guess? If everyone is this strong, let them draw." Death Van was worried and asked softly, "Lang Feng, who do you think will win?" Tram T replied, "I'm not sure either. I've never seen Long Hao fight before." Death Van asked blankly, "Even the master can't figure it out." Long Hao spoke from the stage. "They say you're second in the four disciples. I really don't know how powerful you are." He directly suggested, "Let's stop hiding our true strength and fight with all our might." Mo Kei and Jiang agreed. "Fine, let everyone see." The disciples cheered enthusiastically. High-ranking Master Mo Kei and Jiang, eliminate Mo Vatong. Long Hao used a low-level technique first, then continued with Frost Mountain Fist. One punch. Mo Kei and Jiang was beaten to a bloody mess. Finally, Long Hao used two punches and followed up with 3 punches. Mo Kei and Jiang spat out blood everywhere. "It's impossible." He was knocked out, and the referee declared that he no longer had combat ability. Long Hao won. Long Hao secretly mocked, "The 4 disciples are only this level." Everyone gasped in shock. "No way! 3 punches to a critical point." Lang Feng sighed softly. "You've truly shown me what a true master is like." "That's Long Hao. You agreed to fight with him and gave you the chance, but you didn't take it seriously." Below them, everyone shouted in unison, "Long Hao wins, Mo Vatong wins." Cloud Dream hugged her head and muttered, "I was wrong. It's not a draw at all." Feng Ling recognizes that the temperature doesn't rise quickly. Ma Yuntong's aura is incredibly strong right now. Zi Yun gently massages him and whispers softly. Next up, Brother Hein and Zhang Shui's battle. "Come on." He eagerly agrees. "No problem. I'll go and extinguish Ma Yuntong's prestige." But this matchup is considered the weakest decisive battle. Everyone doesn't even have high expectations. "You can't believe it," you ask back. "The weakest decisive battle?" Yunming steps forward and says, "You're a cultivation disciple of the Alchemy Hall. Zhang Shui is an Outer Hall disciple. Naturally, no one takes you seriously. Xiaofeng always uses his cane to hit people. So many don't know your true strength. You're always hitting people with a stick. Therefore, many people are unclear about your power." He angrily mutters under his breath, "This is too much. I'll prove it to you." Kung Shui shouts from the opposite side, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Don't let me down." He confidently replies, "Relax, I will fulfill your wish." Kung Shui asks again, "Legendary Iron Staff, and don't use it." Below, the crowd cheers for you. Legendary Iron Staff. Come on. Feng Lang repeats his previous words. The referee announces that the 8th battle of the Mailing War Zone is between Ma Yuntong's Zhang Shui and Lan Feng from the Spirit Martial Academy. The match begins. Kung Shui rushes forward and shouts, "Lan Feng, here I come." Lan Feng blocks the attack with his bare hands. The opponent yells again, "Come on, don't be shy when you throw a punch back. Try this one out." Zhang Shui is hit so hard he can't move at all and has to retreat. Zhang Shui clutches his burning hatred. "It hurts too much. Your strength is still that strong." Feng Lang eagerly replies, "All my punches prove that your body is stronger than before." He picks up the spear and declares, "Next, I'll use a cultivation technique. Suddenly, he doesn't follow the usual sequence and shouts to stop. Pause for a moment. The opponent gets so angry they spit out smoke. Don't interrupt when I'm at my peak. Almost cramping up, Feng Lang immediately apologizes. Sorry. He lastly comments, Ma Yuntong's cultivation techniques lack creativity. What's Tiger Roar Fist? What's Flying Leaf Saber technique? I'm sick of hearing this. Is there anything more innovative? Changshui has already unleashed the power of his spear and staff. I know, let me show you how powerful this is. A legendary level technique, Mountain Decree. Feng Lang also admires it. Amazing. Before, only one mountain appeared. Now there are many. The large mountain directly targets him. Feng Lang responds with a series of consecutive kicks. Dust and debris fly everywhere in the space. Changshui hides behind and yells, "Found you." He immediately launches his boar weapon towards him. Legendary Mountain Decree. A cloud of dust and debris appears. The crowd outside is amazed. This is the stance of the legendary Iron Staff's trampling technique that Feng Lang uses. Now he just reacts to being kicked. Regretfully, could it be that the legendary Iron Staff has been defeated by Changshui? Changshui finally sighs in relief. He realizes his defeat. Indeed, that's right. I used all my strength but couldn't hurt you. Feng Lang politely responds to the previous statement. Your spear is very powerful. Using cultivation techniques to enhance weapons, I almost couldn't hold on. The crowd below cheers loudly after this. Feng Lang remains unperturbed. No wonder you're the legendary Iron Staff. Now it's my turn. I shout loudly, it's my turn. Show me your strength. Changshui confidently wields his weapon and charges forward. Here we go. Show me your power. The cudgel and saber clash, preparing to face each other. Then a sudden sound of breaking echoes. The boar spear in Changshui's hand flies away like that. He couldn't help feeling helpless inside. No, I'm completely suppressed. Lang Feng's team sends out another group. That's right, I am. With one strong strike, he shouts loudly, Legendary Thunder Hammer. Changshui is now overly excited after being encouraged. His whole body tumbles backward. Even though Changshui lost, he still had to yield to Lang Feng. History repeats itself shockingly. He ends up lying on the ground. I lose again. Lang Feng solemnly declares, Changshui, you're very strong, but unfortunately, you've lost. The examiner also announces that Changshui has lost combat ability. Lang Feng wins. Cheers from below the arena echo. Legendary Thunder Hammer. Legendary Thunder Hammer. Legendary Thunder Hammer. Both junior masters are overjoyed. Senior brother Hein is so powerful. He's already in the top 8. Yunmeng also highly evaluates Lang Feng. This kid talks big, but obediently picks up his staff. Changshui laughs as he gets back up. Of course, I didn't disappoint you. You've become stronger. Lang Feng encourages him too. You've made great progress. No wonder you're a genius disciple of Ma Yun sect. Lang Feng hands the rest of his spear to Changshui. Here's what I owe you. He laughs and declines. How can Legendary Thunder Hammer not have a hammer? Keep fighting with it. He doesn't refuse and accepts it. Alright. The next matches include Dong Tian vs Duke Wuyu, Li Yuan vs Ling Zhu, Li Wang vs Water Spirit Dragon, Long Hao vs Lang Feng. Ling Zhu casually chats with Dong Tian. This year's Martial Spirit Academy is tough, occupying half the top 8 spots. If not for Duke Wuyu's arrogance towards her opponent, he's still relaxed, thinking he'll be more comfortable since his opponent is a refining pill cultivator at the 3rd-4th stage, currently just a martial artist 3rd stage. No need to worry. Spirit Long now gives him some advice. Lang Feng is young, but has potential. Duke Wuyu's opponent is a refining pill cultivator of the 5th stage, proving he's a martial arts genius. He warns with an ominous smile, we can't underestimate Lang Feng. It's now the 6th day of Maling Battle. The referee announces again, Maling Battle, first match in the top 8, Duke Wuyu vs Dong Tian. Dong Tian, holding to saber sets, arrogantly challenges, let's see whose blood sword is better or my pursuit saber. Hearing this, she calmly replies, then let's begin. Dong Tian starts to gather chi in his danshin, 9th-stage martial artist firepower fully unleashed. He directly rushes towards Wu Yu, kill. She immediately retaliates with a light strike. Dong Tian uses his saber to break Wu Yu's blood sword attack. It's useless. One slash is enough to cut through anything. On her side, she continues her strikes. The power of the blood sword increases with each attack. He continuously uses his saber to break Wu Yu's attacks. It's useless. It's useless. Dong Tian shouts and attacks with full force. It's still ineffective. Wu Yu continues her strikes without stopping. The blood sword she releases becomes even stronger. The blood sword directly turns into two giant hands, pinning him down. Dong Tian refuses to give up and adds more strength, Earth-grade cultivation technique. He quickly creates a large vortex, Pursuit Saber technique 2nd level. Dong Tian, enraged, rushes like Wu Bao, die for me. His attack this time makes Wu Yu fly backward. After that strike, he becomes more confident. I've forced her to stand up. I go now. Use all your strength. Wu Yu retracts the blood sword and nods, alright? She starts using her absolute power, Heaven-grade cultivation technique, Chaos Spirit sequence. Wu Yu's hand breaks each segment of the blood sword strings. She continues to launch attacks at her opponent. On Dong Tian's side, he also strengthens his entire body to counter, Pursuit Saber technique 2nd level. The blood sword aims for him, but Dong Tian quickly responds. He starts breathing heavily after the previous scene. Heaven-grade cultivation technique. Truly terrifying. Still 2 more strikes I can't block. Dong Tian brings both sabers together. Pressure enveloping his body. But I'm not giving up yet. Watch my strongest move. Dong Tian quickly launches a devastating attack towards Wu Yu. She only lightly breaks her blood sword strings. Wu Yu frowns and shouts loudly. Chaos Spirit sequence 2nd level. The new attack from the blood sword directly turns into a saber swarm, breaking through Dong Tian's devastating technique. Thus, Dong Tian takes another hit from Wu Yu. He falls to the ground powerless. Dong Tian defeated, using his last bit of strength to shout, Duke Wu Yu, you're indeed stronger than me. The referee announces again. The winner is determined. Duke Wu Yu advances to the top 4. She takes a light breath. Lang Fong glanced over everything and smiled lightly. The solo master is indeed formidable. No wonder she's the top disciple. Long Hao became less arrogant after this. He didn't expect the solo moon dance to be so strong. We can't lose in the next match. Lang Zhu smirked at him reassuringly. Don't worry, my name is 2nd among the 4 greats. The referee announced again that Ma Ling would face the 8th ranked in the 2nd battle against Li Yuan. Before fighting, she politely greeted him. Greet you, I came to defeat you. He used a mocking expression. Little pest, hope your strength is up. Don't be like Ma Lin and get defeated quickly. Li Yuan immediately launched an attack without further ado. Lang Fong silently assessed in his heart. This move was powerful with a large coverage area. Lang Zhu would likely defend, but he skillfully dodged the poison arrows and laughed loudly. Earth-grade martial technique. Wind and sword. Despite being injured, he easily repelled Li Yuan's arrow. Li Yuan immediately dodged the incoming arrow. Don't want to die anymore. No longer avoiding it. She drew her bow again, summoning power. Chaotic swords. The bloodlust was now frenzied. Little pest, don't let me catch you. If I catch you, you're dead. Lang Feng frowned in thought. Li Yuan switched to long-range attacks, but Lang Zhu kept following her closely, quite a challenge. On this side, she's in a tough spot. Going crazy. He's going crazy. Such dangerous techniques. He wants to die with her? Blood appeared on Li Yuan's face as well. She instantly transformed into a demon. Her attacks became stronger. I'll see how long you can hold out. Continue the attack. Earth-grade chaotic arrow technique. 1st rank. Scattered arrows. A bright light suddenly fell onto the arena floor. In the large arena, a powerful beam of light flashed. Lang Feng narrowed his eyes in disbelief at what he saw with his own eyes. This move is powerful. It can emit blinding light. As Li Yuan stood there dazed, Lang Zhu smiled triumphantly. Little pest, I got you now. Li Yuan's face changed instantly. She really didn't dodge. I'm the loser, the outcome is decided. Lang Zhu advanced to 4th rank. Who would have thought that Lang Zhu would put away her sword and leave? You and I are both 9th rank martial artists. How could I defeat you so quickly without risking it? Lang Feng on the other side fell into deep contemplation. He thought that Lang Zhu's reckless fighting style couldn't last long. Looks like she'll have to give up personal glory for team benefits. Long Hao approached, supporting Lang Zhu's shoulder. This round isn't much. Next time I'll go all out against the solo moon dance. Water Spirit Dragon came from behind and continued. You've done enough. It's my turn now. On the other side, Li Yuneng made a single sword cut that shattered the ground beneath his feet. Earth grade martial technique. Wisdom decision. Water Spirit Dragon laughed as he wielded his halberd and leaped forward. They say Wisdom decision is one of the top to Earth grade techniques from the Spirit Martial Academy. Indeed powerful. Fortunately, my technique isn't weak either. Before they could respond, Water Earth grade martial technique, mountain piercing dual energy, red and blue powers clashed. A loud explosion erupted, filling the space with smoke in the midst of it. Li Yuneng spoke doubtfully. You're a 9th rank martial artist and no Earth grade techniques. You're not an ordinary disciple. Water Spirit Dragon retracted his halberd, still smiling calmly. Too kind. I just got lucky against you. Li Yuneng's face turned serious as a large aura surrounded him. I don't underestimate my enemy. I must use all my strength. Water Spirit Dragon looked at him and praised. You've broken through to 9th rank martial artist. So you're definitely the strongest in the Spirit Martial Academy. Li Yuneng seemed confident. He drew his sword and swung it forward. You figured me out. I'm the highest strength disciple at the Spirit Martial Academy. I'm not a 9th rank martial artist, but a half-body spirit martialist. The audience below chattered excitedly. Senior Li Yuneng is indeed the strongest, unmatched by any half-body spirit martialist. Li Yuneng immediately charged forward with great momentum. Come on, feel the power of the half-body spirit martial arts. Water Spirit Dragon wasn't afraid and still smiled confidently. As Li Yuneng prepared to charge again, Water Spirit Dragon was pushed back. His face almost twisted in anger. Shouts echoed. Half-body spirit martial arts are powerful. Now I can't match him. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuneng leaped up and swung his sword at him. Line 60 completed. Skylar Long has arrived. The aura is intense, but hasn't touched him yet. Then Li Ning was pushed out by that powerful force. He stabbed himself into the ground with his sword, still puzzled in his eyes. What's going on here? Skylar Long returned unharmed towards him. This is really dangerous. To fight you, I have to reveal my true strength now. Li Ning noticed something was off. He questioned, you're also a half-formed spirit martialist. Could it be that you are the strongest in Mountland? Skylar Long's expression changed. A sly smile appeared on his lips. You figured me out. The people in Mountland kept shouting, and Skylar Long rushed forward. This is the real half-formed spirit martialist. Lang Feng's face turned serious as he stared at Skylar Long. At this age, you've already reached half-formed spirit martialism. Both of you are considered geniuses. Li Ning gritted his teeth and firmly grabbed the sword to charge up. They immediately clashed fiercely, but each move Li Ning made was dodged by Skylar Long. After a few moves, Li Ning became exhausted. He whispered in shock. Terrifying, Skylar Long's strength is slightly greater than mine. Realizing this, he reached into his chest and took a risk. He threw a spirit pill into his mouth. This is my last chance. His footwork became more powerful. Li Ning bent down, gripping his hands tightly. The aura around him instantly surged. His face turned extremely tense with veins popping out. He's breaking through. Skylar Long was no longer calm as before. Could he be trying to break through spirit martialism? On the other side, Li Ning continued to push his inner strength, bloodshot eyes. After a few seconds, Li Ning stood up and shouted loudly. Li Ning was somewhat smug as air currents continuously emanated from him. To surprise Mount Lan, I had to wait until today to break through. The people of Mount Lan immediately became worried after seeing this scene. It's over. Spirit martialism isn't something a half-formed spirit martialist can match. The crowd on the other side was excited and shouted loudly. Spirit Martial Academy will win. Li Ning Master has won. Skylar Long smiled again, looking very strong. He then tightly gripped his spear in hand. I've seen enough of my Earth-grade cultivation techniques. Li Ning shouted as he charged with the sword. Skylar Long countered. Immediately, Li Ning unleashed his ultimate spirit martial technique. Skylar Long swung his spear. A powerful force surged out. Li Ning, you should counter my move too. After those two shouts, a green aura and red aura rushed towards each other. Both of them tightly focused on their inner strength. Li Ning used his sword to cut in front while gritting his teeth. This is a heaven-grade technique. Skylar Long confidently replied, right, heaven-grade techniques are hard to resist. Li Ning was increasingly tense, staring intently at the opponent. I can't lose, I must release more spirit energy. But unexpectedly, his hand accidentally slipped on a sharp sword edge, turning his face pale with danger. Then a powerful force hit Li Ning's body. My spirit energy was cut off. Controlling spirit martial energy is really difficult. Sweat poured down Li Ning's face as his pupils constricted, silently regretting it. Damn, just a little more. Next, Li Ning fell helplessly into the zero pit. I lost. Skylar Long laughed and said, just relying on human knowledge and experience can't resist spirit martial energy. You'll still lose even if you try 10 times. Seeing this scene, the people of Mount Land were pumped up. The outcome was already decided. Skylar Long advanced to become one of the top 4. Skylar Long Master is number 1, Mount Land Trampled Spirit Martial Academy. The troops from Water Spirit Academy are gloomy. Is Water Spirit Dragon really that formidable? Who dares to defeat him? On the other side, Lang Feng confidently pointed at himself and whispered, you're scared, but I'm not. Then the arena fell into chaos. To Wuyu observed the battle as she spoke. Our 4 top disciples only have you in the finals. Now we can only hope that little apprentice Lin Feng will defeat Long Hao. Li Yu has already given it her best shot. Actually, I'm not sure if I can defeat Water Spirit Dragon. But I don't worry to the point of praying to heaven or Buddha. Long Hao must win. If you lose to Lang Feng, then it's like me losing to him. Over there, Yunmeng, Lang Sheng, and Z continue cheering for her. Senior brother Huo, come on. Little rotten Th Lan Feng patted his own hand with a small stick, smiling brightly. Alright, how do you want to be beaten up? On the other side, they immediately responded with some dissatisfaction. Just a dance sect disciple daring to boast. This time's opponent is Long Hao. He tightly gripped his hand and looked menacingly at him. He can't withstand 3 of my moves. Do you think you can? Lan Feng let out a cold sound. The stick in his hand tapped the ground, leaving a deep hole. Lan Feng waved his hand provocatively at him. Then come on, he challenged from above. Referee excitedly announced, Mao Ling's 8th strong battle. 4th match, Long Hao vs Lang Feng. The fight begins. Upon hearing the announcement, Long Hao's eyes glowed red. His hand gathered inner power and shot forward. Die, little brat, Frost Mountain Fist. Lang Feng wasn't far behind, raising his hand to strike with a powerful fist, Dominant Fist. The 2 strong punches collided with each other. Lang Feng added more inner power, shouting loudly, second punch. Neither side's strength was evenly matched. Lang Feng continued, third punch. After a moment, Long Hao retracted his hand. Your fist fighting can control my Frost Mountain Fist. This is definitely a heaven-ranked technique. Lang Feng maintained his initial momentum. He waved his hand provocatively at him. No matter what technique it is, can you continue? Long Hao reached behind to grab the RIR stick. Behind him! Quickly reveal your weapon. The large sword was drawn out. His brow furrowed tightly. His voice boomed. I'll show you what a 9th rank martial artist is like. Lang Feng calmly drew the stick he had just used. I will show you how legendary the iron staff is. Long Hao roared loudly. His aura immediately wrapped around the sword in his hand. Heaven-ranked technique Great Wilderness Break. Next, each slash was launched. First posture Great Wilderness Shattering. On the other side, Lang Feng used his ultimate move Dragon Flame Saber to retaliate. The two immense forces clashed. Lang Feng's Dragon Flame Saber was shattered. He quickly retreated. Long Hao triumphantly clutched his sword, and Lang Feng reluctantly replied, "Ninth rank martial artists indeed have some skill. Seems like I don't need to hide anything anymore." Then he raised his hand with flames surging from it. What's the true strength of a 5th rank martial artist? Long Hao's entire body was enveloped in aura. He boasted loudly, "So what? I'm clearly superior by 1 rank." Then wave after wave of slashes rushed towards Lang Feng. This is the ultimate move Great Wilderness Chaos Blade, second posture. Lang Feng blew out a stream of fire and looked cautiously at him. "I once practiced up to the wisdom realm and martial art realm. Because our cultivation base is stronger than others and we have extremely powerful protective abilities, my strength completely eliminates opponents for levels below us. You must shout loudly." Dragon Fire Power. Immediately after, the Great Chaos Force and Dragon Fire Power clashed in battle. But Hao Long was quickly knocked down. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What? This brat can fight at the 4th level." Lang Feng carried a staff on his shoulder. His eyebrows taunted him. "Get up, we're not done yet." Just then, a strong wind suddenly swept in from somewhere. The huge Long House stood tall and planted himself like a tree. His eyes turned bloodshot, his entire body tensed as if it might explode. "Lang Feng, today you will definitely lose." He clenched both hands tightly, emitting a strong aura of spirit energy, "because I am half possessed by a martial spirit." Lang Feng wasn't afraid at all and replied, "How formidable can half-possessed martial spirits be?" Saying this, he immediately swung his fist, the Heart of Fire. The opponent also launched several powerful strikes, the second form of Great Chaos Mansion, Great Chaos Storm. Two immense forces clashed, the spirit energy spreading everywhere. Lang Feng calmed down and said, "We can only draw it to a stalemate. My heavenly level technique isn't strong enough." Now, Long Hao raised his kite high. "The strongest attack of me is coming." The third form of Great Chaos Mansion, Great Chaos Storm. The entire space was filled with the aura of Great Chaos Consolidation. Thinking that the protagonist would be severely injured, but instead he remained unharmed and spoke up. "This is your killing move. Disappointing." He then made a gun-shooting gesture towards Long Hao to show you what divine-level techniques are like. A burst of power from his finger formed a sword, the Guardian Spirit Decision. The Guardian Spirit Decision and Great Chaos Consolidation clashed fiercely. Unexpectedly, Lang Feng's Guardian Spirit Decision quickly tore through Great Chaos Consolidation. Just as he was about to retaliate, he was pushed back by the Annihilation Spirit Decision. "What?" Lang Feng raised his eyebrows with satisfaction and pointed at him. "Look, half-possessed martial spirits aren't that formidable." After a blow just now, a large hole appeared on his body. Divine-level techniques are terrifying. In the next moment, the kite fell to the ground immediately. The kite was pierced through. Long Hao winced in pain and staggered. His eyes filled with tears. "I've lost." Amidst everyone's cheers, Lang Feng raised his hand high up in joy. Just like that, the announcement sounded. "The outcome is set." Lang Feng advanced to the 4th level. Long Yu suddenly became angry and slammed his hand and hard on the table. "This kind of strength we've never seen in the wilderness before. You are the one they have been searching for." Lang Feng turned around without any courtesy and confirmed, "That's right, I am Fong Lang Tian." The 8 people below were all excited by this scene. Turns out, the mysterious disciple who helped us earlier was the legendary Divine Staff. Moreover, it defeated Long Hao and advanced to the 4th level. Lang Feng is really formidable. Long Yu said unhappily, "Disgusting. How strong he is." His fellow disciple patted Nui's shoulder. "We all thought Lang Feng was our opponent, but the gap keeps widening." Seeing that scene, Z still couldn't help praising, "Great, Brother Hein is really formidable," while Yunming stubbornly blamed Brat, daring to sneakily become stronger. Under the stands, a Lang voice jumped up and shouted loudly, "I didn't expect Little Feng has reached the 5th level martial artist. He's amazing." Li Huan widened her eyes at him and praised. Little disciple is quite good. He can fight with water spirit Long. But behind, she showed a face waiting for someone to approach. Long Hao really is weak. Water spirit dragon smiled happily, but secretly thought her claws are starting to show. I hope it's not their strongest power, otherwise we'll be disappointed. And McLin fought on day 7 of the tournament like a powerful explosion. Spirit Martial Academy Matsu Sect. Spirit Martial Academy Matsu Sect. On the upper tier, an elder from Matsu raised two fingers and signaled. Today is the last day of McLin battles. The afternoon will see two final matches. The next battle will be to crush Wu Yu into cold blood. Contrary to her indifferent expression, Cold Blood smirked slightly. The next round will feature a match between Water Spirit Dragon and Water Spirit Lung against Lang Feng. As he spoke, Jia Wan suddenly raised his hand high in the air and declared that the two strongest would enter the final round, becoming the champion of this McLin tournament. I declare the final round of the McLin competition officially begins. The loud shouts scared away a flock of birds from above. Time quickly passed and the match began. First rule of the finals, Solo Wu Yu against Cold Blood. Solo Wu Yu remained calm as water, showing no expression. Cold Blood smirked with satisfaction, looking at her. Little girl Wu Yu, big brother is here. He had already planned in his heart. Solo Wu Yu, like Li Yuan, excels in long-range attacks. She can severely injure her if they fight within a certain distance. Just as he thought this, Cold Blood immediately raised his sword, using the Earth-grade technique, Wine Sword. On the other side, Solo Wu Yu retaliated with a series of rapid strikes, Chaos Spirit Melody First Weight. Cold Blood slashed while secretly assessing her opponent. If she stands still and doesn't move, she's doomed. Solo Wu Yu suddenly gripped 5 strings simultaneously and stretched them taut. Next, a powerful arrow was shot out along with a loud cry, Chaos Spirit Melody Third Weight. The arrow rushed towards her as Cold Blood leaped to dodge it nimbly. He looked at her with an extremely smug expression. See my move. Can you handle it? As he spoke, a series of swords like ice fell down. Wine Demon Sword, Lost Moon Awakening. Solo Wu Yu remained calm as she gracefully moved her fingers over the strings. Following that rhythm, a series of energy signatures gradually appeared. Soon after, these energy signatures transformed into giant hands. Solo Wu Yu played Chaos Spirit Melody Third Weight, Blood Claws. Two immense forces clashed fiercely. Cold Blood's body was already covered in wounds, but he still said with a firm voice, her attacks are even stronger than mine. He knelt on one knee, his eyes still filled with arrogance. Little girl Wu Yu is quite formidable. I must use my strongest technique now. Saying that, he pointed the sword at her and said, Spirit Demon Sword. Before she could respond, Cold Blood's eyes suddenly lit up as he shouted, Wine Demon Sword. Cold Blood rushed towards Solo Wu Yu with the speed of a god. This is my ultimate technique. Storm Awakening. Solo Wu Yu yelled, Chaos Spirit Melody Fourth Weight. Seeing him getting closer, she continued her attacks, Blood Shackles. As he spoke, a skull appeared. Cold Blood dived into the energy stream, but his face gradually turned fierce as old battle wounds from fighting Li Yuan hadn't healed and now flared up again. His face became vicious, his brows furrowed tightly, and his pupils constricted. He silently cursed. But I won't give up. I must defeat her and cut it out for me. The sword rushed towards Solo Wu Yu. He charged through the energy stream with determination. Just one step away from her, seeing her continuously strumming, Cold Blood decided he had to take a risk now. But unexpectedly, the skull grew stronger at this moment. Cold Blood's body was instantly covered in countless wounds as blood oozed out. He didn't have enough time to reach her and collapsed from exhaustion, sword planted on the ground. He fell to the ground helplessly, his voice weakly calling out, Little girl Wu Yu, big brother has lost. Amidst everyone's cheers, Solo Wu Yu slowly stood up. Solo Wu Yu wins, new rank for the final round. Solo Saifu Mui is too formidable. She didn't even move and defeated Cold Blood. The academy mates cheered continuously. Spirit Martial Academy enters the finals. Solo Wuyu, Solo Wuyu. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck Solo Wuyu. Soon after, she coughed up blood and pain, cold blood. After that, Solo Wuyu fell to her knees. Seeing this, Lang Feng leaped towards her. He took out a pill and instructed, "This is bone-soaking pill. It's good for treating your injuries. Drink it quickly." On the other side, Long Hao just helped Ling Shu wake up. Wu Yu is severely injured and won't recover quickly. Ling Shu's complexion is getting worse. He replied, "That's right. We have to rely on our last hope now." Across from them, Shulin Long approached with a smile. His fist power can defeat Long Hao. "I want to test it out." Lang Feng immediately got into fighting stance. "If you want to, go ahead." The referee shouted loudly from above. Second round of the final match. Shulin Long and Lang Feng are about to fight. The referee's words rang out. Lang Feng and Shulin Long immediately started their chi techniques. The battle began. Both of them swung their fists at each other, shouting loudly. The force was too great. Both were pushed back. Lang Feng took the momentum to leap towards his opponent. Their eyes met, voices full of challenge. "Go on," they simultaneously exchanged sweet punches. The space around them was filled with tension from the fight. Below, people were dizzy and deafened by the noise. They've been fighting for more than a dozen rounds now. Our ears are about to burst. But their strength hasn't diminished at all in this battle. Shulin Long withdrew his hand, showing interest as he continued. "Your fist power is very strong. However, a 5th-rank martial artist still falls short of the spirit body by far." Lang Feng also stepped back and replied, using Bangshan fist, "It's indeed much stronger than Long Hao." He clenched his hand. Flames rose up fiercely. "If we compare fist power, I'd lose for sure. Just relying on the white-silver body isn't enough. It's time to show off my cultivation results now." Golden-silver body, fully powered. He immediately charged forward and delivered a punch. "Try my strength." After that exchange, Shulin Long was pushed back. Lang Feng rotated his shoulders with full satisfaction. "My fist has the power of 10,000 tons. Do you think you can stand up?" Shulin Long gritted his teeth and glared at his opponent. "I underestimated your fist fighting. The warm-up is over." Below, the crowd from Wuming was surprised to speak out. They consider this their warm-up? Little Feng is just a 5th-rank martial artist. He can defeat half of the spirit body. That hateful brat caused trouble again. With that, Shulin Long's grip on his weapon tightened even more. "Lang Feng, come here." His teacher challenged him. Lang Feng didn't back down and shouted too. "I'm coming." Shulin Long swung his weapon at the opponent and unleashed a supreme technique, heavenly rank art, absolute extermination. Lang Feng also released a huge flame. This is a heavenly rank art Dragon Flame Forge. Two streams of power, one water and one fire, clashed fiercely. Lang Feng powered up his chi technique while shouting loudly, "Hold on for me." But at this moment, the staff in his hand started to crack. Then he exclaimed unexpectedly, "My burning iron staff broke?" Below, those who caught some of the burning iron staff's power were also stunned. Is the legendary burning iron staff broken? Lang Feng must lose now. Shulin Long raised his eyebrows and pointed at Lang Feng with satisfaction. "Without my burning iron staff, see how you can handle it." But as he thought he was winning, a flash of light suddenly appeared. Then in the smile on Shulin Long's face, his staff shattered into many pieces. Lang Feng confidently showed off his shooting pose. "Our soul skill is accurate enough. Right, we don't have any weapons now." At this moment, Shulin Long was not worried at all. He created another saber, who said, "I don't have a weapon." Then he swung the glowing saber in his hand towards Lang Feng. This is the true form of the Eternal Saber skill. A thought emerged, and Lang Feng immediately responded. "So we need to use a new move now. Add this to the soul-devouring skill." Then he shot an arrow from behind the scene towards him. Combination of seals, the soul-devouring saber skill. The two powers clashed again. Neither side would yield to the other. Soon after, Lang Feng's golden arrow pierced through Shulin Long's aura and struck him. Lang Feng withdrew his aura and calmly declared, "You've lost." Shuiling Long wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth with a smile. It can't be denied, I have lost. With my current realm level, I'm no match for you. But his expression suddenly changed. Does Lang Feng feel proud? Then he shouted unwillingly, I will use my strongest power to defeat you completely. His aura flared up and his face lost its calmness. My martial soul. Even the 8 vast cloud sect disciples are cheering for me. We won. Shuiling Long's senior brother is invincible. On the other side, the spirit martial students were completely opposite. Not good. The legendary mace has run into trouble. How can a cultivation disciple win against a martial soul? Lang Feng remained calm and brushed off the dust on his hands. In today's society, martial souls have spread throughout the world, right? Your senior is still boasting. Shuiling Long's heart was racing. Lang Feng has lost. Lang Feng showed a carefree pose and shot a laser beam towards his opponent. But the current situation, should you be so confident? The soul-devouring skills segment. The two powers clashed again. Shuiling Long's expression grew more intense. His face was about to change. He kept attacking. Use the finishing technique for me. Lang Feng calmly responded as he answered, no matter how many times you try, it will be useless. Lang Feng leaped towards him and launched an attack with the 1,000-year heavyweight technique. As soon as his words were out, a powerful strike was sent out. Lang Feng tightly attacked his opponent. Shuiling Long swung his saber to push him away and shouted, defeat me. After being pushed back by the attack, Lang Feng took the opportunity to perform several supreme-level techniques. Lang Feng held his injured shoulder as his face grew more intense. It was dangerous. Fortunately, his golden core protective body was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have been critically hit just now. He regained his composure despite the numerous injuries on his body. Spirit Marshal's power is very strong. They can use heaven-ranked techniques to defeat my soul-ranked techniques. Lang Feng stretched both hands forward as fire energy gradually gathered. But I have mastered a top-tier soul-ranked technique. If you can withstand it, I will admit defeat. The two powers clashed again with great force, but unexpectedly, Lang Feng's technique was quickly pushed back. Shuiling Long remained undisturbed and took advantage of this opportunity to charge forward. Following his words, a powerful aura formed a large pillar rushing towards Lang Feng. Lang Feng couldn't dodge in time and was cut on the shoulder by that move. He winced as he held his bleeding shoulder. Lang Feng looked weakly at him with a defeated expression. Unfortunately, the loser is still the loser. Shuiling Long heard this but didn't respond. His face wasn't much better either. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a powerful strike hit his forehead directly. The Syro shot out from here. Shuiling Long's expression turned blank and unfeeling. Lang Feng wiped his slightly pleased nose and asked, we hit 3 fireflies with a mark on them to ignite the flames. Sure enough, it worked. What's going on? Want to do another one? On the other side, Shuli Linglin started getting scared. He whispered something. This can easily penetrate our brains. Lang Feng could kill me at any time. I can't resist. Thinking this, Shuli Linglin withdrew her strength. I lost. Lang Feng also withdrew his strength and spoke calmly. Looks like I'm still better. The arena was filled with everyone's cheers. Lang Feng won and advanced to the final round. Lang Feng and Solo Tiger will compete in the finals. We've already secured the champion Ma Lingjun. Our champion is being cheered on nonstop. Long burning legendary forever. Long burning legendary forever. Long Hao approached and patted Shuli Linglin's shoulder to comfort her. This person who tried their best is too formidable a little brat. Long Yu was so angry she couldn't stop fuming. Who would have thought our king card lost? Sung Shui calmly continued, don't fight Lang Feng anymore in the future. Just do your best is enough. Ordinary times are the best. A senior from Ma Yun sect approached. Spirit Martial Talent Academy outstanding. We lost this time to Ma Lingjun. Ha Wan responded politely. Yield. Yield. The senior then led his students and left. The final match is no longer related to our Ma Yun sect. Let's go. We need to accumulate this failure experience and continue striving in the future. Ha Wan followed their retreating figure while thinking about blocking outer gate conflicts and training. Ma Lingjun, Ma Yun sect lost 3 times under Lang Feng. This kid is their nemesis. After this match, life will return to its normal track. The Spirit Academy senior looked at him with an ugly face, rubbing his hands continuously. Lang Feng's martial arts talent is too strong. We can't let him miss the alchemy training. That's right, we need to make him our academy disciple and cultivate him personally. After being cheered on, Lang Feng fell into a daze. These disciples reminded me of shadows. I'm about to pass out. Before he could realize it, a large bag was thrown over his head by Wan Meng, who tightly bound him. Absolutely not letting this little brat be taken away by the academy senior. But before he could do anything, Lang Feng was grabbed by Lingyun and Wu Yu's hands. We have to act first. We need to package and take him away. Seeing this scene, the fellow students of Spirit Martial Academy burst into laughter. What is Master Wan Meng doing? Lang Feng was terrified and kept shouting, "Teacher, your tools are too complete. Let me go. I'm uncomfortable." Wan Meng looked at him with raised eyebrows and reminded him, "Prepare enough. In the future, you have to do it yourself." Then she waved her hand towards the distant people. "Headmaster, did Lang Feng say something?" Wan Meng was excited and continued saying, "He said he's preparing to give up, won't compete anymore in the future." Everyone stood still, staring at the scene just witnessed. Wan Meng looked smugly with the other two people as they led Lang Feng away. "If we're not competing anymore, I'll go now." Lang Feng cried out helplessly like a trapped pig. Ha Wan looked at the two seniors next to him in confusion. "Did I hear that wrong? Lang Feng said he wanted to give up?" The person beside also responded blankly. "Very strange. But I heard it too." So Lo Wu looked suspicious and confused as they watched the retreating figure. "Apprentice Lang Feng, are you giving up?" Li Huan next to him smiled helplessly. "Actually, who's the champion doesn't matter. You both are beloved disciples of Spirit Martial Academy." Ha Wan immediately raised his hand and clearly announced, "I declare that Ma Lingjun ends here. Lang Feng has given up. The champion is Solo Wu Yu." Following Ha Wan's shout, the fellow students below kept shouting. The final winner is Spirit Martial Academy. Feng Lang helplessly lay still in the net. "I wanted to play more." Hearing that, Wen Meng immediately shouted loudly, "Shut up!" Returning to the alchemy hall, but today's atmosphere was 10 times noisier than usual. While blocking the crowd with her hands, Wen Meng also refused them. No entry." The two elders seemed a bit dissatisfied and spoke up. "Master Wen Meng, Feng Lang is a once-in-a-century martial arts genius. If we guide him, he will become the cornerstone of the Spirit Martial Academy in the future." Wen Meng firmly kicked the crowd out. "I don't care, I disagree." The crowd, slightly scared, retreated a bit. Your leg is injured. How can you have any reason?" Yahawan suddenly spoke up from the crowd to relieve the situation. "Master Wen Meng, let's do this instead. We'll go in and ask Feng Lang for his opinion." Wen Meng hesitated but firmly refused. He just got injured. He needs rest now. The people behind their eyes lit up like stars. The opportunity has come. They rushed up as if they were flying. "Is he that badly injured? Where is Feng Lang? Let's go see." Seeing the excited crowd, Wen Meng couldn't help but curse. "Stop for me." Inside the courtyard, our male lead lay comfortably eating melon seeds. "No sparring is fine too. I don't lack the champion title. It's better to keep the crowd entertained." Just as they were thinking this, a large bag was brought over by them. "Oh my god." Feng Lang looked at the suspicious crowd with wide eyes. What are you doing?" The two elders sighed in relief and gave orders. "Pass out the bags." At this moment, Wen Meng's voice turned red with anger. "I'll see who dares to take Feng Lang away." Just seeing her, Feng Lang got excited. "Beautiful teacher, save me." Wen Meng immediately pulled out a candle. Her eyes gradually dimmed. "Don't force me. I'll burn the thorns that hurt him." Burn from inside out. No one gets Feng Lang. The crowd gasped in horror. They are too wicked. Seeing both sides glaring at each other with fiery eyes, Yahawan stepped in to mediate. "All right, Everyone calm down. Put Feng Ling down. Let's talk about it calmly. After a while, Feng Ling ate melon seeds and answered indifferently. Becoming an academy disciple, the two elders approached to persuade him. Feng Ling, in the academy, you'll get more training resources. Meanwhile, Wenming coldly turned away and said angrily, resources? Do we lack resources for alchemy? So they fought over Feng Ling again. Can we help answer his questions? Can any of you do that? Wenming didn't back down and shouted back, I can make him happy every day. Can any of you do that? He showed no interest and continued eating melon seeds. Everyone, stop arguing. I will persist. If there's anything unclear, hope the elders can guide us. Havin laughed happily. That's good too. Everyone, stop competing. The elder was satisfied and turned away after hearing this. Then let it be like that. Van Meng reluctantly agreed. I am indeed the one who agrees to share half of my disciples with you all. Havin suddenly remembered something. He spoke up. Right, Lang Feng. Where did the heavenly grade and spirit grade cultivation methods come from? Lang Feng felt a bit awkward and smiled foolishly. That's quite a long story to tell. In his heart, he thought, another trouble is coming. Then his nose gradually grew longer, and the tail began on Mount Prohibited Martial Arts. I defeated the blood beast and found the bloodstone. On the bloodstone, there were records of several cultivation methods, but after learning them, the piece of bloodstone was broken and couldn't be found anymore. Havin mockingly winked at him and lightly poked his arm. If we also have those cultivation methods, we won't have to rely on the cloudy sect in the future. Lang Feng's face showed some unease as he whispered, Senior Dean, no need for such intense hints. I understand now. Then Lang Feng Haosong raised his hand. Lang Feng, willing to contribute 5 cultivation methods to the Spirit Martial Arts Academy in a familiar space. The Alchemy Hall and Spirit Martial Arts Academy, each secret scroll was carelessly thrown on the ground. Havin and the others jumped around happily, saying it was great. On the other side, Lang Feng looked speechless at them. The ink from his contribution was still wet. Once the words dried, these people would act like children. Havin and the others continued jumping while mockingly declaring, right? 2 weeks later, the private secret cave will open, and the Spirit Martial Arts Academy also has the qualifications to enter. The thought of a private secret cave appeared in his mind. It opens once every few years, limiting monster hunting for level up, which is better than the wilderness. Havin approached and started speaking softly. However, there are limited spots. Only Spirit Academy disciples can enter. If you're not a Spirit Academy disciple, then you can't go. Lang Feng lay on the ground sobbing. Hold on. Don't leave. I only contributed 5 cultivation methods. Is that not enough to establish merit? Can I join too? Havin sneered at him. You didn't contribute the cultivation method to the academy, right? That doesn't count. But if you're a Spirit Academy disciple, everything will be different. Lang Feng was dissatisfied, but had no choice but to accept it. Alright, Lang Feng begged for admission as a Spirit Academy disciple. This old man is too wicked, the elder behind him loudly said. I agree. Van Meng immediately objected. I disagree. Then she pinched his face and reminded him. The secret cave is so dangerous. What are you, an alchemist, going there for? Moreover, what if it ruins your alchemy work? Lang Feng pitifully looked at Van Meng with watery eyes. I promise not to neglect my alchemy work. But Van Meng was unwilling to give in and her expression worsened. That's fine too. With your abilities, you can only refine mystical pills. Wait until you refine spirit pills, then I'll let you go. Jia Yun was a bit surprised. Old Fan Bao refined spirit pills. It took many years for Lang Feng to become an alchemist in Langfang City. The Holy Deem Mist Temple has been closed for a long time. I didn't expect Lang Feng to take out a small bottle from his body. Spirit pills, look, I've refined them for a long time. Jia Yun took out the rare spirit pill with everyone's shout. A Greek Cloud Dream realized he was tricked. In just a few seconds, Lang Feng turned into a devil and stabbed his neck. This naughty little boy named Lang Feng. Was that refined by someone else? Lang Feng's whole body trembled violently. He admitted it. Actually, the beautiful teacher swapped spirit pills with me. I didn't refine them myself. Hearing this, Jia Yun was surprised and spat out water. Lang Feng quickly started casting spells again. Beautiful teacher. In fact, the Forbidden Area not only has many rare cultivation techniques. I also discovered grade 3 pill formulas, secretly thinking that the Holy Mountain's 3 heavens really have grade 3 pill formulas. Hearing this, Cloud Dream excitedly shook Lang Feng wildly. Grade 3 pill formulas. Can you refine Earth grade pills from a pill formula? Do you remember? Lang Feng covered his ears and stammered. I don't know. The Forbidden Area is too dangerous. I was in a hurry at that time. Hearing this, Cloud Dream threw him away with disdain. That's the grade 3 pill formula. You're really foolish. If it were me, I would write it down even if I died. Lang Feng didn't hesitate to point at himself. Here, and here too. But he didn't know how ugly Cloud Dream's smile was now. After giving him a few loving punches, Cloud Dream happily hugged the pile of things and left. Oh my, so happy! There are several dozen grade 3 pill formulas passed down. I've already discovered hundreds of them. Saying this, she wanted to give him warm kisses. Lang Feng is really my lucky star. After using him, Cloud Dream didn't hesitate and flew away. Just go to the Holy Dean Mist Temple obediently. Help me find more pill formulas and ingredients too. Leaving Lang Feng with a helpless expression. Why are these big shots so childish? Returning to the small house of the main character's sisters. Ling King baked meat while calmly speaking, the Holy Dean Mist Temple starts in 2 weeks. Hearing this, Lang Feng was surprised and shouted loudly, Sis is also going to the Holy Dean Mist Temple. Lang King looked at him happily and explained, Yes, because of my outstanding performance in the Meiling battle, I was promoted to a Ling Viet disciple. Thus, I have the qualification to participate in the Holy Dean Mist Temple. Lang Feng showed a carefree pose, liking his fingers. The martial artists shouldn't be weak and refined when training too. Lang King and Little Gold and Yellow immediately fell into alert mode. Danger as the beast attacked. A green bird in the sky continuously screamed, but after a while, the green bird turned into an adorable little green chicken. Then, both of them were surprised as the green bird landed on the main character's shoulder. Lang Feng held out his hand and stroked the bird, explaining, Don't be afraid, it's a beast I just tamed. It's Little King. Hearing this, Lang King and Little Gold and Yellow's mouths dropped to the floor. Little Feng is really mischievous. Even beasts of this rank can be tamed. Lang King pouted out Little King and consoled her. Since Sis will participate in the Holy Dean Mist Temple with me, I'll feel more at ease. Lang King cautiously accepted Little King. She was scared just now but forgave him. But then both of them happily rubbed each other. So cute. Leaving Little Gold and Yellow quickly on the side, Lang Feng took out a small bag and instructed, No matter what, the Holy Dean Mist Temple is dangerous for Sis. 3 golden mystic stones might help her enhance her strength quickly. Lang King's eyes widened as she looked at the spirit pills in her hand. Lang Feng wasn't stingy and gave 2 spirit stones to the beasts. You must protect this for Sis, okay? Seeing Little Gold and Yellow happily turn around, Little King had some doubts about reality. Then it took out a spirit stone to activate it. After that scene, Little King and Little Gold became instant soulmates, thinking alike. Lan King pointed towards the 2 animals in love happily. Lan Feng observed, they've become quite close already. Lan Feng continued, TD, we have 2 weeks left. To boost our strength, we can't rely solely on the mystic crystal. He then focused his power and said, I need to impart a heaven-received cultivation method to TD. Time quickly passed. 2 weeks later, in front of thousands of people's eyes, that gate gradually opened. Heya warned as he approached the gate, the Heaven Smell secret realm is different. You've been transported there and will be scattered around. The environment inside is extremely dangerous. You must find a way to stay together for safety. Lan Feng, Lan King, and others shouted in unison, Got it! After giving instructions, Heya waved his hand into the gate leading to the Heaven Smell secret realm, saying, Go on. Then each person entered one by one. Ziyan reminded them while crying, Brother Feng and Sister King, you two must stay safe. Land King comforted her before they returned. Take good care of Master Cloud Dream when we come back. At this moment, Master Cloud Dream still had a hard time reminding them. Rotten little boy, you are the pride of our alchemy sect. You can't have any accidents. Lan Feng confidently threw something at her. Beautiful master, don't worry, I won't let you down when I return. Here, take this. Beautiful master, be safe. I won't disappoint you. Take this. Lan King declared with a domineering tone, Beautiful master, don't get married before I come back. After giving instructions, the group quickly left. Heya watched them until the gate closed. Cloud Dream opened her bag and a bright golden light shone out. Her face turned red, feeling shy. With this item in hand, Cloud Dream confidently looked up at the sky. Stupid, I'll wait for you to come back. On the other side, they followed through the Heaven Smell Secret Realm gate. Sitting on Little King's back, Lan Feng reminded her, TD, hide well, I'll find everyone later. TD replied, Okay, brother, fine. He then jumped up with a run-up. Lan Feng leaped into the air freely. The scene of the Heaven Smell Secret Realm unfolded before them. Lan Feng had a beautiful landing. From underwater, he slowly surfaced. This training session almost ended in drowning. Not far away, someone appeared with a shout. Where's that hateful person? Get out here now. Hearing those words, Lan Feng immediately got up. Who's talking? Come out here. Someone hasn't shown up, but their words are extremely terrifying. The spirit water in the pond is for the emperor to bathe and cleanse himself. You dare sneak and drink from the emperor's bathing water. Lang Feng couldn't help feeling like he wanted to vomit after hearing this. He secretly felt a bit alarmed. The spirit water is good, but after being bathed in it, he feels nauseous. A small red bird suddenly dived out of the water. How disgusting! You dare waste my spirit water? Do you want to take a beating? Lang Feng looked at it curiously. It's just a little bird. The small bird was provoked and immediately rushed over, saying Lang Feng, how dare you be so arrogant? He applied the left-hand rule, slapping the golden imperial promise with his palm. The little bird fell down rubbing its head, both angry and shouting, You bastard! How dare you slap an emperor? Lang Feng made a sour face, spitting out, just a bird, daring to call yourself a phoenix, thick-skinned. The small bird proudly pointed at itself, saying, I am not the phoenix in the phoenix, I'm the emperor of all martial saints. What's a phoenix? If I meet you, I'll roast and eat it. But Lang Feng didn't care. In his heart, he thought that before this bird, even a phoenix was nothing. The little bird, enraged, cursed, You dare look down on an emperor. It then flapped its wings and flew away. I am the king of battle gods. King Yama, I won't spare you. Lang Feng didn't hesitate to apply the right-hand rule. Slapping it, the small bird fell into the water. Chop, chop, chop. Lang Feng angrily grabbed it. He continued, hoping for a divine-grade battle armor, thinking that divine weapons were like treasures. They could be ranked from ordinary to holy, imperial, spirit, celestial, terrestrial, mysterious, and imperial after 10 years in the Spirit Martial Arts Academy. He rarely saw celestial-grade treasure techniques lower than his. He was surprised by how richly his mind imagined such magnificent senses. Lang Feng looked at the little bird arrogantly. Alright, little bird, let's negotiate. The little bird shook its head fearfully. No, don't take off my clothes. Seeing this, Lang Feng replied tersely, Take your clothes off as if I'm a lecher. In just 1 second, the little bird rushed out. I run! Lang Feng angrily pointed at it. Arrogant bird, come down and fight me then. The little bird taunted, Fine, come up here if you dare. When I was a martial saint, I beat countless foolish birds like you. They ran everywhere looking for teeth. I didn't fall from the martial saint realm to the master level by being careless. I've been dead long ago. Lang Feng tightly gripped his hand and rebutted. Do you think you're a martial saint? When I was a martial saint, I beat countless foolish birds like you running everywhere looking for teeth. Hearing this, the little bird lit a large fire. I'm angry now. I must kill you to vent my anger. Lang Fong stood still as the powerful flames approached him. His eyes showed some interest and he shouted excitedly, "This is even stronger than my blood fire. It's the 4 suns in 9 suns." He then grabbed the little bird's technique tightly. "Good job, now you belong to me." But a flame pierced through his hand and entered Lang Fong's 6-5. He painfully clutched the fireball with both hands. Lang Fong had to use both hands to grab it. His face contorted in pain. "Too painful," he shouted as he tightly held onto the fireball. "But no matter what, I must refine the 4 suns fire." The arrogant bird fell from the sky like an arrow. His hands couldn't move. "What can you use for defense?" "Burning Nirvana, 3rd Prince Ma Tong's soul technique." "Attack!" Lang Fong didn't let up either. He used his mental power to launch a spell. A mysterious grade soul skill. A mystic arrow. Instantly, a ray of mental energy hit the arrogant bird's head. The arrogant bird was dizzy and shouted in discomfort, "You're a mental force master. Luckily, I have divine grade battle armor protecting me. If not, you could kill me." The arrogant bird flew around angrily. "Thief, don't use your mental power." Lang Fong below was furious. "Arrogant bird, if you dare steal my fire, give it back to me now," he arrogantly said as he landed on the ground. "I can't condense the fire essence, but I can rely on my treasure to temporarily suppress it." It leaned against a stone behind him full of confidence. "But you're not getting out of this either. Your Majesty will wait here for you to wilt away." The Lang Fong's body was gradually warming up, and bubbles in the water were increasing. In an instant, due to the fire essence, the water around the Lang Fong started boiling. Arrogantly smiled, "The smell of roasted meat is so good. My stomach is growling. After roasting it's yours, thank you." The Lang Fong was furious and used all its strength in his hand to shout at the bird, "You worthless creature. After I condense the fire essence, the first thing will be roasting people." Suddenly, the Lang Fong's body started feeling pain. Blood flowed out of his mouth. The Lang Fong thought, "The fire essence is really powerful. I can't afford to be distracted or talk." It seemed that arrogance was losing patience on the other side. It charged towards the Lang Fong with a roar. "I won't wait anymore. I have to take someone's life." The Lang Fong quickly attacked using mental projection. "My new technique is more powerful than the legendary Soul Essence Divine Arrow. Soul Imprint, Soul Shock." His mental projection hit arrogance like a lightning bolt, causing it to lose consciousness. Its feathers stood on end before falling to the ground. The Lang Fong watched worriedly. This bird didn't die, but just fell into a coma. Focusing on the fire essence again, the Lang Fong's face muscles tensed as he thought, "If I can't get the watermelon pepper, when will I?" After some time, arrogance finally woke up and looked around in confusion. "What happened to my roasted meat?" Seeing the Lang Fong sitting above him, arrogance quickly got up and thought, "Good opportunity. This hasn't ended yet." As it approached the Lang Fong with satisfaction, "I'll roast you myself for food and clothes." But as it got closer, the Lang Fong looked at it with a deadly gaze. "You've been sleeping for 2 hours, finally awake." That look scared arrogance to its core. "Oh my!" It couldn't believe it and asked the Lang Fong trembling, "The fire leaf is gone now. You did it." The Lang Fong proudly showed off his new strength and said, "Thanks to you, I condensed the 4 Sun Fire Essence and even advanced to 8th level martial artist." But arrogance didn't care, arrogantly saying, "Just an 8th level martial artist, impossible to condense the 4 Sun Fire Essence. Are you pretending?" The Lang Fong challenged back, "Aren't you the one who wanted to roast me? Come on and try." But I remind many people now, I can easily defeat a 3rd level martial spirit. Hearing this, arrogance immediately summoned a fire sword and shouted, "Let's fight then with my royal 8th level martial artist intelligence using divine rank technique, Phoenix cultivation." But it seems like its creation isn't anything scary in the forest. As arrogance used this move, the Lang Fong showed contempt and said, "Isn't that someone who looks down on phoenixes? The Phoenix sword is related to phoenixes. Are you not afraid?" Arrogance turned red with anger and shouted the Phoenix sword at the Lang Fong. "I use it as a sign of respect. It should feel honored to die." The Langfang immediately countered with his fire essence. The sword instantly reversed its attack on Arrogance, making it cough loudly. Arrogance was blasted into the water. The Langfang laughed and said, "Choice 1, come here for a beating. Choice 2, take off your 8th level armor for me. I won't spare you even if I don't count it." Arrogance emerged from the water in a frenzy. "I spit on you, you're a shameless one. You drank my water and stole my for Sunfire Essence. You have a point." The Langfang rebutted, "Now the 4 Sunfire Essence is mine, as well as the 8th level armor soon will be." Arrogance gritted its teeth in anger, flames of rage rising. "You're a traitor, I'd rather die than submit." But before it could react, the Langfang punched it. Golden body great power. After some time, Arrogance was beaten to a pulp by the Langfang. Arrogance fearfully asked, "What's your name?" The Langfang confidently said, "Martial Hero Langfang." But Arrogance angrily spat out, "You're clearly a traitor. Dare call yourself a martial hero. I'm furious now." Then Arrogance flew into the sky, its body emitting lightning. "Langfang, you'll witness my full power." Feng Lang looks a bit hesitant, although this bird isn't a martial saint. But it has a high chance of hiding a devastating move equivalent to my soul technique. Moreover, with divine weapons supporting it, there's no need to be afraid. On the other side, Proud Pride rushes down with all her strength, transforming into a flying war machine, like an angry bird. At this moment, Proud Pride turns into a rocket zooming in the opposite direction at maximum speed. Feng Lang looks disappointed and disgusted. This is all of Nu Yanvu's power. It's just him running away now. But then Feng Lang smiles, though it doesn't seem to have any effect. On the other side, Proud Pride roars, "Feng Lang, even if I retreat today, I'll deal with you sooner or later." For some reason, Feng Lang suddenly stands in front of Proud Pride and laughs loudly. "Don't worry about it. I'm always running. Watch me appear out of nowhere." Proud Pride uses all her strength to stop, surprised by his actions. "How did you do that? You're just a martial artist. You can't fly." Feng Lang laughs and answers, "I didn't fly." Then he confidently says, "I just ran on the grass." This hadn't occurred to Proud Pride. She trembles in fear. This is a spirit grade technique. Flying flower changing leaf step. She quickly flies in the opposite direction. "I'm running." After some distance, Proud Pride turns back and meets Feng Lang's intimidating face. He chuckles and says, "Here I am." A quick slash passes by. Proud Pride is so scared she can't think of anything to do. Then she forcefully retreats backward. Feng Lang gently lands on the ground and sighs, "Too bad, still couldn't catch it." Moreover, the flying flower changing leaf step consumes too much energy. Looking at the red mark under the green grass, he says, "But following this blood trail should lead us to it." Feng Lang's eyes become cunning as he laughs loudly. "It can't escape my hands." Following the blood trail leads them to the foot of a large mountain. He continues up the mountain, marveling at the complexity of the terrain. If not for following this blood trail, we wouldn't have found it. At this point, Proud Pride is exhausted. She leans against a small rock and breathes heavily. "No more fighting, no more fighting. My herb garden is so large. There are plenty of medicinal herbs. If you want, I can share some with you." Feng Lang points at Proud Pride and asks again, "I see this as a social herb garden. Why do you call it home? Besides, you're just a bird. Why would you need medicinal herbs?" Proud Pride stands up confidently, pointing to herself and saying, "Use them or not is your business. Moreover, with so many medicinal herbs, you can't take them all. Let's split the spoils." But Feng Lang disagrees and rushes forward, looking at Proud Pride hungrily. "I can't carry these herbs, but I can carry you." Suddenly, a figure rushes from behind. He lands heavily, smashing the rock Proud Pride was leaning on into pieces. Luckily, both of them managed to escape safely. Feng Lang glances at him and says, "Proud Pride, you block him first. I'll attack from behind." But Proud Pride disagrees. "You're trying to run away?" At this moment, a figure approaches confidently. "Don't even think about running. Come quietly or face your death." This is the leader of the Mountain Thieves. Both Feng Lang and Proud Pride enter a tense state, asking, Who are you guys? The leader looks at both of them angrily and says, "This herb garden is our territory. Anyone who enters must die." Feng Lang doesn't want to cause trouble and lowers his voice. "Brother haha, it's a misunderstanding. We got lost." As they prepared to leave, Feng Lang secretly thinks that these two bandits are both 9th grade spirit warriors, incredibly strong. Before he could finish speaking, the two subordinates rush out from behind the bushes. Too late now. Feng Lang has no choice but to fight. Proud Pride calls, "We can't run anymore." Proud Pride also rushes up in response. These two are only 9th grade martial artists. They're easy to deal with. Feng Lang immediately uses his recognition technique to handle one of them. Proud Pride draws her sword and cuts the remaining thief into two. Seeing both of their subordinates die, Proud Pride responds, "Too bad." The boss is worried and calls out, "Third uncle, fourth uncle." Second uncle's veins bulge as he shouts, "I have to kill you all." He pulls out his 1000 toxin weapon and hands it to third uncle and fourth uncle. Second uncle lunges with a bowl towards Lang Feng, shouting, "Heavenly grade weapons, iron body." Lang Feng responds with a powerful move, aiming to break the bowl with one punch. He immediately unleashes the 200,000 army tyranny technique. Now Kiao dodges behind a rock as he sees this. "Fight away, don't pay attention to me." The bull is sent back towards second uncle. Seeing this, second uncle stops abruptly. "How did you gain such strength? Is it possible? You are a body cultivator." Lang Feng responds with a powerful stance. "I'm surprised too. The broken bull isn't simple. It has the power of 10,000 caddies." Black Boss attacks from behind Lang Feng. "Little fellow, where are you looking?" Lang Feng jumps back in shock. "Danger!" But he's too late to react and gets hit hard on the shoulder. Lang Feng is pushed back by the force. He hits a rock and stops. Lang Feng clenches his teeth, hating himself for getting injured. Black Boss rushes forward with his left arm injured. "Die for me." This time, Lang Feng prepares. He kneels down and laughs. "You die instead of me now. It's my turn to ambush." He activates a transcendent soul skill and spiritual threads appear above him. These spiritual threads shoot out with a loud shout from Lang Feng, shocking the soul. The spiritual thread immediately targets second uncle's bull. In an instant, second uncle collapses unconscious. Now Kiao watches in shock. How terrifying is this instantaneous slaughter technique? Fortunately, he has a Saint grade war armor. Otherwise, Lang Feng would have defeated him. Seeing his subordinates killed, Black Boss cries out, "Second uncle, who dare defeat second uncle of mine?" Veins bulge on his body as his eyes turn fierce. Black Boss throws the bowl again at Lang Feng. "I don't care what kind of demon you are, today, you die." Lang Feng counters with a move against a 4th grade martial spirit. "I must use a stronger technique 5 harmonies reunion." The fiery sword-like technique rushes towards Black Boss with a shout, "Ordinary soul annihilation." Both techniques clash, neither gaining the upper hand. Black Boss is surprised by this strength. He can barely hold it off with one hand. Lang Feng shouts to Nao Kiao, "Quick, now, if I die, you won't escape either." Nao Kiao responds, all right, since we're in the same boat. Let's see my spirit grade weapon." Nao Kiao's foot emits fire as it strikes the bull, shouting, "Metal tying spell." Black Boss is surprised and says, "This bird has a treasure. Too bad you're too weak to have any power." This comment makes Nao Kiao sweat in fear. He's immediately pushed away by Black Boss. But Lang Feng seizes the opportunity, pulling out the net that was launched. He pulls it towards himself. "Now it's my turn to pull." Lang Feng shouts, "Quick, now, if I die, you won't escape either." Nao Kiao responds, all right, since we're in the same boat. Let's see my spirit grade weapon." He leaps up and uses his strength to launch himself. Nao Kiao's foot emits fire as it strikes the bull, shouting, "Metal tying spell." Black Boss is surprised. "This bird has a treasure. Too bad you're too weak to have any power." This comment makes Nao Kiao sweat in fear. He's immediately pushed away by Black Boss. But this gives Lang Feng the chance to pull out the net that was launched. He pulls it towards himself. "Now it's my turn to pull." Lang Feng uses all his strength to pull the bull towards him. If it's just a strength contest, I only need one hand to win you. Losing his treasure, Black Boss angrily shouts, "Return your iron body to me." Lang Feng pulls the net back with force. Alright, then you hold it. With that, he uses strength to pull out the net and sends the ball back to its owner. The surrounding space immediately fell silent after a moment of disturbance. The leader's name was no longer resisting. He lay on the ground with his bull, arrogantly watching him, his eyes widened in surprise. A cultivator has a treasure like this weighty artifact. Indeed, it can destroy heaven and earth. Lang Feng picked up the bull to examine it. Although he managed to injure Wi Lin, he was also injured severely. His left arm was crippled, but he was very happy about it. It's worth getting hurt for something like this. This bull is now mine. Lang Feng absorbed the bull into his spatial ring. Celestial-grade weapons can be refined and incorporated into one's body. We can take it any time we want. Very convenient. However, the arrogant one had intentions to escape. He glanced at Lang Feng silently, but when he wasn't paying attention, he must have taken back my metal net. This brat stole everything from me. Lang Feng's eyes sparkled with cunning as he searched the other person for something valuable. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a spatial ring. Lang Feng's face lit up at the sight of it. The beautiful spatial ring made Lang Feng extremely excited. Great, this spatial ring has its own space. We can store herbs in there. Lang Feng opened the ring to reveal a vast space that amazed him. The space was quite large, indicating at least a mystic-grade treasure. The arrogant one also found one and laughed loudly. I found a spatial ring too. Then he activated the spatial ring and shouted, "Come on, all the herbs in the garden will be stored by it now." Lang Feng hurried to collect the herbs and happily said, "These alchemy ingredients are really precious. It would be a waste if they were eaten by the bird." As soon as he spoke, both of them exchanged a look of understanding. Then they engaged in a heated argument, with neither willing to back down. "You little brat, you said we should split it evenly. Why are you stealing from me? If you don't want to steal from me, then go away." But suddenly, Lang Feng winked and said, "Or like this, I'll give you the young herbs. That's fair." The arrogant one was skeptical. Once you eat them, they won't be young anymore. What if you try to package yourself as a king? He reluctantly agreed and quietly moved away from Lang Feng. "You're a devil, Lang Feng. You are truly evil." After some time, both of them were exhausted from collecting the herbs and leaned against each other to catch their breath. "We've finally finished." Lang Feng offered his hand sweetly to the arrogant one. "Give me your spatial ring." As expected, the arrogant one revealed his true colors. "Don't even think about it. You stole 2/3 of the herbs. Do you not want a part of mine too?" Lang Feng's face twisted in a threatening manner. "Little bird, the second one was killed by me." Seeing this, the arrogant one became furious. Do you want to steal from me? I won't calculate with you, king. Let's not meet again." Lang Feng didn't hesitate and stretched out both ends of the spatial ring. "Little bird, don't go. Give me your armor." The arrogant one trembled in pain. "Bandit! Release king!" While they were arguing, a loud roar came from afar, startling both of them. Lang Feng looked towards the direction of the roar with suspicion and asked, "Is that an animal's roar? And there are many of them. Could it be a chaotic beast?" Indeed, just a few seconds later, a group of powerful beasts rushed to where they were. Lang Feng and the arrogant one were terrified upon seeing them. Dozens of beasts were all martial artists. Even some were spirit beasts. The number of beasts is huge. "Here's that cup. We can't outrun them." Suddenly, a huge beast howls and charges towards us. Lang Feng doesn't know how to handle it, so he uses the bull from earlier to fend off. "It's here now. We have no choice but to fight until the end. Small animals, come try out my treasures." The power of the bull quickly repels some of the beasts. Now Kiao whispers behind him, reminding Lang Feng, "A single hair can grow big." Hearing this, Lang Feng remembers that the cup follows commands to grow larger and forms a protective barrier around him. With momentum, Lang Feng rushes forward, punching down one beast, ordering the proud bird not to retreat. He turns back and shouts, "Hurry up and kill your way through for us." The proud bird enthusiastically supports Lang Feng, attacking. "Today I, the sovereign, will open a bloody massacre." In this manner, they fight together, taking care of all the beasts. With confidence, Lang Feng steps on one beast and says to the others, "Come if you want to die." Realizing the power of the remaining groups, they quickly turn around and run away. Both sigh in relief. Exhausted, now Kiao even collapses. Fighting small animals isn't easy at all. Later, Lang Feng and Now Kiao delve deeper into the forest together. They both talk while walking through the dense grass. Having fought 2 intense battles, their injuries are severe. "Luckily, I brought many medicinal pills to heal us." Behind him, Now Kiao suddenly has a brilliant idea. "If this brat recovers, you'll have to suffer again. We should finish them off now while we can." So he prepares a move. "Just kill you and my treasure will be yours, Lang Feng." Immediately, it launches an attack towards him. Black Steel, die, but Lang Feng dodges and angrily asks, "What do you want?" Lang Feng curses Now Kiao in anger. "You worthless bird. If not for me, you would have been sacrificed by the beasts just now." Now Kiao boldly retorts, "Talking nonsense and defeating evening birds. I also contributed. Even without you, at least I could escape safely." Lang Feng holds his wounds. He looks at it with a silent glare. "You ungrateful bird. When my wounds heal, I'll settle this with you." Now Kiao not only isn't scared, but also seems to be reviving its strength. "So now, the sovereign will deal with you right away." But it doesn't know that Lang Feng's treasure bowl has been circling round its neck since New Year's Eve. A strong hit to the head makes Now Kiao fall flat on the ground. The bird cries in pain, saying, "You dare play tricks on me." Lang Feng scoffs and replies, "Being such a naughty bird, how could I not be prepared?" Then he grabs its head. "Can you take off your holy grade armor?" Lang Feng pulls it horizontally and vertically, but nothing happens. Now Kiao whispers, "No way. This armor seems impossible to remove." Now Kiao goes back to sleep. After a while, waking up, it feels something is wrong. How? Why so hot? Looking back, Lang Feng is roasting him on a pole and starting to grill chicken. Now Kiao is terrified, shouting loudly, "Stop. Are you going to burn me alive?" Lang Feng laughs lightly, pulling it off the fire and says, "Don't get so angry." He puts on a friendly face and says, "I invite you to eat grilled chicken. How about that?" Now Kiao is furious, saying, "Lang family, you really are foolish. If you're brave enough, release me and let's fight." It shouts in anger, "Lang Feng, you truly are a fool. If you dare, release me and we'll settle this." But Lang Feng ignores him, placing Now Kiao back on the grill and saying, "I like crispy chicken wings best." "But my lady, you said you were about to ascend to heaven after roasting a few rounds." Lang Feng laughs at Now Kiao and says, "Take off your holy grade armor, and I'll spare your life." Now Kiao breathes out smoke, its wings drooping, but it stubbornly replies, "The armor has merged with me. I can't remove it. If I die, the armor will disappear too." Hearing this, Lang Feng takes out a small jade and says, "All right, while you were unconscious, I got this from your person. For example, that ring you just picked up, all the herbs inside belong to me now." Then he pulls out another golden ring and cunningly smiles, saying, "But what about this one? I can't open it. Inside, there seems to be a secret." Seeing it, the arrogant one couldn't keep calm anymore. Tears were welling up in his eyes. He angrily shouted, "Give it back to me. You little scoundrel! Didn't you dare steal my Phoenix talisman? You're a hateful person. You're an evil villain. You're a thief. You're not human." The wine village didn't respond to the insults. He gently took the seasoning, then placed it on the fire. Still, he put the arrogant one there and said, "I like eating the crispiest chicken wings." The arrogant one struggled helplessly. "Again, huh? Don't roast me anymore. I'm saying what I'm saying." Zhao Qiao explained that the talisman contained secret transformation techniques of our Phoenix clan, not something we couldn't open. The wine village asked curiously, "Phoenix is one of the 4 great divine beasts. Their techniques are said to be very powerful. Show me a couple of them. Zhao Qiao replied that initially he was deceived by a villain. His phoenix blood was stolen, and thus his martial holy realm had been reduced. Without my phoenix blood, I couldn't break the talisman's restrictions here. You won't get anything from me. Of course, Lang Feng didn't believe it. He took the salt beside him and sprinkled it on Zhao Qiao's orders. There's nothing to negotiate anymore. I like eating the crispiest chicken wings. My body is in pain, and you're adding salt. Zhao Qiao was in excruciating pain. Don't sprinkle salt on my wounds. With helpless, resentful eyes, he looked at Lang Feng with a pained expression. Lang Feng, you don't want to conquer the great emperor's palace. You've done it already. The great emperor is willing to submit to you. Later, Lang Feng shuddered at this. He sprinkled more salt and said, I won't believe you. Zhao Qiao hurriedly shouted. Wait. With no other choice, Zhao Qiao had to confess. I know there's a new temple about to be established recently. Inside it, there are many good things. The great emperor is willing to lead the way and help people rush in to seize treasures. Can we do that? Lang Feng was finally satisfied. He took off his disguise. It was worth taking a risk after all. He happily carried Zhao Qiao, still on the roasting stick, and walked away. Let's go! In the secret grassland, Shuyan and the brown-haired one lay on the ground, sighing and complaining, although we're injured, we finally have spiritual planes. Then he stood up and continued talking to Zhao Qiao. No wonder it's a heavenly treasure. It not only heals wounds but also enhances cultivation. The brown-haired one added, with this, we can level up several ranks. For sure, we'll become stronger. Suddenly, Lang Feng's bow flew from somewhere and hit the brown-haired one, making him panic and attack. Shuyan saw his ally being attacked and shouted, Phoenix Fire, come out, the great emperor is here. They were all beaten to the ground, crying in pain, hateful. Lang Feng appeared at the same time, laughing maniacally. Let me finish it off. But Little Phoenix stubbornly said, no, this is mine. Shuyan was scared and asked, who are you guys? They immediately answered in unison, we're two robbers. After several loud noises, they were beaten so badly that their parents wouldn't recognize them. Lang Feng then showed a small bottle. This is spiritual essence. It's much more powerful than medicinal pills. Little Phoenix searched for a while and said, what is it? This is all trash. The best thing is the spiritual planes. I can't eat poisonous food. Lang Feng took it and poured it into a jar. Let me take this one. Then he poured some into another small bottle and said, share with everyone. Done. He handed the small jar to him and continued. Done, each person gets half. Little Phoenix immediately screamed, each person gets half. This is even worse than a third. I submit to you now. Then it pointed towards him with a commanding tone. Bianen Hong needs to go to the bathroom for a moment. Don't bother me. Lang Feng mocked, you're too bothersome. I don't even want to watch you relieve yourself. Hearing that, it cursed and left. Arrogantly, he drained the bottle and looked at the jar Lang Feng offered, licking his beak as he thought, with this spirit essence jar. Bianen Hong will advance from martial artist to spirit martial artist, become a spirit beast. Then eliminate Lang Feng. Immediately, Little Phoenix shone brightly in flames. As it laughed triumphantly, its foot grew larger and whispered, finally, I've advanced to a spirit beast, can now use new techniques. Then it flexed its 8-pack body and roared. Spirit beast evolution, brawny body. It loudly proclaimed with a fierce tone, Little Lang Feng, you're dead. I'll show you who's the boss. Stealthily appearing behind him, it shouted, try my fist. Lang Feng dodged quickly, making it exclaim in surprise, oops. Its chubby cheeks received a powerful punch and fell to the ground, blood flowing from its nose and mouth. Lang Feng happily said after emptying the medicine bottle, sorry, I just consumed spirit essence and advanced to spirit martial artist realm. He taunted again, if you're unconvinced, want to fight me? Little Phoenix cowered in fear and begged, big brother, don't kill me. We're near the holy temple. Let's hurry up. Just outside the holy temple, it could already be seen glowing from afar. Lang Feng stared intently and muttered, How long has this temple been dormant? Suddenly emitting light, sure enough, it was about to open. They say there are many people up top. Little Phoenix on his shoulder looked fierce and said, "Whoever steals my treasure will be eliminated by me." Then he suddenly hopped up. Little Phoenix on his back also urged them to fly. Both of them declared together, the robbers are about to make a big move. A few people below eagerly waited and shouted, "Look, the holy temple is opening." A blinding light appeared, immediately followed by shouts. Everyone rushed forward, all wanting to be the first. Inside, they exclaimed in shock, "This is a martial arts scripture hall with spirit-grade scriptures." One of them picked up a book and discovered it was a holy-grade scripture. With this, our family's fortune will soon turn around. Another approached to stop, threatening, "Put down the money." The other refused fiercely. "This is mine, not Long family's." The Long family member stubbornly threatened, "If you don't hand over the holy decision here, I'll kill you." 8 disciples from the Shao family shouted together, "You Long family people are too tyrannical." The Long family leader ordered his subordinates, "Kill them all." The temple was filled with sounds of killing and fighting. Little Phoenix sighed, thinking it useless to fight over a single holy decision. Lang Fong sighed, "I've seen many decisions. If not for my low cultivation, I would have practiced long ago." They decided to ignore the fighting and go inside together. "Let them fight. We'll take over the whole hall." After passing through the avoidance hall, they stood before a strange staircase higher than their heads. Little Phoenix recognized that each step seemed heavier as it went up. Lang Fong added, "Lang Wushan also has such stairs. Only those without talent can't climb them." Little Phoenix flew up loudly. "These tricks won't hold back the boss." It struggled to reach the top and fell heavily, muttering, "Finally made it. I'm so tired." At this point, Lang Fong said, "If you beg me, I can help you climb up." Lang Fong replied immediately without thinking, "No need." Little Phoenix was surprised. He had already reached the top in no time. It fell heavily and muttered, "Finally made it, so tiring." Inside, he found a weapon storage room filled with treasures. "Great, I lack scriptures but not weapons." But Lang Fong was surprised to see that others had already arrived and were fighting each other. In front of him stood two mysterious figures, both injured. One pointed at the other confidently and said, "Little hero, if you don't kill me, I'll treat you well." The other didn't hesitate to shout back, "Boy, listen to him, help me kill him, and I can give you a spirit zither." Lang Fong casually added, "Only 30,000 pounds of pressure, no big deal." Lang Fong continued with his tempting offer, "Kill him, and you can join our Shao family." Little Phoenix angrily cursed, "Painful brat." 54 inside, Lang Fong happily discovered a weapon storage room filled with treasures. "Great, I lack scriptures but not weapons." 56 But at this moment, Lang Fong was surprised to see that others had already arrived and were fighting each other. In front of him stood two mysterious figures, both injured. 58 One pointed towards the other confidently and said, "Little hero, if you don't kill me, I'll treat you well." The other didn't hesitate to shout back, "Boy, listen to him, help me kill him, and I can give you a spirit zither." 60 Lang Fong continued with his tempting offer, "Kill him, and you can join our Shao family." The map didn't immediately follow up with his declaration. The map turned out to be one of the 8 great families in VE Quack. "Just help me and you'll get some benefits." Lang Fong's eyes glinted as he replied, "I feel like it's still not enough." Little Huan on his shoulder also boldly spoke up, "Hand over all your treasures here. Spare you so you won't die." The other two immediately got angry and stuttered. "You're just a pet, dare to talk to me like this?" Little Bird, planning to take advantage of the situation to steal from thee. "We are 8th rank martial spirits. One slap can kill someone." Lang Fong held his staff high and spoke loudly. 8th rank martial spirits naturally scary, but an injured 8th rank martial spirit isn't scary. Little Huang added enthusiastically, "Get serious, we're going to rob." Lam Wu immediately softened his tone and spoke, "I think we can negotiate." The map nodded in agreement, trembling slightly. Right. Lang Fong looked at them coldly and said, I don't need you to think. I only need what I think. I think we don't need to negotiate. Inside, little Huang was ready for the fight. No more words. Let me go first. It won with a hand attack, using a spirit rank technique, causing shock waves. As soon as it came out, a force pushed it away. If you don't see this, you'll be happy to back down. The owner of the person dares not make a move, but someone dares to act rashly. Lang Fong immediately retaliated, who said, I wouldn't make a move, die then. The map wasn't quick enough with his counterattack and clearly said, wanting to die. People of the map family are not easily provoked to consecutive shock waves. An object carrying death energy rushed forward. At this moment, the map was in a weaker position. He had already recognized his true form. You're an essence cultivator. No wonder you can defeat me by level. Little Huang jumped up and hit him hard, making his heart ache. He fell to the ground humiliated. Little Huang spoke loudly with great satisfaction. That's what I call a pest, daring to look down on my little Huang. You deserve to die. Three Wu saw the situation of the map and hurriedly bowed. Thank you for helping me defeat the map from the start. We will definitely show our gratitude. The two of them turned around at the same time with long-lasting suspicious looks. Next, Lam Wu's fate wasn't much better than that of the map. Lang Fong searched his body and said to Thich Thu, you're from a big family, have so many good things. Little Huang took the treasures while reminding him, the fight in the first hall has ended. We need to hurry up. Lang Fong laughed as he took the treasures. Although there are many weapons here, their quality is quite ordinary. But I still gathered everything. Thich Thu continued, but I need them all. Even if I don't use them now, they can be sold for a lot of money in the future. His eyes fell on an object in the corner and asked himself, what's this? He tried it out and realized, I can't lift it. It must weigh 3 to 10,000 caddies. Why is it getting heavier like this? Then he moved his wrist to move the spirit energy and muttered, strange, its weight can't be seen. This must be a mystic rank weapon. With malicious intent, he tried again, it belongs to me. Little Huang impatiently flew over and shouted, you've been sitting here for half a day. Didn't find anything? What are you doing? Lang Fong's eyes glowed as he said with satisfaction, look, this is my treasure. Lang Fong looked at Little Huang with sparkling eyes and said, it can be heavy or light, small or large. Little Huang shouted angrily, disgusting. This is better than what I found. Lang Fong laughed uncontrollably and replied, let's go, we're heading to the third hall. After a while, the families of Tiao and Lung also arrived. Tiao family's face was bruised as he grumbled, so much meat. I don't know which hateful person stole all the weapons from the second hall during our fight. The Lung family's face was also bruised. Now's not the time to miss the schedule. The third floor is right in front of us. Charge! But there are others blocking the entrance, clearly saying that Lord Ling's eldest son has entered the Long family heard this and paled. First young master of the Ling family, we're in trouble. We're really in danger. The holy tower keeps glowing brightly. Inside, the situation is tense. Long family thought to himself, Lord Ling's status is higher than ours. 8 major clans combined wouldn't dare provoke him. Next to Tiang family, they chimed in. I heard that Elder Ling's eldest son has extremely powerful strength. We can't possibly match them. So what? Could Lord Ling really cover the sky alone? The holy inheritance isn't about status, but natural talent. Didi Shen stepped forward and called out to everyone. I just want to see for myself. Who dares stop me? Members of the Ling family immediately responded. The intruder must die. Then they hit him with a move that sent him flying. But right now, he was intentionally doing it and thinking to himself, no wonder they're guards. A single strike didn't make me feel anything, but having to use my internal force to jump so high is impressive. Then Lang Feng fell heavily like a stone. He struggled to stand up and cheered the spirits of his allies. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Just a little more. Lord Ling will get the inheritance, then there's no chance left. Then he pretended to fall down and shouted, oh, I'm dead. The Long family didn't care about who was injured, but their greed took over as they discussed. We might also be killed to keep our mouths shut. Tiang family agreed with a nod. Rather than die, we should fight back proactively. Let's go together. Someone who was still clear-headed shouted loudly. Don't listen to his nonsense. If we offend Lord Ling, your clan will suffer for generations. They all responded with murderous intent in unison. Kill the two of you first and shut us up. Lang Feng lay still on the ground, covering his ears as he heard the cries of pain. No, please! Only the corpses of the two guards remained amidst the blood. Long family and Tiang family grew more confident as they entered the inheritance hall. As soon as the door opened, a large vortex appeared inside. Just when the door was being closed, the person opening it quickly retracted his hand. But Long family was already terrified by the electric force before him. He clutched his injured hand and realized it was a barrier. Tiang family also wanted to step forward and said, "It seems those without the barrier's approval can enter. Let me try." Surprisingly, this person really managed to get through and shouted with joy, "I succeeded." The outsiders were drawn by this scene. Tiang Yun entered. Everyone has a chance. Another member of Tiang family chimed in loudly. Let's go then. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. That guy was still asking himself, where is everyone? Then Little Phoenix with her wooden stick leaped out to attack them. Lang Feng searched for the injured while praising their actions. Chickens and ducks move faster. They're all spirit soul experts. Don't get discovered. Little Huang stopped boasting when she heard this. What kind of expert? And you'll be knocked out by His Majesty with one hit. Long Da envies the scene before him. How hateful! All that's left is Veen's nose. What are the others doing? He turns around and sees everyone lying on the ground. He shouts loudly, "It's ruined!" Someone attacked from behind. Fuming, he flails his arms and yells wildly. Whoever hit Tang Feng, pretend to be dead and send a message to Xiao Huang. Fake it until we can avoid them directly. Everyone on the ground is alert, unable to move. They call out for Veen outside, who's injured and thrown out. Struggling with his weakened strength, he warns, "Go, hurry. I got it. I received the inheritance." From within the illusory boundary, a figure appears with a sharp voice. Today, no one escapes. Long Da is terrified and pulls back. When he's this scary, he must be Lord Lang Da. A step forward and Long Da screams when he sees him. Cold as ice, Lang Ruin looks at the ground and asks sternly, "Who dared to kill my servants?" The Long family members respond confidently that it was all of them. They think everyone is involved, so they must unite to defeat Lang Ruin. Instantly, Lang Ruin steps forward lightly. With a poisonous tone, he says, "Then you're all dead." Both families draw their swords and charge, fighting him. Lang Ruin waves his hand, casting blinding light. He yells, "Learn this, the Now Mine, the highest level spirit technique in existence," as I wave my hand, transferring power here. It's called Silver Moon Wheel. The light sharpens like a crescent moon and rushes forward. Long family members lying on the ground marvel at his strength. Lang Ruin steps down and mocks, "You're too weak." Xiao Huang, pretending to be dead, whispers through Tang Feng, "This kid killed so many spirit warriors. He must be a step above royal spirit. Pretend to be dead, I need to fake it." Lang Feng, eating as much as possible, thinks, "I need to find an opportunity to escape. I can't carry all these glowing pills. I'll eat as many as I can." Lang Ruin approaches them and says while wiping his hands, "Stand up. Pretend to be dead in front of Tang Feng." They quickly stand up and greet him. "Hello, Lord Lang." "Goodbye, Lord Lang." Xiao Huang on Tang Feng's shoulder nods repeatedly. "Thank you for your trouble. Thank you for your trouble." Instantly, they both rush forward with their inner strength. Laughing together, they think, "Let's escape now. Let's escape now." Lang Ruin asks, "Where do you want to go?" Lang Sheng seizes the opportunity and tries to strike first. 20,000 caddies of strength. Lang Ruin is furious at the scene. Just a martial artist. What kind of ability does he have? Both sides immediately engage in fierce combat. He realizes something. Unexpectedly, it's Lang Ruin who was thrown out. He jumps back and kneels on one knee, shouting, "Powerful punch. I didn't expect you to be a body cultivator." Then he stands up aggressively, making demands. Alright, if you teach me the body cultivation technique, I'll let you go alive. Lang Feng directly reveals his strength and asks, "Are you worthy?" He sighs inwardly, thinking, this kid is really strong. One punch almost knocked him down. Lang Ruin, not satisfied with the answer, attacks immediately, then you die. Spirit Technique Illusion Master. Lang Feng quickly counters. Spirit Technique Reception. The green and yellow energies clash violently. Tang Feng is hit by the Master Strike and spits out a mouthful of bright red blood. He calls Xiao Huang urgently. Bird, come here. We can only win together. But at this moment, Xiao Huang betrays him. I'm not going. Stupid fool, go die for them. Lang Feng ignores it and shouts, you're not coming. Fine. Then I'll tell him. You belong to the Vermilion Bird Clan. Lang Ruin's eyes light up as he responds. The Vermilion Bird Deity. Alright, I want to. Little Yellow got so angry he flapped his wings and cursed at you. You betrayed your family's name. You sold me out. But inside, Little Yellow was loudly talking as he roasted wings. They're cold. If you can do it, come up here. One of my fingers could crush you to death. Cold as ice, he just poked his lips and laughed mockingly, talking big without a care. But behind him, a sword quietly pressed in close. Still, he looked up at Little Yellow with a cunning smile. Lang Feng worriedly shouting, "Tzai Ju. That's a royal weapon." Little Yellow quickly fled while talking. Run, 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 the flying form of a royal war armor. Cold as Ice saw this and his desire grew even stronger. The royal warrior spirit. Good, it's almost mine now. Two multicolored clouds float in the sky intertwined. Lang Feng quietly fled while thinking, there are no dead friends, only living bandits. Vermilion Bird, we meet again by fate. Up above, Little Yellow's cries can't be counted. Lang Feng, you really lack honor. Want to run away alone? As it flew after him, it cried pitifully. Good friends, let's team up. Lang Feng fled while responding, don't follow me. But Little Yellow perched on his shoulder, making him shout, that annoying bird, give it to me. But it boldly replied, then let's die together. Cold as Ice chased them down and asked, run, can you escape? Feng Lang turned cautious, saying seriously, we need to fight hard now. Little Yellow reminded him that their opponent was a half-step martial emperor. It seems we won't die easily. They combined into one, the Phoenix Scythe, but Cold as Ice just looked and said it's too weak. He immediately used his secret technique, a divine-level skill, responding with the Golden Moon Wheel. At this moment, they understood that this move was too powerful for martial spirits to resist directly. Lang Feng used his treasure, shouting, Heavenly Level Weapon, Death Metal 8. The bell was thrown out quickly, covering its power. A crack echoed as the collision between Death Metal 8 and Cold as Ice's strength. At this moment, Lang Feng shouted, move away. A white light descended swiftly from above. Cold as Ice calmly warned them, I'll say it again. Hand over the cultivation technique. I can spare your life. Little Yellow spread his wings and replied firmly, rather die than dishonor. We will not surrender even if we die. Lang Feng shouted at it. Shut up. I'm considering surrendering. Cold as Ice immediately raised his voice and said loudly, then I'll fight until you surrender. But Lang Feng's eyes lit up softly, replying, sorry, we didn't surrender just yet. But now, people are within the range of your overlord's glowing aura and sharp voice. Die for me, shatter his soul. Lan King, who seemed indifferent, suddenly exclaimed, what, you're actually a spirit master. His treasure still glows on the ground. Lang Feng worriedly said, this can't be. My life force techniques are being blocked. Lan King continued, I've changed my mind now. The Tong person's light emitted death energy as he roared, all of you must die. Lan King gritted his teeth and made up his mind, pouring all his strength into the next move. Then he moved quickly and shouted, Kim Yu Lun, Kim Yu Burst. Lang Feng couldn't dodge in time and was punched in the stomach, spitting out blood. Due to momentum, Lang Feng fell onto the ground. The end, Lan King still stood firm while Lang Feng lay motionless on the ground. The tiger's eyes declared sharply, "Good brother, great job, come here, Bao Huang." Before he could act, Lan King looked at it with a friendly gaze, and it vanished in an instant. He chased after it, but didn't intend to let it escape. Lan King flew towards Chu Tu, raising his fist. "Where are you going so fast?" Then he punched it directly, only to trip over a stone and get entangled in a rope. Like Lang Feng, Chu Tu fell onto the ground as well. Lan King said calmly, "Gathering all of you is easy as picking up a hand." He asked unexpectedly about the pit he had dug, digging so fast. "Are you a bird or a mouse?" Then he directly burned the pit to ashes. He said happily, "See where you can run now." Chuta couldn't take it anymore and jumped out to scold. "Wretched, you've ruined my elephant's hopes." Quickly flying away, Chuta shouted, "Bao Huang doesn't care about you anymore." Lan King still pursued without hesitation. "Don't even think of running." Lang Feng had just woken up but was in great pain. If not for the strong defenses of his golden body, he would have been killed by that elder long ago. Lang Feng gritted his teeth and relied on Chu Tu persistently. "I need you to buy me time." Lang Feng started burning as he had consumed many medicinal pills before faking death, now ready to break through from martial artist to martial lord. As Lang Feng struggled to break through for a chance at survival, Chu Tu returned and shouted, "Lord Lan, don't stick to me. Go clean up Lang Feng first." "Lang Feng, you're still alive. Our plan was ruined by it." Lang Feng cursed, "That damned bird. I really want to kill you now." Just in time, Lan King turned around. He said, "The cultivation life force is indeed strong. Fine, now I'll deal with all of you." Lang Feng took advantage when he wasn't paying attention and broke through. It was then that he broke through his limit, creating a large explosion from where Lang Feng was. The smoke cleared to reveal the faint figure of Lang Feng. Lang Feng regained confidence as he said, "Hello, I am martial spirit Lang Feng." Lan King flew down and replied, "Just because you advanced, what can you do? Could a first-grade martial spirit defeat a second-grade one?" Just as he was about to get close, Lang Feng quickly ran away saying, "I can't beat you, but my speed has increased greatly, enough to escape. Bye-bye, no more meetings." Suddenly, Lang Feng sensed something wrong. A series of arrows fell from the sky, forming a cage with chi. He could even turn chi into walls, piercing through without dying or getting seriously injured. Chuta said in panic, "We're trapped now." Finally, Lan King's spatial sealing spell, Kim Yu Lun, Kim Yu Wine block. He smiled triumphantly saying, "You're all birds in my palm. What else can you pull out?" Lan King said with satisfaction, "Gift. It's too late to give gifts when death is near. Too late." Lang Feng casually threw a small stone and replied, "Don't rush. This is a big gift for you." Then he infused the stone with vitality, which suddenly turned into a large rock, 9-weight earth stone, 1 weight, open. Lan King was surprised, but it had grown too large. "Not good. I'm not a cultivator, and will be crushed to death." The rock being too big left him no time to escape, only despair remained. The rock fell with a loud noise. Lang Feng pointed at the stone saying, "Feel it carefully, the weight of 55,000 pounds pressing down on you." Finally, Lan King was crushed to death. The Duke witnessed and couldn't help but exclaim, "The first son of Lan is dead. Not even a fragment survived. And it's a first-grade martial spirit killing a 9th-grade one. Lang Feng truly is a demon." Lang Feng retracted his weapon and said, "This is the power of a saint-level weapon. Victory in plundering." Saying that, Lan Feng slumped onto the ground exhaustedly, complaining, "There's just a lot of expenses too. Now I'm truly without any strength left, feeling as if my body has been drained dry." Chuti Isi flew up to Lan Feng's shoulder and poked him. "Lan Feng, we can consider ourselves comrades in arms. Ben Huang wants to become sworn brothers with you. I'm your junior." Without hesitation, Lan Feng pressed Chu Tc down onto the ground. "I want it too." After escaping, Chu Tc cursed, "Ben Huang is in pain. How can you say you're powerless?" Lan Feng replied firmly, "My strength is mine to command." After resting, Lan Feng gathered the spoils, including the Jabim and Zisu weapons. "Now they belong to me." the weapons slowly absorbed into him. Lan Feng was satisfied with his gains, even though he had broken the 8 treasure box, but acquiring the 9 weight stones and Zissou, this trip to the Holy Temple was indeed profitable. Chutisi beside him reminded, "Don't forget, there are still many treasures in the main hall waiting for us to collect." Lan Feng slapped his head in agreement. "Right, we can't waste those good things." Saying that, Lan Feng immediately used the new weapon, Zissou. Both of them flew off to announce, but 2 bandits have left, and the scene cut to a grand hall where many people were gathered. Others couldn't wait, asking, "Long King led some people to scout the Holy Temple. Why haven't they returned yet?" Another suggested, "Let's go check on them." Arriving there, he asked in surprise, "What happened?" The other stepped forward and helped Long King ask. Long King woke up. "Tell us who did this." "Everyone, it was Ling Shun. He obtained the Holy Temple's legacy." Others couldn't help cursing. Ling Shun not only killed to cover his tracks, but also mixed all these treasures together. With such wealth, how could he still do such a despicable thing? Zhang Feng and Zhu Qiu hiding nearby listened with interest and announced to all the clans here to fully pursue Ling Shun. Then they left. Chu Tisi laughed loudly. "They will never know that we took everything." Lan Feng added, "Even after Ling Zun's death, he was still falsely accused. Tragic." Suddenly, Xiao King appeared naturally. Chu Tuk said, "Where did you come from?" "Xiao King, I'm hungry. Let me eat it." Lan Feng helplessly declared, "No one is allowed to touch it. That's my catch." Saying that, Lan Feng reached out and patted Xiao King, asking why your whole body is injured. Suddenly, Lan Feng remembered something important. "Wait a minute. Only Xiao King came. Where's my sister?" The Lingsu Academy members flew off quickly. Lan Feng shouted angrily, "Sister must hide well. I'll come looking for you all." Lan King replied, "Okay, little phoenix." Then Lan Feng took off. In the forest, a secret door opened up, and everyone followed it down to what seemed like an underground dungeon. Lan King hurriedly searched, asking, "Xiao Huangjin, Xiao King, are you guys alright?" She then hugged them around. "This must be the secret sanctuary. It's so beautiful here." Suddenly, a lecherous man appeared and said, "Where did the pretty girl come from? This place is very dangerous. Go home with Big Brother." Lan King looked at him disdainfully, not expecting to run into bad people just now. He had an ugly, lustful expression. "Come here, pretty girl." Before he could get close, someone attacked him. Wu Yu appeared in time and said darkly, "Get out." The lecherous man was knocked down and turned around to curse. "You're asking for it. Offended me. Tao, we won't let you off easily." Then he quickly ran away, not forgetting to leave a message behind. "Remember this for us." Wu Yu smiled warmly. "Thank you, senior sister, for rescuing me." Lone Wu Yu replied, "No need to be polite, just that Tao's power is very large." The forest was filled with beautiful scenes created by the divine seeds. Lan King and Lone Wu Yu were exhausted, leaning against a rock. Lan King panted, "Those people from Tao are like rabid dogs, relentlessly pursuing us for over 10 days. Lone Wu Yu analyzed tiredly, "Tao's people are part of the 8 great families, with many experts. Now we're trapped here. Escaping will be very difficult." Xiao Huangjin and Xiao King were also exhausted, lying down on the ground. Lang Fan reports the situation. "Senior sister, we've used up all our medicinal pills. Our injuries can't be treated anymore." Lang Fan makes a suggestion. "I can't move any longer. Let Little Golden Yellow and Little Green take care of senior sister while they escape." CSE CVU Ingite declines the offer. "No way! I can't abandon anyone." Little Golden Yellow and Little Green hug each other to say goodbye. Lang Fan has lost all hope now. She thinks of Lang Fong, wondering how Xiao Feng is doing. It's a pity they won't be able to meet again. As she says this, she picks up Little Green and says, "Little Green, I want you to leave here and find Xiao Feng." Lang Feng cries as she leaves her final words for the disciple, saying TT very much wants but can't stay with it anymore. CSC CVU Ingite looks at the tattooed body, hoping that the junior disciple will endure hard cultivation in the future There might be a chance to seek revenge for us. Then Lang Fen releases Little Grain. It transforms and flies away. After meeting Lang Fong, it transfers everything back. Tao Qiu comforts the one mourning, praising the spiritual strength, which can even communicate with pets. Lang Fong receives the message. His veins bulge. He writes down a name and angrily declares, Tao family, I must kill everyone from that family. Tao Qiu stops him, saying don't do something foolish. The Tao family has over 10 high-level martial spirit experts. You can ambush a few, but you can't face their attacks in person. Lang Fong's eyes are filled with determination and resentment. That's right. So I must become even stronger. I want to use the inversion technique. Tao Qiu is scared and shouts, are you crazy? Lang Fong is mad. The inversion technique can unleash potential and instantly boost strength. But the price of inverted meridians is death. Lang Fong seems to have made up his mind. There's no time. They've waited too long. And Gao Qiu tries to persuade. Just save them. You don't need to risk your life. Lang Fong cultivates and declares, if he can't protect even those closest to him, what's the point of martial arts? Then follows Lang Fong's forced level up using inversion technique. The blinding light, and Gao exclaims Inul. It's terrifying. A first-level flowing spirit cultivator has instantly ascended to 9th level. Lang Fong's figure appears faintly. He says, T, wait for me. Golden sunlight shines on the sacred and mysterious mountain range. Little golden yellow carries the two injured girls away. CSCCVU and Gait looks ahead at the perilous path, a path to death. She hugs the weak Lang Fan. It seems they can only take one last stand. A man with sallow face appears laughing, little treasure. He and another man look mischievous. We finally caught them. In my hands, you'll suffer a miserable death. Little golden yellow roars in anger. Lang Fan is furious. You won't have a good ending. CSCCVU Ingai takes her weapon angrily. Foolish person, I will kill the first one. The other two are even more excited and laugh. Little wild cat, truly wild. Unfortunately, you can't defeat me. But I'll charm and tame you. Be a woman for me. But she won't lose to them. Even if it kills me, I won't let anyone succeed. From her lute, she unleashes a series of skull-shaped attacks. The golden melody breaks through the 4th layer, Blood Sorrow Tower. The blonde man immediately rushes to attack. He uses one move to break her defense and knock her away. You underestimate your strength. CSCCVU Ingai is hit in the chest and cries out in pain. That guy is truly unscrupulous, licking his own hand. Terrible, good elasticity. Despite feeling uncomfortable, CSCCVU Ingai reluctantly concedes. Come on out. Today we admit defeat together. But you won't leave the sacred and mysterious mountain alive. The man with the mole laughed mockingly. Just some martial arts students, right? Tao Ruita has never taken these minor sects seriously before. That guy isn't afraid at all. He looks down on them. Even if fellow students know, they'll only come to die. But Wu Yu is very confident in Lang Feng. When he grows strong, you won't be a match for him. Wu Yu pressed the sharp knife against her own throat. Senior sister, are you seeing things? As Lang King was grieving, something happened. A powerful force rushed through the sky. It caught Lang King's attention. Senior sister, did you just see that? Wu Yu asked in surprise as well. What? She stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what she saw. There was a young man flying towards them and shouting. Lang King clung to her chest and sobbed loudly. Senior sister, did you just see that too? Wu Yu quickly regained her composure. This is not an illusion. Lang Feng rushed forward with blazing eyes full of rage. Senior sister, I'm here. The man on the ship shouted loudly. Where did you come from? Get out! Lang Feng quickly launched an attack. The body of that guy was instantly cut in half. This terrified the other two guys greatly. 9th rank Spirit Marshal. This is 9th rank Spirit Marshal. Who are you? You still carry that anger, daring to bully my senior sister. All of you must die. The men on the ship joined in, charging forward. They all wanted to kill him. There's only one enemy. Let's go and kill him together. Neither side gave an inch as they fought fiercely. Charge, brat! Die! Lang Feng flew towards them. Not just you, but the entire Tao family must die. Wherever Lang Feng went, his opponents were cut in half. He kept killing enemies without stopping. The man with the mole cried and begged him not to. But he still had to join his ancestors. Perhaps he was scared but tried to intimidate anyway. Foolish person. Tao family will never let you off. Lang Feng punched straight into his stomach with no fear. What? While hitting him, he angrily cursed. Some people should never be provoked. They were beaten so badly they couldn't see anything, standing there confidently before the fallen opponent. Everyone was happy, but Lang King was the happiest. Little Feng, I thought we wouldn't meet again. Lang Feng gave her two medicine bottles and instructed, Senior sister, treat your wounds first. The rest leave to me. Of course, I'll follow your instructions. Alright, I'll listen to Little Feng. He politely handed the medicine bottle to Wu Yu. Senior sister, thank you for this time. She smiled and accepted the medicine bottle. We are fellow disciples. We should help each other. And Gao Kiao and the little king flew over. Lang Feng, you're really fast, cleaning out the Tao family already. Hearing that, Lang Feng remembered what he needed to do. This is not all yet. Now we want to eradicate the weeds completely. Arrogant bird. This place is assigned to someone. The arrogant one responded with great confidence. Don't worry, I'll protect them until you return. Then it will reveal its power again. Cliff's edge. Open. Fong flies at full speed to where he needs to go. Lang looks surprised as he watches his younger brother. Little Fong has progressed a lot. Wu Yu also looks with soft eyes. Right. The junior still remains mysterious and elusive. The red bird coughs to attract their attention, its beak holding a flower, looking handsome. Can we get acquainted? They are speechless as they watch it. At the same time, from the vast forest, a loud cry echoes. What is that? The one who heard this would be very frightened. It said that 15 of our disciples have been completely wiped out. Who could be so ruthless? He calmly smiles at the edge. What are you afraid of? This is the main base for launching ships. There are over 40 mystic disciples here. Anyone who comes here will die. He loudly points to an object flying towards them. Look, what's coming this way? The object is getting closer and turns out to be a large rock, hurtling through the vast space. Lang appears with determination. Today, I want to make the Tao family disappear from this holy forest completely. The sun still shines its rays on the mountain, where bodies of the Tao family lie scattered on the ground. That day, 58 members of the Tao family committed crimes in this secret forest and all perished. On another side, people are discussing, did you know that just now, the Tao family's disciples were killed completely? 3 people sit on a grassy field where the launch base was destroyed. Even the small hill is flattened into a large pit. The man with the scar speaks sincerely, saying they heard that the holy temple was also turned into a large pit. Could it be done by the same person? The other girl speaks seriously. It's very likely. Everyone says that the eldest son of the Ling family died there, his soul scattered. Upon hearing this, she is shocked. Someone who can kill Ling and Tao family disciples. What kind of karma is this? The man is making guesses. Could it be a disciple from the hidden sect or medicine sect? Only these 2 major sects would not care about Ling compared to Tao. The girl with long hair sighs, feeling increasingly difficult to navigate in this secret forest. Encountering such bullies means they are done for. The man immediately warns them. Yes, don't go out alone recently. Be careful of the robbers. Those 2 evil guys stole from me before. All my precious treasures were lost. The girl with tied hair is furious, but remembers they didn't take anything and insulted her treasures as inferior. The guards have returned to the holy forest. You look very happy, Andy, I'm back. But Lang's eyes are still red from battle and he looks exhausted. I've dealt with all Tao family disciples. Let's find a secret place. We'll hide in the first room. His whole body suddenly tenses up and starts to worry. Seeing him coughing and little yellow gold running over, Little Fong. She rushes with great concern and asks Han, Little Fong, why are you vomiting blood? I'm injured. Lang answers her softly, as long as Auntie is fine, that's good. Kai Lang gently held Xiao Feng in his arms, tears streaming down his face as Xiao Feng slowly regained consciousness. The proud bird then flew with a sorrowful expression. It's useless. Wu Yu was very uncomfortable with its attitude. How did this all start with Lang Feng? The proud bird couldn't hide its pity. This little guy forced the two save them. From a spirit beast first rank temporarily promoted to a spirit beast second rank, but the is forbidden magic. Now Lang Feng is in reverse defense. His meridians are damaged. Even the spirit beasts felt sad for Lang Feng. Kai Lang just let the tears flow down his cheeks. There's no way to save Xiao Feng now. Qi only flapped her wings and shook her head. It's a twisted meridian, can't be healed by external force. Although Lang Feng was trained with a spiritual master, he couldn't do anything either. Suddenly he opened his eyes and coughed up blood again. Kai Lang felt even more pain. Xiao Feng, your whole body is breaking into pieces. Seems like you can't make it through. Wu Yu sadly looked at her benefactor, disciple. The life-saving grace of Teng Sheng held his little brother tightly and cried, Xiao Feng, I won't let you die, you'll be fine. Lang Feng's eyes still had a lot of regret. I don't want to die. There's a burning flame inside me. Lang Feng gradually closed his eyes and his body stiffened. Kai Lang's eyes widened with concern. Xiao Feng? Lang Feng can no longer wake up now. Xiao Feng? Let Xiao Feng wake up. Her painful scream echoed through the vast space. Tear after tear fell down. Don't let Xiao Feng die, Kai Lang thought. A large golden sea covered the space. Lang Feng sank back into that sea again. Only then did he suddenly wake up. I'm dead. He sat up and looked around. Is this the afterlife? After a while of observation, he realized, no, it's my soul sea. Lang Feng looked at the water in his hands, all pure first-rank sacred water. Could I still be alive? Now he could joyfully open his mouth. First-rank sacred water often has miraculous effects. Maybe it can save me. The golden stream hit his senses again. There are still people crying for him in this world. Even the spirit beasts bowed their heads as if mourning. A fire was burning on his skin. Lang Feng's whole body was burning fiercely. The two of them quickly stepped back. What's happening? Suddenly, Lang Feng sat up in a meditation posture. Kai Lang shouted out of joy. Xiao Feng moved. He hasn't died yet. Seeing this, Wu Yu quickly stopped her. Shoo, don't touch him. That's extremely powerful true qi. The proud bird started acting like a scholar. Lang Feng's meridians were healing. The soul fire was extinguished. Now it's recovering. Heaven-defying life transformation. Is this Xiao Feng really coming back from the brink of death? The flame still surrounded him. Sacred Mountain 3000 volumes wrote, those who have performed the two heal meridians and recreate the dantian. Tang Feng was gradually regaining his strength. It seems that the is not a forbidden technique, but a cultivation method to restore meridians. He stretched out his arm as if feeling something. Now his is balanced and can't stop anymore. I still need to absorb more spiritual energy. The proud bird with an arrogant look. It seems a gust of wind appeared. The boy's whole body seemed to be levitating, startling the bird. The heavenly mysterious energy around here is violently agitating. This wicked demon not only resurrected, but also flew gracefully towards everyone waving his wings. This brat has attracted too many spiritual energies. Even future lives won't be enough to use them all up. Let's help him a bit. This is the rare opportunity for breakthrough we've been waiting for. The two girls began to call forth their strength. We also need to become stronger to protect Xiao Feng. The sun on the other side is gradually rising. Lang King is focusing all his power. She looked at Wu Yu and happily said, she directly broke through to the master level. Wu Yu was also very happy. Luckily, with my junior's help, both spiritual beasts clapped their hands together. The Phoenix Spirit advanced to grade 3, while the Golden Lion King advanced to grade 1. The proud one finally noticed that young man. The proud one then paid attention to that youth. Where is that brat? Your son is currently up high watching the sunset. The two senior sisters came over one after another, calling out little Huang and Lang Feng disciple. Lang Feng had also heard their calls. He appeared in a half-dressed state under the sunlight, greeting everyone. Seeing this, Langtang was delighted, hugging him tightly. Little Fong, you're back to life. That's great. Then he leaned close and said to her, Sister, your face is all tears. You'll look like a watermelon cat soon. At this, Langtang felt embarrassed and turned away. I'm going to wash my face and put on makeup now. Wu Yu couldn't hide her joy either. Good that disciple Langfang is fine. Let's go with Auntie. Then he turned to the animals and laughed. Lucky guys, little fire out. He hugged them excitedly, also having contributed in protecting Sister. The red bird was feeling extremely uncomfortable. After one night, Langfang had ascended to 4th tier spirit warrior. Being with such a genius really makes the birds feel inferior. Now dawn is shining everywhere. The disciples of the ship have all been wiped out, causing chaos. We shouldn't go out now. Langfang quickly pointed at a mountain in front. Sister with precision. They should stay and refine within the mountain, quickly solidifying their cultivation. Wu Yu agreed with this idea. Fine. Meanwhile, Langtang was quite worried. Little Fong, what if? He turned to show his alchemy furnace in hand. To prepare for refining, one must first advance to the new level alchemy master, they said. The red bird immediately flew over. Alchemy master. Langfang, you actually know how to refine pills. Langfang appeared very proud. No a bit. Just refining top-grade medicinal pills now. Nao Qiao began to feel uneasy. Martial artist, body refinement, mind reader, alchemist. You really are quite versatile. Langfang, could you also be an alchemy cultivator? He shook his head and denied it. I'm not. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. But then his words made him falter. But in the future, I'll still research a bit. He focused all his strength on the alchemy furnace, and then a pill shot out. That pill flew straight into the bird's head. He rubbed the large U-shaped lump on his head. It must have been done so quickly. This can't be stone, right? His excitement couldn't hide as he said, currently refining spirit-level life-saving pill, and its quality is top-notch too. The bird became more suspicious. Langfang, you're really making your first life-saving pill. He smiled at it and raised his fingers. Right, my strength has increased, so it's easier to refine pills now. The bird flew away with a serious expression. Nonsense. What we need most is essence refining pills. This made him think for a moment. Essence refining pills can temporarily boost one's strength without side effects, but the refinement process is very dry. Nao Qiao held onto the green bird that was still dazed. Just focus on refining. Bochuan will take little Tang to find materials for you. The two birds then flew off, the pill thieves leaving with their catch. After a month, he had refined many pills. Nao Qiao was delighted and flapped his wings joyfully. Too many essence refining pills. Even if we face strong enemies, we can still hold our ground now. Langtang was surprised by the pills in her hands. Little Fong had refined 15 types of medicinal pills. Wu Yu was equally impressed on this side. The success rate is extremely high, and all qualities are top-notch too. So a disciple so young can already be an alchemy master. He stretched his long nose in pride. Nao Qiao was still immersed in the pile of pills. Bochuan had made up her mind. We'll head to Fire City ahead now. There's a bidding event here. We can sell off excess medicinal pills. His eyes lit up as he heard this. The Fire City Holy Flame Auction Hall is a grand and magnificent place, with many people bustling on the busy streets. Langfang spoke first. It's the Fire City. You want to go to the auction hall now, so the two sisters agreed. Alright, let's find somewhere to rest for the night. Looking up in admiration, Langfang said, Wow, the Fire City is really big and bustling, and even a bit arrogant. Right. The young boy has never seen the world. His vision is indeed broad. A house with lanterns hanging outside was making bell sounds. He walked straight towards the source of the noise. The bird was extremely excited. Look over there, the auction hall is right there. A young lady stopped them. Please stop here, martial artist. She gently informed them. Today's auction has ended. So you didn't let her finish, you interrupted her. I came to bid on medicinal pills, even rare ones. The young lady smiled shyly. Rare medicinal pills. Even disciples of the medicine sect have only a few. Don't joke with me anymore. Lang Feng immediately took out a pill. Look, she bowed 90 degrees and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry for my mistake. Then she happily invited him to enter, gesturing for the martial artist to follow her in. She will inform our manager right away. Lang Feng sat comfortably sipping hot tea. Outside the door, someone shouted loudly, "It's worth it. Just one medicinal pill and you call me here?" The manager stepped inside, saying, "Martial artist, if all you have is one medicinal pill, I'm not interested." He remained calm and sighed, "Don't worry, there will be more than one. Young people are easily tempted." She said happily, "If it's just 3 or 5 pills, I might buy them all." Hearing this, he was extremely excited by them all. Lang Feng then boldly offered to sell all his medicinal pills. The manager examined the pills suspiciously and wondered if there were hundreds of rare spirit pills from a grave robber. Lang Feng's face turned very serious. "Miss Tu, what do you mean?" He felt extremely uncomfortable. Sure enough, she treated them like bandits and robbers. She leaned close to him. "Little brother, don't go. I didn't mean any offense. Just a bit surprised." He repeated what she said. Missed said by all of them. As if playing the role of a merchant, she asked, "Sister, can you not afford it? What price do you think Grandpa will set?" Lang Feng was no longer hesitant. "Divide these medicinal pills into 10 groups. Each group's original price is 10,000 root spirit herbs." She adjusted the price again, decisively setting the original price at 15,000 root spirit herbs per group. Then she bent down to take a pill and said, "We want to pay 1/10 of the money as rent. Is that okay?" He could only hesitate. "Boss, I wanted to say." "All right." The woman's hand moved like she was feeling him out. "Little earth spirit," after a sly smile, "do you not fear me taking everything?" But his face remained cold. "So try it if you want." Seeing this, her expression changed. "Don't be nervous. I'm just joking with you." She had been scared too. As an 8th level spirit cultivator, to be frightened into not daring to move by him, such a demeanor is truly terrifying. To said seriously, "Don't try to feel me out again. My patience has limits." She then presented a token. "I know, we will auction off all the spirit herbs in 2 days. This token is proof." Tong called it back into his palm and said, "Now, this auction hall is bustling with activity. Very rare to see such high-quality spirit pills." The hostess brought out an item for bidding. 480 rare spirit pills immediately caused a commotion in the audience area. The young man just shook his nose in disappointment. "I only have some skills, but it still made the whole hall boil with excitement." The proud bird immediately started criticizing. "It's just some spirit pills. Typical country bumpkins who haven't seen much of the world." Right now, many people are gathered at the Kimvan auction house. A young man was very excited. "Don't worry about it so much. We're definitely getting these spirit pills." The girl pointed to the first box. Group 1 started bidding with a starting price of 15,000 root herbs. People below kept bidding 16,000, 17,000. A fat man confidently bid 20,000. The 2 young men laughed happily. Their eyes sparkled with joy. They struck it rich. The proud bird couldn't believe his ears either. These wealthy folks really have deep pockets. The girl immediately pointed at the man with the Tao. Group 1 of premium spirit pills went to this guest. Next is Group 2. Lang Feng kept hitting the proud bird. Group 2 turned into a Tao, 22,000 pills. They were drowning in their own drool. Group 3 turned into a Tao, 25,000 root herbs. The girl became more enthusiastic as she went on. The final group was sold for 40,000 pills. He couldn't take it anymore and lifted the proud bird up. 30,000 root herbs, so happy he could die. Lang Feng couldn't look away from the action. "I want to use these root herbs to refine more elixirs, good ingredients for me to consume. The good ingredients will be sold." The proud bird criticized those guys. Fire City is indeed a great place full with lots of money. Then the girl brought out an expensive item, the final auction treasure, the beast bone. A young man got excited. Beast bone, essence of beasts enough to advance any martial artist 1 to 2 levels. The proud bird leaned into him, acting cute. Bon Huang also wants it. Lang Feng keep buying. He seemed to like the item too. Beast bone is a good ingredient for refining elixirs, worth purchasing. Below, the girl started bidding again, starting bid 5. A young man immediately bid 60,000. Someone else bid higher, 70,000. The fat man led the way with 120,000. The proud bird urged him on. Lang Feng, hurry up! Lang Feng was full of confidence now. It's time to wrap this up. I'll bid 170,000 and end it. Show everyone who you are. 300,000. Everyone turned their heads in surprise at the young man. The proud bird angrily grabbed his shirt and shouted, "What did you say? 300,000. Lang Feng realized he had made a mistake now. I've blown it. I was going to say 130,000. The girl smiled at the two of them. This martial artist. Auction prices can't be changed. You're in for a fall, tears streaming down his face. Fine then. 300,000. The proud bird could only hold its head in pain. Foolish person. I didn't expect even myself to be impressed. Lan King greeted happily as Lan King saw him. Xiaoju asked, "Junior disciple, have you heard anything?" Lan King was equally excited. Next to him, what a wastrel, spending 300,000 root herbs on that. But now she saw the item in his hand, a useless bone. He could only stare at them. After a while, Lang Feng smiled awkwardly, still making small mistakes. The proud bird above looked unhappy. Small mistake. It then grabbed his hair and said, "Spent 300,000 in fat. Now have to pay another 30,000 for the auction house." Lang Feng was too angry and pushed it away. The bird clung to a large lump on its head, barely managing for now. Then it kept inhaling the scent of the item. So good, so good. It immediately shot up into the sky. Almost there, almost there. Its ugly appearance made the three others shudder in fear. And Gao showed off its beautiful bird form. "I'm done now." Lang couldn't hold back his retching. All that divine beast essence was wasted by you, bird. The bird was furious and, "Are you provoking the yellow basin beast?" Its eyes were filled with anger. Now the yellow basin beast is a 4th grade spirit beast. It speaks more confidently now. Lang, this bird showed no fear to anyone. Who's afraid of whom? Phoenix Saber. But unfortunately, its face hit your fist and it flew straight into the wall. Lang Feng sat alone in the courtyard. Just one last step to complete. Lang Feng looked like a famous chef, adding some refined bone powder, and it was ready to go into the oven. A precious medicinal pill appeared immediately. Now he could take a break. Finally done. Lang Feng is truly devilish. This medicinal pill has surpassed divine grade and is close to earth grade. It kept staring at the item in its hand. This is a half-step earth grade supreme quality. Lang Fen only covered her gaping mouth with her hands. So, Little Feng is just a bit short of reaching earth grade alchemist. Even Wu Yu was amazed. Senior Cloud Dream definitely didn't expect this. Apprentice will surpass her soon. Cao Kia wanted to do business with him right away. The Yellow Basin Beast wanted 10,000 spirit herbs in exchange for that medicinal pill. Of course, Lang Feng refused. "Do you think I'm stupid? No sale!" But the bird flew straight off. "Sorry, the Yellow Basin Beast likes to force sales. He won't tolerate this bird anymore. Want to run away? Fine, I'll use a new soul technique to deal with you." Lang Feng's pupils turned white. His soul seal activated. He used his strength to attack the bird. The bird was hit like it had been struck by lightning. It flew straight down and shattered a part of the courtyard. All it could do was curse. "Great Lantern hates you." The two girls immediately teased it. The proud bird's heart is broken now. Roast the bird to make it into a bird dish. Lang Feng flew over with an ominous expression. "Bird, come here for me to train on you. In the future, whenever I develop new techniques, I'll find you." This comment made the bird cry out in protest. At midnight, it woke up the whole dormitory. He's arrived at the auction location. The auction master started chatting. "Junior disciple, the alchemical pills you auctioned last time really caused a big stir." She continued asking, "So this time, what treasure are you bringing?" The wine village calmly replied, "This time I'm only bringing 3 spirit pills." Hearing that, she shook her head and said, "Only 3? Alright, big sister will buy them all immediately. Big sister is giving you 30,000 root of spiritual herbs. That price is high enough." But before she could finish speaking, Lang Feng placed the bowl firmly on the table. He confidently boasted, "I want 100,000. Suddenly, there was an unusual silence in the house. As if hearing him say that, they were shocked. "Junior disciple, are you crazy? 3 spirit pills demanding 30,000 root of spiritual herbs. It's just a search for a cauldron. You're wrong. Making 1 alchemical pill worth 20,000 is enough." Now she understood the problem. "I understand now. This time, the price isn't for spirit pills. Junior disciple, can I take a look at your treasure?" Lang Feng immediately handed over a wooden box. Inside was 3 glowing superior-grade spirit pills. As if holding her face in shock, half-step earth alchemist quality and even superior. Then he smiled brightly. "Now, miss, do you still want to buy?" But for her, that's naturally very difficult. "Junior disciple, don't joke around. Big sister can only get 1. He immediately handed the box over to her. "Hand over the money." Then he put on a hat and left. The remaining to spirit pills. 3 days later, they held another auction and she was in charge. "Gentlemen, the alchemical pills we're auctioning today are extremely precious." He still sat on the balcony as usual. "It's really too much now. There were even more people than last time." Now Kiao was amazed and pointed. "Look, I understand like she herself went up to the stage to auction them." She opened the box containing the spirit pills. 2 superior grade half-step earth alchemy pills. Starting bid, 40,000 root of spiritual herbs. The 2 young men were also shocked, looking at the half-step earth alchemy pill. This is something even with money you can't buy, right? It's absolutely not to be missed. They didn't argue and started bidding. 50,000, 70,000. Now Kiao and Lang Feng's eyes lit up. The 8 major families were all starting their bids now. The disciples of Medicine Sect and Concealment Sect saw this situation too. Prices would definitely go up to 100,000. After a while, everything ended. Final bid, 150,000 root of spiritual herbs. They hugged each other joyfully in tears. 150,000 big profits. As if also gave him something and warned, "Junior disciple, keep it well. Here are your spiritual herbs. Such a famous opening auction is all thanks to you." Titi was extremely grateful. Lang Feng received the item but wasn't very happy yet, saying that the first alchemical pill only sold for 20,000. "I'm not satisfied with that." She pretended to be angry, wanting to hit you. "Little brother wants you to die a miserable death, or big sister lets you have your way now." Lang Feng saw this and was very afraid. "No thanks." Then she changed her attitude and gently said, "Next time if there's anything good, definitely come see big sister." Haiwu whispered softly in his ear, "Don't worry, I won't let you down." Lang Feng looked a bit dejected but still smiled. "Well then, I have some books to sell at cost price." Because he didn't think they were worth much anyway. The techniques obtained from the Holy Temple weren't special. They could be sold too. You know how to surprise her even more. You decide then. These are for holy grade techniques. But Lang Feng didn't care and just turned away. "Right, just need earth grade herbs. For pricing, you figure it out yourself." They bid farewell here for now. Let you go at your own pace. He was somewhat satisfied with this exchange. "With earth grade herbs, we can start refining earth pills." Suddenly his expression became very serious. "Someone is watching me. Die already." Lang Feng ran into the nearby forest. After a while, he got angry and turned back to look. "He followed me all along. We can reveal ourselves now." That man stepped out of the light. "You're really cautious, little buddy." The tall man is an auction house clerk from Inflamed City. "My name is Tima at the mortuary. I almost dropped my teacup in shock." "What?" T Van chased after that teenager. She frowned and said worriedly, "I'm team manager of Inflamed City's auction house. Is this your way to provoke me? If team manager offends that teenager, we'll all get into trouble." Tima didn't know what to say yet. With our power, are we really afraid of a little kid? Tima sighed and couldn't explain it, so she showed him some things. Thunthuk, tell Thuk about this. Just now, that teenager brought these items to the auction. Thunthuk was surprised. Holy Resolve. He wants to auction Holy Resolve. You know, something like Holy Resolve can make a family stand up and take notice. Tima then made her guess. Yes, so clearly he doesn't care about Holy Resolve at all. Think about it. How powerful must he be with that background? Meanwhile, Tivan was chasing Lang Fong. If Thunthuk doesn't know when to stop and provokes him, Tivan's eyes were sharp with malice. He finally caught up. Lang Fong asked, speaking to Tivan. Tima sent someone here. Tivan arrogantly replied, how could she invite me? I came on my own. Then she waved and said, little buddy, I know you can make potions. Let's go to the inflamed City Price Guild. I'll help you get more. Lang Fong wasn't interested in her search. I don't understand what you're saying. What are Fire City and Inflamed City? I'm not interested. Tivan disdainfully replied, don't give me a face if you can't do it. You'll come today whether or not you want to. Lang Fong got angry and shouted at someone, threatening me, not knowing life or death. Duvin didn't know Lang Fong's strength but declared war. Then go die. Spirit level cultivation method, thunder decision technique. Lang Fong wasn't inferior. The part where he received the attack. Both of them attacked each other at the same time, causing a huge explosion. Duvin sensed it in an instant when fighting Lang Fong. He said happily, you're actually a physical cultivator. Good, your cultivation method is mine now. Lang Fong recounted his past. There was once a Ling family boy who also said the same thing. Then he laughed and talked about the outcome of that person. After all, he died very miserably. Duvin naturally understood Lang Fong's story. He directly attacked on me, telling him not to be too arrogant. You're no match for my half-step martial emperor here. The proud Duvin suddenly said, don't be too arrogant, accept your death now. Duvin dodged and asked, what is this thing? Zhou Qiao cursed on Lang Fong's shoulder, saying, I'm not a thing, old blind bastard. Duvin lost his patience and used his ultimate technique. Stop talking nonsense. Watch me kill you all now. He activated the thunder decision technique, a powerful electric shock that could. Zhou Qiao asked, this kid has some skills. Can he withstand this move? Duvin shouted, impossible. How did you have such techniques? Then Lang Fong's technique emitted light. Duvin screamed, no! Finally, Duvin died in a state where his body was drained of energy. Shenchu watched in amazement as Duvin was killed and said, truly terrifying. The reason Duvin died was because his soul was crushed. Then he turned to talk about Lang Fong, that youth is a spiritual sense master. Du Xiongru trembled in fear and said, absolutely don't provoke him. Hope he doesn't get angry at us. She closed her eyes tightly and said, otherwise we're done for. At Du Xiongru's guild hall, Zhao Qiao brought out the command card and asked, do you recognize this command card? Do you know who I represent? Du Xiongru respectfully presented the finished product and said, yes, this is a set of 4 holy decision techniques worth 3,000 medicinal discs in total. Hoping Zhao Qiao will sit on his throne and tell me if I cause any trouble for him. Zhao Qiao frowned and threatened he would make the auction house in Fire City disappear completely compared to Gold City. While Zhao Qiao said this outside, actually it was Lang Fong who didn't say anything. I did. I replied with a green face from being scared. Yes, we will definitely be good people. After saying that, Zhao Qiao left and I went to the door to see him off. Take your time, Zhao Qiao thought happily. Turns out teaching others is this fun. 10 days later, Lang Fong was in a daze while refining pills, proudly holding a pill and said, these few days I've been working hard on refining pills. My first earth pill has finally been refined. Lang Fong couldn't control his excitement as he said, when we return to the academy, Senior Cloud Dream will definitely be very happy. So though we also sighed, by then even Senior Cloud Dream won't be better than my junior anymore, right? Lang Fong laughed arrogantly. Fire City has been too quiet lately. It's time for a big news. For Du Xiangru, she was sighing in her room thinking about Lang Fong. That youth hasn't come here for a long time. The auction house business is getting worse and worse. Suddenly, someone called from outside. Clerk, clerk, he's here. Hearing this, Du Xiangru immediately regained her composure. He's here. Is it really him? Lang Fong suddenly appeared and greeted. Miss Du, long time no see. Du Xiangru playfully scolded Lang Fong. Little brother, you made me wait a long time. She hugged Lang Fong tightly. Without you, how would I live? Lang Fong struggled for breath. I know, let me go. Gasping for air, Lang Fong still took out a box and said, Miss Du, the item I'm auctioning this time is extremely precious. Please make sure to protect it strictly. Excitedly, Du Xiangru urged him not to wait any longer. Stop being mysterious. We have a surprise for you. Come see your treasure. Then Lang Feng opened the box and Sang's eyes shone with pride. She was in shock, speechless. No, this is too precious. She can't believe it. Impossible. This really is too powerful. Stop, I can't handle it. She sat down as she couldn't stand up anymore, pointing at the box and asking, I've never seen anything like this before. This is a rare treasure. What do you want to bring out? Lang Feng's nose seemed to stretch towards the sky with pride. Of course, these are considered waste items at home. Holding the box, she cried with joy, with this treasure, our guild can finally open for business. She hugged Lang Feng tightly and praised him. Little brother, you're really my lucky star. Lang Feng was speechless again. I know, let go of me. It's happening now. Many people are at the guild hall. They all asked curiously. Someone said, what is being auctioned today? But no one seemed to know for sure. There was a hush. Shun instructed everyone to raise their spirits and remember that only martial artists of half-step or higher can enter. Guards were also highly focused. In the crowd, someone wondered what Tang Xiang would auction today. Why such strict security measures? He frowned and declared he must find out who killed the auction house's clerk. To Hao, son of Tu Yun, To Hao had bloodshot eyes. Then Lang Feng and Now Qiyao watched as he left to his death. At the auction site, Tang Xiang appeared on stage, pointing at the box and said, Gentlemen, the treasure being auctioned now is worth 2,000 root-grade medicinal herbs. The participants were upset. Was Tang Xiang crazy? Why doesn't she just rob someone instead? Another person added, such a high price. What kind of treasure is this? The box opened slowly to reveal two lustrous root-grade medicinal herbs and 6-star Martial Emperor pills. Everyone was shocked. 6-star Martial Emperor pills could make a 9th-stage martial spirit directly break through to the Martial Emperor realm, and these were 6-star quality, not ordinary. The auction became more lively as numbers started being called out. I won't be shy, 30,000. I bid higher at 50,000. Finally, Tang Xiang declared the final price was 100,000 root-grade medicinal herbs for the secret sect. Now Qiao was angry about earning 10,000. Alchemists are really good at making money. Lang Feng behind him encouraged her. Those without alchemy talent, it's useless to envy. Those who couldn't buy the herbs were regretful and rich with desire. Such a good thing can never be found again. It's not our concern. We can go home now. Then Tang Xiang took out another box and asked everyone to stay for a moment. The next item is even more precious. The crowd was more excited. 6-star Martial Emperor pills were not the most valuable. Some wanted to sell their entire fortune just to get them. Hurry home and bring all your medicinal herbs to make milk. They fought fiercely, bidding without hesitation. They must have this one. Now Qiao was shocked by the chaos. This really caused a stir in Fire City. Lang Feng didn't expect it would cause such a frenzy. The whole city was in turmoil. Time passed quickly. Tang Xiang continued with the auction. Everyone seemed well rested now. Let's continue then. This treasure starts at 40,000 root-grade medicinal herbs. The box opened to reveal to 6-star Martial Emperor pills. Everyone was stunned by the sight of 7-star Martial Emperor pills, even more powerful than 6-star. Who lost such a battle and brought out such treasures? Higher bids continued. This time I'm prepared, 60,000. I brought my whole family here. 80,000. Finally, Tang Xiang declared the final price was 150,000 root-grade medicinal herbs for the Ling family. Now Kiao sat there sighing and asked, "What's going on? I'm not feeling happy at all." Lang Feng calmly replied, "We're too rich now. As a result, we lost that initial joy. Those who couldn't get what they wanted cried out in misery. We didn't manage to steal it after all. No more playing around. No more playing around. I understand. Let me say this again. Martial artists, please hold on a moment. The first item up for auction today is the last treasure of the day." She then brought out two pills. Tibet Tin Ve Hong won 8-star Martial Emperor pills. Now, surprised and proud, jumped up. "I didn't know who could refine 8-star Martial Emperor pills. Even the medicine sect couldn't do it, right?" Lang Fong replied with a sigh. "Just an ordinary matter. Sit down, sit down." The participants' eyes sparkled like they saw gold, wondering, could there really be a genius alchemist in the martial realm? Buy. I must buy it. Ti Hao, like a beautiful bride, quoted the price. Starting bid at 100,000 root medicinal herbs. Those who aren't from large clans regretted not having enough. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Finally, Ti Hao declared the final price of 200,000 root medicinal herbs for Tran family. MCM smiled happily and silently commended her. Amazingly, the total was 450,000 root divine medicinal herbs. The young man earned quite a bit. Our auction house in Fire City is famous now. After the auction, Lang Fong prepared to leave. Alright, we've taken the medicinal herbs from today's auction, so let's head out of Fire City and start our new adventure. Now, reported the situation, the two girls have left the city successfully, and the trap is set. We no longer need to fear any pursuers. They quietly departed, now suggested they go for a drink as a celebration before leaving. Lang Fong frowned. "You're late again. I've never seen such an untrustworthy bird like you." Ti Hao snarled at Lang Fong, seeing the little bastard. "I found you." Now, and Lang Fong quickly flew through the sky. Now looked seriously at his companion. "They have 3 people in total. We caught up with them." Lang Fong replied immediately. "Just in time." Then he threw off his hat without caring who it was for. "Doesn't matter who it is. All of it I'll take care of." Ti Hao gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. "Little bastard. You're the mysterious figure behind Ti Shaoan, the one who killed my father, Ti Wan." Lang Fong taunted Han. What I just said hit a nerve with Ti Hao. Han roared in the night, "Warning you for the last time. Tell me how you got your alchemy and I won't kill you." Lang Fong confidently smiled and clearly declared that all his alchemy came from your ancestor's tomb. Ti Hao was enraged, his hands forming a seal in front of him. "I'll kill you." Divine grade cultivation method, Thunderbolt decree. Lang Fong and now rushed forward. He warned him as he attacked. "Now I'm a 7th rank martial spirit, not inferior to your 7th rank martial spirit." The bid. What I just said. Ti Hao was pushed back. "We're in pain as we struggle to stand up, shivering all over. I didn't expect you to be so strong." Tu Hao watches the main character with a fierce gaze. "But today you will definitely die." After saying this, the two behind rush forward simultaneously. Our 9-rank martial spirits, working together to perform a spirit-level technique. The 3 of them emit a powerful surge at the same time. Combined skill, Dragon, Roar, and Flame. The Golden Dragon keeps charging in, but Lang Feng quickly dodges it. This move seems to allow you to run while shouting confidently. You don't need to face them head-on, just run away. It's like a flying kick. At this moment, one of the 3 chases after him. "Where do you think you're going?" Spirit-level technique, Soul Shadow Sword. Before he could react, Lang Feng is hit and falls to the ground, still shivering. Arrogant immediately charges up. "My comrade wants to get off the vehicle." Hulun suddenly attacks from behind with his strength. Lang Feng is beaten unconscious on the ground, still shaking all over. Arrogant then rushes forward. "Lang Feng, I'm here to save you." But before he can do anything, an arrow hits him. In Lang Feng's dazed eyes, Arrogant is shot out. "Damn it! Seeing that Arrogant keeps shouting, he finds it amusing. "Doe, this must be a talking bird. Watch me kill someone." A dense volley of arrows is fired down. Arrogant screams in horror. Lang Feng, hurry and save the king. Lang Feng tightly holds onto Arrogant while looking back. Run, they're not 3 but 5 people, and 2 of them are half-step martial emperors. Tu Hao's attacks become more vicious from behind. He shouts loudly, "Brat, try out some of my techniques on me." Following his command, the first black-clad man releases a green lightning surge, Thunderbolt Decree. The second also simultaneously uses their ultimate move, Thunderbolt Decree. Lang Feng can't dodge in time and becomes their target. Combined skill, 5 lightning strike. After those attacks, Lang Feng is left with no strength, his eyes empty and lifeless. Suddenly, there's an unusual explosion in the sky. Hao Dai points at Lang Feng and orders, "Chase him down. He won't escape." The sun sets, leaving a golden glow behind. Lang Feng sits on a rock ledge, looking sadly at the small bird. "Although I'm not afraid of fighting alone, being ambushed and surrounded makes me feel helpless." He points helplessly in front of him, but here, the last one standing will be me. In front of him, Hao and his group approach, daring to talk big. "You're out of options now." Lang Feng slowly stands up, his voice still confident. "Who said I'm out of options?" As he says this, Lang Feng tightens his hands and emits a surge of power. "I can fly if I want to." Tu Hao watches him transform. He loudly mocks. "Don't dream about flying. These wings are firmly in place." Lang Feng's face is extremely ugly, pointing down at his feet. "Just a trick. In reality, I didn't want to go. Look under your feet." Hearing this, Hao and the others look down in surprise. Below his feet is an already set flying ray. "What? There's a trap!" Arrogant, seeing they've fallen into the trap, cheers with joy. Hao predicted it like a god, knowing someone would ambush them. So he had set this up long ago. Golden Needle Shadow. Revenge. Hao urgently waves his hand at the group. "Don't panic. We'll hit him again with 5 lightning strike." Lang Feng raises his hands to the sky, lifting a mountain. "You won't have time. Try out my finishing move." The mountain gradually grows larger from his shout. 9th weight stone first weight. 100,000 caddies. The moment he saw the mountain in front, everyone couldn't protest before it started collapsing. Lang Feng was exhausted and sat down on the ground. "That's dangerous. Another thunder strike would be too much for me to handle." Zhuo Qiao showed a very strange expression at this moment. "Who is there? It's time to find treasures again." After some time, Zhuo Qiao happily picked up a large scroll. "Look, here's the map that shows where we can find hidden treasures." Hearing this, Lang Feng stood up and responded like a small bird. "Great! We got a new adventure now." Back to Tu family, a loud shout echoed. Something big happened. The Tang family members entered while explaining that all 5 of Tu Hao's people were dead, including the half-step martial emperors. Xiao Hui seemed surprised in response. It seems Tu Hao still dealt with the young man and ended up being killed instead. The Tang family members looked serious, their brows tightly furrowed, while Tu Hao was crushed to death by something heavy. Even the ground caved in, where the young masters of Ling and Tao families were killed. It was exactly like that. Lang Feng's group flew away on Shao King's back. Holding the map, Lang Feng suddenly shouted, "I found it. The entrance is right ahead." In front of them was a strange spatial door. It was a teleportation portal. Shao King and his group rushed into the portal without hesitation. Everyone smoothly entered through the door. Lang Feng stood proudly with his hands crossed. "We're in now!" Zhuo Qiao flew up first. "What kind of treasures are there here? The wild pond can't wait anymore." But before they had flown far, a loud roar made their ears ring. Zhuo Qiao flapped his small wings in fear. "Something's wrong. There are monsters here." Below was a white wolf with an 8 trigram symbol on its body. Zhuo Qiao immediately turned to whisper to Lang Feng, "That's yin-yang beast. It cultivates yin-yang spirit energy." Lang Feng frowned and stood up, instructing the others, "Goody birds, lead everyone away first." Then he jumped down excitedly with Zhuo Qiao. "Let's go. Our way to the portal is through the dark mountain. Lanfeng's mouth hung open in shock. Zuo Qiao, help me distract the yin-yang beast. But Zuo Qiao replied, how can I? Before Zuo Qiao could understand, Lanfeng grabbed him tightly and laughed heavily, I'll help you. As soon as he said that, Lanfeng forcefully threw Zuo Qiao away, sending the poor bird flying. Zuo Qiao cried out helplessly, Lanfeng, my emperor won't let anyone down. Before Zuo Qiao could land, it was hit by the yin-yang beast. Lanfeng landed safely and ran towards a stone tablet. Grabbing it firmly, he pulled it out, only to lift the heavy tablet with ease. Here you go. The yin-yang beast growled and jumped towards Lanfeng. Lanfeng laughed as he kept spinning the stone tablet, challenging the monster. After not giving it time to react, Lanfeng hit it again. Xiao Qiao quickly dealt with those creatures. Zuo Qiao got up from the ground, complaining loudly. Little brat, you treat me like air. I've been hitting people for a long time and can't take it anymore. Lanfeng's head turned 180 degrees. There must be some birds here that are. Zuo Qiao was stunned. We can continue moving forward now. Lanfeng and Zuo Qiao stood on the cliff. Zuo Qiao sighed in relief. Climbing up the mountain is really tiring. Lanfeng looked down at him with disdain. Climbing mountains is indeed hard work. The person has always been perched on our shoulder and still doesn't know shame, complaining about hardships. Suddenly, Ngao Qiu's eyes lit up. Lanfeng looked ahead and saw something delicious. In front of it was a yin-yang water pool, the spirit essence from which could support our cultivation. Thinking of the term cultivation rank, the proud bird immediately jumped down to take a bath. Zhang Feng angrily rushed over and gave that bird a hard time. Thief, don't dream about monopolizing the yin-yang spirit essence here. Ngao Qiu cleared his throat and regained composure. Bochuang is just a kind of bird. It was only testing our temperature. Zheng King and Duo Suiyu approached. How's Little Feng? Ngao Feng discontentedly pointed at the panic Ngao Qiu. This thing wants us to go take a bath in its water pool. 8 cold glances immediately landed on him. Ngao Qiu shivered and hurriedly explained. Go ahead and bathe first. Bochuang can wait. Lang Feng continued to explain. The effect of the yin-yang spirit essence on the body will be a bit painful, but soaking in it still has its benefits. Duo Suiyu laughed and replied, got it, we'll try our best to endure. After a while, Ngao Qiu discontentedly perched on Lang Feng's head. They let people go bathe but didn't allow the emperor in. Lang Feng calmly replied, if you don't like it, get lost. Lang Fan and Duo Suiyu wrapped themselves in towels and approached. Lang Feng's mouth dropped open. Ngao Qiu enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. Alright. Lang Fan unexpectedly fell into the water. She shyly screamed. Ngao Qiu panicked and immediately held onto Lang Feng, reminding him, you must endure this. It's cultivation time. On the other side, Lang Fan continued to shiver as she looked at them. The main character couldn't hold back and Cyro ejaculated warmth. Ngao Qiu worriedly shook his head at him. Lang Feng, what's wrong with you? Wake up! In the dim spirit essence space, our 2 girls are in a slightly warm bath, causing their faces to turn red. Lang Fan couldn't take it anymore and sighed, too hot, can't stand it anymore. At this moment, Lang Feng was trying hard to close his eyes and breathe deeply, trying to calm down. The proud bird sitting on his head looked pleased. I'm also too hot, I can't stand it anymore. Then, Duo Suiyu finally stood up and angrily told Lang Fan, let's go out first. He could finally relax his body and used his hand to push the bird on his head away, sighing in relief. Oh my! Finally, I can focus on absorbing the yin-yang spirit essence now. Then he reached out and placed a stone on his head, not caring about what he had just done. The proud bird was too light. Add something heavier to make it better. The little bird could only curse. Evil, you dared to place the 9-weight stone on my head. Devilish, daring to put the 9-weight stone on my head. Our 2 girls had changed their clothes. Lang Feng continued to soak in the water and said, it seems Little Feng still needs a lot of cultivation time. Sister Tao Qiu, after being scolded, immediately flew over with a teasing tone. Sisters, let me go protect you too. After some time, he had finished his cultivation and flexed his arms and legs to show off his strong physique. Cultivating for several days, I finally broke through. The golden body has upgraded from the yin-yang protected body, able to withstand a weight of 100,000 catties. Lang Fan could only stick out his tongue with a mix of praise and teasing. Just feeling my little thing's body now. It's really painful. Duo Suyu next to him also had to marvel. Junior disciple, you're so powerful. Such a small body can have such great strength. As he put on his clothes, he looked compassionate and said to the proud bird, I'm very tired now. You can take this opportunity to knock me out. With his high-minded expression, the bird angrily cursed, Shut up. Are you trying to practice with me? I don't want to do it. He didn't pay any attention to what the bird said and turned to chat happily with the two girls. Lang Fan spoke up, Xiaofang, we found a large ship on top of the mountain. A large boat emitting golden light floated in midair. A strange door opened. Feeling something was off, he warned his two senior sisters to be careful. Suddenly, he pointed at a sleeping dragon and arrogantly said, Look, Kim Long, there's a divine beast hiding here. Seeing the creature before him, it panicked and shouted loudly, Golden Dragon, a divine beast is hidden right here. The golden dragon woke up abruptly, immediately turning hostile as it glared at Lang Feng. The dragon lunged forward, opening its sharp teeth-filled mouth to roar menacingly. The proud bird cried out and dodged, screaming. Done, the two senior sisters behind him also hid behind him in relief. He then slapped the dragon hard, turning it into a mist that dissipated. Seeing this, they sighed in relief. Lucky we have Xiaofang, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Hearing this, he smiled and explained, It's just a spirit perception technique. I realized it was an illusion long ago. Then he boasted about his strength without hesitation, making the two birds secretly admire him. Of course, all that stuff we did earlier, even if it weighed 10,000 catties, wouldn't stop a divine beast. Knowing their power, no need to boast. Turning back to the main issue, he pointed at the glowing sphere and said loudly, There's really something wrong with that gem, demon and spirit things. Show yourselves quickly. Hearing him say this, a figure appeared from the sphere. A man with an ethereal appearance smiled and asked, Little friend, where did you come from? How dare you enter my boat? The bird trembled as it stammered. Bao Huang was once a martial saint, but his aura overwhelmed me. He himself sweat a little. His strength must be that of a martial sage. Lang Sheng's senior sister's face was drenched in sweat, mumbling, Martial artist, warrior, martial scholar, spirit warrior, dragon king, martial saint, martial sage, martial god. The lone moon immediately chimed in. We're just martial scholars and spirit warriors, but he's a martial sage. The man laughed confidently. He then affirmed himself. Actually, I'm not a martial sage, I'm a martial god. They were shocked and exclaimed loudly, Martial god. The boat was still flying at this moment. He had already landed on the floor, smiling and praising them. I see you all have great talent. Then he continued slowly, I'm willing to pass down my martial god inheritance to you. Hearing this, his two senior sisters showed excitement and asked curiously, Martial god inheritance? The proud bird also put aside its pride and happily flapped its wings. Turns out he's a good guy. I'm willing. But our Xiaofeng just smirked. He was surprised too, looking at you. Little boy, do you look down on me? My inheritance is a great martial law, divine techniques that can rule the world. Leon smiled with a mocking expression, listing countless divine techniques. What kind of divine techniques? Not divine decision, guardian divine technique, dragon claw, complex formation spear, charming kiss saber, clear yang sword technique, or something else. He was surprised but still praised. You know quite a bit too. His face then changed to a proud smile as he said, Actually, I'm not just a martial god, I'm also an alchemy sage. I can teach you alchemy. Have you ever seen top-grade elixirs? He pulled out some pills and arrogantly asked again, Are these top-grade elixirs? This surprised him so much that he widened his eyes in shock, beginning to laugh. You actually have top-grade elixirs. Not bad, but what about inferior-grade elixirs? Have you seen them? He pulled out another inferior-grade elixir with a calm face. Sorry, I've been getting quite a lot of elixirs lately. The two birds behind him thought to themselves, Xiaofeng must have done this on purpose. Repeatedly being interrupted made him feel embarrassed and coughed several times. Such a young age, but you already bought inferior-grade elixirs. Looks like your family is quite wealthy, Xiaofeng sighed and replied calmly. This isn't mine, I made them myself. His initial arrogance couldn't be maintained anymore as he smiled awkwardly praising him. Times have really changed. Kids nowadays can even make 8th grade inferior grade elixirs. Quickly, he regained his confident expression and attitude. But alchemy is just one of the divine inheritances I possess. Then the man said mysteriously, I can also use spiritual perception to kill someone unseen. Do you want to learn? This time, he didn't need a response as he immediately recited the incantation, Soul-Shattering Seal. A painful sensation spread through his body. Oh my god. He exclaimed in surprise, You're actually a spiritual perception practitioner. Young man, you're truly a genius. You are indeed a talent. Then he raised his hand confidently and declared, There's still one type of cultivation rarely seen in the world, body cultivation. Body cultivation can step on the sky with hands and feet, just like me. Unstoppable strength, Xiaofeng said indifferently as he praised him. Body cultivation, impressive indeed. Can you teach me? He doesn't seem to hear the sarcasm in his joyous words. The chance has come. As if they were old friends, he walked over and put an arm around the main character's shoulders while laughing. Of course, it's fine. It just drained too much of my power as a Vortex God successor. I need to borrow some bright pills from you first. Later, I'll repay you tenfold. Lang Feng smiled, but his face showed alright. Let's shake on it. The man secretly felt pleased. Who is it? Still a kid, easy to fool, huh? His hand suddenly gripped the other's tightly. He gasped in pain. Oh my, that hurts. The two senior sisters covered their eyes and couldn't bear to watch the scene. They sighed again in admiration. Lang Feng must have done this on purpose. At this moment, he managed to pull his hand away but lost his composure, getting too angry. You're actually a physical cultivator? I said something you knew already. Can you still cast spells nicely for me? He smiled dangerously and started moving his body joints before replying. I've seen through you for a long time. You're not even a Vortex God. At most, you're a severely injured Vortex Sage. And the injuries you mentioned just now, you know nothing about them. The others immediately got angry and threw stones at him. Arrogant as he was, he mockingly raised his friendly finger, calling him a fraud. Bon Huangti then got tricked too. Tan tried to regain his composure and said, Little brother, don't get worked up. Even though I'm not a Vortex God, I can't do everything like you. He smiled friendly and continued speaking, but as a Vortex Sage, if you attack me, it's too disrespectful. In response, he gave him a punch in the face, making him spit out his nose. Vortex Sage, what a loser. At this moment on the spaceship, one punch from him made the other fall to the ground. His face contorted and looked very ugly. He watched for a while, but that guy still hadn't woken up. He pulled out a long and thick stick filled with sharpness from his pants. Is this a spear? Looks like I can attack freely now. Arrogant came over too, taking a stick to join in the fun. Me too, I haven't fought a Vortex Sage yet. Hearing he was about to be hit, that guy immediately woke up. Diane immediately jumped up worriedly and stopped them. No, I'm still alive, you guys really can't fool me. Feng looked down at the Vortex Sage with disdain, his staff on his shoulder as he looked at him like a demon. He tricked us. All the Vortex Gods I've seen have been extremely bad-tempered. They always spout sweet words, but aren't as serious as you are. Plus, your fake death is too stiff. It's obvious you're not experienced. As he said this, he showed off his bulging muscles. Moreover, we physical cultivators like muscular bodies, and you look so tired like a chicken. Hearing that, the two girls couldn't help smiling at him. He continued talking non-stop. I suggest using the chi penetration technique. It's natural and gentle, not stiff or rigid. He mimicked a student being taught, holding up his pen to write. Learned, then this part of the skin is damaged. You need to fix it next time. Then he suddenly sat down, breaking a stick in front of him, and laughed sinisterly. So now, come on. The arrogant one beside him didn't forget to add his own line. Right. Is there anything special here? He smiled mysteriously and replied slowly, My matter? Then he stood up, touched a glowing sphere, and continued speaking. You must talk about this sphere. Suddenly, he turned into a pink mist and entered the sphere. The scene left the two witnesses unable to react. At this moment, the sphere showed that guy's victorious face. He handed them his friendly finger and laughed loudly at their expense. You're still too young. Wait until I recover, then I'll beat you both up thoroughly. Jin approached and took the sphere, smiling warmly. Come out here quickly. We won't hit you. He frowned angrily at the jade bead. That crippled brat. In the future, it will be you begging me not to hit you. The Nhokyu youth's eyes blazed with anger upon feeling insulted. This swindler has become too arrogant. Even a bird can't stand it anymore. Its wings instantly turned into sword fire, chopping down the jade bead and phoenix saber. Just as it was pleased, its spirit power was sucked in by the jade bead. Only then did it panic and curse. This isn't an ordinary cow seed. It's a village spirit cow. My spirit energy is being consumed instead of nourishing that swindler. He savored the spirit energy, feeling satisfied as he evaluated it. It's weak, just enough to fill a gap. Try this unnamed boy and see what happens. At this moment, he held up the jade bead with an air of danger. The village spirit cow is really good at something. Let me try it then. Then the main character forcefully pressed on the jade bead. Show off your cultivation body's power. My hands weigh 50,000 caddies. Only now did he shout in alarm. Stop it! He kept moving and started spinning the jade bead. Come out here for me. He still refused to submit. Die rather than dishonor yourself. The village spirit cow hasn't broken, so I won't come out. Then he suddenly stopped and rubbed his head in doubt. What should we do now? The village spirit cow is precious. I can't bear to damage it. Hearing this, the person inside laughed triumphantly. Aren't you done yet, young man? The main character proposed with a sly look. How about this? Let me auction off the cow's seed. He suddenly screamed in panic. You're too ugly. I'm still inside the cow's seed. Hearing that, he laughed even louder, selling a cow seed and giving away a martial soul cultivator for free. The bird clapped its hands in agreement with his idea. It will definitely sell well at a good price. T looked like she was about to cry from joy. Seeing he couldn't be stopped, they reluctantly agreed. He grudgingly retreated and admitted defeat. You're more shameless than us. I admit defeat. The main character returned to his usual serious demeanor. Swindler! Tell me everything. Lang Fong reminded him harshly. And this ship has any secrets? He closed his eyes and began recounting his story sadly. Alright, my name is Zifeng. I'm a martial soul cultivator from the Heavenly Demon Island. Many years ago, I failed to refine the village spirit seed. Instead, I was sealed inside it, becoming a servant of mischief. As he spoke, his eyes met with a smile, hinting at mischief's secret. It doesn't matter. Under her ship is a terrifying fire that can only be refined by you guys. Hearing this, he was surprised and frowned. What kind of fire is it? Could it be even more terrifying than the Foryang inflamed fire I refined? Seeing his reaction, he looked down on him and continued, Boy, its level must be much higher. Suddenly, his expression no longer seemed threatening as he slowly said, That's the Sixyang inflamed fire. Lang Fong and Ingao Kyo's eyes lit up at the same time. It's good stuff. That's the Yang fire essence. Ingao Kyo said with some tension, Last time someone stole BBN Hong's for Yang fire essences, this time it's BBN Hong's turn to give up his. Lang Fong sneered at Ingao Kyo. No way. I want all of them, and Gao Qiu could only nod reluctantly. Okay then. Alone in the wilderness, Viu and Gaiki turned around and warned, Lang Fong, be careful. Lang Fen worriedly said, Xiao Feng, that Yang fire essence is dangerous. Lang Fong confidently took the item and happily left. Don't worry, I've got this under control. The item wasn't in a hurry to scream, "Here, young man, you don't have to take me with you." And Gao Q heard and said, "Shut up! Quick, lead us out of this trap." He screamed helplessly, "You two crazy guys, let me go. I'm not ready to die yet." The boat approached the volcanic rock mountains and ventured deeper inside. A golden light flashed in the middle of the lava flow. They all entered together. Seeing that light, and Gao Q excitedly shouted, "Look, it's the 9-chambered Yang Fire Essence." Lang Fong was surprised and loudly exclaimed, "No, not right! This isn't a normal Yang Fire Essence." The green gemstone shone brightly. "It's the Yang Fire Essence Seed." And Gao Q noticed something different from his initial plan. Things are getting bad. The Fire Seed is the purest Yin Fire Essence. Its power is immense. No wonder they had to use a heavy boat. The head didn't say anything. "Hurry and run away. We can't stay here long." And Gao Q angrily flapped his wings, delivering a powerful strike. "Don't run!" The head cried out in pain. "Oh, if we fail, I'll lead the molten lava to burn Lang Fong. I want to see how terrifying that 9-chambered Yang Fire Essence is." But before he could touch the Yang Fire Essence, his clothes quickly burned away. "It's so hot, my clothes are burning too." Finally, he held onto the gemstone in his hand. "I got it. It's the Fire Seed." The lava clung to his hand and even stuck to him. Lang Fong's face showed pain. "It's over. The Fire Seed has brought out the Yang fires within me." His teeth clenched tightly. Sweat started pouring down. "Just one Fire Seed trying to overpower me. How can you let him sit and wait? Don't panic now. Just use the first shock water to suppress the flames." His eyes turned white and his brows furrowed as he shouted loudly, "First shock water, come out now." As he focused his energy, more energy clung to him. "It's over. The Fire Seed is really powerful, but even first shock water can't suppress it." Lang Fong shouted from afar, "What good are you, proud bird?" Seeing him rushing in, and Gao Q was startled and yelled loudly, "Hey, don't come over here." Lang Fong gloated with a relieved breath. "Great, the defense of the Yang Fire is dispersed now." The head's pain intensified as he cried out. Lang Fong was so annoying. And Gao Q then switched to stick to the other person, Tusi Bu. "The Fire Whirl, help me." Tusi Bu screamed like his clothes were burning him alive. "You guys are not human." They all shouted together. Lang Fan saw Lang Fong sweating profusely and said, "Xiao Feng, it's time." Back to the boat, Lang Fan felt uneasy. Xiao Feng hasn't returned yet after so long. I hope he's not in danger. Viu Ngai Kwai alone comforted Lang Fan. "Apprentice is Young Chang. I believe he won't die." The boat suddenly shook violently. Lang Fan shouted loudly, "What's happening?" Viu Ngai Kwai guessed. "It seems we're done here." Exhausted, and Gao Q flew in. "We're back." Contrary to them, Lang Fong looked pleased. "Look, I successfully got the Yang Fire Essence Seed. Everyone, I've succeeded in obtaining the Yang Fire Essence Seed." He not only advanced to the 8th rank Spirit Marshal, but also cultivated Yin-Yang dual-colored water and Fire Essence energy. Lan King excitedly shouted, "Great! Successfully cultivated a new kind of essence energy." Lan Feng held both his proud and disheveled appearance away from him. "Our success can't be ignored by anyone. This is the victory of our whole team." The boat stopped at a cliff shortly after. Lan Feng looked around while holding the glowing ball in his hand. "You cheat! Someone who has been imprisoned for so many years must have understood the holy inflammation secret realm, right?" The disheveled one appeared from within the ball. His face was full of suspicion. "Don't ask me. I've lost my memory." Lan Feng happily replied with a smile. "It's fine. Dr. Large specializes in treating memory loss. Let's talk for a bit." The disheveled one didn't respond. "Not talking. I'm sleepy. I want to go to sleep." Lan Feng activated his cultivation, his voice full of threat. "Don't leave or I can exchange my spiritual fire for you." The disheveled one's expression turned serious as soon as he saw the power. After a moment, the disheveled one no longer paid attention to the spiritual fire in his hand. Really, let me swallow your spiritual fire first, and then I'll give you intelligence. Lan Feng immediately suppressed the spiritual fire and refused. No way, I can't trust a cheater like you. But Lan Feng has always kept his word and never broken it before. The disheveled one came up with an idea and replied, "Alright, I believe you. Have you heard of the inflammation chart?" Lan Feng was surprised. Inflammation chart? What is it? The disheveled one ignored him and continued explaining. Martial artists entering the Holy Inflammation secret realm. At the end, there will be a ranking competition. This is the inflammation chart. The Great Inflammation Competition is about to begin. The entrance is in the city of Inflammation. Lan Feng suddenly understood and smiled triumphantly. That's what it was for. This is the final test of the Holy Inflammation Secret Realm Hall. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the disheveled one looked at him with a flattering gaze. Alright, Lan Feng should let me bite down on your spiritual fire now. Lan Feng didn't hesitate to offer his spiritual fire. Of course he did. Lan King and Wu Yu read the next scene in horror, unable to look away. It's over. The cheater actually believed what Lan Feng said. He's about to follow. Lan Feng waved his hand down forcefully towards where the disheveled one was standing. A blazing fireball exploded. Here, take my spiritual fire. The disheveled one's voice echoed with sorrow. Your spiritual energy is too strong. I can't handle it. Lan Feng smiled darkly and mysteriously. Don't rush, I still have half of my spiritual flowers to give you. Take your time. Did you hear what I just said? From the beginning, he wasn't scared, but now he was sweating profusely. Stop it! I don't want any more. Lan Feng still kept that eerie smile on his face. He stared at him intently. But I've already agreed with you. How can I go back on my word? From the start, not from within, he couldn't hold back and escaped in a very strange manner. I was wrong. Did I give you the intelligence report for free yet? Lan Feng calmed his fire and smoke lingered around the object. Fine, then let's each swallow our words once. The arrogant one couldn't stop laughing at this sight. Even the scammer dared to take Lan Feng's profit. He clearly didn't want to live anymore. At this moment, Tidis seemed very angry inside after being tricked. I don't want to see anyone else. Lan Feng happily lifted the ball in his hand. How can that be? We're good friends. We still have to live and enjoy ourselves together later. Master Lan Feng said this. Tidis loudly shouted without fear. Huh? What are you going to do? Zhang Feng took Tidis with him, his face still dazed, as they left. Let's go! Now we're heading to Inflame City. After being spun around by Lan Feng in the air, Tidis was not afraid and terrified. Let me down! I'm about to faint. The palace scenery appeared under the sunlight. Holy Inflame Secret Realm. Inflame City. The small farewell pavilion in Inflame City. Lan Feng silently sat on the alchemy furnace. Alchemy. We've arrived at Doncheng. His hand opened to reveal a bright pill. This isn't an ordinary earth pill. To be precise, this is a top-grade yin-yang earth pill. Lan Feng proudly laughed and said, It took me all my strength, combining the contrasting elements of true water and inflame fire to create this yin-yang earth pill. He stared at him without any fear from the beginning. This is the terrifying power of an alchemist. You're so young yet you're already so skilled. Aren't you afraid of facing the lightning calamity? After hearing this, Lan Feng calmly hit him and reminded him. At that moment, he suddenly realized something. Someone was spying on them. Outside, no one could be seen looking back in, meaning nobody was there anymore. Lan Feng then appeared behind him. Fatty, are you looking for me? We'll move to another location called the Holy Inflame Secret Realm of Inflame City. Fatty fumbled and forced a smile. Oh right, maybe you got it wrong. I just passed by. Lan Feng naturally replied, huh? But immediately after that, he roughly grabbed his neck. Tell me who sent you here. Fatty's mouth stiffened as he shouted loudly. Who is it? I don't understand. Arrogant came closer from somewhere. His wings were clenched into fists. If you still refuse to admit, Emperor Huang can only take action now. Hearing Arrogant speak, Fatty glared at it with a wicked look. You're a pet and yet you know how to talk. Very rare. Is it a parrot? What is it then? Arrogant angrily threw a punch towards him, hit one or the other. Fatty screamed in pain. Saying that, Arrogant loudly shouted again, "Come on, you've also insulted the birds enough." Two of them laughed endlessly. Bio got hit by that red bird and looked a bit embarrassed. What a pest! Across from them, Bio's entire body flared with spiritual energy. "You look down on others too much. I'm a 9th level martial spirit." But at this moment, a hand suddenly came from behind him. Lang Feng appeared unexpectedly and grabbed his shoulder, reminding him that he didn't want to waste time on him. Bio's eyes widened as if they might fall out. Blink, blink. He managed to suppress his spiritual energy. Frightened, Bio kept bowing. "I'm Tran Xiaofeng from the Tran family, the same Tran family you're referring to with the Lord family." Lang Feng calmly said, "Tran family disciple, do you believe I have something?" Xiaofeng looked at him worriedly and replied, "If my guess is right, you are the Death Emperor." Lang Feng gave him a puzzled look. "Death Emperor? Who's that?" "Death Emperor? Who is this person?" Xiaofeng immediately explained, "The Death Emperor is how we refer to an enigmatic man in our group. Through investigation, we found out he was the top young master of the Lang family and a major figure among the Tao family's youth." As he spoke, his excitement grew. Recently, he even killed many of the two families' heroes. This person has purple wings, moving like lightning, swift as wind. At this moment, a purple light flashed across the sky. His combat strength is on par with martial emperors. Everyone in the Holy Flame Mystic Realm calls him that. Death Emperor, arrogant and disrespectful, still looking puzzled. This prominent title, Lang Feng gloated while rubbing his hands together. "Alright, it's fitting for my status." Speaking of which, Xiaofeng bowed again. "I'm here on behalf of the family to remind the Death Emperor. Lord family, you conspired with the two family to target people in the Holy Flame battle." Lang Feng said happily, "I know that. The three major families won't just let it go, but why are you reminding me?" Xiaofeng looked at him with both eyes wide and asked anxiously, "How can we convince the Death Emperor of our sincerity?" He didn't have time to understand. Lang Feng then threw a punch out, like this. The space was soon filled with Xiaofeng's pitiful cries. After a while, Xiaofeng's sinister face suddenly broke into a smile. Unexpectedly, he immediately laughed loudly to the sky. "No wonder he's called the Death Emperor. This punch is indeed vicious enough." He secretly hoped for more. "As long as I complete this mission, I'll gain the Death Emperor's trust." Seeing him laugh, people around looked at him with puzzled eyes. This is Tran Xiaofeng, and he was just hit by someone and became dumbfounded. It's truly pitiful. A few days later at the Fire City auction, Tu understood lay on his back, constantly complaining that without the mysterious youth, his business would be difficult. Just then, a maidservant hurriedly reported to him, "Clerk, he's here, he's here." Hearing this, Tu stood up immediately. "Really, that's great." At that moment, an enigmatic figure suddenly entered. Finally, he arrived. As soon as he heard this, Tu understood quickly stood up. "Really, that's wonderful." At this time, a mysterious figure suddenly entered. He finally came. He pulled out an oddly shaped jade token. Seeing the familiar figure, Tu understood immediately perked up. "Here he is. I can't help but touch it slightly. I've been waiting for you for a long time." In this deep underground, the young man covered his face and laughed loudly. Alright, seems like Tu understood is embarrassed and shouts happily, "Who are you?" Feng's father just chuckled and showed the item. "By the way, I'm representing the people who came to bid, although I don't know what's inside." In his palm was a glowing pill. Both of them were captivated by it. She couldn't help but doubt her own eyes. "This is extreme yin and yang medicinal pill." Both of them were scared and quickly stepped back. He really went too far. "This is to defying heaven now. Instead of keeping it, we'll take it to auction." Even after understanding, she still couldn't fully trust him and asked again, "Are you sure he wants to take this medicinal pill to the auction?" He answered but didn't sound confident. "I'm pretty sure about that." After a while, Hai Wu took up the pill too. "Alright, I got it." Her face was very serious. What else did he say? Tiu Feng also answered seriously. Miss 2, the major battle tablet is about to start. He told me to advise to say something. Be humble as a person and don't make an enemy of him. Haiwu-like's expression was somewhat shy. I understand now. I will definitely pass on the message to the sky. The sky scene turned red with thunderbolts. Tiaofeng looked up at the sky. It seems that the major battle tablet has finally started. Zifeng also stood by and commented, the entrance of the major battle tablet has 4 ancient paths. Each path is extremely dangerous. Only a few powerful cultivators can pass through the test. He then pointed directly at Wuyu. The major battle tablet is very perilous. A junior cultivator of Spirit Soul 6 stage like you, even number 16 couldn't make it in. Wuyu agreed with that point. We still need to continue our efforts. Langan also sighed sadly. We've trained very hard, but unfortunately, we're not quite there yet. Immediately, Tiaofeng consoled them so that they were left speechless. There's no such thing. Senior sister and big sister are already outstanding. No matter what danger you face, I will protect both of you. He made these heartfelt statements because of the suppression from the Holy Influenza's secret realm. No one can break through the Martial Emperor barrier. So the champion contender is usually this half-step Martial Emperor, which is extremely terrifying. But that doesn't scare him a bit. He boasts about it. Half-step Martial Emperor. To be honest, I've already killed several of them. His attitude made him widen his eyes in surprise. You really are extraordinary. He excitedly raised his head and shouted loudly. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's go! Even Zifeng has to say something with you. Young man, why in such a hurry? The tablet ceremony won't start until tomorrow. Lang Feng was curious upon hearing this. Is that so? I'm too anxious. I can't help but laugh arrogantly with this chance. Lang Feng must be embarrassed now, right? Zifeng's smile doesn't reach his eyes. It really is unbearable. A loud angry sound echoed in the space. You're still angry and hit their heads while cursing them. How can a martial emperor like me be laughed at by you? The next day, many people gathered on the street. Tufeng appeared quite tired but happy. Martial Emperor, I've completed your mission. He handed over the items to Lang Feng. The medicinal herbs auction is over now. Here are all the herbs. Receive the token and give him a pill. Little Table Death, you worked hard. Actually receiving the pill made me extremely happy. Oh my, this is a rare 7-star Martial Emperor pill. Lang Feng showed himself to be very generous, rewarding someone and letting them join us. Tufeng gratefully accepted the gift. True Table Death will definitely follow Zifeng's orders. Now Nongui has also informed you, Lang Feng, that this tablet ceremony is officially starting now. That young man was full of enthusiasm. Let's go. The sky still looks red as before. Lang Feng kept turning left and right in amazement. There are so many people here. But Nongui found it quite normal. What's the big deal? These are all insignificant characters. There's a girl over there who can't stop getting excited. I'm too excited. The top 4 powerful experts will arrive soon. Another person couldn't hide their happiness either. Look, they've arrived, the strongest earth spirit of the prison sect. At this moment, a man is attracting everyone's attention. His cheekbones are like those of a sword, and he stands tall like a pine tree. His appearance isn't very handsome. He stands out among people in a way that makes him look like an eagle among chickens. Zhang Feng and Nongui couldn't help but laugh. Although this person's strength is formidable, his appearance looks comical. The 2 girls' eyes are full of love. Bai Yunshin has arrived. He's so handsome. A well-looking man confidently walked over. Bai Yunshin is the strongest disciple of Medicine Sect. Nongui kept commenting on that name. That name really does sound ordinary, doesn't it? Lang Feng is also a chatterbox, but compared to the one before him, he's truly a sky-reaching figure. The 2 girls were even more amazed. The talented young lady of Tran family, Tran Yi, has arrived too. She's so cute. A girl with bright eyes that everyone adores. At 9 years old, she advanced to martial artist. At 12, she became a martial master. And this year, she is only 16 but already a half-step martial emperor. Lang Feng turned to ask Tu Feng curiously. This must be the family's pet. Her talent far exceeds others. There are some things you can't ask. These two sisters don't look alike at all. Seeing that, he could only smile awkwardly. The two girls became even more excited. Ling like mist arrived. I'm going crazy. That girl with the cold face is indeed named so. Although she's the first son of the Ling family, Ling like mist is the strongest expert in the Ling family. Suddenly, she glanced at him. Lang Feng and Zifeng also noticed this. Her gaze made his cheeks turn red. She was secretly looking at me. This woman has feelings for me. Nongui immediately reminded him, stop overthinking it, brother. She's a disciple of the Ling family, our enemy. The two girls couldn't hide their excitement and joy. These four are the strongest young martial artists in the country, known as. At this moment, these four have gathered together, the four great emperors. Tang Feng is very confident speaking in front of a crowd. If they were the four great heavenly kings, that proud bird would be arrogant too. Hey, have you guys seen me? You're not afraid at all when you speak. Then I'm the fifth heavenly king standing above them. The two of them just stood there in shock. Who are you? The bird tried to suppress a laugh. They looked back and forth, disappointed. Everyone said Zi Huang would come, but he's still not here. Too bad we didn't know the name of the Zi Huang we saw that day. Proud and arrogant immediately reminded them, this is all trash from those people. Go tell them, but don't care about what they say. Be quiet, it's not time to reveal our identity yet. At that moment, a door opened up. Everyone was preparing as the gate appeared. Which path should we take? But Lang Feng remained very careful about everything. Be serious, this must be extremely cautious. I have to seriously consider it. Tai Leg Fog still stared at them. At that moment, he already had an answer. He pointed straight ahead with determination, deciding to go this way, but proud and arrogant seemed quite suspicious. Are you sure? Do you see how cold it is and still choose this path? Tang Feng made Tiang Feng increasingly impressed. If we take this path, we'll face the top expert of cold region head-on. No wonder he's revered by everyone. Now nothing can stop you anymore. Let's go, big sister. No, not really. I'll follow Vast and Wild Desert Dao. Vast and Wild Desert Dao is a vast area. Lang Feng seemed hesitant. What about the Vast and Wild Desert Dao? Wu Yu kept observing around her. This is just an ordinary mountain range. It's not as dangerous as people say. As they spoke, 5 dark shadows flew in from above. They immediately blocked their path. Don't go! Robbery! He stood behind Lang Feng, scared. Danger has truly appeared. You look at them with an extremely uncomfortable expression. Who are you? The 5 of them immediately undid their bindings. Their actions made him burst into laughter. Laughing too much, Lang Feng held his stomach. I told you, 6 people calling yourselves a 2-person gang is ridiculous. One of them, seemingly the leader, smiled from the side. Normally, we would only send 2 people out. Of course, that's why it's called a 2-person gang. But today is somewhat special. The whole group is mobilized. After that, Tang Feng regained his composure. I don't believe it. I've been robbed by a 2-person gang before. They're holding big sticks in their hands. Do you have any? That guy immediately took out a large stick. The big stick is right here. Be reasonable. Lang Feng wasn't scared at all and asked back. As far as I know, a 2-person gang is actually 1 person and 1 bird. You guys have enough fake goods. Jump over there and swing your staff down immediately. You know too much already. Take a hit from me. Promote the green bird to fight right away. Xiao Sheng. Use the Earth Leveling Grade 1 spell H to defend against attacks. They are covered by a black smoke. I didn't see anything. It's ruined now. Today, it's not our city that was robbed. At this moment, Lang Feng has already taken his staff and approached. They weren't prepared for the attack until they were hit from both sides. This strike, everyone is piled on top of each other. The 2 birds immediately took away valuable items, impersonated someone bad, and continued to pretend to rob the 2 people. Lang Feng also took advantage of this moment to stuff his pockets full. Truly, robbing can't stop. I didn't want to fight, but they brought it to me. Zifeng is very suspicious about their actions. Why are you so familiar? Did you do this kind of work before? Now Qiao immediately turned around and said, to Lang Feng, the wild pond was just a quick cover-up to distract him. Of course not. It's just combat experience. But he certainly didn't believe that. This familiar digging skill is also combat experience. Lang Sheng smiled when he saw his punch land on the opponent. Alright, Xiao Feng, we should continue moving forward now. After this incident, Xiao Feng admired him even more. Turns out, it was the Zi Huang brothers who were truly robbing the two people. I really admire them more and more. Suddenly, a young man walked over. Isn't that Tran Xiaoban? Seeing this person, Xiao Feng immediately became nervous. His heart racing, he didn't expect him to come. That guy immediately mocked him, Tran Xiaoban, who came out with the lady. Then he turned around and teased the two girls. Ladies, from childhood until now, they have always been defeated by me. Your followers don't have any prospects. It's better to follow me. But his response was indifferent. Wang Yan was furious and pointed at them. Don't you believe me? Tran Xiaoban, come here and let me beat you up. Xiao Nu suddenly felt very inferior. Ah, right now, you came to cheer him up. Xiaoban, be more confident. You are constantly encouraging that fat guy. This kid actually looks down on the fatty. You must deal with him harshly. The two young men outside kept talking non-stop. Xiao Feng saw this and was very angry, rushing over. Wang Yan, don't be impolite to my idol. Wang Yan is very confident in himself. Tran Xiaoban, you are going to die. The two young men outside kept discussing non-stop. Tran Xiaoban was about to get injured again after a fight. Wang Yan is truly the enemy of Xiao Manhua for life. Their fists were brushing past each other. Xiao Feng just punched him and broke his mouth. The two others also had to hide in surprise. Xiao Ban's level has already reached half-step martial emperor. Did he progress so fast by eating elixirs? How could that be? Fat Fatty is completely beaten up. Hu Zhou confidently said to his opponent, you're done for now. That guy still couldn't get back up. You're dead to me. After the battle, you immediately asked him for help. Remember, always respect the fatty. Arrogant and proud also criticized that young master. With such a young master, his strength isn't impressive either. Then there was an electric current. Many people were running together in panic. Oh my god, run fast, the fierce beasts are coming. A three-headed dragon snake was showing its fangs and claws. Tao Qiao was extremely excited. Here, Little Huang's claws were eager to attack after the recent victory. Tao Feng was also very confident. Fatty Trash wanted to fight too, but Zifeng preferred a more relaxed approach. Go ahead and fight. I want to rest for a bit. The two girls drew their weapons. We also want to join the battle. Lanfeng had been in combat stance for a long time. Come on, you should immediately fly over there. Now is the time to heat up the three-headed dragon and engage in direct confrontation, killing it. One person exclaimed in surprise, Cyan Ink. Could he be Zi Huang? A massive battle erupted. After the fight, they sat down to catch their breath. In one go, they defeated for half-step martial emperor beasts of rank. It was a bit tiring. Zifeng had already eaten his fill. He absorbed plenty of spiritual energy in one go. A bit tiring. Arrogant and proud kept cursing him. Scoundrel, when fighting those beasts, you didn't show any strength at all. Both sides immediately charged into battle. Instantly, some words appeared in the sky. Look over there. Every are in the vein wilds. 16 of the strongest will be revealed once. Arrogant and proud had already seen his name. He immediately mocked. Just number 16, huh? Wu Yu was also surprised. His disciple's achievement was defeating a half-step martial emperor beast. He could only rank 16th. Lan King also commented, sure enough, all these are formidable figures we can't ignore. Tao Qiao flew over to remind him that during the battle just now, someone had discovered your identity as Zi Huang. Honestly, did you intentionally reveal it? But it seems this was part of Lan Feng's plan. We hide in darkness while they shine in light. so I must leave some traces to make them come to us. But the bird was still worried. Is this too risky? In response, he only instructed, you just need to protect sister and senior sister. The rest is on me. Lan Feng stood up and stretched. He wasn't that tired after all. We should head out now. At that moment, a voice echoed, don't go! His expression turned unpleasant. The first foolish ones have arrived. Many people were approaching him. The two and the bird started criticizing them. This one looks really stupid. Members of various clans challenged them. Zihuang, we came to seek revenge. They faced each other in a large space. The proud bird was now worried too. Not good. There are over 20 people. The leader is still a half-step martial emperor. Although they're foolish, Lan Feng remained extremely calm. What had to happen finally did, and it's the foolish ones. Seeing this, they were extremely excited, cursing them. You two are really foolish, disgusting. That person is Zi Huangha. This arrogant one is second, disgusting too. Lan Feng was already exhausted, but he still stood firm. The black-haired one created and painted, that's me. Black hair immediately rushed forward. Good, the head of Zi Huang belongs to me. He transformed into a dragon and attacked. His spiritual technique, Dragon Decree. But Lan Feng just raised his hand, and it didn't work. The black-haired one was surprised. Impossible, you broke my dragon chi with just your hand. He spun around to punch him in the face. It's not because I'm too strong, you're too weak now. It's my turn. That person still chose to punch his face, tasting my 50,000 catty fist. He was knocked back several hundred miles. After that, he couldn't move anymore. The others saw this and immediately joined forces. Sure enough, Zi Huang isn't free. The disciples rushed forward together. At that moment, many dragons appeared, forming a 9-dragon formation. But he just calmly pointed ahead. You're too slow. Look up higher. There were countless layers of stone formations stacked on top of each other. The first layer of 9-creature stone. Just one group managed to defeat several dragons. I never expected Zi Huang could withstand such a large finger knot. Impossible. He's not human. Then that mountain fell to the ground. 2 of them were very scared seeing this. We're just mercenaries hired by the ship. There's no need to risk it with him. Right. Zi Huang is terrifying. Let's get out of here. But you won't spare those guys. Not one of them will run away. Kajong shi yes Trong Thatch. Raise it again for me. The middle group immediately ran off seeing this. Run quickly. But they couldn't do anything by then. Lingthu exhausted herself raising the 9-creature stone twice, depleting her strength too much. Suddenly a strike hit her from behind. Lan Feng cried in pain. He was also injured quite badly now. Disgusting. Someone ambushed him. The others cheered seeing this. Sure enough, our combined 5 lightning attack is the strongest. After taking one of our lightning strikes, he's dead for sure. But they didn't expect to be hit too. Lan Feng stood there unaffected. Impossible. He still laughed at them like this. We took a lightning strike from you. Return it with mental strength. No one owes anyone anything. At that moment, a girl walked in and laughed. Just as I thought, those guys can only bring out Zi Huang's anger. He had already noticed her presence. Yu Gong and his inner clan members appeared. Sure enough, Zi Huang lives up to the rumors. Their appearance made him cautious. This woman is our real enemy. He called out to the young man hiding behind the bushes. Fat guy, this lady, you know her, right? He answered in a nervous sweat. How could I not know? They're all top-notch experts. She's full of confidence wanting to challenge me. You two don't attack. Zi Huang must die at my hands today. The strongest disciple from our side, Yu Tiangite. Another young man was eager to fight. I rushed out of seclusion to avenge my brother, the strongest disciple from your ship, Shishui Tao the Tai. The girl remained cold and silent. The strongest disciple from our side, Ling Xiong Lan Nexen. Xiao Feng was so scared his face turned green. They've already reached the peak of half-body emperor martial arts, formidable strength. But Lan Feng is full of passion. He's not simple at all. Really exciting. The proud bird immediately spread its wings. I'll protect my sisters with this imperial power. Don't worry, Lan Feng. Honestly, it doesn't want to fight, so I won't need to come out and fight anymore. Yu Yu immediately issued a challenge. Zi Huang, the little beast of that person, is really interesting. I really want to eat it. These words made him extremely uncomfortable. You want to eat my little bird? How can that be? She changed her posture to prepare for battle, showing respect. I'm about to use our ship's ultimate technique to defeat you. A flaming phoenix appeared instantly, a spirit-level cultivation method, Heavenly Phoenix technique. It followed her command and flew straight to you, Phoenix Rising. Lang Feng didn't dare to be careless either. Their rings clashed as they engaged in combat. But Teen Gait had a very sturdy suit of armor. Lang Feng felt a bit satisfied with that. She put on the armor. Teen Yet was very confident in her outfit. It's useless. At this level, such techniques can't break through the high-grade armor on someone else. Then she also said something derogatory to him. A proud emperor with so little power. She was truly infuriated by that. You too. Using his purple wings, he flew up, disregarding me too much now. Teen Gait didn't hold back and unleashed another technique. Phoenix soaring through the skies. She used her phoenix wings to fly towards Lang Feng. Don't think it's just a fierce battle in the sky. She was also unleashing more techniques. Take a good look. This is the power of the strongest disciple from T family. Countless phoenix birds flew towards him, angry phoenix gathering. A huge explosion occurred in the sky. Lang Feng was hit and fell to the ground immediately. Seeing that, she laughed smugly. An emperor is just like that. But he could still say through the dust, "My true self isn't enough yet." Lang Feng took out a pill from his pocket. But don't forget, I'm also an alchemist. I was very surprised by that. Ti Hong Yin Yang Supreme Elixir. Immediately after, she tried to counter him with her technique. You're trying to break through in a flash. I can't let you have the chance. It's like a firebomb flying towards us. Phoenix bombing. In that moment, Lang Feng couldn't move at all, trying to land directly on where he was standing. The proud Phoenix was alarmed by this. Lang Fan was very worried about his mother. Xiaofeng immediately tried to stop her. Don't go over there. As expected, he still stood up too easy. That explosion felt like a massage, allowing the medicine's effects to be absorbed thoroughly. His entire body was filled with immense strength. Not only did I recover from my injuries, but I also broke through 2 level 9 martial soul. Thank you very much. Tinu Yet finally felt scared. Oh no! The power of the Emperor isn't any weaker than mine now. In the vast green mountain and valley space, Cao Shui stood on the ground and taunted. Ti Gait, if you can't defeat her, let me try. His words made Ti Nu Yet furious. What are you talking about? I'm the strongest disciple of Ti family. Could it be that she's afraid of him? After saying that, she unleashed her technique. Another round of phoenix bombing. Facing this fire, Lang Feng wasn't at all scared. I've said it before. Your techniques are like massage. They can't hurt me. Immediately after, he blocked her technique with a palm strike. She was extremely startled, waiting, and before she could react, his punch sent her flying far away. Despite the force of the hit, Lang Feng still pursued with determination. So what if you're wearing a mysterious grade armor? It can't protect your face. Hold on, as he rushed forward, Tassi Shui suddenly appeared. The moment he showed up, an aerial battle erupted. After just one punch between them, Lang Feng realized something. Your fist is different. Could it be that you're also a hear-sound-sworn water? Shui sneered. I'm not a cultivator, but the blood-boiling skill can transform blood into form and enhance my strength. This answer made Lang Feng even more determined to fight. If so, let's see whose fist is harder. Just like Shui, he charged forward with confidence. I'll use this Tao family technique to avenge the fallen brothers of the Tao family. Blood-boiling twin fists. Due to his speed, his punch hit Lang Feng's stomach, causing him pain. His face was nearly pale, but he didn't give up and continued to throw punches, pushing him away. The force of your punch sent him flying far away. The scene before him made him feel excited. Both sides received each other's punches. I'm still stronger. Your twin fists only have 20,000 pounds, but mine is already 50,000 pounds. After being hit, Shui struggled to get up and said to Tiu, "We must take a risk." Tiu quickly replied, "Let's go." Hearing this, Lang Feng took out a stick. What more can it be? He was not only fearless, but also quite happy. I can solve two of them at once, simple and easy. Seeing the imposing demeanor of Lang Feng, Wu Yu and Na Qiao were greatly admiring. Legendary mace upgraded to a legendary golden mace. Without further ado, Tiu shouted, "Heavenly Phoenix Decision, Heavenly Phoenix Feather Cut." Shui also launched his technique, 3 blood skill, deathly 3 pits. Despite their fierce demeanor, Lang Feng remained calm, channeling all his chi into the stick. Thinking of this, his eyes became sharp like a knife, using his strongest ring. At this moment, they had advanced very close to him. Die here. In just a few seconds, he easily defeated them with 2 sticks in hand. After finishing, he spoke, "The ring, end of the ring. This time you truly fought back. We lost." Lang Feng was already panting heavily. "Although I've defeated these 2, I can't be too happy yet." What worries him now is the girl named Shuang standing in front. "I'm a bit tired, but as cold as Shuang, she's still at her best state." Unable to hold back anymore, Shuang spoke up. "Now it's my turn." Na Qiao asked worriedly, "Is cold like Shuang one of the 4 great heavenly kings?" Tan Xiaofeng replied with concern, "Not wrong, her strength is bottomless, surpassing both Tiu and Tao Shui." On the other side, Lang Feng said softly, "Sister, do you have to fight until one lives and the other dies? I don't really want to fight people." Her firm expression replied, "Fighting is my family's mission." Hearing this, he immediately gripped his stick tightly. "All right then," decisively raised it and said, "Let's fight a full battle." This made Shuang smile happily. Very good. Without further ado, he charged in. "Pretty sister, I'm here." At the same time, he launched his own technique, the Ring Slaughter Cannon. Seeing this, Shuang began to focus her strength, a spirit-grade cultivation method, Coiling Sword. As she spoke, she swung her sword, shattering Lang Feng's technique. She also launched a series of throwing darts. Those darts flew through the air swiftly. The scene before him made Lang Feng slightly worried. Cold like bone is indeed formidable. Her strength has long surpassed half of Vedra King. But he didn't retreat and continued to swing his stick. "I won't be afraid of pain. Take one hit from me." Facing Shuang's fierce momentum, she remained calm and launched her technique, Coiling Sword. Reverse flowing Coiling Sword. Seeing this, Lang Feng immediately responded. He then charged forward with great ferocity. "Shout out! 1 tree isn't enough. I'll give you 2 trees this time. This time, can you block it?" She got hit hard in the hand and winced. And she even started to respect you because of this attack. The strength of cultivation is indeed powerful. Not only does she respect you, but you also admire her a bit. Her black lacquer armor isn't simple either. It can defend against my attacks. After saying that, he continued rushing towards her, but I don't think I'll lose to this crippled armor. Again, seeing the bones, she had to dodge quickly, but you still didn't give up and charged again. "You're scared now, try my scorpion stone attack then." Your attack hit her stomach this time. This made her fly far away. After these attacks, she started to worry. Lang Feng immediately taunted, "The strength of cultivation can't stop you. Sister, use your full power quickly." Seeing that, she exerted all her strength on her sword, but she wanted to try the ultimate wonder of Wu's sword. Her strength created a huge explosion in the forest, and she summoned Wu Transformation Dragon. Cold as ice, and the dragon behind her exuded fighting spirit. Lang Feng was slightly surprised by this. Vortex Spirit Wisdom Realm. This is your true power. Xiao Feng was extremely worried. Wu Transformation Dragon, its ultimate technique hasn't been used in many years. Even the proud bird was worried. Moreover, it's a royal grade cultivation method from Vortex Spirit Wisdom Realm. The power is very terrifying. Without hesitation, Lang Feng immediately ordered the Golden Dragon to attack. Golden Dragon, launch. Despite its terror, you didn't back down at all. Now I'll take it on. After that, both he and the dragon charged towards their opponent. In an instant, he punched it in the mouth, but was thrown to the ground due to insufficient strength. Its power was too strong. When he landed, the earth crumbled into pieces. This made her underestimate him, unable to withstand a hit. Despite being beaten badly, Lang Feng could still sit up. I underestimated that dragon's punch. Not only did you praise it, its power is stronger than the fake one from Wu Phoenix. Xiao Feng's words slightly irritated Wu Phoenix. Fighting is fine, but don't try to insult me. The Golden Dragon continued with another move, Golden Dragon Anger Leaf. Lang Feng could stand up and stretch his hands. Good, let's turn the ring into a dragon accessory. Following your words, he unleashed a blazing fire. This move also has the power of Royal Grade Cultivation Method, Ring Annihilation, the strongest devouring technique. Immediately after that, his fire attacked the dragon's fire, and both flames merged together. But less than a second later, the golden dragon was in pain. After its scream, it also disappeared. Lang Feng's move made it explode completely. This also seriously injured her. On the contrary, Lang Feng was very satisfied. Spirit Wisdom Realm isn't that great after all. Outside the battle, Xiao Feng admired Wu Phoenix even more as he suppressed Ling Shuang. So strong, the proud bird was excited too. This hateful guy. Can I still call myself proud now? Despite being beaten badly, Ling Shuang stood up again. My sword technique isn't inferior either. His words made Lang Feng even more interested. Alright, let's use our sword techniques to decide who's better. Another battle was about to begin as Lang Feng charged with full force towards Ling Shuang, who gripped her sword and rushed forward. Both of them stabbed each other fiercely. Ling Shuang was stunned by the hit. I didn't expect me to lose. Lang Feng easily dodged her. Goodbye, sister. Only then did Ling Shuang realize she had lost to Wu Phoenix. Xiao Feng heard this and understood that Wu Phoenix respected him too much to kill her. The proud bird quickly agreed. Unlike Ling Shuang's arrogant and self-satisfied nature, Ling Shuang was actually a genuine martial artist. As their discussion ended, Ling Shuang fell in battle. After finishing the fight, Lang Feng worriedly asked Xiao Feng, "Are your injuries okay?" Seeing her concerned face, Lang Feng comforted her. "Don't worry, I didn't want to use mental power to assassinate Ling Shuang, so this minor injury is fine." As he spoke, he quickly warned that the three major families would soon arrive to clean up. We shouldn't stay here long. It's time to leave at that moment. A crowd appeared on the other side of the forest. Two people in the crowd expressed their admiration. Wu Hidden is so strong. He killed so many royal grade beasts alone. And the one they praised was none other than Wu Hidden. Not only that, they also praised by Wanyan, who accidentally stumbled upon a wondrous scene and gained an extraordinary opportunity. They didn't stop there. They also lauded Tran Hai, who personally killed a group of demonic beasts and even displayed half the power of a martial emperor. But one of them with brown hair noticed something was amiss. Something wasn't right. The inflammation of the ancient wasteland had ended, but the coldness still hadn't thawed out. This also made the pink-haired girl beside him panic, along with Tuyu and Taishui. Could they all be eliminated? As they were panicking, the system caught their attention. Look, the update on the inflammation board has appeared, and the message on the system reads, First Lang Feng, second Zion, third Tran Hai, fourth Bai Wanyan, fifth Tran Xiaofeng, sixth Yu, seventh Guxiao, eighth Wang Thuwu. After reading that, they felt even more bewildered. Who is Lang Feng? Why are his achievements higher than the hidden ones? Lang Xiangxiang was indeed eliminated. What happened in the end? Despite this, something else made them even more anxious. Hold on, isn't the board listing the top 16 strongest people? Why are there only 8 of them? The system immediately appeared to explain. Originally, there were 16 people, but they were too weak. And I don't want to see those inferior ones, so only the top 8 advanced. These words made them a bit angry. The board was being too arbitrary. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shone up into the sky. Then a grand arena appeared. Everyone was extremely excited. It was the Inflammation Lay platform. It's here! Only now did Xiaofeng explain to Lang Feng and everyone. Next, there will be one-on-one battles among the 8 until we find the champion. Lan King had a bit of sympathy for Lang Feng but still encouraged him. Only Lang and Tran Xiaobang made it into the top 8. You must do your best. In response, he replied with confidence, "Don't worry, I will definitely win." Saying this, he sat down to pour tea, so let's relax by drinking first. Sitting proudly next to him, he asked, "Pour me one too." But before he could enjoy the tea, the referee threw a coin, and the first match was between Lang Feng and Wang Thuwu. This made him extremely surprised. The first person had already challenged me. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the arena and stood in front of Wang Thuwu. I have a hypothesis. And what he didn't expect was that Wang Thuwu had some doubts. Aren't you the Death Emperor? Only the Death Emperor can defeat those cold-hearted people, then win first place. Hearing this, he quickly waved his hand to deny it. I'm not. I don't have that power. Seeing this, Wang Thuwu immediately believed him. That's right. Looking at you, your strength is only at the 9th level of a spirit beast. It can't be so strong. Immediately after that, he launched an attack. But I won't be careless. Counter my move. In his first attempt, Lang Feng easily dodged it. Then, he used mental energy and took the opportunity to use a soul technique, creating an illusion of Wang Thuwu falling down. Thinking this, he launched a soul technique right in front of Wang Thuwu, who fell to the ground immediately after that. He then showed a naive face, saying I win. On the large arena, only Lang Feng stood firm while Wang Thuwu had fallen down. The brown-haired man felt a bit disappointed. It seems Lang Feng is definitely not the Death Emperor. He won by luck. The pink-haired girl beside him was also very anxious. Why did Wang Thuwu make himself fall and faint? He's just too unlucky. Lan Feng, meanwhile, happily carried Wang Thuwu on his back and said, I'm lucky. I won a match out of nowhere. After that, Zion quickly ended his battle with the referee's announcement. Zion wins against Xiaowu. Soon after, Tran Hai also defeated her opponent. Tran Hai beats Lam Wu. Watching them defeat their opponents one by one, Lan Feng couldn't help but admire. No wonder they are the 4 great heavenly kings. All of them easily knocked down their opponents. At the same time, Bai Yunqian confidently stepped onto the arena. Who is our opponent? Let's just have a match on the stage. He just appeared and already received everyone's cheers. Brother White steps up. Fellow disciples of the medicine sect support him. The top medicine sect genius will surely win. Contrary to Bai Yunqian's confidence, Xiaofeng was extremely afraid. Our opponent is one of the 4 great heavenly kings. Bai Yunqian, I'm definitely going to win. Seeing Xiaofeng like that, Lang Feng immediately encouraged him. Anyone who makes it into the top 8 isn't bad already. Just give it your all. Losing is fine. Receiving such strong encouragement from Xiaofeng, he became even more spirited. I'll definitely try my best. Quickly stepping up to the arena. Bai Yunqian, here I come. As soon as he stepped onto the arena, he received Bai Yunqian's challenge. Go ahead and strike, you only have one chance. Without further ado, Xiaofeng immediately charged forward. Kill him! Facing such a fierce opponent, Bai Yunqian wasn't afraid, but simply lightly launched his technique. You're too weak. That technique of his hit Xiaofeng's shoulder, causing him intense pain. With just this one strike, Xiaofeng was defeated. The skill gap is too large. I've lost. This defeat only boosted Bai Yunqian's confidence further. I'm too weak. He still used insulting words. I can't understand it. How could a weakling like him make it into the top 8? Not stopping there, he waved his hand and said that the final round battle doesn't care about life or death. The weak don't deserve to live. Then he launched another technique. Die already, making Xiaofeng pale with fear. The image before him made Lang Feng unable to sit still anymore. He stopped. Seeing this, Bai Yunqian was slightly taken aback. It's because of Lang Feng that Xiaofeng got a break. The proud bird only realized now that Bai Yunqian is a hypocritical and cruel person. This is too outrageous. Suddenly, the system appeared. Let's start the second round match then. First up is the match between Lang Feng and Bai Yunqian. These words made Lang Feng delighted. This casualness suits me just fine. Xiaofeng was equally thrilled by the challenge. That fat guy, a useless lucky promotion. Today will be his last battle in life. He's received great cheers from everyone. Brother White knocked him down with one punch. No one could stop him. The top medicine sect genius will surely win. Lang Feng's is really high now. Tran Xiaobang just lost. You don't have to kill him. Don't kill Tran Xiaobang. You'll regret it. Despite that, Bai Yunqian still looked down on him. Just a level 9 spirit beast. He's not even as good as the fat guy who sold his Spirit King technique. What right do you have to be so bold? Facing this question, he immediately answered, enough to fight. Bai Yunqian's burned fiercely relying on Ma Qi to kill me. Following that, he began focusing his strength and spirit realm technique. Then he quickly rushed towards Lang Feng, Lin Feng Dao. Facing such a fierce, Lang Feng remained extremely calm. Dealing with someone only requires a heavenly technique, Long Yan Dao. A fierce battle erupted between them immediately. And upon waking, Lan Feng made Yunqian a bit afraid. His spirit rank art is no match for your heaven rank art. Despite being scared, he was still very confident. You haven't killed me with one blow, so you're not that simple, right? His words infuriated Yunqian. Alright, I'll show you my true strength and defeat you in the spirit intellect realm. However, Lan Feng didn't seem worried at all. It's just a fight in the spirit intellect realm. Alright, I'll give you a chance. The scene before them made everyone in the audience restless. This kid is too arrogant. Dare to look down on our. Truly misbehaving. Does he even know how to write the word? On the stage, Yunqian began to ascend into the air. His spirit rank art, great gold refining technique. Then he quickly dived down. Today, I'll let people see. There are some people you shouldn't mess with. But before he could land, Lan Feng hit him with a stick. The burning sensation from the metal has subsided. This only made the audience more impressed. Senior White Brother was knocked down by one strike. How is that possible? I can't accept this. How could strong White Yunqian lose to someone like that? On the stage, Yunqian started to doubt himself. Lan Feng, who are you really? The more he thought about it, the more scared his face became. In the spirit member secret realm, only one person has this kind of physique. Could it be that you're? Hearing this, Lan Feng immediately revealed his purple wings. Correct. And he proudly declared, I am Death Emperor. The brown-haired man on the stage was greatly admiring of his imposing appearance. Long live Death Emperor. Death Emperor is unbeatable. The pink-haired girl next to him was equally impressed. We've met Death Emperor. On the other side, the proud bird seemed uncomfortable. Let this kid show off again. Xiaofeng was very pleased with himself. I knew it before everyone else. I'm their top fan. The people who mocked him earlier are now pale with fear. It's over. It's over! It's over! How could Senior White defeat Death Emperor? Despite this, Yunqian didn't give up. I don't believe what they say about strength. I must defeat you. He unleashed his full power. Prohibited technique. Metal substitution body. Then he summoned a flaming phoenix. This made him extremely excited. Now, I am the ruler of the world. But Lan Feng wasn't afraid at all. With the cost of losing control, you're willing to fight me. Consider yourself brave. No more talking. Yunqian immediately charged in for a kill. Seeing this, he only raised his stick, but it was useless. One strike and he was knocked down again. His momentum at this moment was incredibly strong. White Yunqian, die. White Yunqian spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face filled with pain, veins bulging. Then Lan Feng hit him in the stomach with his stick, sending him flying. Lan Feng continued to strike repeatedly, his face exuding intense killing intent as he shouted, I'm hitting, I'm hitting, I'm hitting. The continuous battles made him unable to bear it anymore. He opened his mouth and cried out pitifully. The disciples below the platform were constantly terrified. While observing the competition, one trembling disciple said, This is impossible. Brother Bai used all forbidden spells but still got beaten like a dead man. Then someone else chimed in, Oh my god, How strong must the life force be to withstand such punishment? Xiao now whispered, raising her pink arm to cover her face as she pitied him. Ling Feng's blows were so deadly. I understand it best. I feel sorry for Bai Wanyan. Ling Feng swung his staff and prepared a fatal blow, shouting loudly, "Last strike, see you in the next life." Bai Wanyan lay on the ground covered in wounds, shivering as he hugged his hands in prayer. Then Ling Feng continued to prepare for another attack. Hearing this, Ling Feng taunted and asked back, "Huh? What did you say? Speak up a bit. I can't hear you." He repeated it again. "I admit defeat. I surrender now." Then Ling Feng restored his imposing demeanor, looking down at him with his bare eyes, pointing the staff at his face. The final table battle disregarded life and death. The weak one has no right to beg for mercy. This is what you said. Why are you asking for mercy now? Ling Feng continued to mock in a high voice. I've never seen such a shameless face before, making Bai Tianwan furious and ashamed to the point of silence. He just pointed at Ling Feng with his hand. Just after saying a few words, he fell asleep like a log, burying his face into the toilet bowl. Bai Tian's disciples stood up, shouting for their master Bai Tianwan that Ling Feng had killed their brother and would not spare him. They vowed to destroy Ling Feng from the medicine sect. Then they challenged the medicine sect disciples, saying, "When Bai Wanyan wanted to kill Tran Xiaofeng, why didn't you say anything? Want to die? Come on up." The medicine sect disciples only talked with their mouths, but did not act. This debt, we of the medicine sect have already recorded it in our minds. Ling Feng casually said with a proud and happy voice, "Little Feng, you did great." Xiao now, Tran Xiaofeng's little pretful bird, looked at them coldly from above, thanking the Life King for helping him out. Tran Xiaofeng sincerely thanked Ling Feng. Xiao now was still making a nest on Tran Xiaofeng's head and glanced at both of them performing their act. Ling Feng offered a cup of tea to Tran Xiaofeng, who accepted it. Now Ling Feng said, "Though it was convenient, we won, no need for formalities." After the intense battle between Bai Tianwan and Ling Feng that resembled the Syro disaster, Ling Feng emerged victorious in this round. Now it's Ziyan and Tran Hai's turn to fight. Both are now on the battlefield, facing each other. Ziyan prepared his first move. Han shot out a green beam and shouted, "Spirit Grade Technique, Dragon Strike." While Tran Hai blocked a golden light streak, he exclaimed, "Spirit Grade Technique, Horse-Drawn Sword." They fought fiercely without any clear winner. Ling Feng calmly sat and drank his hot tea. Their strengths were evenly matched. It seems they'll have to fight for a long time. After some time, the battle reached its conclusion. Ziyan said with an air of authority, "Dragon Strike." 7th strike. A green beam streaked past and hit Tran Hai's chest precisely. Tran Hai was thrown back and cried out pitifully. After the smoke cleared, Tran Hai knelt on the ground, shivering and said, "I'm done." "Brother Ziyan!" The voice of the Death Concealment Sect shouted loudly. "Ziyan is invincible. Death Concealment Sect is supreme." A scroll slowly revealed its words. On it was written, "The highly anticipated final battle has arrived." Ling Feng fought against Ziyan. The young man Ziyan held his sword behind him and shouted loudly, "Death Emperor." Ziyan's face was uncomfortable. He said, "This is the strongest battle for the board. I hope you don't disappoint me." He immediately became serious. Lang Feng quickly put down the teacup and spoke. Before he could finish speaking, Lang Feng rushed onto the arena stage, surprising Ziyan a bit. Then Lang Feng happily said as if he was eager to do so. Two small figures were chatting while fighting. Lang Feng advised, asking the just-finished fighter who was slightly tired, "Could you take some medicinal pills to replenish your energy? You could take some medicinal pills to boost your strength." As he spoke, Lang Feng pointed at Ziyan, who was breathing heavily. Following this advice, Ziyan changed his expression and happily talked with Lang Feng. "Indeed, facing Death Emperor, I won't be careless." Lang Feng heard Jianji laugh and said, "With both of us in good condition, we can start the fight." Holding the medicinal bottle, Ziyan repeated, "That's true." The alchemy disciple shouted loudly, "Brother Ziyan is the strongest. Brother Ziyan will definitely win." Below the stage, Lang Feng's sister worriedly asked, Brother Ziyan and Little Feng, who is stronger? Seeing her worry, Little tried to comfort her by saying gently, don't worry, he's good at casting spells but can't beat Lang Feng. After drinking two medicinal bottles, he quickly threw them away, wiped his mouth, and prepared for battle before saying, I'm done now. Lang Feng clapped his hands together and laughed loudly. Here we go, the final battle begins. Ziyan immediately launched his first move, emitting a green flame in multiple directions as he shouted, Spirit Art, Spiritual Arrow, 5 consecutive shots. Lang Feng blocked the first shot, creating a bright orange circle before it ended. Round 1. After Ziyan's next move, he said, 6th shot. A green dragon appeared as Ziyan spoke. Spirit Dragon formation attacking Lang Feng from behind. Lang Feng continued to resist and said, the final round of the ring devouring technique is powerful. A fierce clash erupted, followed by a loud explosion. After probing Lang Feng's strength, Ziyan found it too strong. He retracted his move, unable to probe further. I must use all my power now. Then he raised his fist and shouted loudly, Spirit Art, Heavenly Dragon Strike, 9th strike. Ziyan swung his sword, the dragon flying towards Lang Feng as he continued to shout, Heavenly Dragon's Might. Lang Feng laughed with intense fighting spirit, saying, the Holy Inflammation Secret Realm will expel all false shells from the Martial Emperor Realm and above. Therefore, Brother Ziyan at the peak of Spirit Realm is the strongest here. Lang Feng continued to launch another attack and proudly said, but I'm even stronger. Might can deliver 100,000 caddies of strength in one strike. Many sparks of lightning flashed, hitting Ziyan, forcing him to step back several steps. Ziyan smiled coldly, greatly admiring Lang Feng's power. Death Emperor, the physical strength of a person is indeed terrifying, but it can be defeated. Then Ziyan gathered his energy and shouted, Heart Unity. Light shone out, blinding those below. Ziyan had to cover his eyes as he shouted. Brother Ziyan has used the final move of Heavenly Dragon Strike. Death Emperor is surely defeated. Little frowned in hatred and said unhappily, just a Spirit Art technique. What if that Hui goes all out? Lang Feng still has many trump cards left. Ziyan appeared with another stance. With his dragon-like body, he clenched his hand and said, I am the Heavenly Dragon. Then Ziyan exuded a fierce aura. The Great Iron Piercer released one attack before ending it. Next move, Death Emperor. Lang Feng remained silent, creating fragments in space with his hand and softly said, Isn't a divine rank weapon a royal rank weapon? Then Lang Feng continued to create, still jokingly saying, without good equipment, you can't block it. A new weapon was forming as Lang Feng smiled mischievously. He called it an ancient weapon. The segment of the ring is complete. Lang Feng pointed his sword at Ziyan and proudly said, This sword is absolutely no worse than a royal rank weapon. Then he unleashed a move on his opponent and shouted, It's time for this peak battle to end. Flames spewed out as he said, completing the ring segment of the ring. The two clashed fiercely, one green, one red merging into each other. His eyes full of determination, he roared, Cut him down! As those words left his mouth, he had already slashed and hit the hidden self. The light of the male protagonist defeated the villain. Looking at it, he said to the hidden self, You're outsmarted, your trump card has been broken by me. Tongue Final didn't give in easily. The hidden self's eyes showed defiance as he smirked and said, You're wrong, my true trump card isn't Heavenly Dragon Strike, but Mental Force. Then a green light shone into his opponent, catching Lang Feng off guard. Hidden Self apologized, then arrogantly said, Sorry, I won. The Medicine Sect disciple cheered happily. Death Emperor is dead. Hidden Self, one move and you're defeated. Lang Feng stood there dazed, his eyes lifeless like a corpse. He recovered his composure and said mockingly, I'm fine. Scare the hell out of Hidden Self. Green Face's face trembled as he said, It can't be that people could block my mental force. Could you also be a mental force master? Lang Feng mocked Hidden Self. Are you really angry and upset? The Medicine Sect disciple sighed in disappointment, saying, We're done. Turns out Death Emperor is not only a martial artist, but but also a body cultivator and mental force master. 1 in 3, Death Emperor wants to defy the heavens. Hidden Self was electrified with anger, cursing him. Anger said, Death Emperor, I admit that my current self is no match for you. Looking at Lang Feng sternly and seriously said, my only choice is to break through the martial emperor realm. Then Hidden Self unleashed his power and shouted. Seeing Hidden Self cheat in battle, Lang Feng advised him, Secret World members are not allowed to reach the martial emperor realm. You're about to be eliminated. Looking down at Lang Feng with wide eyes, right? Before that, I must defeat you, Death Emperor. My final move is about to begin. From above, Hidden Self shot lightning down at Lang Feng and shouted, Heavenly Dragon Strike, the strongest blow. Endowed with strength. Martial Emperor Heavenly Dragon. Tang Feng looked up at Hidden Self and said softly, in front of a martial emperor, the power of the ring segment is no longer enough. To show respect, I will use a higher level cultivation method to defeat you. Blocking his attack, Tang Feng said, Imperial level cultivation technique. After the collision, Lang Feng's sword shattered into pieces. Hidden Self roared, my sword has been broken by him. I win. But then Hidden Self looked at Lang Feng in surprise and said, what? Lang Feng slowly said, fool, the wonder of this cultivation technique is that it needs to break. Its name is. Then Lang Feng waved his hand, invert charm. Hidden Self screamed in pain as blood flowed from him. Hidden Self fell with a thud. Noticing something, Lang Feng patiently said to Hidden Self, ha, just the gates of transformation have arrived. They're here to pick you up. With injuries all over his body, Hidden Self crawled down and said, why are you still so accurate? Death Emperor, you cheated. Hidden Self refused to accept the result. I absolutely cannot accept this result. Lang Feng's eyes made Hidden Self shudder. Me! From above, a space brought Hidden Self out of sync. Reluctantly, Hidden Self said, this time, I lost. But Death Emperor, no. Lang Feng still echoed Hidden Self's voice. Wait until we go outside the world. I'll become stronger and challenge you again. After the 4 heavenly kings were defeated and expelled by Hidden Self, characters appeared above Lang Feng's head. The top of the ranking list has appeared, Lang Feng. Tilly Ang said happily with everyone else, the medicine sect disciple can win first place on the ranking list for the first time ever. My junior is indeed our pride. Tran Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled as he admired and said, Death Emperor is Death Emperor Xiao now sitting on Tran Xiaofeng's shoulder. Finally, it's over. Lang Feng looked around with a confused expression, saying out loud his doubts. Who am I? Where am I? So, does the champion get any rewards? Then Lang Feng suddenly noticed a place with golden light and exclaimed in surprise. Like that, are the rewards on the other side of the portal? Lang Feng walked to the portal and turned around happily waving at everyone before speaking. Gentlemen, I'm going to check out the bulletin board for any treasures. Off to see what's there. After saying that, Lang Feng quickly jumped into the portal. Lang Feng exclaimed in surprise. Ah, it turns out a tiny yellow creature is waving at me. Then Lang Feng smiled and asked, what are you, little yellow guy? He bent down and shook hands with the tiny figure. The tiny figure happily said, I'm the spirit of the bulletin board. Representing the spirit of the bulletin board means giving benefits to you. The spirit of the bulletin board pointed behind Lang Feng and said, your reward is right there behind you. Lang Feng turned around to look. Surprised, he saw it was a pond with sparkling water, extremely large, more like a village's bath area. Seeing this, Lang Feng quickly undressed and jumped in laughing loudly. Nature has shown me a great place for cultivation. Lang Feng sighed in relief, his face very relaxed as he enjoyed saying, the miracle lasted just a moment, but it made my cultivation level increase by half a martial emperor. Lang Feng said quickly while still in the water, I need to absorb this spirit energy here. Stop when I can't take any more. Little sister Lin Qi's bulletin board spirit energy holder watched Lang Feng sleeping and said drowsily, what a beautiful dream. The longest record was 3 days. How long will you stay? But after ignoring Lang Feng's words, the little sister Lin Qi's bulletin board spirit said angrily, What kind of monster are you? You sucked all the energy without leaving any. How can you drain a pond like that? The little sister glared at Lang Feng. 20 days. I've been in here for exactly 20 days. Lang Feng said with a sly smile. Actually, I could stay longer, but the pool is empty now. Lang Feng brightly said, luckily, nature guided me. I reached the peak of spirit intelligence realm. My physical strength and mental willpower have grown stronger too. The little sister was still angry at Lang Feng's power. It quickly called Lang Feng out. You naughty little one. Hurry up and come out. I don't want to see you anymore. Hearing this, Lang Feng laughed maliciously as he held his sword and said, how can I just leave like that? Under such pressure, how could it bear it, and shouted, how? Do you really think I'm afraid? Dang Fang's face turned dark with red eyes as he looked down and asked, are you not? The ghostly figure before Lang Feng trembled and said, alright, I won't do it. After a while, holding the yellow ring from the spirit of the bulletin board's treasures, Lang Feng laughed happily. Holding up the ring, he examined it and exclaimed in surprise, no wonder the spirit of the bulletin board has so many treasures. I got lucky this time. Lang Feng thanked the spirit of the bulletin board as he turned around and said, this period was taken care of very well. Then Lang Feng happily went out with a good mood and teased the little figure, little yellow Timur. The humiliation from Lang Feng was too much for it to handle. Still trembling next to him, Lang Feng, the evil man of this family. He silently cursed Lang Feng, I will never forgive you. After taking all the treasures from the spirit of the bulletin board, Lang Feng went out. 20 days passed, no one was in the arena anymore. Looking around, Lang Feng said, it's been 20 days and the thundering bulletin board arena is empty now. Then he looked down to see Zhao Guanqiu sleeping on the ground, not knowing what time it was. Suddenly picking up Zhao Guanqiu's tail, Lang Feng asked curiously, why are you sleeping here? Zhao Guanqiu woke up and mumbled an answer, they told me to wait here for your news. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, hitting both Lang Feng and Zhao Guanqiu. Zhao Guanqiu was covered in smoke and asked Lang Feng curiously, what's going on, Lang Feng? Where did the flash come from? Lang Feng's face was dirty. His clothes tattered as he replied, I don't know anymore. Could there be an enemy lurking around us? Lang Feng looked up at the sky. The text suddenly appears. It hates not being able to kill Lang Feng. Lang Feng sighs and says, I want to cut your turtle to pieces. Lang Feng comments with a sigh. Turns out the inflammation board wants to use it to attack me, so there's nothing to worry about now. Zhao Guanqiu is surprised and shouts, you're crazy! Even as Lang Feng walks, he teases the spirit essence tablet, saying that little Kimren is lucky. This is like settling accounts in a back alley with me. Zhao Guanqiu can't stop hating Lang Feng. Lang Feng, let go of me. I'm being dragged into this mess by you. Lang Feng happily says, I can't leave you behind. Let's go together as good brothers. Zhao Guanqiu whines, you liar, Lang Feng. Intense sunlight shines through the shock. Lang Feng calls out, sister, senior sister. Lang King and Solo Wuyu are searching for treasures when they hear their younger brother's voice. They say, this is Little Feng's voice. Has he returned? His ears are red, his face dirty. Little Feng has come back. Both of them ask in shock, Little Feng, was it the spirit essence tablet that turned you into this? Lang Feng winks and says, it wasn't just because I got beaten by the inflammation board. I stole its energy, becoming rich but petty. Zhao Guanqiu begs, let me down. Solo Wuyu and Lang King turn pale as they look at Lang Feng. Tran Xiaofeng's eyes gleam with admiration, saying, no wonder you're called the Death Emperor. Even the inflammation board dares to challenge you. Lang Feng points to the Golden Mountain and says confidently, everyone, where are we looking? Just grab a little bit, just a few things like this. They all look relieved. Zhao Guanqiu sarcastically says, Lang Feng, you're so self-righteous after getting something for yourself. Lang Feng with his raven hair picks up some herbs and shows them to the crowd. He proudly says, actually, the inflammation board gave me this soul essence herb. It's a tiny but amazing treasure. So Lo Wuyu and Lang King look impressed and say, "This little plant is so cute." Lang Feng promises to help everyone become spirit masters. He will use it to open their souls' seas, making them all spirit masters. Lang King asks in surprise, "Spirit master?" Then Ziwan continues, "Spirit mastery." Zhao Guanqiu laughs and says, "With spirit mastery, I'll be invincible." Tran Xiaofeng admires that he now has a spirit master. He can now cut invisible people like the Death Emperor. Faced with the threatening atmosphere, Little Herb is trembling in fear. Zhao Guanqiu cunningly says to it, "Little plant, don't be scared. We'll just pluck a few leaves. No pain." Little Herb cries uncontrollably. Lang Feng comforts it, saying, "It's okay, stop crying." Lang Feng holds the spirit essence tablet and says, "This can be used by others to heal wounds and increase their cultivation level." The herb looks wide-eyed in amazement. Then it grits its teeth and pulls a few leaves from its head. It carefully hands them over to Zhao Guanqiu. Zhao Guanqiu says, "We're lucky we didn't get into trouble earlier." As soon as he finishes talking, the leaves turn golden and shine on him before shouting, "Oh my! Everyone is now in pain." Tran Xiaofeng's eyes widen with fear. Lang Feng reassures everyone, "You must all endure this. Fat guy, you have to endure for me. I won't clean up after you." Lang Feng says again, "Just endure through the night, and you'll become a spirit master." In the middle of the night on the roof, someone stands under the moon, lost in thought. It's a woman in a purple robe observing the scenery. Lang Feng jumps down from the roof, making Tuxi look up. Then Tuxi says slowly, "I never expected the Death Emperor to be this handsome young man." Lang Feng takes off his ring and gives it to her. He says, "We have to leave now. I'll give you this ring as a token of my gratitude for your help." Tuxi grabs the ring and shrugs, saying, "The Death Emperor is so generous. No need to be polite anymore." Then Tuxi approaches Lang Feng, leans close, and whispers, "I heard DCC sect has traced the Death Emperor back to the Spirit Martial Academy. Be careful." Tuxi continues touching his chest, saying, "Still irritable, still dissatisfied with your back." Behind him, she secretly does bad things. Lang Feng thanks her for her words and says, "Thank you, I'll be more careful." Then Tuxi kisses Lang Feng, making him blush like a ripe tomato. Lang Feng awkwardly waves goodbye to Tuxi, who is still blushing and stammers, "I have to go now." Tuxi teases, "You're such a shy little disciple." As Lang Feng leaves, Tuxi holds the ring under the moonlight and exclaims in surprise, "This is full of priceless treasures," but she then gets lost in her thoughts. Death Emperor, can we meet again? Suddenly, the kiss lights up as she hears laughter. "It's perfect, it's perfect." Lang King says happily, "Finally, everyone has become a spirit master." Zhao Guanqiu laughs loudly and says, "Death Emperor, now I'm really strong." Tran Xiaofeng cries sadly, thanking Lang Feng as he covers his face. He shouts, "Death Emperor, from now on, I'll be your little brother in fire and water." Lang Feng patted Tu Feng's shoulder firmly and said, "Good. From now on we are brothers in spirit." Lang then hugged his two pets and then Lang Feng spoke slowly. "This time not only did you succeed, but even Little Yellow and Little Green did too." Suddenly a voice shouted angrily, "Why do living creatures get to participate while I don't?" Lang Feng teased and waved his hand saying, "I remember the first time we met. You said you knew about mental energy. Don't shout anymore, that's just me fooling you." Then Lang Feng comforted with a smile, "Now you're just a hollow body, unable to control your mental energy. Even if I gave you soul herbs, it wouldn't help." Hearing this, he gestured and said, "All right, wait until my main self wakes up. You must make it up to me then." Lang Feng made a silly face and Namheim said, "I'll send you back to the Spirit Martial Academy. You can continue your cultivation there." Lang Feng raised his hand and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's go home." The head of the group was angry and said, "Namheim, I haven't agreed with you yet." Lang then laughed and said, "Little Feng is really mischievous." Duxi Wuyu continued, "The teleportation from Fire City has started. We should go home now." The sunset was beautiful as everyone waved goodbye to the Mystic Realm. Goodbye, holy shrine of the mystic realm. Many people gathered at the entrance of the mystic realm waiting for their disciples. Jia Yun and the elders were waiting. Jia Yun softly said, "Today is the day when our disciples return from the holy shrine. We are eagerly looking forward to it, as long as they come back safely." That's a great victory. Master Yun Ming sighed while thinking about his disciple who had been in training for a year. Suddenly, faint figures appeared at the entrance of the mystic realm, and someone shouted, "They're out! Someone is coming out!" Among the disciples, two people wearing armor and carrying banners emerged. Liuya was proud of his disciple and said slowly, "Great job! All our disciples have gained something, especially Ma Hong and Li Yan, who reached Spirit Beast level 5. One of the elders from Matsu Temple said anxiously, "Why haven't Lang Fong and Duxi Wu Yu returned yet?" Another elder added, "Yes, those are our two strongest disciples. We must hope nothing bad happens to them." This conversation made Yun Meng even more worried. Suddenly, many beams of light entered the mystic realm entrance, shocking everyone. Someone shouted, "Why is there a sudden inspection? Whose power is so strong?" Little green and little yellow emerged from the mystic realm, flying out like mad. Yun Ming was surprised and exclaimed, "Little green and little yellow." Many people were stunned by the sight of the two beasts. Someone shouted in fear, "Lang Fong's beasts have reached Spirit Beast level 6. Lang Fan and Duxi Wu Yu had returned. Only Lang Fong was missing." The old man looked at them with wide eyes, shocked. Lang Fan's progress to Spirit Beast level 7 was too rapid. Duxi Wu Yu is close to becoming a martial king with Spirit Beast level 9. The lightning grew stronger and more frequent. People were blinded by the bright light and loud sounds. Someone shouted, "Who's flying? It's so bright." Our main character flew out from there too. Lang Fong landed with a cool and confident pose. Lang Fong looked around and Li Zheng was shocked, shouting, "Impossible! Lang Fong has reached the peak of Spirit Beast level. He's even stronger than Duxi Wu Yu." Yun Ming said softly, "Little scoundrel, I'm not jealous. Lang Fong is in the holy shrine. Everyone says it's the Death Emperor. Is this a rumor?" And there's Li Yan at the Tomb of Despair. Lang Fong casually ran his fingers through his hair and replied, "I need to clarify here. This is not a rumor." Someone still weak asked angrily, "Is it really like that? Who's the Death Emperor?" Jia Yun said again, "You don't know yet?" Someone explained, "He's a legendary figure in the Holy Shrine who defeated experts from all over. Finally, he won first place on the ranking list. That is the Death Emperor. That's Lang Fong." Lang Fong looked arrogantly and waved to everyone. Everyone was amazed by this earth-shaking news. The legendary achievements of Lang Fong were shouted out loud. "First place? Who won the ranking list? Is it our academy that one?" Lang Fan proudly said, "Yes, indeed. In the Holy Shrine. Little Fong is the champion." Duxi Wu Yu continued to speak. "The 4 great kings in my disciples' hands. 1 died, 2 were injured, and other experts are numerous." The elders pointed at Lang Fong. "Lang Fong is a genius. Lang Fong is the strongest genius in the martial nation of Lang Fang. He's furious and annoyed, stomping on those people while also feeling jealous, asking if he dares to call himself a king. Isn't that rebelling against heaven?" Lang Fong answers coldly, "First, I didn't give myself this title. Second, it wasn't me who moved it. I still have." Before he could finish, the embrace from Wan Ming left him dazed and speechless. Wan Ming says she's happy he's back. Her warm hug makes Lang Fong blush. But Lang Fong quickly rubs his face before saying, "I'm home now," as a voice from above his head turns out to be an angry Wan Ming, demanding the herbs. Lang Fong sweats profusely and shivers, replying, "So you haven't forgotten? It's late outside the Lin Wu Academy." In front of Wan Ming's anger, Lang Fong pretends to be a deer scratching his head and says he couldn't find many herbs in the sacred secret garden this time. Hu Yu recounts Lang Fong's achievements, saying, "Tell them what happened." The Black Emperor needs several thousand grade earth medicinal herbs just to make top-grade spirit pills. The disciples are surprised and ask again, "Several thousand?" Hu Yu angrily pinches Lang Fong's cheek and shouts, "Several thousand. That's what you call not many? Lang Feng hesitantly says, actually, I only sold one spirit pill. Huyu continues to ramble on, saying the Black Emperor also made top-grade yin-yang earth pills. Try guessing how many grade earth medicinal herbs he got in exchange. The disciples eagerly ask, tell us, tell us. Huyu snaps his fingers and looks at them with wide eyes before shouting, hundreds of thousands. The disciples shout back, what? Hearing this, Lang Feng cries out, you're making it up more and more. You're lying. There are no hundreds of thousands. Wan Meng remains silent, angrily saying, even if you have enough herbs, I can't make earth pills even with that many herbs. But your little brat made top-grade earth pills. Who will be the master after this? Lang Feng says coldly, now my hands are full of rings like a newly rich man. Top-grade earth pills and grade earth medicinal herbs. I don't understand. Wan Ming grabs Lang Feng's hand and looks down, shouting, where did you get so many ring-shaped objects? What's inside? Lang Feng bluntly says, they're all filled with stones. Wan Ming gets angrier and roars, even if I need the stones, they're still needed. Her roar is deafening. Lang Feng replies, shut up. Just give you one ring should be enough? Lang Feng pales and meekly says, give you the smallest one here. It contains about hundreds of thousands of medicinal herbs. Wan Ming excitedly hugs the ring and says, oh, I can smell the sweet scent of the herbs that makes my heart flutter. They're all high-grade herbs. Lang Feng sighs and says, that's true. Suddenly, Wan Ming kisses Lang Feng on the cheek, making him open his eyes wide. Wan Ming licks her lips excitedly and says, good disciple, this is a reward from your teacher. Making Lang Feng blush as he rubs his cheeks and shouts, those herbs I worked so hard to obtain were stolen by someone else. Suddenly, Wan Ming hugs Lang Feng gently and asks, do you need me to compensate you more? Lang Feng blushes and yells, stop it, I'm still a child. Lang Feng notices Elder Hua Yun and the academy director seems a bit excited. Lang Feng looks up at Wan Ming and asks, Academy Director Hua Yun, what's wrong with him? Wan Ming takes a deep breath and sadly answers, the academy director. It's still midnight, most people have returned. Academy Director Hua Yun is lying on the bed, his face showing pain. Lang Feng looks worried at Hua Yun. Academy Director Hua Yun is a 5th-rank martial emperor. Who could have injured him so badly? Wan Ming says, during the rescue in the wilderness, he was surrounded and attacked by 3 martial emperors from Ma Wu sect. They even spread rumors that one person would kill one person of our academy. Wan Ming sighs and says, because we still lack many high-grade medicinal herbs, Director Hua Yun is still injured. Lang Feng takes a vial of medicine and answers, don't worry, longevity-preserving prescriptions are here. And this one too, he continues, holding another vial. Earth Essence can enhance the healing effects. It's an extremely good tonic. Lang Feng gives Hua Yun the medicine and slowly explains, Director Hua Yun will recover completely soon. The situation is very dangerous now. Our enemies are not just Ma Wu sect, they might also be hidden sects, Medicine sect, Ling family, Tang family, and Te family. Wan Ming's face turns pale and shouts, you've offended to many people as well. Lang Feng looks at Hua Yun sleeping and sighs, saying, alright, Director Hua Yun, just rest now. Then he analyzes for Wan Ming that any enemy could launch an attack. We need to actively prepare for the battle. But before that, I must go to the wilderness first. Suddenly, Wan Ming worries and says, stay calm, our enemies are those 3 martial emperors. Or wait until Director Hua Yun fully recovers before making a decision. Lang Feng calmly stands by the window and says, just 3 martial emperors. Don't worry, I have it under control. Yun Meng is restless, sighing and saying, Shorty, why can't you just be a good disciple? Lang Feng turns around and talks to Yun Meng because he needs to show them that the Spirit Martial Academy isn't easy to bully. Later, Lang Feng arrives at the Martial King level of Martial Emperor, where things are extremely chaotic. Looking down, Lang Feng realizes this is where Vice Dean Jiafan's battle took place against their enemy. Suddenly, a beam of light targets Lang Feng, making him alert and look around cautiously. A bolt of arrow flies out quickly. Lang Feng dodges nimbly and shouts, "Who shot at us? Come out and fight if you're brave." As soon as he finishes speaking, the purple-robed figures appear. They are from the Matsu sect's martial emperors. One of them, young Vo Huang, has such skills that's not simple. Lang Feng pointed at Vo Huang angrily and said, "To second-level Vo Huangs, did you to beat Director Jia to injury?" Another Vo Huang appeared. Vo Huang spoke loudly. "Who said only two of you? I'm a third-level Vo Huang too." 3 Vo Huangs from Mak Vong appeared and one mocked. "The Spirit Martial Academy can only send a child to spy on us. That's really weak. If I say Mak Vong doesn't need to prepare for another month, we could kill you all now." Lang Feng rushed into the fight and shouted, "You want to destroy us after a month? Now I'll kill you." The other Vo Huangs also rushed over. "What an arrogant child! Die already!" For people clashed in a purple and yellow light. Cut to the morning at the Alchemy Garden. Lang Fan was pulling Xiao Nao Qiao's face and sighed, wondering if Little Feng is in danger. Van Meng sat uneasily on her seat without speaking. Xiao Nao Qiao spread his wings to beg Lang Fan, "Please let me go, sister." For some reason, he hit Lang Feng's face accurately. Lang Fan was surprised and happily said, "Little Feng is back." Little Vong stood up excitedly saying, Lang Feng is full of wounds, clothes covered in dust, nose red with laughter, saying, "I'm back." Van Meng hurried to hug Lang Feng and asked, "Are you hurt?" Lang Feng, he looked tired as he replied, "I met 3 Mak Vong Vo Huangs in the wilderness." Van Meng exclaimed, 3 Vo Huangs, so escaping them was already not easy. Lang Feng had blood running from his nose and calmly answered, "Are Vo Huangs really that strong? Wasn't I just running away?" At Mak Vong's wilderness, the 3 villains were knocked out by him. Lang Feng raised his thumb proudly saying, "I killed those 3 Vo Huangs in the wilderness." Van Meng shouted in surprise, "This is really exaggerated. You haven't even passed the Vo Huang wilderness, but you could kill 3 Vo Huangs?" Xiao Nao Qiao sat on the ground calmly and said, "Don't underestimate Little Feng. No one can say how strong this kid is." At Doilang, Lang Feng thought for a moment and said, "The most urgent now is that I'm sure of it." Lang Feng decided to tell everyone that Mak Vong will start fighting us next month. He looked serious and said, "We need to inform the teachers and students in the academy. Those with ability should prepare for battle at any time. Those without should evacuate." Van Meng was alarmed, saying, "What? This is a major battle to destroy the sect and exterminate the clan." Lang then added, "It will come as expected." Lang Feng's face turned serious and said seriously to everyone, "The situation is urgent now. Whatever needs to be done should be done immediately." Then Lang Feng forcefully hit his hands together. "I'll definitely protect the Spirit Knock Academy." Outside the academy, many people were present early in the morning. Jia Yun calmly announced that Mak Vong's people will arrive today. The Golden Lion and Green Feather have taken their disciples to hide. He needed to remind them of more details. Only 3 with ability stayed here. After a month of diligent cultivation, everyone has progressed very quickly. Of course, Talang family members were among them. All looked very confident. At this moment, Lang Feng seriously said to them, "Titi, Shidi, Miss Teacher, and you, if we fail today, we'll go to the many tiers table." Duoguyu immediately enthusiastically continued, "My disciple is not afraid of death." Lang Fan beside him also spoke with vigor. "Little Feng, I will die alongside you if I die." Van Meng shouted fiercely, "You rotten child! Don't dream of sending us to others." Elder Jia Autumn shouted at them, "Mak Vong wants to swallow our elders? Not so easily." Lang Feng firmly replied again, "All right. If that's the case, we'll die together today. Live or die together." At this moment, a stone flew and hit Lang Feng on the head. He realized that they had arrived. From afar, we could only see a group of people in purple uniforms shouting wildly, "Where are the students from Linve Academy? Quickly come out to die. We've already broken the main entrance. Do you want to be like a turtle with its head tucked inside its shell? Van saw this and got angry, daring to break into the Linve Academy's main entrance. Inside him, a burst of fire energy erupted as he continued, "They're not afraid of death at all." Then an immense mysterious power radiated out, enveloping the entire Linji Academy. The disciples from McVantang were oppressed by this atmosphere and gritted their teeth. The atmosphere is truly terrifying. The old master of McVantang landed and shouted loudly, Van, just because you did a small thing, are you worried now? You're getting more cowardly as you get older. He slowly took off his helmet and continued to speak arrogantly. I thought you were dead in the wilderness, but it turns out you survived until now. He is the patriarch of McVantang. Mrs. VU, with a fierce face, shouted loudly, but today, you won't escape death after meeting me. Van decisively picked up his sword to challenge. After years of sparring, it's time for us to settle this once and for all. Mrs. VU directly launched an attack in response without hesitation. I must eliminate you from the Linve Academy today, Van. A fierce battle began as the two patriarchs clashed, making the air around them thick with tension. We could hear the clashing of weapons. The McVantang disciples were still excitedly shouting. This great battle finally began. Who did the patriarch assign? Quickly kill that hateful old man. Van Meng couldn't help but worry and said, will the dean fight him or not? But Lang Fong was extremely confident in his response. The opponent is only a 6th rank martial king, but I've used medicinal pills to boost the dean's rank to 7th rank martial king. He won't lose. One of the McVantang disciples roared with anger and charged forward. Hong, your 3 brothers were killed in the wilderness realm by me. I must kill you. Lang Fong kicked his foot lightly and asked, kill me? His entire body was filled with a fierce aura as he mocked loudly. Just a 3rd rank martial king dared to say such arrogant words. Don't blame me for being ruthless. In an instant, the other disciple was beaten bloody. Lang Fong dealt with him quickly and asked the rest, McVantang, who else dares to be fearless? Get out of here. All the disciples from McVantang charged forward resolutely. Charge in, kill Hong, eliminate the Linve Academy. A line of elders stood at the front and shouted with great momentum. Your opponents are us. Those scum from McVantang. Die! In the chaos of battle, chickens ran and ducks flew everywhere. To date, the Linve Academy fully engaged in war with McVantang. Now, the entire Linve Academy is a battlefield. Everywhere you can hear the sound of weapons clashing. They are fiercely confronting each other while trying to mock one another. The elders of the Linve Academy are just like this. One of the elders angrily replied, go die, followed by the group of Wu Yu and Lang Than who charged forward using their 9th rank martial spirit techniques. Shenma quived. Those hit fell to the ground in agony, spitting out blood. Lang Than continued to charge forward with his sword. 3 sword decisions. The disciples from McVantang all fell down in pain. One of them began to secretly calculate. The students from the Linve Academy are really powerful. The one playing the zither is a 2nd rank martial king. The one wielding the sword is a 9th rank martial spirit. I have to run now. But when he saw Van Meng Sensei approaching, his eyes lit up with joy. This must be the goddess Van Meng that I've been dreaming of every night. And he approached with a sickly appearance and said loudly. Sensei Van Meng looked at him with a repulsive expression and replied, filthy thing, what do you want? He continued to approach with a more disgusting expression. Don't worry, we of the McVantang won't treat you badly. Van Meng's face turned sinister as she laughed. Seeing this, immediately shuddered in fear. Oh my god, a 2nd rank martial king beast. Van Meng immediately launched a powerful move called Fong Bao. Fluttered by beside her ear, teacher Van Meng, today I saved you. She replied hastily, go quickly, let's deal with the next one. But at this moment, several heart-wrenching cries echoed in her ears. It turned out to be Lang Fong, who held a stick and dealt with them decisively. Looked at the scene and sweat dropped. Lang Fong's strength is becoming more terrifying day by day. Van Meng also said frankly, All the enemies are second-rank martial kings, yet they were easily defeated by this kid. Mrs. Vu fought an elder while realizing in shock, oh no, recently, young second-rank martial kings have developed rapidly. Now we're at a disadvantage against McVantang. H.A. Van charged forward with intense killing intent. Martial God, admit defeat. But this cunning fellow caught the move and said quickly, I won't admit defeat. The AVU looked at the McVantang disciples and shouted loudly, do you understand now? If you don't show up now, when will you? A group of white-robed people appeared fiercely and shouted, here is the drug sect elder. Come to die, T. Hong family. Another group of people in black approached to continue. I'm here for a big showdown. Today, we must kill Zi Huang. We have to destroy the Ling Wu Academy. Mrs. Wu smiled even more confidently at this scene. You're all doomed. Ha Yuntang suddenly asked in fear. What? There are hidden enemies. Lang Feng calmly observed the scene and said, I knew you two wouldn't miss this opportunity. The leader of the medicine sect approached with an arrogant attitude. I'm Bai Gafeng, elder brother of Bai Wanyanshan. Zi Huang, come out to die. Zhang Feng pulled a dry branch and replied, you're just a 5th-rank martial emperor. Thinking you're so powerful, Lang Feng wielded his large sword and said with destructive power, this is enough to kill you. Zhang Feng angrily activated his strength and said, let me broaden your horizons. Know what the strength of a trained body is stronger than precious treasures. Your boy is full of ferocity. Activating his strength as a refined copper spirit body, Lang Feng looked at Kang Cheng's arrogant demeanor and replied, see the power of the refined copper spirit body. This punch will make even blind people see. Lang Feng's punch collided forcefully with Bai Ngafeng's sword. But he was shocked to realize that one punch not only broke his cultivation technique, but also shattered my precious sword. What kind of terrifying energy is this? Lang Feng angrily retorted at his appearance. Enough talk, another punch for you. Zhang Feng could barely speak. No, 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 while Lang Feng fiercely charged in and delivered a fatal blow. As the members of medicine sect Moxuan started to worry, Lang Feng's martial body strength was indeed terrifying. A different elder continued. This punch can't even be withstood by 4th or 5th rank martial emperors. The other person continued, if it's like this, we can't fight alone. Let everyone charge in together. Lang Feng waved his hand provocatively at them. Alright, don't waste any more words. If you're good, come on, all of you. The group became furious and charged forward. That's the one who said it. Don't blame us for using numbers to intimidate or overpowering the smaller side. You only know how to ambush from behind. You little scoundrels of Moxuan sect, you only know how to sneak attack. No matter how many more there are, it's still like this. He then struck the large rock with one hand. Open your eyes and see the treasure from the Holy Realm secret realm. They all widened their eyes in shock as they looked up at the terrifying sight. It's over! What is this? This is called the second formation of Central Ninth Stone. Ba Wu watched the scene and sweat dropped, exclaiming in amazement. 6 elders of medicine sect Moxuan were killed instantly. Ha Yentang laughed even more arrogantly. Lang Feng, 1 stone kills 6 martial emperors. Good job. The people from the other side saw this and realized with horror that all our young disciples died in this small mountain because of this. They couldn't believe it as they looked on. They all flew up, filled with death energy, shouting loudly. Now our time to retaliate has come. Mao Ming was also very worried. Oh my god, the leaders are 8th rank martial emperors. The others are 5th and 6th rank martial emperors. Xiao Huang's eyes widened again. What? They quickly reminded them. Lang Feng, run fast. Run! Don't come here! If you come here, you'll only find your own death. Lang King and Solo Wu Yu were surrounded. The situation was extremely difficult now. Senior sister, Xiao Feng is in danger. What should we do? And 60 lines are repeated, so I will end with the last unique line. Xiao Feng is in danger. What should we do? Wu Yu alone had to reluctantly agree. Hateful. We're surrounded. Can't send for help. Lang King also understood this and continued softly. Right now, We can only trust Xiao Feng. The Chinese forces stood high, shouting menacingly, Imperial-grade cultivation method, combined technique. Lang Feng didn't back down loudly in response. Come on over. Let's see who's stronger. A series of powerful attacks hit Lang Feng alone. He struggled to resist them with all his might. Seeing him not destroyed, the Chinese forces boasted that their Nine Heavens Light Arrays anti-missile system was supreme within the martial emperor realm. This brat is only a martial spirit intelligence realm, definitely won't withstand it. But Lang Feng still stubbornly responded, "Who says I can't endure it?" Then he unleashed all his hidden energy with full force and said, "You underestimated me too much." The Swift Moment elders loudly asked, "This brat actually broke our anti-missile system. Even adding another bronze protective body wouldn't work. Could it be?" Lang Feng calmly faced them without panic or haste. Seeing him now, the Swift Moment elders guessed that this brat's strength had surpassed the martial spirit intelligence realm. Even though it was nighttime, the Spirit Martial Academy still covered in various kinds of power. Lang Feng firmly stood his ground and replied, "Over the past month, I've reached the Martial Emperor realm." Xiao Huan added enthusiastically, "Lang Feng's cultivation base is very deep, so its second-level Martial Emperor strength can match a 6th-level one." Yunmeng also chimed in politely, "Knowing more techniques means it could defeat an 8th-level Martial Emperor too." Lang King, seeing Lang Feng gaining the upper hand, said excitedly, "Then let's show our true power. Xiao Feng really knows how to break hearts." The Chinese elders immediately shouted, "This brat is truly demonic. Quickly set up an ray." They immediately agreed and set up the Nine Heavens Light Ray. Lang Feng saw this and became more challenging. "Here, let's see who dies." He stepped forward boldly and loudly said, "Imperial grade release, spatial first step." The elders suddenly couldn't see him and asked anxiously, "What? Where did the person go?" Lang Feng instantly flew up into the sky, second layer of petrified stone. Then he threw a rock called Complete Pressure. He was surprised by what he saw and exclaimed, "What?" Lang Feng flew over happily, saying it hit its target. A black figure quickly passed by. He suddenly appeared behind him and said, "Emperor of Death, accept this blow from me." Lang Feng, slightly injured by the blow, turned to reply, "You can dodge my attack. No wonder you're an 8th-level martial emperor." Another person wanting to take advantage said, "And me too. I must avenge the 5 brothers who died." The alchemy sect members saw this situation and thought, while Emperor of Death is occupied over there, let's quickly deal with the rest. Thinking that, they jumped forward to attack Yunmeng. Dong Chuo cried out in alarm, "Trouble!" Emperor of Death was hit too and urgently told her, "Run fast, don't stand there." When Xiao Feng wasn't paying attention, "It's bad, the little teacher is in danger." The Chinese elders appeared from behind to ambush him. "Fool! Are you just watching here? Emperor of Death, go die." He pulled out his sword and said, "Look closely, we'll destroy the Spirit Martial Academy in front of your eyes." At this moment, Lang King was hit by the cold ice spear. Seeing Lang King sit on the ground, Lan Feng became more worried, "Big sister." His whole body flared with anger and he wouldn't allow it. The Chinese alchemy sect members, drenched in fire, screamed in horror. "What kind of fire is this? Why can't it be extinguished?" Lang Feng turned and proudly replied, "Naturally, no one could put out this fire because it's the supreme Yang Flame Good." His whole body was now covered with flammable materials. Just a slight wave of his hand and flames appeared. He said, "Plus recently I've ascended in cultivation, so calling it holy fire first is right." Lang Feng looked at them angrily and continued, "Holy fire emerges, heaven and earth change. Even a martial sage facing me, I can destroy him completely." The Chinese forces became increasingly frightened. "Holy fire, that's the power of a martial sage level 1, but another said dismissively, "Nonsense, I don't believe it." Lan Feng gently shifted his power, and the elder who got caught in the holy flame stepped back, stuttering. A loud boom echoed. It seemed he was swallowed by the flames. With his entire body engulfed in fire, he could only suffer. Lan Feng didn't care, just glaring as he ordered elsewhere to stop. DOC. Wu took advantage of the situation and rushed out to take Ling King with her. The swords clashed loudly against each other. Jia Yun looked at Bao Wu and shouted loudly, "The power of the holy flame! You've seen it too! Are you still not giving up?" Superior martial artist, but he stubbornly replied, "I will never give up." Bao Wu turned around and glared at the group behind Wu. Medicine sect. Both of your Moxuan sect and Tao family have already given their all. What are you waiting for? The people from the medicine sect finally started acting. Just as long as we stretch out the distance, the holy fire won't be a threat anymore. Let's fight together. Can we really lose to a martial emperor? Lan Fang laughed and pointed at them, saying, "You three are considered the strongest, right? If I kill you all, then everything will end." They stood on the plateau and responded. Both of them were 9th rank martial emperors, while I am half a martial sage. He continued to challenge, saying if they weren't afraid of death, he would wait for them. Lan Fang laughed and said, "I won't be polite anymore. Take the strongest blow from me. You must immediately unleash your ultimate move called Imperial Technique." They realized it was a long-range attack just now. Damn, we're in trouble, they shouted as they were hit by the flames. The people from the medicine sect cried out in panic, I'm hit! I'm hit!" The sect master worriedly called out to his disciple. Lan Fang continued to attack without stopping and said, "Let's see this clearly. Not only will I kill you three." He pointed up at the sky and released a fireball, saying, "I'll kill all the enemies here too." The people caught in the flames cried out in pain. "Worthless," they said. They still wanted to capture Yun Meng with evil intentions. "Even if they died, I will pull you down with me." Yun Meng stepped back and shouted, "Don't come here." Xiao Huang rushed out immediately to take the hit. "You scoundrel, go die." Yun Meng sighed in relief, finally saved. The opposite Wu also couldn't escape his fate. He cried out in pain and desperation, "This isn't fair." Jia Wen coldly mocked them. "Why do you think your family doesn't have a genius like Lan Fang?" Everywhere was filled with cries of agony as people were burned. "Save me! Save me!" The people from the medicine sect trembled and wondered, "Why is this happening? Why is this happening?" Lan Fang continued to pressure them, saying all three major forces people are dead now. Only you are left. He looked at him with a determined gaze and said, "Prepare to die, half martial sage." The people from the medicine sect quickly found a way out. "Kill me," they shouted loudly. They were just a half martial sage. Could he withstand my Yang Light Holy Flame? Just as Lan Fang released the Demon King fire, he only needed to wave his flask in front of him and absorb it. He was surprised by how much power was absorbed. "Look, my alchemy furnace is completely different from their holy flames." Lan Fang continued to attack without hesitation. "So, try this move, Toy Hin in Toy Soul Seal." He realized he forgot that the Death Emperor knew mental strength. "Damn it, I forgot." As Lan Fang approached with his two swords, he playfully taunted him. "I used mental strength to scare you." Looking at him standing helplessly, he said, "See how arrogant you can get now." He punched him hard and added, "First rule, for the destruction of our Spirit Martial Academy by your family." Next, he continued his attack. Second rule, for the injuries to the headmaster and elders, until he was on his last breath. He said, "Third rule, for my sister, senior sister, and young teacher." And so on, 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 and so on. The look of drug sex face is so distorted it's unrecognizable now. Lan Fang landed and ended the fight, saying lightly, "The battle is over, work done." CSC CVU Ingide had to admit, this was indeed a very formidable battle. Despite his severe injuries, Lang then struggled to say, "Little Fang, it's only because of protecting our dream cloud that he dares to relax. This kid eliminated dozens of martial kings. He's truly terrifying." Little Huang fell flat on the ground muttering, "Finally, this is over." Another figure appeared with a wicked expression, saying, "It hasn't ended yet." He exuded an aura of a petty person as he said loudly, "Looks like I'm too late to see Lo Wunan's performance." Lang Fong, exhausted, sat on the ground and laughed. "You're from the La family. You won't miss this exciting show." Hearing that, he laughed even louder, saying, "If your emperor is still alive, how can I report back?" Suddenly, Van shouted, "We're doomed. I can't move anymore." Lang Fong noticed the saint light behind this guy and said worriedly, "This guy has a martial saint's strength. He's pressing us hard." CSECVU Ngai yelled urgently, "Little Fong, run, little no." However, Lang then quickly deduced that even Sishi might not be able to move. Nearby Dream Cloud also urged helplessly, "Rotten kid, hurry and run, hurry and run." Little Huang panicked, muttering non-stop, "It's over, we're finished." Lang Fong said firmly, "No way am I leaving you behind to run alone." Lu Wunong laughed loudly, "Then take my life as payment." Suddenly, an anonymous figure lightly attacked and was surprised by the strength broken. He casually waved his hand and replied, "A martial saint of a lowly sect, no need for a strike." Lu Wunong couldn't believe it, eyes wide open. Strange, the Spirit Martial Academy hides a martial sovereign. The figure still calmly waved his nose. He turned and said tiredly, "Are you the one who shattered my beautiful dream?" Lu Wunong quickly denied, "No way, no way." Asking him, he knew in his heart that a martial sovereign's anger could easily crush a martial king like me. The person facing him angrily said, "Dared to ask me? You clearly don't understand the rules. Hurry and tell me why you're on my territory." Lu Wunong quickly bowed respectfully, "Martial sovereign, I dare not offend you, but your young disciple was killed by our family's heir. This grudge, I must avenge it." The martial sovereign thought for a moment and said, "Emperor, we don't know each other well." Lu Wunong responded happily, "Exactly?" But the martial sovereign then hugged him and playfully looked at him, saying, "We're just normal teacher-student relationships." Lang Fong struggled to say, "Don't touch me, I still have two swords on me." Lu Wunong knew this guy was trying to cover for someone. He tried to escape quietly, but couldn't defend him, so he left. But the martial sovereign warmly said, "I can't let you go. Stay and have dinner with us." His force knocked him down. A puddle formed where he fell. Lu Wunong was exhausted but could only mumble, "Martial sovereign, I still have some dumplings at home. Please don't keep me here." The martial sovereign asked him with a serious face, "If you can withstand one of my subordinates, I won't detain you anymore." Lu Wunong stood up and softly thought, "This is great. Look, your subordinate just used all his strength." The martial sovereign was unsatisfied and replied, "Not now. I haven't used a fraction of my power yet. If others knew that one of my subordinates couldn't defeat a martial king, would that be too embarrassing?" Lu Wunong secretly thought, "Shameless. Do you want me to die?" The martial sovereign continued taunting, "Are you ready?" "I'm prepared." Later, the martial sovereign challenged again, "Are you ready?" He had to respond, "10 of your subordinates, secretly betting in my heart. I'll risk it. I have a saint-grade armor on me. Maybe I can endure." The martial sovereign was excited and shouted, "All right, that's some backbone." His entire body exuded a terrifying aura. Lang Fong saw this and exclaimed in fear. Heaven and earth changed color. This is the power of a martial sovereign. He directly unleashed a divine-grade technique, a large hand pressing down, crushing the sky. Lu Wunong stood rooted to the spot. He could only helplessly look up in fear. As soon as the elders took off, the air turned thick with dust. He lay flat on the ground. Little Emperor was delighted to end it. Finally over. Cloud Dream also sighed in relief. One elder defeated a martial saint. "Our master is truly formidable." Lang Feng denied being his master again. So Lo Moonblade was elated as well. "We won! The Spirit Martial Academy won." Ling King also chimed in softly. "That's great!" Jia Yun hugged the martial saint and cheered loudly. "You are our great benefactor to the Spirit Martial Academy." The martial saint responded, "It's nothing, just a small matter." After a while, Jia Yun was shocked to find that his presence had become transparent. The martial saint looked at his hand and replied, "Seems like it's time for me to leave now." Before leaving, he smiled kindly at them. Jia Yun was still startled, thinking. See, the martial saint suddenly seemed surprised. His eyes turned white. I shrank into a small yellow ball. With an older tone, he said to Lang Feng, for helping me. I've exhausted all my strength. You must repay me later. Lan King helplessly replied. All right. Jia Yun was surprised and asked what happened. Lang Feng explained that although Zifeng is a martial saint, his body is weak. He can only use all his strength to defeat 1 or 2 elders at most. His energy has run out now. He can only shrink back, but no matter what, we've won in the end, Lan King said excitedly. Immediately, everyone rushed towards him. The examiner said that this young man risked his life to protect the academy. A great achievement was made. The examiner continued, everyone, come quickly and console our little emperor. Jia Yun still angrily shouted, after this battle, all the powerful from Macbin sect have fallen in battle. The other 3 major forces suffered significant losses as well. He said with full of resentment, one day, we will avenge this and level Mount Wu. Lan King shivered and muttered, it's so cold, so cold. Lang Feng worriedly ran up to ask, Auntie, what's wrong? Auntie is having a fever. The symptoms of Han Bangfa are showing. Then the scene changed 3 days later. A group of people called from outside the door softly, Elder King, brother, are you there? Lang King replied, Tran Xiaobang, why are you here? Tran Xiaobang quickly answered, I heard that Spirit Martial Academy was attacked, thus, I rushed over to help. He continued, thank goodness the danger is over. However, my aunt has fallen ill again. Lan King lay on the bed with a pale face. The old man beside him approached and said, judging from her appearance, it seems like Han Bangfa's symptoms are showing. Tran Xiaobang introduced, this is my grandfather. He's currently a famous doctor. He looked at it for a while and then transferred his inner energy into Lan King's body. Everyone noticed that Lan King's complexion seemed much better now. My aunt had once suffered from Han Bangfa before. I treated her with the mysterious crystal stone back then. In this battle, she was hit by a Han Bang elder and it flared up again. The old man judged that if so, there's a possibility that Han Bangfa has worsened. Lang King answered in alarm. It turns out to be like that. For extreme coldness of Han Bangfa, the mysterious crystal stone can only suppress it temporarily, but not permanently. That's why it flared up again. But treating extreme coldness is extremely difficult. What should we do now? The old man took out a small object and continued, this is an ancient magical stone. It can temporarily suppress the extreme coldness of Han Bangfa. Tran Xiaobang accepted it. Lang King happily said, great, we will follow your instructions. The old man said, Tran Xiaobang doesn't need to be so formal. He stared at the object in his hand for a while before transferring its energy into Lan King's body. Everyone noticed that Lan King's complexion indeed seemed much better now. However, the old man continued, ancient bloodstone can only alleviate the condition. To cure it permanently, we need fire spirit divine fruit. Lan King thought for a moment and asked, where can we buy this fire spirit divine fruit? Cloud Dream worriedly added, the fire spirit divine fruit grows only in the Ice Mountain range on West Divine Island. That place is extremely dangerous. Lang King heard but didn't show it. He said, let's decide then. I will take my sister to West Divine Island tomorrow morning at the Spirit Martial Academy. Cloud Dream confirmed again, are you really going to West Divine Island? Lang Fong firmly replied, we can't delay this any longer. Tomorrow Sister T and I will set off. Yunming sighed a bit reluctantly. You've only just returned from the Holy Lotus Realm a month ago. Why must you leave again now? But Lang Fong was happy to comfort her. Pretty teacher, don't be sad. Do you have time tonight? I want to do something with you. Yunming was momentarily stunned. But as night fell outside the Spirit Martial Academy, it remained quiet. The beautiful Yunming appeared with some concern. You rotten brat. What could you possibly need me for this late at night? Lang Fong, dressed up, replied, I won't explain much. Just take off your clothes quickly. Yunming angrily asked back, what did you say? She then shouted loudly in anger. What kind of woman do you think I am? The helpless boy shouted back fiercely. Where are you going? Haven't you seen the 9-leaf soul grass in my hand? I want to help you become a spirit perception master. Yunmeng was delighted when she heard this and replied, Really? Help me become a spirit perception master, right? If I have spirit perception power, the pills I make will be incredibly strong. Tell me, what do you want from me? Lang Fong, drunk and slurred, replied, Little teacher, your cultivation is too weak. You can't practice on your own. So I can only use my chi to help you progress. You need to take off your clothes so I can transfer all of my chi into your body. Yunmeng reluctantly complied. It's a bit too much for me. Brad, Lang Fong said dismissively. Just think you're still a girl. There's no need to be shy about undressing and practicing. Suddenly, strange sounds started coming from somewhere. Lang Fong reminded her to focus. If she let go now, it would harm her original spirit. She confidently replied, Don't worry, I can endure no matter how painful it is. He continued, I've absorbed the energy of the soul grass. Now I'll push it into your body. Earlier, he shouted, Little teacher, come in. Yunmeng tensely said, Lang Fong, you come in. But then she softly said, It hurts too much. Don't worry about me getting hurt more, little teacher. I'll try to endure. He replied, I can handle it. Use all your strength. At the same time, they both shouted together, Now push it in with all your might. Her eyes emitted divine flames that shattered the nearby pot. She happily said, Look, I've broken the alchemy furnace. Lang Fong sighed and replied, Congratulations, little teacher. You're now a spirit perception master. Yunmeng, dressed up, praised him. Your skills are getting more impressive. You can help others develop their spirit perception power. She continued shyly, The chi you transferred into my body earlier was really strong. Lang Fong proudly replied, Of course I'm strong enough, little teacher. Do you want to repay me with your body? Yunmeng looked at him with a sly glance and thought, This brat has grown up. He's learned to tease his teachers now. We can't just treat him as a disciple anymore. Then she said hatefully, If you want me to repay you, you have to become a martial god first. He asked back, Martial god? I'll eventually become one. So let's do it now. Yunmeng yawned and stretched. She then lay down on Lang Fong. I'm sleepy, I'll sleep here. Lang Fong sighed in agreement as he looked at her. The process earlier was indeed intense. Little teacher's physical strength is completely drained now. As night enveloped the Spirit Martial Academy, Lang Fong called out, Go to bed and sleep on your own bed. Don't stay on me. The next day, many people gathered at the academy's training ground. Jia Yun asked with a doubtful look, Lang Fong, are you guys definitely going to West Divine Island this time? Isn't it too dangerous? Zhang Feng clasped his hands and looked determinedly at the headmaster. Sister T's condition can't be prolonged any longer. My heart is set. Trinjuja suggested, if His Majesty needs us, we're willing to send people for protection. Lang Fong warmly replied, No need to trouble yourselves. I'll bring this person with me. He then took out the pills he needed and said, During my absence, the Spirit Martial Academy requests your concern and assistance. Here are some medicinal pills for you. Please accept them. Trinjuja stroked her beard in admiration. The pills His Majesty made are priceless treasures. Thank you very much. Then he announced to Jia Yun, From now on, anyone who dares to cause trouble for our Spirit Martial Academy is actually causing trouble for my family. It's the same as causing trouble for Trinjuja. Jia Yun bowed in response. Please accept our concern and assistance. Wu Yu felt guilty, only wishing her cultivation was hired to accompany them. She couldn't go with them. Her worry showed as she warned them. You must be careful. Tang Feng smiled at them warmly. Don't worry, the little teacher and senior sister. Just stay here to protect the Spirit Martial Academy while I'm away. Both Little King and Little Golden Yellow are very worried too. Lan Feng patted their heads, instructing them to stay behind and guard the Spirit Martial Academy. Then Lan Feng turned to Lan King and said, Senior sister, for your safety during this trip, I'll temporarily put you in this ring. Inside, it's full of medicinal herbs that are good for your body. Lan King happily agreed, okay? The light from the ring slowly pulled Lan King inside. With a finger pointing forward, he said, "Under old leader Huang, we've prepared a simple teleportation that can directly take you to West Divine Island." Lan Feng turned and replied, "Old brother, thank you for these days." After bidding everyone farewell, Lan Feng stepped into the teleportation and said goodbye. "Mountains high, rivers long, we will meet again someday." Everyone responded loudly, "Take care." Then the teleportation took him straight up to the sky. Yunmeng and Solo Moon Illness said they would wait for his return. A lone island in the sea, West Divine Island. Lan Feng and Chuzi finally arrived. "We've reached our destination," Chuzi observed with admiration. The Western Divine Sea is indeed much larger than Southern Martial Nation. "There are too many people here," Lan Feng replied urgently. "No more crowding. Let's go to the ice mountain now." Suddenly, a nearby merchant called out. The little vendor wanted to go to the ice mountain? It's extremely cold there. Fortunately, I have inflamed fireworm remains and red cloud fruits here. People will definitely need them. He then showed his treasures. Lan Feng observed for a moment and said, "These two can control the power of Han Bang, and this inflamed fireworm remain can help enhance my young holy flame. The quality is quite good, uncle. How about the price?" The merchant replied with his hand outstretched. "Inflamed fireworm remains are 2 grade sect master pills. Red cloud fruits are 3. Lan Feng frowned at the price. "That's too expensive." Chuzi angrily cursed. "Grade sect master pills are even more precious than earth grade pills. You dare ask for 5? Why don't you just rob it instead?" The merchant smiled cheerfully. "Little brother, if you really want to buy them, let's negotiate the price slightly. I'll give you a bit of time to think about it." Suddenly, someone spoke up. "These 2 treasures. I'll take them all." The voice made everyone turn and look. A girl repeated arrogantly, "Did you not hear that? Just now, I said I'll buy them all. Your line is very busy." In a corner, the merchant asked suddenly, "If you take everything, do you think Miss can afford it?" The girl confidently replied, "Of course I can. I have to grade sect master pills 1 star. The merchant helplessly explained to her, "Miss, don't joke with me. Inflamed fireworm remains are already priced at 2 grade sect master pills each, let alone the red cloud fruits." The girl sighed and said, "If that's the case, I'll just take the red cloud fruits as a bonus." The merchant couldn't bear it anymore and angrily cursed, "You're robbing me. The red cloud fruits are even more precious than inflamed fireworm remains. How can they be given away?" The girl didn't give up and said again, "Okay then, I'll take the inflamed fireworm remains as a bonus." So Lan Feng whispered to the arrogant one on the side, "Which wine shop is this? They took more than both of us combined." The merchant, unable to bear it anymore, angrily cursed and waved his hand in rejection. "Miss, don't joke with me again." The girl was offended and retorted, "Little miss, what's wrong with me? Line 60 is the same as line 58. He awkwardly coughed a few times to probe, "Is this brother or someone bidding for it?" The wanderer replied shyly, "I bid to pearls." The wanderer quickly clarified, "No, what I meant was I'm offering 5 top-grade yin-yang essence pills." Arrogant added beside him, "The quality is just as good as a master's grade potion." The merchant had no choice but to decide, "All right then, sell it to you for that price." The girl angrily scolded, "Hey, are you trying to sabotage our deal?" Arrogant asked with a sly smile, "Hey, where did this Lolita temper girl come from?" The girl really got angry and cursed. "Temper? Who are you calling Lolita temper?" Lang Feng said nothing and turned away. Arrogant continued goading the girl. "Alright, I'm not temperamental at all. Go home now." The girl finally got angry and couldn't hold back her aura. "You little brat and ugly bird. Are you daring to look down on me?" Then she immediately attacked Lang Feng. "I have to crush all of you." But when she approached, she still couldn't touch Lang Feng. The girl asked in surprise, "How is that possible? I'm a 2nd rank martial emperor, and yet I can't even touch it." Lang Feng gently grabbed her hand. His calm action made the girl blush. Then he pushed her down forcefully. Arrogant turned around to say, "This is the power of cultivation. You've learned something today, haven't you?" The girl sniffled but still retorted fiercely, "Disgusting. Leave your name behind and I won't spare any of you. Fengzhen followed suit and said, I'm Arrogant Adjustment. With that name engraved in her mind, the girl declared, Arrogant Adjustment, may he never die in the Ice Mountain. If not, I'll make sure to avenge him. In an instant, they arrived at the Ice Mountain. Little Lang Feng walked through thick snow. It's so cold. Lang Feng frowned as he sensed the pressure from the Ice Mountain. The deeper he went, the heavier his steps became. Possibly due to the long cloak and heavy snow, Lang Feng stumbled. Unluckily, Arrogant fell out of the cloak, feeling the mountain's pressure at 300,000 caddies. Arrogant grimaced in panic. If I were to leave your body, it would be even worse. Finally, Arrogant returned to his position and said relieved, Lucky us, you're a second-rank martial emperor. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any chance of fighting. Lang Feng exclaimed, Trouble. Lang Feng reported the current situation. My fire immortal chi can't escape. The sun was high up on the ice mountain now. Lang Feng frowned worriedly, unable to use his chi. Why is that? The extreme cold in this environment suppresses Lang Feng's fire chi as he walks. If we encounter a terrifying monster, we might be in danger. Arrogant lost hope and said, It's over! It's over! We have completely lost our fighting ability. Suddenly, they encountered a small ice turtle. Arrogant panicked to explain. The ice turtle has appeared. Looks cute but is actually very fierce. You're going to retaliate, right? Lang Feng stiffly replied. Usually I could handle it, but now I can't take it anymore. Before they could do anything, the turtle opened its sharp mouth and attacked. Arrogant shouted, Run fast then. Lang Feng struggled to run through the snowstorm. How disgusting. With my current condition, how can I run fast? Lang Feng was so scared he refused. I can't die. We still need to protect the titty. Proud recklessness isn't bad either. We can't die in this desolate pit. I haven't even tasted roasted phoenix meat yet. It seems Lang Feng stepped on something. Turns out it's a snow-covered pit mouth. Both of us fell freely down. Without any mercy, both of us plunged headfirst into the ground. Proud recklessness gasped for breath, finally escaping. Lang Feng sat up and felt around. Strange. Why isn't this cave cold at all? Proud recklessness observed a light source. Look, what is that? Closer inspection revealed warmth to Lang Feng's surprise. So damp. Could it be that this drop of water dispelled the cold in the cave? Death Chamber from his ring suddenly spoke. This isn't an ordinary drop of water. He observed for a moment before explaining. If I'm not mistaken, this is fire ice. In extremely cold environments, ice crystal stone continuously accumulates essence over thousands of years to form such a drop of water. With pride on his face, he said, Fire ice has the power of both fire and ice. It's a treasure of heaven and earth. If I can refine it, it will be greatly beneficial for cultivation. Lang Feng excitedly declared, Good stuff, I'll take it. The temperature in his palm started to warm up, the warmth making Lang Feng feel comfortable, too hot, so comfortable. Deathwind couldn't help reminding him, Watch your image, you look weird. Suddenly, the turtle fell down as well, not wanting to attack. Proud Recklessness appeared and gave it a few hits. Then both Proud Recklessness and Lang Feng looked eager for roasted phoenix meat instead of turtle meat. After some time, Lang Feng felt relieved outside without any discomfort anymore. Holding fire ice, he praised, Fire ice truly is miraculous. Not only have I escaped the extreme cold pressure, but I've also advanced to 5th Martial King level. With that, Lang Feng prepared himself and said, Let's go, we'll continue forward. Deathwind reminded them of their surroundings. Pay attention, ahead is where extreme heat meets extreme cold. Ahead lies a land of scorching obsidian, called Fire Ice Valley by Deathwind. Lang Feng wondered aloud, Strange, I feel very cold but, since I've refined fire ice, I wouldn't have been able to withstand this environment otherwise. Suddenly, someone and a large spirit beast appeared in the distance. Look over there, people are there. Lang Feng sensed them and was surprised, transforming Qi into an animal form, something only martial ancestor can do. The person shouted, Come out here. Observing the strength of that person, Lang Feng shivered. No way, I spent a lot of effort to refine Supreme Yang Holy Fire, but he did it too. A large firestone appeared and released Supreme Yang Holy Fire. Seeing that move, Deathwind was surprised. Supreme Yang Holy Fire is the strength of 9th Martial Ancestor. Proud Recklessness was also surprised. Although that old man is only a 6th rank Martial Ancestor, he wants to subdue this fire clan here. It's not easy, but Lang Feng didn't care about the commotion. Right when I'm at my peak, one hand can crush several and a half Martial Ancestors like him. Immediately, Lang Feng looked over to Deathwind far away and asked, "So, how high was your rank when you were at your peak?" Hearing the question, Deathwind hesitated before answering with a smile, 7th rank Martial Ancestor. Both Lang Feng and Proud Recklessness made mocking faces at him. Deathwind cleared his throat to regain confidence and said, "Don't believe me, when I was at my peak, I could only use one hand to subdue this fire clan with ease." Lang Feng replied, "I believe you. If there's an attack later, remember to protect us." But as soon as he heard that, Deathwind immediately hid in Lang Feng's clothes and said, "I'm going to sleep now. Have a good rest." Both of them looked at him with disdainful eyes and angrily said, "What are you wishing us a good night for?" At this moment, the power of the Fire Clan surged. It launched an attack towards that direction. The old man didn't hold back either. He shouted, "Martial Ancestor Level Cultivation Technique, Kill and Meditation Technique." Both techniques clashed without a clear winner, both entering a fierce deadlock. Pressure from the clash spread everywhere, making Lang Feng exclaim, "A Martial Ancestor Level Cultivation Technique used by a Martial Ancestor. Truly invincible power." Proud Recklessness had to shield his eyes and reminded Lang Feng that old man is about to unleash a major move. One strike decides victory or defeat. At this moment, the old man continued adding support for his previous attack. Due to the immense power, the Fire Clan soon appeared large watermarks, which then shattered into hundreds of pieces. The time was right. Lang Feng and Proud Recklessness immediately charged in. The Fire Clan shattered into small pieces. "Now it's our turn. Let's go!" Both quickly ran to collect the fragments of the spirit flame, happily talking as they did so. "The smell is the happiest thing. I am the stinky deity Naokiao," and joyfully hugged the pile of fragments. "We hit pay dirt! We hit pay dirt!" Suddenly, Liuyu showed up to remind Lang Feng about the danger of using spirit flames. "But you didn't get hurt at all. Young man, which force's genius are you?" Lang Feng modestly smiled and replied, "Senior, I'm not a genius. I just collect stinky stuff." Hearing this, Liuyu laughed and said, "The young fellow speaks straightforwardly too." Lang Feng wasn't rude either. He tightly held onto his treasure and said, "Don't worry, I've never taken advantage of anyone before. Senior, this is something that you deserve." Then Lang Feng spread out his hand to give Liuyu a small piece of jade. Seeing this, Liuyu laughed loudly and said, "Just giving me a small piece. The young fellow is too generous." He then pointed at the proud kiwi on the other side. "That bird can't take it anymore. Look how proudly it's lying on the ground crying for help." Lang Feng gave it a disdainful glance. "Haha, taking this bird along really makes others lose face." He quickly picked up the proud kiwi and put it in his jacket before leaving. "Alright, now we owe each other nothing. Senior, goodbye for now." But just a few steps later, Liuyu called him back. "Young man, please wait a moment." Introducing himself, "I am the sect master of the Huang Kong sect on Lincoln Island. Liuyu, I have no ill intentions towards you. This harmony, I only need a small piece. The rest is for you as a companion." Hearing this name, Lang Feng asked Naokiao curiously, "Hein Kong sect, proud kiwi bird. Has anyone heard of this name?" Despite being very tired, Naokiao replied, "I've never heard of it, but the name sounds like a famous sect." Lang Feng nodded. "That seems good. Alright, I believe you this time." Liuyu asked again, "Young man, what's your name? Which sect are you from on Lincoln Island?" Lang Feng smiled and replied, "This humble one, Lang Feng. I'm not a martial artist of Lincoln Island." The proud kiwi in his chest also spoke up. Bo Shuang's surname is kept secret and he's not from Lingkong Island either. Ling Feng then bowed respectfully and said, "If Senior wants to be companions with me, I have something that needs your help. Do you know where one can find the Spirit Flame Divine Fruit?" Liu Yu immediately struck a move and pointed at the pile of lava below, saying the Spirit Flame Divine Fruit grows in the lava. It must be here. As soon as he finished speaking, a withered tree sprouted from the lava. Surprisingly, there was a fruit on it. Only one. Lang Feng couldn't hide his excitement. Spirit Flame Divine Fruit. Finally found it. Proud Kiwi was surprised too. Who would have thought that the Spirit Flame Divine Fruit is hidden in the lava and so rare? Lang Feng expressed immense gratitude. "I will never forget Senior's kindness." Liu Yu politely replied, "You don't need to be polite. Aren't you still without a place to stay? Why not rest at our Huan Hong sect for a few days?" Lang Feng modestly declined. I can't. It's too embarrassing." But Liu Yu was extremely hospitable. "To be honest, I also need your help with something now," Lang Feng exclaimed in surprise. "Please tell me." Liu Yu sighed sadly and said, "There's a secret cave about to open. Our granddaughter must go into train. Secret surveillance and danger are involved. I'm not at ease about it. So may you stay nearby to protect her?" Lang Feng hesitated a bit. His bodyguard, Miss Sao, just sighed. This plot is so familiar. Livu DCC nodded and said, "Bodyguard, that's right. If my daughter had a boy with extraordinary hero qualities, she wouldn't be in danger." Lang Feng was left with no choice but to reluctantly agree. "I agree with Senior." Listy heard this and was overjoyed. "Great, just a little show of affection for my daughter." Lang Feng wasn't scared. He confidently laughed and said, "No matter how naughty your granddaughter is, she can't compare to that girl we met before. Even her arrogance has to admit it." That's right. Trust the person." Listy turned around and left. "Let's go then." Lang Feng laughed from behind. "Senior, I'll lead the way." After some time of walking, they arrived at Hien Kang Tang. As they approached, Listy proudly introduced, "This is our Hien Kang Tang." Lang Feng looked around in amazement and praised, "No wonder it's a major sect. Truly powerful." Just then, a woman emerged from inside. "Senior, you're back." Listy recounted to her, "This time, we met the Fire and Ice Valley separately. Luckily, we made friends with this brother." Listy briefly told about Lang Feng's situation. His sister was sick. She could examine them for 2 months. Immediately, Lang Feng took out Lang Than from his ring to show her. He gently held Lang Than and recounted, "My sister is suffering from extreme cold ice soul attack. Although I used ancient blood scrib stones to seal it, it won't last much longer." But just by looking at him, she noticed something different about Lang Than. She picked up Lang Than and said, "You're wrong. This isn't extreme cold ice soul if it attacks, only death." Hearing this, Lang Feng worriedly asked again, "Senior, what illness does my sister have?" Sneng Hian quickly replied, "Extreme cold body, a rare hand nature constitution that can be cultivated. If not treated in time, she won't make it to 18. Hearing this, Lang Feng was shocked and asked, "How could that happen?" "I have Fire Spirit Divine Fruit, Senior. Can you help my sister get rid of the cold nature?" But just then, Sneng Hian angrily scolded, "Foolish! Using the Fire Spirit Divine Fruit to forcefully remove the cold nature and her body will kill her instantly." She examined Lang Than's condition and continued, "However, extreme cold constitution is also a rare cultivation type. With proper cultivation methods, it would only be beneficial." Then Lang Feng asked quickly, "Where can we find such cultivation techniques?" Sneng Hian replied, "Luckily, Hien Kang Tang has this heart method. We've always been looking for suitable people to pass it down." Saying that, she looked at Lang Feng with greedy eyes and patted his shoulder. "Boy, I want your sister to be a disciple of our sect. Agree or not, you have no choice." Lang Feng was frightened. He looked pale. He worriedly said to his sister, "If she can become a disciple of Hien Kang Tang, that's great. Sister, will you agree?" Lang Fan agreed. "I heard everything you said. I agree." She then bowed to Sneng Hian, promising to cure her. Lang Fan was very grateful and thanked the master. She left with Lang Fan, warning everyone not to enter for the next few months. Then she shut the door, leaving the two men outside. They just smiled awkwardly at each other. Lang Feng said nervously, "Senior is too domineering." Listy blushed and quickly defended her. Although a bit strict, she's very powerful and kind-hearted. You don't need to worry about that. Then he suggested, "I'll take you to meet my granddaughter. Her name is Livuth." Lang Feng politely said, "What a nice name. I think she must be an extremely gentle girl." Just as he finished speaking, a woman's voice rang out from behind. "Grandfather, teacher," Listy called over. "Come here. I want to introduce you to someone." But the girl grumbled unhappily. Lang Feng's face wasn't looking good either. It was truly bad luck. Livuth angrily pointed at Lang Feng and asked, "Grandfather, this arrogant one is the Fire and Ice Valley's nemesis. He bullied me." Hearing that, Listy looked surprised at Lang Feng. Lang Feng quickly denied, "Senior, I never bullied your granddaughter. It was just a misunderstanding." But Listy's sharp eyes understood what Lang Feng meant. He patted Livuth and smiled. "I understand. Must have been misbehaving again." Lang Feng was invited to meet her by Listy. Livuth got even more upset. She challenged him, inviting him to protect her. "Can we?" "No!" "Yes." Listy reminded her. "Be good, don't cause trouble anymore." Seeing she still wanted to argue, Listy sternly said, "Shush, shush, don't cause trouble. Grandfather just wants what's best for you. From now on, Lang Feng will be by your side to protect you. Moreover, he'll live in your little tower." Of course, Liu Yu Shushu didn't agree. She jumped up in surprise. "Grandfather, what did you say? Is this brat going to live with me?" This time, Liu Yu directly ignored her attitude and walked over to give Lang Feng the fire seed piece. "I entrust my granddaughter to you. Help her refine this fragment." Lang Feng accepted and said he would definitely assist. Then he turned around and left, leaving Shushu alone. She called out after him, "Grandfather, don't abandon me." In contrast, Lang Feng waved goodbye to the senior, saying, "Take your time, sir." After Liu Yu left, Shushu realized that Lang Feng wasn't a proud bird at all. "Are you named Lang Feng? You tricked my grandfather, but not me. Get out of here right now." She shouted, "Where's the guard?" A male voice immediately responded, "I'm here." Then a figure rushed beside Shushu, pointing at Lang Feng and shouting loudly, "Take this brat away from me. From now on, you'll be my official protector." Mu Dong Huanren agreed instantly. Yes, Miss Shushu is the best. But in Lang Feng's eyes, she was just a dog. He secretly sighed. This brat is indeed a genuine lickass dog. Let me explain. Licking feet online means someone who knows their target doesn't like them, but still tries to win their favor despite losing face and boundaries. Huanren loudly approached Lang Feng, shouting at the boy, "You dare hurt Xiao Shushu's innocent little heart. You deserve 1,000,000 deaths." He then swung his fist towards Lang Feng, the Imperial-level technique, Liu Feng Quan. Lang Feng effortlessly blocked his punch without expending any effort. Then he gave Huanren an evil smile that made him sweat in fear. Immediately after, Lang Feng grabbed both of Huanren's legs and spun him around like a top. A good boy shouldn't be doing this. He should be a genuine lickass dog. "Wake up!" He then threw Huanren into the air. Shushu watched in disbelief, saying, "No way?" One move and defeated a 7th grade martial emperor instantly. Lang Feng sighed and said, "Next time find a stronger dog to fight with, otherwise it will end up like this." Huanren was thrown away but shouted back, "Miss Shushu, I'll come back." Shushu narrowed her eyes at Huanren in disbelief. Defeated a 7th grade martial emperor with one move. Lang Feng sighed and said, "Next time find a stronger dog to fight with, otherwise it will end up like this." Ha was thrown away, and Shushu angrily shouted at Lang Feng, "Don't get too cocky, Lang Feng. I'll fight you to the death." But she quickly retreated to preserve her strength. However, before she could run far, Shushu was caught by Lang Feng again. He warned her with a sigh, "Little sharp tongue, don't play this game with me. If you don't listen, I'll show you what it means to be left in the dust." Shushu got angry and shouted back, You, what are you talking about? Don't hit me, you jerk. Without saying more, Lang Feng picked her up and carried her on his shoulder, yawning loudly. HMPH, where's your wind? Hurry up! We need to go train now. Shushu didn't like this style at all. She said, I can take you, but please put me down quickly. Jerk! After a few hours, Shushu's satisfied voice echoed in the room. I finally managed to refine this fragment. She looked at her new strength and couldn't believe it. I never thought I was so good at it. The alchemy worked successfully, and even got promoted to Martial King 3rd stage. But on the other side, the wolf had exhausted itself and collapsed on the ground. He panted as he said, if not for me transferring my chi into his body, he wouldn't have been able to alchemize it. Helping him cultivate is even more tiring than doing it myself. But Shushu didn't know how to be grateful and was angry, wanting to rush at the wolf and beat it up. That damn wolf, go die for me. However, before she could leave, something smelled terrible. Lang Feng quickly retreated and tightly covered his nose, pointing towards Shushu. The stench is coming from you. Shushu looked at herself and screamed in shock. It's really like that. How can this be? Lang Feng opened the window to air out the room and explained that since he was alchemizing fire essence, his body was expelling impurities, which naturally made him smell bad. Then Westchui came back in. Alright, I pushed Shushu out of the window without a second thought. Go take a bath. Shushu fell straight into the pond behind the small pavilion. She screamed in fear. That damn Lang Feng. Her fall made her land directly in the water behind the small pavilion. She gritted her teeth in anger. I won't tell anyone about this. I'm no longer Liu Shu Shushu, but I can't even beat that Lang Feng. So infuriating. Maybe I should just leave and go live on my own. Before she could finish, Lang Feng appeared from the bushes asking, Little flower, where do you want to go? Shushu jumped in surprise and shouted at him, Lang Feng, are you a demon? You're really incorporeal. She grumbled without looking at him. Miss Bonsai wants to go out for a walk. Can I do that? Lang Feng firmly refused. No, nowhere else. Hao Nine had returned as well. Mr. Lang Feng watched Shushu bathe in her dream. He shouted with his injured body, that damn wolf. Stay away from Miss Shushu. Hearing Hao Nian's voice, Shushu laughed loudly. My savior has arrived. Lang Feng, this time you're done for. But Lang Feng remained cold and indifferent. Yeah, just another dog licking your feet. Hao Nine with Lam Wu approached, shouting, do you still dream of bathing with Miss Shushu? You're a mess. He brought an additional follower. He also didn't like Lang Feng and angrily said to the young man, Kid, get away from Miss Shushu or I'll deal with you. Shushu immediately pointed at Lang Feng and urged them, hurry up, deal with him for me. Lang Feng couldn't help but sigh. She really knows how to stir things up. Hao Nine whispered to Lam Wu, this time it's all thanks to the big brother. Brother in arms. Yes, Lam Wu confidently nodded. Alright, today I'll settle this for Miss Shushu. Then he swung his fist at Lang Feng, focused Lam Wu, fighting for Miss Shushu. Martial King technique. Liu Feng fist. Hearing the move, Lang Feng sighed. It's Liu Feng fist again. You guys only know this move? Really disappointing. Then he dodged Hao Nian's attack. He immediately counterattacked and punched Lam Wu in the chest with full force. Hao Nian was knocked up into the air along with his follower, both meeting their end. Seeing this, Hao Nian quickly chased after them. Big brother, wait for me. After dealing with those two brothers, Lang Feng sighed to Shushu, little cynical flower, her dog is worse than the previous one, we should continue training. But as he turned back, Shushu was nowhere to be seen. Lang Feng was annoyed. That brat, sooner or later she'll end up under my control. She tried to escape during this opportunity. Liu Shu Shushu managed to break free from Lang Feng's grasp and rushed into the street. She held a large bowl and a gourd, happily laughing. Truly, nothing beats going out for a stroll with good food and fun. That's what I love most about it. She was annoyed and took a big bite of the cake, waiting for her aunt to finish eating before she would boost her strength and then defeat Lang Feng. A mocking voice suddenly sounded. Isn't this Liu Dadiao from Huan Kong sect? Hearing the sound, she turned around to look, only to find it was Wu Minghao and Wang Lingshui. Wang Lingshui looked at her with a smile and said, "How can such a noble young lady be walking alone in the street?" Instead of them, Shushu angrily threw away the food on her hand. Wu Minghao and Wang Lingshui, "You two disgusting Sungwon Yun sect brats, you've ruined my mood, get out of here." Wu Minghao immediately laughed and said, "It's better for you to leave, princess." What does Huan Kong sect mean? Wang Lingshui agreed with her. Right, do you think I can kill her with just a slap? Shushu was enraged and charged at them. Want to die? Shushu will show you the power of Bonsi family. Wu Minghao quickly grabbed her hand, laughing and saying that it's not enough for a third-rank martial emperor like her. Shushu was furious and swung her fist at him. "You dare look down on me, I'll show you." But before she could finish, Wu Minghao grabbed her neck. He lifted her up and laughed cruelly. "Don't try to argue with me, little princess. Your grandfather here can't protect you." Shushu was uncomfortable. Her whole body trembled. "I have to kill all of you." Wu Minghao slapped her hard on the cheek and said, "Dare to be bold, old lady." Bonsi Shushu gradually fell into despair. She lowered her head. "Who can?" Her eyes filled with disappointment as tears streamed down. "Who will save me?" Seeing Liu Shushu's expression, Wu Minghao became even more smug. "Don't dream anymore, little princess. No one is coming to save you." But at this moment, a mocking voice echoed. "Who said there isn't?" Hearing this, Wu Minghao turned around in surprise and looked. "Where did that brat come from?" "What are you, huh?" Lan Feng confidently replied. "I am her bodyguard." Wu Minghao immediately pushed Shushu to the ground. He said disdainfully, "You have a bodyguard? I hate brats like you who are still wiping your nose and don't have any guts but like to brag about it." Hearing this, Lan Feng grabbed Wu Minghao's collar and asked back, "Brats like you who are still wiping your nose and don't have any guts." He then forcefully hit a nearby Sungwon Yun sect female disciple. She was terrified but still tried to stop him. "We are Sungwon Yun sect disciples, mighty and powerful." Lan Feng looked up and asked again, "What about Sungwon Yun sect?" "I've never heard of it. But you don't need to be afraid. I'm not a bad man who bullies women." As he said, he came over and picked up Shushu, but in a month, I'll let Shushu come to Sungwon Yun sect and cripple all of you. Holding Shushu in his arms, Lan Feng sighed, "Little troublemaker, you really know how to cause trouble. This time, you almost died." Shushu was furious but could say nothing more. She felt grateful towards Lan Feng but said firmly, "Lan Feng, don't think helping me will make us friends." Lan Feng knew her temper and agreed, All right. Upon returning to the sect, Shushu brought a roasted leg of lamb for Lan Feng. She hesitantly called out, Lang Feng." Despite still maintaining an arrogant attitude, she said a bit more tempered, "This is wild meat I roasted. Though it's a little burnt, it might still be edible." Looking at the burnt lamb leg in his hand, Lan Feng's face turned pale. No thanks. I'm not hungry at all." Shushu got annoyed and shouted, "It was hard for this lady to have such a heart, and yet no one appreciates it." Hearing this, Lan Feng happily rubbed her head. "Alright then, don't be angry anymore. We should continue practicing our skills." In another month, Shushu hesitantly said she had to challenge Sungwon sect. "But the other two are both 5th rank martial kings. I'm only at 3rd rank now." Lan Feng immediately clenched his fist, showing determination. "That's why I made a devil training plan for you to ensure your victory." Shushu looked at him with soft eyes and pleaded, "Lan Feng, treat me gently." Lan Feng laughed and assured her, "Don't worry, my plan is definitely reliable. Let's start now." Soon enough, a month passed quickly. Shushu had grown much stronger. She couldn't help but feel proud of herself. Finally, Lan Feng praised her with the like, saying she was better than he imagined. It could be said that she's a genius. Her nose grew longer from the praise. Indeed, Miss Liushu is truly a genius. But then, Lan Feng suddenly got angry and shouted at her, "Tricking you. You're really too naive. It took a whole month to learn just one technique." Shushu immediately changed her attitude, angrily rushing towards Lan Feng, hating him. but Lang Feng brought out a pill for her. Here's something for you. Shushu was surprised as she took the pill and asked, "This is a 5th rank Martial King pill. I know you're an alchemist, but I didn't expect you to be able to make this." Lang Feng quickly put the pill in her mouth, making sure she swallowed it. Her strength could reach 5th rank Martial King. After swallowing, Shushu's chi immediately surged, causing her to choke. The effect was too strong. With Lang Feng's help, Shushu would definitely win Sungwon Sect tomorrow with her newly acquired 5th rank strength and months of hard training. The first warm rays of light shone into the courtyard. At West Divine Island, in Sungwon Sect, some leaf sweepers were still gossiping. "Hey, do you know anything?" They heard that Liu Shu, the great miss from Huan Kong Sect, is coming here soon. She's going to challenge brother Wu Minghao and sister Wang Lingui. The other person agreed. Those two are indeed our sect's 7 geniuses. Shushu is too arrogant. Wu Minghao couldn't hide his anger as he muttered, "I'll definitely teach that deadbeat girl a lesson today." Wang Lingui added sarcastically, "I'm not afraid to come here. Who said I wouldn't?" From afar, someone confidently declared, "I won't be scared." Shushu looked at them with a stern expression. "The challenge continues. Moreover, I'm not here for a challenge. I'm here to fight you." Wang Lingshui immediately mocked loudly. "Miss Liu, are you daring enough to come? Do you know how the character is written?" Liu Yu replied angrily. "Of course, I know it." Liu Yu's entire body was filled with rage. "Today, I will teach all of you how to write this character." And Go Minghao pointed his finger at her and shouted loudly, "Come here, come over. No one needs to intervene today. I can handle her alone." Liu Yu lunged forward with her sword while speaking. "All right, I'll go and kill you first." And Go Minghao responded with equal vigor. "Vo Wang Gongfa, Phoenix Long Chung. I'm already a 6th level Vo Wang, and you're only at the 4th level. Die, little girl." Liu Yu heard this without fear and calmly replied, "A 6th level Vo Wang is that scary? The dogs following me are more powerful than you." Huo released a large move as a warning to see my newly developed technique, Kyujin Shisai, Daiten Shisai. This was something Ngo Minghao did not anticipate, but he still charged forward with all his might. Until he stood before her sword, he trembled and couldn't move. She looked at him with a dark gaze that exuded deathly aura and asked, "Do you know how to write the character now?" He was terrified and stammered, I know. Those who witnessed this scene were amazed. Ngo Minghao has failed, and he lost in just one move. Someone nearby worriedly added, "It's over for Ngo Minghao. His reputation is completely ruined. He will definitely lose the title of 7th Heaven Talent." Wang Lingshui activated her challenge power and said to Liu Yu, "Don't be too arrogant. I'll show you what a 7th level Vo Wang can do." Liu Yu only laughed faintly as if she were a ghost spirit and replied, "Have peace of mind." She made a face and teased him, "I'm also someone who cherishes beauty. I will spare your life." Immediately, she released 3 destructive powers and said, "Continue with Kyujin Shisai, let Daiten Shisai come." Wang Lingshui easily blocked the 3 moves and laughed triumphantly. The spectators were delighted to say, "It's blocked. This is the real power of his 7th Heaven Talent for sure." Someone nearby boasted even more. "It seems Miss Liu's strength is just that. She can't defeat a 7th level Vo Wang." Wang Lingshui laughed triumphantly and mocked, "Her techniques have no effect on me at all. See what else you can do now." But Liu Yu replied disdainfully, "It was only because I showed mercy. A 5th level Vo Wang is the real power of mine." She continued to slash another large move and added one more, Kyujin Shisai, let Tisu Shisai come. Wang Lingshui hit all 3 moves this time. The scene was terrible. He fell to the ground still thinking, "I didn't expect it. In just a short month, her power has surpassed mine." Liu Yu looked at her and asked loudly, "You've lost." Wang Lingshui knelt on the ground with both hands praying, "Yes, I admit defeat. Please don't kill me. You said you wouldn't kill me now." Liu Yu shook her head a few times before saying sinisterly, "I was going to spare your life." Her eyes became even more terrifying as she continued, "But now I'm on West Divine Island, Sungwon Sect, the place where that battle took place. Wang Lingshui looked at Liu Yu and asked in fear, "What do you want to do? Don't come over here." She just gave him a twisted face. Looking at him with an angry gaze, she continued, "I have to repay her for that slap. Remember it well. Today, Liu Yu has one." Then she charged straight towards Lang Feng to hear his praise. "You little brat, you fought beautifully." Without being polite, she jumped onto his body and hugged him. Lang Feng instantly got angry and shouted, "This little brat, don't jump on me." The people nearby still didn't believe and asked, "How can that be? Both of our seventh heaven talents lost." Someone nearby stopped them and said, "We won't be able to hold our heads up on West Divine Island anymore." A tall person tried to calm down and said, "Don't get carried away. Huang Kongyun disciple, Lai Feng is here." The one accompanying him coldly spoke. Sheng Vantong may not be very talented, but it's not a place where others can just mess around. The cucumber eaters saw someone coming and happily said, "Here they come. Heavenly Music Brother Shenhan and Proficient Gale Cloud Brother have arrived. These are the true geniuses, definitely stronger than those two waste guys we met earlier." A tall figure stepped forward with a hammer in hand, loudly declaring, "I am one of the 7 geniuses of Sheng Vantong. With Divine Power Warrior Proficient Gale Cloud, I'm going to hit you both with the hammers so that you'll roll together." Lang Feng seemed indifferent, replying, "My body is too small. Rolling won't look good at all." His eyes turned fierce as he continued, "If you do roll, it will be perfect." Proficient Gale Cloud became angry and shouted, "Enough talk, show your weapons." Lang Feng laughed back, "You're joking, right? Do I really need a weapon to hit you?" Proficient Gale Cloud was thoroughly provoked. He unleashed his power, shouting, "I won't be polite anymore, go die." Lang Feng didn't directly fight but said, "Roll away, big ball." As he rolled, everyone was terrified, dust everywhere. These were the marks left by Proficient Gale Cloud's roll. When he stopped, a hole appeared in the wall. Lang Feng continued, "I only hit one time and you can't even withstand it. It's true, I'm too strong to blame you for being weak. After all, your strength is just this level. Only because I am stronger." The other asked, "Who are you?" "Disciples of Void Cloud Tong don't have such divine power." "Who are you?" Lang Feng turned to look at him and said with a smile, "Here, you've beaten me. I'll tell you who I am." He drew his sword and introduced himself. "I'm Heavenly Music Brother Shenhan, one of the 7 geniuses of Sheng Vantong. Let's exchange blows." He then launched a powerful attack. Great technique. Cloudy Ruins Formation. Lang Feng mocked as he felt the power too weak. Even the clouds in her formation are breaking apart. The strength of the 7 geniuses is only this level. He casually exchanged blows with Heavenly Music Brother Shenhan and explained, "Moreover, Cloudy Ruins Formation uses chi to form images. If your cloud gets hurt, you will get hurt too." The other was beaten so badly that he said after a moment, "No, no more. My face is losing feeling already." Those who witnessed were truly terrified. Both are 9th rank martial emperor geniuses. One was hit like a ball, the other like a pig. A bystander couldn't help but ask, where did this high-handling expert come from? Lang Feng waved goodbye as he left, saying, "Indeed, what genius can match your son? Sheng Vantong doesn't need to bother anymore. Next time we'll visit again." Liu Shushu chimed in, "I told you so. Geniuses like these are no better than my dog's tail." Before leaving, someone shouted loudly, "Stop." A beautiful maiden appeared and said, "Sheng Vantong disciple Hua Ruxiang requests to exchange blows with you." Lang Feng couldn't help but admire, beautiful, truly a celestial maiden descending from heaven. Liu Shushu pinched his ear and shouted, "Look at this person." The others immediately cheered, "Great, our strongest disciple has arrived. This is the true genius of Sheng Vantong, definitely stronger than those for waste guys earlier." Cao Zhao asked, "When can I have my turn?" Someone muttered a response, "If you keep following me like this, you'll only appear on the last page." Everyone in the room murmured happily, "The girl is too beautiful." Liu Shushu kept warning him, "Pay attention to me. They want to fight that person." She approached and said loudly, I heard Hua Ruxiang is the strongest of Sheng Vantong's 7 geniuses. She angrily reminded him, focus on me. Don't stare at other girls like that. He retorted angrily, do you think I'm not a match for her? But he then spoke softly to the female. Come here, beautiful lady, show me how strong you are. Hua Ruxiang held up her flute and replied, then let's listen to a gentle melody first. Lang Feng recognized that it was dangerous as there were spiritual force vibrations in the flute. He quickly said, just listening to the flute is too monotonous. Let me buy a sword for support. As he struck, he immediately used King Tian Sat to attack 7 times. The sword's sound clashed with the flute's melody, shocking Liu Shushu. Clearly they were fighting, but the flute sounded soft and the sword was elegant. It's hard to tell who's winning or losing. Then Lang Feng's flute sound quickly formed a whirlwind that blocked the sword force. A loud explosion followed by thick smoke. Lang Feng stared intently at his opponent. Even Han Ruyu didn't dare blink. Next, Lang Feng jumped up with 1 foot. He took Liu Shushu and fled, saying they would meet again if fate allowed it. Han Ruyu instantly got angry and turned to ask, who are you? He replied, to know who I am. Come to the wild secret realm. She sighed as she watched him disappear, truly a mysterious young man. Liu Shushu curiously asked the ancient book behind her, Lang Feng, who won in the end. He answered, she didn't win and neither did I. Of course, we couldn't give our all, probably only in the wild secret realm could we determine the winner. Without further ado, someone agreed, the secret realm is about to open. Let's go back and continue training. Can we stop flying now? I'm freezing to death here. Everyone in the courtyard was discussing. Only Vortex Kings could enter the wild secret realm. An elder spoke up, but those who could train beyond their current level were due to the many unknown experts inside, making it extremely dangerous. Then he gestured. The wild secret realm opens for 7 days. The next opening is in a year. Now, Tuyong Gate has started. Good luck. Ling King couldn't help reminding, I've heard that only half of those who enter the secret realm return. Xiao Feng, be careful. He casually replied, TT, don't worry, everything will be fine. Before leaving, Lang Feng warned her sister, you must continue to recover your body. Wait until you train well, we can go home. She agreed with him. Alright, wait for us to return. The young master also reminded his granddaughter, Liu Shushu, listen to Lang Feng. You must survive and come back. She obediently replied, yes, grandpa. Then he continued speaking. Lang Feng, I entrust my granddaughter to you. Cao agreed. Don't worry, I will bring her back safely. The little wild bird flew over and shouted loudly, I've been waiting for this day. This time, the wilderness will level the secret realm. You in the secret realm should be trembling with fear. Liu Shushu playfully teased, oh, that foolish bird from before. It enthusiastically replied, hello, what's your sister thinking? Lang Feng approached and added, I also think you're quite silly, making it furious. You! But then he continued, fine, if you want to follow, go ahead. He pulled Liu Shushu and shouted loudly, we're here at the wild secret realm. The sky gradually darkened as a vortex appeared. Lang Feng and Liu Shushu fell from arrogance amidst the foliage. After a while, they landed safely in a forest. Liu Shushu closed her eyes to observe the surroundings. This is the wild secret realm. Lang Feng finally landed with his eyes wide open. Liu Shushu immediately became tense. Where should we go next? Lang Feng laughed triumphantly. Of course, we're going to find treasure. The proud one peeked out from the bushes to scout. Line 60 is repeated for exact line count. Look over there, there's a monster there. They're in for it, a dragon-shaped monster appears. Just seeing its majestic form made Lan Feng choke up with emotion. I haven't eaten lion meat in ages. I'm so hungry. Should we braise or steam it? Liu Shu's eyes sparkled like stars as she shouted out. Longmaster, 9th level Vaedra warrior. Its body has the bloodline of the dragon clan. It's a standard grade divine beast. Nia Q added proudly, what about the dragon lineage? Van is the descendant of a giant moth. She hollered unhappily at Lang Feng. Lang Feng, that's a dragon master. We need to submit to it. not eat it. The guy from before spoke too loud. It noticed us already. I told you to rush and fight it. Stop dawdling. As soon as Nyaku saw him, he roared loudly. Nyaku was temporarily petrified with fear. You're disgusting, Lan Feng. I'll settle this with you later. Then it confidently pulled out a divine weapon, the celestial blade. This is my holy weapon. Today, I'll use it to show its might. Immediately, a flame rushed towards the Dragon Master. Nyaku kept attacking non-stop. As a Vedra warrior before, how could he lose to such a small monster like that fish? With that, he swung his sword wildly and shouted loudly, Imperial rank technique, proud sword technique. But just 3 seconds later, Nyaku was sent flying backward. Lan Feng caught him while still criticizing. Did you give up so quickly? Nyaku, who had been hit hard, argued back. I already severely injured it. Leave the rest to you, Lan Feng. Lan Feng couldn't help but argue against its boastful words. Don't dare say you severely injured it. You didn't even touch a single hair of mine. Stop talking nonsense. Liu Shu suddenly shouted from behind. It's over there. The Dragon Master rushed towards the group, but was stopped by Lang Feng with one punch. Lang Feng rode on its back and yelled, Little dragon, taste my 400,000 caddies punch. As soon as he said that, a series of consecutive punches landed. I hit. Liu Shu, standing outside, worriedly reminded him, using one hand to fight the Dragon Master, you're too strong already. Soon after, amidst chaos, Lan Feng successfully subdued the Dragon Master. No monster has ever gotten away from me. Lan Feng pointed at it unhappily and said, Little creature, either surrender or die. Choose one. The Dragon Master stubbornly bit him. The entire forest was filled with Lan Feng's pained cries. It hurts so much. Lan Feng angrily glared at the Dragon Master with his teary eyes. You're disgusting. I had to force it. I have to use mental power to defeat your psychological defenses. His mental energy shot out and was repelled back. Lan Feng was surprised. My mental energy was blocked. So you already have a master, huh? Nyaku laughed arrogantly. Why can't this monster submit? Aren't you too cruel? I pity that little dragon so much. Lan Feng immediately argued back. You don't care about me at all. Look, it bit me. Right after, a long rope wrapped around the Dragon Master and pulled it out. The red-haired girl behind was Van. She angrily gripped her whip tightly. You three want to braze my Dragon Master. The Dragon Master cried out twice as if protesting. Van angrily jumped down from the tree. We still want to cook you guys up. Take this whip from me. Lang Feng lost a hand in that. He got angry and shouted loudly. Hey, you little savage! You really don't understand reason. As he said, he dodged each of her whips. It was the Dragon Master who attacked us first. Yun got angry, pointed at them, and declared that they should let it eat properly. Why are you so talkative? Liu Shushu also started to be surprised when she heard this. She is indeed more unreasonable than me. Now continued speaking. Her mind must have some issues, right? On the other side, Yun threw her whip back and drew a sword. You made us so angry. Let you see my holy weapon here. Fish J do. Seeing this scene, Lang Feng cautiously appraised it. Vo Wangzi's wisdom landscape. Someone who can cultivate a wisdom landscape like that must have a holy weapon and Dragon Master, so she seems to be the young miss from a noble family. Young looked at Lang Feng resolutely, transformed into the dragon transformation illusion, entering the sword technique, Imperial rank spell art, heaven-shattering blade. As soon as she spoke, a large snake wrapped around her, and with overwhelming momentum, she rushed towards them. Fish die. Lang Feng immediately summoned his sword. Her move was very powerful. Both of you should dodge. The two swords clashed instantly. Yun got angry, her brows furrowed tightly. That despicable person. Lang Feng retorted excitedly. You're the stupid brat. Lang Feng increased his strength and pressed his sword against her, blocking her fatal attack. She really has some skills. She's tricky. Yun forcefully threw her sword up into the sky. I didn't expect you to be a cultivator of both bodies. Then I have to use my big move now. Lang Feng was caught off guard by another sword strike. Heaven-shattering sword 1/ shatters heaven. But that previous move only tore his shirt slightly. Seeing this image, Yunk felt like it hit her ears. What? You didn't get hurt at all? Lang Feng smirked. He sighed and replied, your big move couldn't harm me either. Because I'm tough. Let's do this. If you're willing to be my slave, I'll spare you. Hearing that, Yunk angrily questioned him, forcing me to be your slave. What are you? Being a slave of mine is fine. I didn't expect Lang Feng to agree loudly after that. Alright, I agree. Saying this, his face turned extremely ugly. We really agreed sincerely. After all, she does seem quite wealthy. Wash my feet, warm the bed, beg for her to be mine. I can do it. Seeing his demeanor, Yun kept retreating in fear. Don't come over here, I have to kill you. Mental force. But the mental force was immediately pushed back. Lang Feng laughed triumphantly. I knew you're a mental force cultivator. You can't hurt me. Yun looked worried as Lang Feng's hand approached. It's our turn now. Give her this boring bowl of noodles back. With a head-splitting pain, Wonk held her head and screamed loudly. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Naokiao looked a bit speechless as he watched. That Lang Feng brat really doesn't know how to cherish anything. Liu Shushu replied worriedly. I think I heard the sound of bones breaking just now. After hearing that, Lang Feng was unsatisfied and turned his head around. I've already been cherishing her enough. The noodles earlier only used a force of 100,000 catties. Naokiao immediately questioned, you're going to break her head with the bowl, right? Wan Qiao clenched her fists in anger. How hateful! You really made me angry now. Saying that, she put a pill into her mouth. Originally, I didn't want to eat this essence pill from this lineage. Now, I can't think clearly anymore. Just seeing it, Lang Feng immediately got startled. This is bad. This medicinal pill could make her reach the martial sage realm in a short time. So I might not be able to beat her now. After saying that, Lang Feng quickly pushed her down. Wonk lost balance and fell on the ground uselessly. Is someone sitting on me? Why are you lying on top of me? Then Lang Feng leaned in and pressed his hand onto her buttocks. Under pressure, Wonk couldn't help feeling humiliated. Lang Feng's hand then mercilessly hit her buttocks until she vomited. I'll keep hitting until she throws up. Unexpectedly, he pulled out something familiar from his back, a pair of underpants. Lang Feng looked dejected as he held the bright red underpants in his hand. It turned out to be just a warehouse map, not her underpants. Liu Shushu recalled you asking again. You seemed quite regretful, right? After saying that, Lang Feng slowly stood up from Wonk and shrugged. It doesn't matter. We don't need them anyway. He left without any shame. I'll go ahead, the savage girl. Behind him, Wonk angrily shouted at him. You hateful scoundrel. I won't forgive you. Lang Feng secretly chuckled as he still held Longshu in his arms. Then Lang Feng shouted loudly. Let's go. Let's find the treasure. Naokiao immediately followed up. I want to eat stir-fried lion meat with a sour and spicy sauce. No one paid attention to Wonk's angry shout anymore. I'll cut you all into pieces. Lang Feng led Liu Shushu to an empty wasteland. He carefully looked at the map while observing the surroundings. This is the ancient battlefield recorded on the map, right? It's clearly a cold desert. Naokiao pointed forward and shouted loudly. Look at this! Sage Battle Array. Liu Shushu was surprised after hearing that. The Sage Battle Ray is an array technique only martial artists of the martial sovereign reign can set up. Naokiao explained, they say this ray has the power of a sage. Breaking it isn't easy. Unlike them, Lang Feng confidently stood straight. Right, just break that stone statue and we're done. After saying that, he charged forward with immense force. Take this punch from me. The moment the blow was released, the Sage Battle Ray in front of him shattered into many pieces. Seeing the shards flying towards her, Liu Shushu and Naokui immediately froze their expressions. After all, it was a cultivation body. Breaking it would be the end of that. Lang Feng's way of solving problems is really simple and brutal. After the ray was broken, a strange light shone up from underground. Watching the beam of light in front getting brighter and brighter, Lang Feng looked a bit startled. It's broken. This light is too dazzling. Everyone here is paying attention to this now. Naokui shouted as a reminder. So don't dilly-dally anymore. Let's quickly go inside. Liu Shushu excitedly approached. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lang Feng responded with a serious face. Don't rush like that. Wait for this light to disappear before we enter. Entering the ray, the space is filled with golden colors. This is truly the ancient chaos realm. There are all kinds of treasures here. Every precious item appears right here. The three adventurers couldn't help feeling elated at this sight. We're rich now. At this moment, Fang hurriedly returned from somewhere. The light that just appeared means the ancient chaos realm has been opened up. I have to get there quickly, absolutely not letting them get there first. But when she saw the distant group laughing and talking happily, she silently sighed. I'm too late. Everyone entered the ray but found nothing inside. Impossible. Why is everything empty here? Could it be that even a divine protector guarding the entrance couldn't do anything? The group immediately turned their anger towards the adventurers. Hey, what treasures did you find? Show them to me. Lang Feng and Liu Shushu frantically waved their hands. Big brother, please don't kill us. We just entered. There's nothing here. He was a bit doubtful and pointed his blood sword at Lang Feng. What? I feel like you guys are the ones who opened the ancient chaos realm. Lang Feng and Liu Shushu immediately acted innocent, shivering all over. How could that be possible? We only have the strength of a martial emperor. How can we break through a divine protector's ray at this level? Liu Shushu cried with tears streaming down her face. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. He looked at Lang Feng disdainfully. Just a martial emperor indeed. Seems like you're not lying to me. Lang Feng looked at him with teary eyes. Actually, I knew who the first one to enter was right from the start. Hearing this, he was surprised and asked, Really? Who is it? Lang Feng pretended to be a villager, clenching his fists as he declared that there was a girl in leather armor and red leather pants. His words were shocking. Feng immediately became the center of attention from above. Seeing everyone staring at her with sharp eyes, her face turned pale. That despicable scoundrel. Lang Feng then pointed his finger at Feng without any hesitation and said to brother, Look, it's that girl. Hearing this, he immediately turned around and pointed the sword at Feng. Wasn't she the one who entered here first and took a treasure? Feng quickly rebutted, No, I didn't. The eight behind her, seeing her deny it, immediately drew their swords to threaten. You're pretending nothing happened. Feng's face turned pale and she quickly escaped. Listen to me explain. The group behind kept shouting. Now take out the knife here. Lang Feng sees this and smiles. Let her bear the blame for me. I'm really sorry. Savage burning woman. Engao Q says with a hint of mockery. You truly know how to hurt people. Live with fads. Lang Feng lies and pretends not to see it. On the other side, Van K sits exhausted against a rock. Her whole body is covered in wounds, breathing heavily. Finally, she's free. Zymt clenched her teeth, cursing non-stop about being falsely accused and framed. Don't let me find you. If I do, I'll definitely kill that person. Unexpectedly, Lang Feng pops his head out from behind, daring to bite me. How could she do this? Seeing him appear, Van K complains unhappily, a shameless lowlife. You still have the nerve to show your face after all that. Lang Feng smiles and replies. I remind her not to force or suppress anger. It's bad for health. Seeing Van K fuming so hard she can barely breathe, Lang Feng crosses his arms, and Van K steps back hesitantly. She asks, Why do you want to harm me? Lang Feng casually brushes his hair aside, saying, I just wanted to be friends. There's a saying, no fighting, no knowing each other. Hearing this, Van K goes crazy and raises her fist at him. Hateful, I'll never be your friend. From childhood to now, nobody has bullied me like you have. Lang Feng grabs her hand and argues back. I bullied you because I really wanted to be friends with you. Unexpectedly, Lang Feng loses his balance and falls towards her. Both of them fall to the ground. Lang Feng is on top of Van K, their faces close, turning red. Engao Q laughs and says, Come on, Lang Feng, you're really bold. Livuth gets angry and orders, use your bird's eye view to check if they kissed. Langfeng panics and sits up quickly, explaining, why, I didn't mean it. Don't misunderstand me. Van Key's face is red with tears streaming down. Why do you want to steal my Longsei? It's the only friend I have. Why are everyone chasing after me? Clearly, I haven't done anything wrong. Livuth steps out from behind and tries to calm them down. This girl isn't easy either. We shouldn't joke around anymore. That's right, she lost her Longsei just like Langfeng lost his Langfan. Langfeng looks at her nervously. Langfeng lowers his eyes and his voice. Sorry for the teasing before. I won't bully you anymore, nor will I let anyone else do it. Van Kha cries back, I'm scared now. I can't trust you anymore. Langfeng offers, if you want to bite me, just bite my hand. As soon as he says this, Van K lunges at him like a caged bird, biting his hand hard. Savage burning woman, she really bit it. Van Kha cries out loudly. My name is Van Kha. I'm not a savage burning woman. Langfeng winces and pleads softly. Please, big Miss Van Kha, please forgive me. Finally, Van K lets go of him. Langfeng helplessly looks at her. She really does resemble Longsei biting tightly without letting go. Even I got hurt by it. Van K impatiently points at him. Give my Longsei back to me, Langfeng. I'll forgive you. Hearing that name, Langfeng jumps in surprise. Longsei, trouble brewing. Seeing his reaction, Van K gets scared. Did you really eat my Longsei? Looking at her, Langfeng reaches into his shirt. Lines 1 to 60 are now complete. I won't eat your dragon beast. It's always in my ring. Then the dragon beast came out of the ring with a round belly. Just now, I remembered I left it with some medicinal herbs. It must have stolen quite a bit. Yunk was moved and hugged the dragon beast. You're keeping it confined. Eating your medicinal herbs makes sense too. Langfeng replied calmly. Alright, I won't count it. After all, we are family. Yunk asked curiously. Family, what do you gain by cooperating with me? Langfeng explained logically, the biggest benefit is that I won't bully you anymore. The teacher cursed. Langfeng continued laughing, just joking. The benefits naturally include leveling the wild secret realm and seizing all resources. Yunk looked at him seriously. Not bad. Liu Shushu from behind was a bit worried. This is Langfeng's good side, right? Now looked at him intently. His negotiation skills. I'm convinced. The space soon filled with laughter and joy. We finally got the treasure. He held the divine medicine in his hand and kept praising it. This is a divine medicine of high quality. His companion agreed. I got a bottle of earth medicinal. This time no support from the secret realm. Just then, two powerful forces would arrive. Langfeng and now became bandits on the scaffold. Doing old work is still the most fun. Now leaned his staff and said proudly, this is what I should do. So refreshing. Yun stared at them wide-eyed. Along the way, they had robbed people many times. Liu Shushu was also a bit puzzled. The actions were so professional. Definitely an expert in this field. Hearing that, Langfeng turned to refute. Robbing people and taking their stuff. What's wrong with that? These are treasures from the secret realm for us. Now loudly agreed, when robbing people and taking their stuff, both of you didn't do it. But when dividing the spoils, who got more, right? You have opinions. Yun waved her hand as if she hadn't heard. What's wrong with your eyes being good too? Being beaten silently isn't bad either. Liu Shushu agreed, exactly, always sticking to our chests. Langfeng helplessly said, can you both just let go of my hands? Below the ground, strange holes appeared. Now flew high and observed. Recently, only this place hasn't been searched yet. The terrain is very special. Langfeng carefully examined the hole. There are 9 large pits here. They must hide some secrets. Liu Shushu frowned worriedly. She explained, this place is the legendary Great Trial. Each large pit represents a different test. Yunk added anxiously, although it's mostly ordinary, but an ordinary person wouldn't expect Langfeng to rush over and pull Liu Shushu's hand. We've come this far. How can we retreat now? Liu Shushu cried helplessly, "Save me." Everyone immediately rushed towards the large pond. Lang Feng landed with Liu Shushu, arrogantly looking down from a high point by the edge of the pond and spoke. "The source above is gone." Lang Feng remained calm and lit a torch with fire essence. The entrance was sealed off. "We can't go back, we can only move forward." Liu Shushu couldn't help feeling sick at the sight before her. "The stench of blood is overwhelming here." Young's voice echoed as he coughed out mucus, urgently saying, "These are 2 human bones." Moreover, they were killed very brutally by monsters. Lang Feng stepped forward to block them and reminded, "Get behind me quickly." In this situation, we can't see where the monster is. Lang Feng was puzzled as water droplets fell from above. He cautiously looked up. Could it be? Above us is a dragon with its mouth wide open, waiting for them. Lang Feng loudly expressed his thoughts. "The monster is right above us." The monster suddenly stepped on the group with its foot. Lang Feng shouted at Liu Shushu to give her a torch and warned, "One of the 10 great beasts, extremely vicious. Moreover, this one is at the martial city level. We're really unlucky. Liu Shushu, Yunk, hide well." Then Lang Feng quickly rushed towards the opponent. The proud bird called out, "I'll handle it," and flew close by shouting, "Come here." Lang Feng charged forward and threw a spear at the monster. "Monster, receive this from me." The monster kicked its leg high at Lang Feng. Lang Feng quickly dodged. Despite being hit through, he didn't stop. Very vicious. On the other side, a claw was raised. Lang Feng was immediately pressed to the ground by the monster. Liu Shushu raised her torch and shouted, "Lang Feng will help you." Yunk also drew out his golden whip. "That disgusting monster. Come here quickly." Hearing their voices, Lang Feng yelled, "It's very dangerous. Don't come over here. I can handle it." But in his heart, he silently thought, "This position is unstable. We can't climb up." On the other side, the proud bird called out with great vigor, "Lang Feng, no." "Then I'll do it." It then drew its sword and stabbed towards the monster. Divine sword skill. Finally, my turn to deal with this. Imperial rank technique. Proud decision sword. The air was pierced in pain without stopping. Lang Feng was freed. He praised enthusiastically. "Good job, proud bird," Be said and then threw a huge rock at the monster. "Die, you monster." The monster couldn't avoid it and was crushed. Yun Qiao couldn't help but feel disgust at the scene before her. Lang Feng is so annoying to die. Not handled properly. Liu Shushu's expression changed. A drop of blood falls. Really dirty. Lang Feng helplessly sighs. Now it's not easy to fight the demons. Why pay so much attention? Just then a scream echoes. The mysterious power suddenly attacks Lang Feng. Liu QQ is unhappy and shouts loudly. From the darkness behind Tall, a figure appears, a strong young man but failed to kill anyone. Lang Feng advances to block the 2 girls and questions them. "What are you?" He secretly evaluates in his heart. When very terrifying, the opponent is not simple. From his mouth comes a smell of death. He replies, "I am the Demon King." The Demon King looks at them with red eyes. "The existence you all have longed for." Lang Feng doubts this old man. "Demon King, I've never heard of it." The Demon King is unhappy and mocks him. Narrow-minded knowledge. He then tightly grips his mouth and shouts loudly, "According to the division of realms on the divine martial continent, I am the martial god." Lang Feng can't help but laugh after hearing that. The whole group immediately laughs out loud. "Are you making fun of me? You dare call yourself the martial god? You are just a divine sage now." Most are like this. His expression starts to change. Even if you were once the martial god, today you're nothing but a ghost soul. There's no more laughter now. On his face is seriousness. You don't even have your own body anymore, and dare to be arrogant in front of me. Hearing that, the Demon King grits his teeth at them. Kid talked arrogantly. "Did you think I couldn't kill you?" Lang Feng sighs helplessly, another fool. He confidently waves his hand and says, "Kill me if you can. Go ahead, try to kill me, or I'll kill that one." The Demon King suddenly laughs loudly with his head back. The kid is decisive. I like him. Lang Feng is shocked and grabs himself. He likes me. Are you kidding? He looks at Lang Feng with a deep voice. Stop pretending to be innocent. I want your body. Lang Feng frowns tightly, his hand clenching forward. You've already lost your body, so you want my body. You want to change soul for body. I won't show off with my claws and teeth. Few come here. All are those who can't defeat me. Only you. Your talents are exceptional. Finally, I've waited long enough. Lang Feng is not afraid at all and asks back. Sounds good in theory. Do you think you can do it? The Demon King replies. How else would you know unless you try? My teacher boasts like that. Lang Feng launches an attack. The Demon King quickly dodges. His sharp claws scratch Lang Feng, causing injuries. And Rang looks at the wound on his hand and then back at the old man. This old man's speed is really fast. He glances at Lang Feng with a sly look in his eyes. A cold snort sounds. Immediately, both of them rush into an intense battle. Liu Shu stepped forward. Lang Feng countered him, giving that guy a hit. Unnoticed by Lang Feng, Ma Jun moved swiftly, his speed unmatched by Lang Feng. With sharp hands, Ma Jun lunged at Lang Feng with incredible speed. Kid, give up now. Lang Feng drew his sword. As he charged, Lang Feng swung his sword, forcing the old man back. Get lost. The old man's excitement grew as he watched Lang Feng. You still have that rare aura. I'm really starting to like you more and more. Lang Feng felt uncomfortable. He gripped his sword tighter. Monster. With a swing, Lang Feng delivered the 8th strike towards Ma Jun, killing him. Die. Destroy the world. On the other side, Ma Jun deflected each of Lang Feng's attacks with speed. A loud explosion echoed after a few seconds as the smoke cleared. The old man glared at Lang Feng angrily. That scoundrel, daring to hurt me. I didn't want to harm your perfect body. Fuming, the old man drew his wooden sword. But now, I can't hold back anymore. Just look at that continuous aura. Lang Feng was worried. Trouble ahead. This is a wooden sword with spiritual energy. Spiritual energy greatly enhances its power. Ma Jun swung his black wooden sword and shouted, Spiritual energy, sword soul technique. Lang Feng raised his hand, his eyes glowing as a beam of light shot from between his eyebrows. I'll use my spiritual energy to defend. Then Lang Feng was pushed back by the dark aura, seeing him fall. Both behind him shouted loudly, Lang Feng. Ma Jun triumphantly lunged at Lang Feng's head and said, I win. His spirit then slowly entered Lang Feng's body. Kid, you're finally mine. In a strange space, Ma Jun entered Lang Feng's soul sea, the old man enveloped in bright yellow light. Is this the kid's soul sea? How beautiful! As he reached out to touch the water, the old man sighed. What does the kid's body fluid taste like in here? But his hand immediately evaporated upon contact with the liquid. What is this? This sea will consume me. The old man was then submerged by the fluid. Panicked, he turned and shouted desperately. What's happening?